Chapter 1. The Celestial Visitor. In the distant recesses of the cosmos, Takamagara stands as a realm both enigmatic and majestic, the ancestral home of the Otsutsuki clan as an ancient and formidable extraterrestrial race. The Otsutsuki have assumed the role of cosmic harvesters. Since their inception, they manipulate the energy cycles of planets through the divine tree, siphoning life energy to extract chakra fruits, thereby augmenting their own power and preserving their youthful vitality. The divine tree serves as the wellspring of the Otsutsuki's strength, as well as the key to their eternal existence. Once the roots of the divine tree penetrate the core of a planet, they greedily absorb the life energy of the entire celestial body, condensing its essence into chakra fruits. Members of the clan who consume these fruits gain not only awe-inspiring chakra abilities, but also an extended lifespan. Yet even the most powerful of the Otsutsuki cannot attain the realm of the god of Otsutsuki, a state that transcends the corporeal plane of existence. As epochs passed, the Elder Council of the Otsutsuki gradually recognized that mere consumption of these fruits would not elevate their power further. They had reached a bottleneck. Unable to ascend to the heights of the god of Otsutsuki thus, the clan proposed the Divine Creation Project, aiming to cultivate a child of God through genetic optimization and bloodline fusion, one that could surpass the power of any chakra fruit. Otsutsuki Taichi represents the pinnacle of this Divine Creation Project, embodying the genetic essence of the clan's most potent bloodlines. Endowed with a spiritual structure and chakra reserves that transcend conventional life, forms his existence is imbued with the utmost expectations of the Otsutsuki, regarded as the individual closest to divinity. Taichi was born with hair as white as snow, skin as pale as jade, and eyes that shimmered with a celestial blue akin to the night sky. His chakra is remarkably pure, resembling the very embodiment of nature. His affinity with natural energy is exceptionally profound, far surpassing that of ordinary Otsutsuki. From a tender age, he exhibited extraordinary talent, effortlessly manipulating the laws of nature, as though he were a natural-born prodigy, granted the ability to merge with the cosmos. The ceremony of Taichi's coming of age was held in the sanctum of the Divine Tree within Takamagara, where all the clan elders gathered. The purpose of the ritual was to awaken the dormant divine power within Taichi, a form of pure chakra that transcends the ordinary Otsutsuki. The elders meticulously selected the finest chakra fruits, gathered by the branch family's attendants from the vast universe, and slowly infused their energy into Taichi's being. As the potency of the fruits surged within him, the power dormant within Taichi began to awaken. Surrounding the altar, dozens of clan elders observed intently. Their gazes fixed upon Taichi. The sky appeared as pristine as marble, with beams of chakra extending from the divine tree, piercing the very heart of the altar. Standing at the altar's center, Taichi let his silken white hair cascade down, his eyes gently closed, while golden runes began to emerge from his form, radiating a soft luminescence. The whispers of the elders echoed like hushed incantations. Today, his power shall be awakened. Perhaps he will draw closer to divinity. Complex and ancient golden runes manifested upon Taichi's skin, symbolizing the oldest bloodline of the Otsutsuki. Simultaneously, his eyes Byakugan underwent a transformation, morphing into a dazzling azure that sparkled with starlight. As the awakening of power unfolded, the chakra within Taichi exceeded the control of the clan elders. Suddenly, his chakra erupted, enveloping his form in a blinding blue-white radiance, while the sky darkened and the air crackled with turbulent energy. The roots of the divine tree began to wither, its fruits dimming. As the entire realm seemed to be drained of vitality, the blue light in Taichi's eyes intensified, replacing his pupils entirely, transforming into beams of pure energy. His voice grew hoarse and deep as he cried out in anguish, "I cannot control it." A colossal chakra storm erupted in the heavens, engulfing a continent of the Otsutsuki planet. The divine tree swayed violently. As if in desperate struggle, the elders attempted to suppress Taichi's power with sealing techniques, but his strength effortlessly tore through their seals. Complex symbols emerged upon Taichi's body, as if his skin were fracturing, radiating golden brilliance in that moment. The elders realized the irrevocable mistake they had made. He is not a god. He is a harbinger of destruction. They decreed, initiate the sealing technique immediately, confine him to an eternal prison. Taichi's rampaging chakra instigated instability in space itself, encased within chakra. His form began to rend the spatial dimension surrounding the altar, creating a blue rift as the sealing technique activated. Taichi's chakra waves finally breached all constraints, drawing him into the fissure. Within the rift, Taichi's body was ensconced in countless beams of blue light, his consciousness gradually fading, echoing with the elders' furious shouts. He is not a god, merely a failed experiment. The energy beams within the rift writhed like innumerable tendrils. Striving to tear Taichi apart, the sealing technique commenced autonomously, the golden runes dimming as they endeavored to stabilize his chakra flow. Taichi was expelled from the rift, traversing boundless time and space. Ultimately streaking across the sky of the ninja world, he transformed into a cerulean meteor, accompanied by a tremendous surge of energy, crashing into a forest at the border of the Land of Fire. Taichi plummeted into the heart of the forest, unleashing a colossal shockwave that created a deep crater. Surrounding trees were reduced to ash, while the earth was rent asunder with tremendous fissures. The sky churned with dark clouds, thunder rumbling, as if the entire ninja world sensed the arrival of this otherworldly being. He lay curled within the crater, his pallor resembling that of parchment, the golden runes flickering faintly. The sealing technique binding his formidable power like shackles. His breath was faint, as if it could cease at any moment. The surrounding energy fluctuations gradually dissipated, yet the forest remained shrouded in an indescribable silence. The celestial phenomenon drew the attention of formidable figures within the ninja world. Ninjas from the borders of the Land of Fire hastened to the site of the incident. In the Pure Land, the Sage of Six Paths, Otsutsuki, sensed this unfamiliar power. He opened his eyes in the Pure Land and murmured softly, "This chakra does not belong to the ninja world. What fate awaits the future of the ninja world?" The arrival of Otsutsuki Taichi, akin to a star ignited, shattered the balance of the ninja realm and unveiled deeper mysteries of fate. With his awakening, the ninja world was on the brink of an unprecedented storm. Chapter 2. The Mysterious Boy. The setting sun stained the slopes at the border of the Land of Fire with a vibrant crimson hue, golden rays filtering through the forest and casting a warm glow upon Tsunade. She stood atop the hillside, quietly gazing at the distant sunset, as if attempting to calm the tumult within her heart. Yet, no matter how exquisite the scenery, she could not escape the haunting remnants of those brutal memories that lingered deep within. Tsunade's hand trembled slightly, as if she could still feel the warmth of rope tree collapsing in her embrace and the last glance of her beloved Kado Dan on the battlefield. She closed her eyes, softly murmuring, "If only I could be a little stronger, if only I could move a bit faster," but such hypotheticals could never bring back those who had perished. Standing behind her, Shizune spoke softly, "Lady Tsunade, we should set off. The sun is about to set." Tsunade nodded. Yet her gaze remained fixated on the distant horizon. She whispered, "How wonderful it would be if distancing myself from Konoha could truly allow me to forget the past." Following the Second Great Ninja War, Tsunade chose to leave Konoha. Journeying through the ninja world alongside Shizune, she sought to erase the scars of war by embracing a life away from the village. Yet she could never escape the shadows of her brother Rope Tree and her lover Kado Dan. As Tsunade stood upon the slopes of the Land of Fire, gazing at the distant sunset, her thoughts gradually fell into reminiscence. She murmured, "If only I were a bit stronger, perhaps I would not have lost them." Just as the two were about to depart, the sky was suddenly rent asunder by a blinding blue light. The radiance, akin to thunder, roared across the heavens, plummeting deep into the forest, accompanied by a tremendous surge of energy. The earth trembled slightly, as if an unfathomable presence had descended upon this land. Shizune stepped back in alarm. "Lady Tsunade, could that be a tailed beast?" Tsunade furrowed her brow, sensing the oppressive aura that saturated the air. It was not ordinary chakra. It was pure, more ferocious, imbued with an enigmatic depth unlike anything they had encountered before. She responded calmly, "No, this power is more refined than that of a tailed beast, yet does not resemble anything we have seen. Let us investigate." The two swiftly made their way to the site of the descent, where they were met with a scene reminiscent of devastation. In the center of the forest, the earth had been upheaved by a shockwave dozens of meters high, creating a vast crater that had toppled surrounding trees. The towering trunks bore the marks of scorched fire, exuding a faint scent of charred wood that lingered in the air. Shizune covered her mouth, her eyes wide with astonishment. What on earth happened here? Tsunade approached the deep pit, discovering at its center a slender boy with white hair lying curled up. His body was contracted, his face as pale as parchment, with faint breaths and golden runes flickering an unstable luminescence upon his skin. The boy's tattered garments left large swathes of his skin exposed, delicate as jade, exuding a fragile beauty untouched by the dust of the world. The boy's hair was as pristine as freshly fallen snow, cascading into the scattered earth, while a subtle blue glow emanated from his closed eyes. The intricate and ancient golden runes seemed to inscribe incomprehensible secrets of the cosmos, each passing second emitting a soft, resonant hum. Shizune involuntarily stepped back, her complexion paling as she tremulously inquired, "Lady Tsunade, is he truly human?" Tsunade remained silent, her lips pressed tightly together as she struggled to quell the turmoil within her. She slowly approached the boy, kneeling on both knees, her hands swiftly forming seals in preparation to invoke medical ninjutsu. However, as her chakra entered the boy's body, she found her energy obstructed by an impenetrable barrier of power. "This is impossible," Tsunade murmured under her breath, an unprecedented gravity reflected in her eyes. Turning to Shizune, Tsunade commanded, "The sealing scroll, quickly bring it here." Shizune promptly retrieved the sealing scroll from her satchel and rushed to Tsunade's side. Yet, just as Tsunade prepared to cast the sealing technique upon the boy, his body suddenly convulsed, and a blinding beam of light burst forth from the runes. The brilliance exploded like a detonation, propelling Tsunade several meters back. She braced herself against the ground, her eyes wide with astonishment. This power, it surpasses that of any tailed beast, even eclipsing the legendary Ninetails, Tsunade thought, a sense of dread towards the unknown arising within her for the first time. Taking a deep breath, she gritted her teeth, her gaze ignited with determination as she swiftly rose to her feet, her hands once again flying to form seals, resolutely continuing her attempt to execute the sealing technique. His power is too immense if I do not suppress it now. Not only will this forest be obliterated, but surrounding towns and villages will also be affected. As she formed the seals, the faces of Shiju and Kat appeared in her mind. They were two lives she could not save, and the pain of her lingering guilt surged anew. Her hands trembled slightly, nearly interrupting the sealing technique due to her mental instability. Yet she pressed on, binding Taichi's power. "This time, I will not allow life to slip through my fingers." Once the sealing was completed, the boy in the pit finally fell silent. His breathing steadied, and the golden runes on his skin gradually dimmed, leaving only a faint glow. Tsunade exhaled in relief, sitting beside him and wiping the cold sweat from her brow. Shizune cautiously approached. "Lady Tsunade, is he still alive?" "He lives, but I cannot ascertain how long this seal will hold," Tsunade replied, gazing at the boy. Feeling a strange emotion stir within her, it was a complex mixture of curiosity and profound compassion. The boy's fingers twitched slightly, and his sky-blue eyes slowly opened. His gaze was innocent, devoid of hostility, yet imbued with a sense of bewilderment and purity. He stared quietly at Tsunade and softly asked, "Who are you, and where is this place?" Tsunade paused for a few seconds, then sighed. "I am Tsunade, a ninja and a traveler. You are currently in the ninja world, within the border forest of the Land of Fire." The boy furrowed his brow slightly, murmuring, "What is the ninja world?" As the foremost medical ninja in the world of shinobi, Tsunade had never forsaken her principles in times of crisis. She keenly sensed the tumultuous power lurking within Taichi, akin to a surging undercurrent. If not guided and stabilized promptly, his fragile form would likely be unable to withstand it, teetering on the brink of collapse. Taichi's body was a riddle while the seal had temporarily stabilized him. She needed to observe and care for him personally to ensure his life remained unthreatened. Should Taichi be handed over to Konoha or other factions, he would likely be treated as a specimen, especially in the eyes of Danzo, and root this non-ninja life, possessing unknown powers would inevitably become a target for research and control. Tsunade realized that Taichi's strength far exceeded the norms of the ninja world. She had witnessed the terror of tailed beasts, yet, compared to the fluctuations of Taichi's chakra, the power of tailed beasts seemed far more manageable. If he were to act independently or fall into the hands of those with ulterior motives, the consequences would be dire. Taichi's body had yet to fully recover, and his power remained unstable. If abandoned in the forest, he would inevitably be discovered by patrolling ninjas, precipitating an unnecessary conflict. Rather than allow this dangerous variable to roam the ninja world, it would be wiser for her to escort him personally. Only in this way could she mitigate his potential threat. The seal Tsunade imposed upon Taichi, while not impervious, was sufficient to temporarily tame the surging power within him. Should any issues arise with the seal, she needed to be present to rectify them immediately. Taichi's extraordinary bodily structure, the intricate runes, his pure and untainted chakra, and his astonishing affinity with the natural elements all left Tsunade both perplexed and in awe. As a medical ninja, she was filled with an insatiable desire to explore the mysteries of his being. Tsunade faintly sensed that Taichi's arrival was likely not a mere coincidence. His remarkable power, coupled with his naive inquiries about the nature of the ninja world, made her acutely aware that his identity might be intertwined with certain secrets of the shinobi realm. Rising to her feet, she gazed down at the young boy, understanding that his presence was destined to complicate matters. Within him lay an extraordinary potential, and his cerulean eyes, seemingly capable of perceiving the mysteries of the universe, whispered of a fate yet to be unveiled. After successfully sealing Taichi and stabilizing his condition, Tsunade made a bold decision. She would not leave him in the fallen forest nor alert the Umbu or other factions, but instead take this enigmatic youth along on her journey. Following Tsunade and Shizen's departure with Taichi, ninjas from various nations arrived at the epicenter of the explosion, yet they uncovered no useful intelligence. Consequently, the matter was classified as top secret by the higher echelons of the 5 great nations, who dispatched numerous shinobi to investigate. Despite their relentless search, they failed to acquire any pertinent information. Chapter 3. Embarking on a journey in the aftermath of the Third Great Ninja War, Tsunade found herself disillusioned with the policies of Konoha's leadership, particularly the ruthless obsession with power exhibited by figures like Danzo. Once Taichi entered the sights of the Konoha elite, it would be difficult for him to escape the fate of becoming either a weapon or a test subject. Taichi's innocence and confusion reinforced her belief that his spirit had yet to be tainted by power. He deserved the right to choose his own path rather than become a pawn in Konoha's schemes. She was determined to protect him, even from being exploited by Konoha. Tsunade reminisced about the youthful visage of SH-10 when he had joined the war, murmuring, "Those old fools only see people as tools. This child cannot become their sacrifice." Taichi's first question, "What is the ninja world?" evoked in Tsunade a profound sense of his bewilderment. He possessed no understanding of the ninja realm, lacking even the most fundamental survival knowledge. During their travels, Taichi's character revealed a childlike innocence. He was filled with curiosity about the various aspects of the ninja world, yet he seemed out of place. After a few simple exchanges, Taichi weakly remarked, "I don't know where I came from, nor do I know where I am going." Tsunade, observing the confusion in his eyes, sighed and said, "Since you are unsure, then follow me. At the very least, I will ensure you do not perish here." Taichi's arrival gradually made Tsunade realize that she could no longer evade her past traumas. She began to perceive that traveling with Taichi was not solely about protecting him. It was also a means of redefining her own identity as a ninja. She pondered, "Perhaps my strength is not meant for destruction or slaughter, nor is it to redeem the deceased, but rather to safeguard those who still live." Despite her lingering confusion regarding Taichi's identity, she sensed deep within her that his presence might alter the destiny of the entire ninja world. Silently, she vowed that, regardless of whether his power proved to be a blessing or a curse, she would strive to guide him onto the correct path. The border forest of the Land of Fire was bathed in the last rays of the setting sun, with golden-orange light filtering through the shattered canopy and cascading onto the muddy path below, as if laying down a golden road leading into the unknown. The wind stirred, lifting fallen leaves that swirled in the air before silently settling to the ground, reminiscent of a farewell, or perhaps a new beginning. 3 figures, a tall, resolute woman with golden hair, a somewhat naive girl with dark hair, and a slender, white-haired youth slowly departed from the Land of Fire along a narrow mountain path. Their shadows stretched long in the evening light, intertwining on the trail, as if three disparate destinies had become tightly entwined by an unforeseen twist of fate. Tsunade walked at the forefront, her stride steady, yet her typically confident demeanor betrayed a hint of fatigue. The setting sun illuminated her profile, casting a subtle shadow that hinted at a vulnerability rarely perceived beneath her seemingly indomitable exterior. Shizen followed closely behind, her gaze fixed on the ground as she endeavored to suppress her inner unease. Stealing glances at Taichi, the boy deemed dangerous, she observed him quietly walking in the middle of their group, appearing utterly out of place, as though he had been forcibly drawn from another world. Finally mustering her courage, Shizen whispered, "Lady Tsunade, why are we bringing along someone whose nature even you do not understand? Is he truly safe?" Tsunade halted for a moment, turning to meet Shizen's gaze with calm eyes. Her voice, low yet imbued with an undeniable conviction, replied, "His existence is indeed a mystery, perhaps even a danger, but I will not relinquish him to anyone, especially not to those old fools in Konoha." With a furrowed brow, Shizen lowered her eyes in concern. "Yet what if his power spirals out of control?" Tsunade interrupted, her tone slightly elevated. "If you fear him, then stay behind me. As long as I am here. His power will not harm anyone." After a pause, she added, her voice softening ever so slightly, "And do you not see? He appears to be someone in need of protection himself." Shizen lifted her head to glance at Taichi, observing his slow, bewildered steps, and indeed he did not seem like a threat. "Lady Tsunade, is this because of Lord Sh10 and Uncle Kato's matters that you—" Silence. Tsunade did not turn back, coldly dismissing the question. Yet for a fleeting moment, her eyes wavered, memories long dormant surged within her like a tide. She clenched her fists, inhaling sharply, forcing herself to quell the tumultuous emotions. Throughout the journey, Taichi followed quietly, uttering not a word, until he suddenly paused, gazing at the forest of the land of fire gradually being consumed by the encroaching night. He softly inquired, "Lady Tsunade, will we have the chance to return to that forest shrouded in darkness?" Tsunade halted, looking back at him, and replied flatly, "No." Taichi tilted his head, his azure eyes shimmering in the twilight. "Why not return? Isn't that where home is?" Tsunade hesitated for a moment before letting out a cold laugh. "Home? It is not a place to escape from. Remember, Taichi, there are some places in this world that are meant for departure." Taichi frowned, repeating softly as if trying to grasp the meaning. "Meant for departure?" He did not press further, but turned to glance back at the forest, a hint of confusion in his gaze. Shizen had been silently observing Taichi, aware that the mysteries surrounding him were too numerous. His power, his body's symbols, and those starry eyes, everything about him evoked an inexplicable sense of danger. Yet, in stark contrast to that peril, Taichi exhibited a childlike innocence towards everything around him. As the wind lifted a fallen leaf, Taichi reached out to catch it, but failed. He watched the leaf carried away by the breeze, tilting his head in curiosity, and asked Tsunade, "Why does it fly? Is it the chakra that makes it soar?" Shizen quietly reminded Tsunade, "He appears like a child, but Lady Tsunade, can we truly trust the power within him?" Tsunade cast a glance at Taichi, a faint smile playing at the corners of her mouth. "Children are the most dangerous, for they are yet unaware of their capabilities. However, that is also where their greatest potential lies. As the last glimmer of sunset dipped below the mountains, the sky was gradually replaced by a tapestry of stars. The path traversed by the trio was engulfed by darkness, leaving only the sound of their footsteps echoing in the still air. Taichi's pace slowed, and he gazed up at the night sky, his eyes wide with unmasked wonder. "So many lights, are they chakra?" Tsunade paused, looking at him with a hint of exasperation. "Those are stars, not chakra." After a moment of silence, she added, "However, some things are more significant than chakra. Like what you see now. Though they are distant, they never truly leave." Taichi stared upwards for a long while, murmuring, "Can I also stay here forever like them?" Tsunade did not respond, continuing her stride. "Once you comprehend the rules of this world, then you may ask me that question again." Taichi fell silent, trailing behind her quietly. As night descended, the three of them set up camp by a small river. Once the fire was lit, Shizen could no longer hold back her curiosity and softly asked Tsunade, "Lady Tsunade, why did you really bring him along?" Tsunade fixed her gaze on the flames, speaking softly, "Because he is not of this ninja world. His very existence will alter its fate." Shizen was taken aback. "Alter fate? Do we still need to protect him?" Tsunade lifted her gaze to the starry sky, whispering, "To protect him might also be to protect ourselves." Thus, under the glow of the stars, the trio, one adult and two children, gradually distanced themselves from the borders of the land of fire. In the stillness of the forest, the night breeze gently caresses, as if offering a final farewell to this unknown journey ahead. Before them lies a path of destiny devoid of return. Chapter 4. The encounter with Jiraiya. The border forest of the Land of Fire lies at the intersection of the Land of Fire and the Land of Rain. To avoid the scrutiny of Konoha's higher-ups, Tsunade decides to circumvent the Land of Rain. This nation, during the Second Shinobi World War, became the battleground for all ninja villages, leaving this land forever shrouded in the shadows of war. The sky is perpetually overcast, and the incessant rain seems to weep for this scarred territory. Most of the once thriving villages have been reduced to ruins, the fields lie barren, and the populace is either displaced or struggling to survive. Tsunade, Shizen, and Taichi arrive from the border of the Land of Fire, witnessing the desolation of the Land of Rain along the way. Taichi is filled with confusion at the sight, while each step Tsunade takes grows increasingly heavy. Standing at the village entrance, Taichi gazes silently at the ruins, a flicker of bewilderment crossing his eyes. He turns to Tsunade and asks, "Why has it become like this?" Tsunade offers no reply, instead quietly entering the village. Shizun whispers to Taichi, "This is the aftermath of war. It has robbed many of their homes." War? Taichi repeats the word with puzzlement. Is it the power of chakra that has caused this? Why? Despite their weakened chakra, do they still inflict harm upon one another? Shizen is momentarily at a loss for words, trailing behind Tsunade with hesitant steps. As the trio ventures deeper into the ruins, they find no intact structures. Only a mud-laden ground washed by relentless rain, scattered fragments of pottery, broken tools, and a few tattered pieces of clothing lie amidst the rubble. Suddenly, Taichi halts, his gaze fixed upon a corner beneath a pile of debris. He steps forward, clearing the rubble with his hands, revealing a child. The child is drenched, clad in tattered rags, curled in a dim corner, with vacant, terror-stricken eyes that resemble a lost fawn amidst the storm. "Tsunade, there's a child here," Taichi calls back, urgency lacing his voice. Tsunade rushes over, crouching to assess the child's condition. She touches the child's forehead, murmuring, "He has a fever and is severely dehydrated." Tsunade begins to channel chakra to heal the child. But as her fingers brush against a wound, the sin of blood overwhelms her, causing her movements to freeze. The vivid red triggers traumatic memories of Shinjuro and Kato lying in pools of blood. A hallmark of post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD. Her hand trembles involuntarily, as if pulled by an unseen force, and the glow of her chakra flickers erratically, revealing an unsettling instability. "Lady Tsunade, are you all right?" Shizen inquires, her voice tinged with concern. Tsunade closes her eyes and takes a deep breath, striving for composure. Yet the flood of memories grows ever clearer. She sees Shinjuro fallen in blood, his youthful smile still lingering. She recalls Kato's gaze in his final moments, a look imbued with his last vestige of reliance on her. Her heart races, cold sweat trickling down her forehead. Taichi observes her with a complex expression. Sensing the turmoil in her chakra, as if something has ensnared her, he asks, "Tsunade, what's wrong?" Tsunade clenches her jaw, whispering, "It's nothing. I can." Yet her hand remains unable to touch the child's wound. After the child is saved, Tsunade's hand rests on her knee, unmoving. In a low, gravelly voice, she asks Taichi, "In such circumstances, why would you still choose to save him?" Taichi tilts his head, seemingly perplexed by the question's significance. Why? He was in pain. Why not save him? Tsunade falls silent for a moment, her gaze becoming increasingly complex. "Perhaps you have yet to truly grasp the brutality of war, the depth of its suffering. This may be where you and this shinobi world diverge." She looks down at her hands, filled with self-reproach and unwillingness. "And I, who once prided myself on being able to save lives from despair, can only watch helplessly as life fades time and again before my eyes." Taichi gazes at her and gently states, "But Haven T, you saved me, and this child." His words serve as a key, gently unlocking the long-sealed corners of Tsunade's heart. Her hand trembles slightly as she rises, inhaling deeply before addressing Shizen. "Please hand me that medical kit." She approaches another injured refugee, her hands still quivering. Yet she grits her teeth and applies medical ninjutsu to staunch the bleeding and treat the wounds. Shizen quietly observes this scene, her eyes filled with pride and admiration. On the other side of the village, Tsunade and Shizen discover several refugees hiding in a dilapidated building. They are ragged and gaunt, and upon seeing Tsunade, a flicker of fear crosses their faces, as if accustomed to the destruction brought by ninjas. "We have nothing to give you. Please do not harm us." An elderly woman trembles, her voice quaking. A complex glimmer passes through Tsunade's eyes as she softly replies, "We are not here to harm you. We are merely passing through." The refugee's eyes are filled with wariness and pain. The woman murmurs, "We no longer wish to believe in ninjas. War has destroyed everything here. Ninjas have not protected us, but rather devastated us." Tsunade falls silent. Taichi stands beside her and quietly asks, "Is the war caused by ninjas?" Tsunade does not respond. Instead, she crouches down and offers the food in her hands to the refugees. Watching them eagerly swallow, her expression grows increasingly grave. The tide of rage and helplessness against her surging within her heart. As the trio departs the village, the rain intensifies. Tsunade glances back, her expression complex. Taichi walks beside her and inquires, "Tsunade, will the war ever end?" Tsunade does not answer immediately. After a moment, she softly states, "I don't know, but I will do my utmost to prevent further harm. At the very least, I do not wish to see those around me perish." Taichi looks at her, nodding in a semblance of understanding. Amidst the relentless rain, the three continue along the muddy path. Leaving the ruins of the land of rain behind. Tsunade's steps grow increasingly resolute. As night falls, the incessant drizzle in the land of rain feels particularly frigid. The trio temporarily settles in an abandoned wooden hut. Where Tsunade kindles a fire, raindrops trickle from the dilapidated roof, creating an atmosphere of profound silence accompanied by the sound of the wind. Taichi sits by the fire, staring intently at the flames. Curiosity glimmering in his eyes. He reaches out to feel the heat, softly asking Tsunade, "Why is the fire this color?" Tsunade rolls her eyes, languidly responding, "That's not chakra, it's just the result of burning wood. You always ask the strangest questions." Shizen glances up at the night sky, a hint of worry in her voice. "Lady Tsunade, could there be danger nearby? I've heard that the rebels in the land of rain have not yet been completely eradicated." Tsunade rests her elbow on her knee and shrugs. "The land of rain is indeed perilous, but with me here, there is no need to worry." However, just then, Taichi's ears perk up, and he raises his head towards the entrance of the dilapidated hut. Someone is coming. Tsunade immediately stands alert, her gaze sharp, while Shizen swiftly readies her kunai. A familiar voice echoes from outside, accompanied by a hearty laugh. "Hey, Tsunade, what a coincidence to run into you here." "Ah, this damned fate." Tsunade furrows her brow, and upon hearing that familiar tone, a complex mix of emotions rises within her, surprise, helplessness, and a hint of impatience. She abruptly stands, arms crossed, her gaze fixed on the old wooden door. "Jiraiya," she coldly remarks, a note of wariness in her tone. "What kind of mischief are you up to? What brings you to this place?" As the door creaks open, the familiar towering figure steps inside. It is indeed the well-known man with disheveled white hair, clad in a red armor-like attire, carrying a massive scroll on his back. His face bears a familiar smile, yet his eyes betray an unusual depth and seriousness. "Ah, Tsunade, don't be so cold." Jiraiya gently sets down his burden, casually brushing off the rain-soaked outer garment, a characteristic smile tugging at his lips. After all, we've fought side by side for many years. Upon meeting, there should be some warmth of reunion, shouldn't he there? Tsunade rolls her eyes. "Comrade. I wonder who it is that enjoys disappearing without a trace at times." Jiraiya chuckled nonchalantly. Yet his gaze began to survey the interior of the wooden cabin. Soon, his attention was fixed upon Tai, the sight of the silver-haired youth seated beside the fire, with his cascading locks and pallid complexion, momentarily caught him off guard. Chapter 5. Reinforcing the seal once more. Jiraiya scrutinized Tai for a while, a knowing smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He pointed at Tai and then turned to Tsunade, his tone laced with playful mockery. "Well, Tsunade, this lad must be your disciple. Right? To have picked up such a strikingly handsome apprentice, your taste is indeed exceptional." Tsunade's brow twitched violently. Her expression wanted disdain as she rolled her eyes. "Shut up, Jiraiya. He is not my disciple. He is merely an unexpected encounter along my journey." Oh? Jiraiya elongated his intonation, his gaze flitting between Tsunade and Tai, his smile widening. "Not a disciple? Then what is the nature of your relationship? Surely it can't be that you've taken a special interest in his good looks?" Tsunade's pupils contracted, veins bulging at her temples. "What did you just say? You foul toad. Repeat that." Feigning distress, Jiraiya staggered back, clutching his chest as if mortally wounded, wearing an expression of exaggerated sorrow. "Tsunade, I have truly underestimated you. I never imagined you would be intrigued by such a youthful boy, and at that age. Tut. That's quite the case of an old cow grazing on tender grass." Tsunade's face darkened, her fists cracking ominously. "Are you seeking death, Jiraiya?" Standing to the side, Shizen wore an expression of resignation, fully aware of the impending outcome for Jiraiya, who, self-styled as the legendary Toad Sage, always delighted in challenging Tsunade's limits. Seeing Tsunade poised to erupt, Jiraiya hastily raised his hands and feigned innocence. "Please, don't be angry, Tsunade. I was merely jesting. After all, you have never shown such concern for anyone before." Besides, he leaned in closer to Tsunade, sporting a conspiratorial grin. Look at you now, so intimately close to this young lad, one cannot help but wonder. I see it clearly. Tsunade erupted in fury, her fist swinging towards Jiraiya's head. Be quiet. You lecherous toad filled with filthy thoughts. Wow, Jiraiya exclaimed, stumbling backward, hastily shielding his head with both hands, while exclaiming, Tsunade, must you be so violent? Only a brutish old woman would behave this way. Who is the brutish old woman? Tsunade's punch grazed Jiraiya's ear and struck the wooden wall, creating a deep dent. Jiraiya wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, chuckling nervously as he took 2 steps back. No, 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 I stand corrected. Lady Tsunade, you are an elegant, noble, and gentle woman. How could you ever be a brutish old woman? Taichi sat quietly beside the fire, observing the exchange between the 2 adults. Tilting his head, his azure eyes brimmed with confusion. What does an old cow grazing on tender grass mean? He queried innocently. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya's eyes lit up, a mischievous grin spreading across his face as he pointed at Tsunade. Kid, that's a brilliant question. You should ask Tsunade. She's the most qualified to answer. Shut up, Tsunade bellowed, delivering a swift kick to Jiraiya, sending him tumbling onto the ground. Turning her attention to Taichi, Tsunade strove to regain her composure. Her tone tinged with restraint. Taichi, do not listen to this fool. An old cow grazing on tender grass is not a compliment, and it has nothing to do with you. Forget it. Taichi nodded, seemingly understanding yet still puzzled. He softly asked Shizen, then why is Tsunade so angry? Shizen, exuding a sense of helplessness, gently reassured him. Lady Tsunade is merely annoyed by his antics. Lord Jiraiya has a penchant for making strange jokes. Jiraiya, rising from the ground while rubbing his back, muttered, TSK, TSK, such protective instincts. Tsunade, I didn't misspeak, did I? Your concern for him is rather exceptional. Tsunade let out a cold laugh. If you say one more word, I will ensure you leave here crawling. Jiraiya raised his hands in surrender, grinning. All right, I'll keep quiet. But honestly, Tsunade, this kid is quite the looker. If you truly fancy him, I can understand, even though he is still Navi. Your desire to teach him is perfectly fine. Tsunade's fists tightened once more, inhaling deeply. Jiraiya, you have crossed the threshold into the gates of hell. Jiraiya quickly retreated, waving his hands. Just a joke. Just a joke. Don't take it too seriously, Tsunade. But truly, this lad is quite intriguing. After a bout of bickering, Jiraiya finally regained some semblance of seriousness. He shifted his position, sitting beside the fire, gazing at Tsunade with curiosity. But really, Tsunade, who exactly is this boy? He doesn't appear to be an ordinary person. His aura is too unique. Tsunade exhaled deeply, choosing to disregard Jiraiya's frivolity, and stated plainly, he is not from the ninja world. I discovered him at the border of the land of fire. Or more accurately, he fell from the sky. From the sky? Jiraiya's expression shifted from playful to astonished, his brow furrowing as his tone turned unusually grave. Are you serious? He fell from the sky? Tsunade nodded. Indeed. His power is entirely unlike ours. As for his identity, I have yet to ascertain it. Jiraiya fell silent for a moment, his gaze laden with complexity as he regarded Taichi. Whispering, this boy is probably not simple. Sitting there, Jiraiya sighed quietly, murmuring, Tsunade, I've often said you dislike trouble, but this time, you have truly invited a significant predicament upon yourself. Tsunade retorted coldly. I don't need your reminders. Regardless, this boy's appearance, power, and even his aura indeed do not resemble those of our ninja world. Jiraiya stroked his chin, a smile tugging at his lips. But honestly, if you truly have feelings for him, I wouldn't be surprised. After all, who doesn't harbor a dream of an old cow grazing on tender grass? Go to hell. Jiraiya, Tsunade erupted, delivering a punch that sent Jiraiya flying against the wall. He curled up, cradling his head. Is it too much to ask for a joke? Tsunade, you are far too violent. The flames flickered within the wooden cabin, and the bickering of the 3 gradually faded beneath the sound of the night rain. While Taichi sat quietly to the side, staring blankly at the flames, he did not comprehend the adult's jest, yet he had never experienced such an atmosphere. Noisy, yet imbued with a certain warmth. Jiraiya, even you can perceive his uniqueness. And the immense power within him has already been largely sealed by an unusual sealing technique before I discovered it. However, the power that has leaked out remains perilous, thus I hope that we can reinforce the seal once more. Jiraiya pondered for a moment, his gaze shifting from Taichi to Tsunade, a rare seriousness glimmering in his eyes. He set aside his usual frivolity and asked in a low voice, an unusual sealing technique? What kind of power could pose a challenge even to you? Tsunade nodded, her expression grave. Even I cannot discern the specific structure of this sealing technique. It is complex enough to make me suspect it originates from outside the ninja world. Moreover, the seal is incomplete, or rather, its efficacy is gradually waning. I can sense that his power is slowly leaking out, and if we do not find a way to control it, it will inevitably spiral out of control. Jiraiya's brow furrowed tightly as his gaze swept over Tai once more. That moment, Tai sat quietly by the fire, his head bowed as he stared at his own hands, seemingly unaware of the dangerous power he harbored within. His sky-blue eyes reflected the flickering flames, appearing exceptionally innocent. A child possessing such immense power, Jiraiya murmured, then raised his gaze to Tsunade. All right, I understand. If even you perceive it as dangerous, we must not be complacent. We need to reinforce the seal promptly. Otherwise, should the power spiral out of control, the consequences could be unimaginable. Tsunade nodded. That is precisely my intention, even if his power shows no signs of leaking for now. We cannot gamble with the fate of the ninja world. Tsunade approached Tai, crouching down to meet his gaze, her tone gentle yet firm. Tai, we need to temporarily strengthen the seal within you to prevent your power from going out of control. It may be a bit uncomfortable, but I hope you can cooperate. Tai lifted his head, meeting Tsunade's eyes. His voice was calm and harmless. What is a seal? Will it prevent me from using my power? Tsunade pondered for a moment, then explained. The seal is not intended to restrict you, but rather to protect you. You have yet to fully harness your powers. If left unchecked, they may cause harm to both yourself and those around you. Tai lowered his head in contemplation for a moment before gently nodding. Very well. I trust you. Tsunade offered a faint smile. Excellent. Now, you must relax and leave everything to us. Jiraiya stepped into the center of the wooden hut. Retrieving a scroll he always carried and skillfully unfurling it upon the ground. Kneeling on one knee, he began to swiftly inscribe intricate runes on the scroll with a brush, vibrant chakra emanating from the tip of his pen. As he drew the symbols, he spoke without raising his gaze. This sealing technique requires both of us to synchronize our chakra simultaneously. Otherwise, the balance of power may be disrupted. Tsunade seated herself cross-legged on the opposite side. Hands clasped together, I shuddered as she began to gather her chakra. Green healing chakra manifested in her hands, gradually transforming into a golden radiance that enveloped the entire room in a soft glow. Jiraiya glanced at Tsunade's chakra, exclaiming with admiration, as always, Tsunade, your control over chakra is nothing short of enviable. Tsunade, without opening her eyes, replied coolly, stop the chatter and focus. After completing the rune inscriptions, Jiraiya raised his hand to form a seal, calling out loudly, Tai, come here and sit in the center of this formation. Tai stood up and slowly approached the center of the formation. Sitting cross-legged, his expression remained calm, seemingly unafraid, though one hand instinctively clutched the hem of his clothing, betraying a hint of tension. Tsunade and Jiraiya positioned themselves on either side of Tai, both forming seals with their hands as chakra surged from them. Converging into each rune of the formation. As the runes activated with chakra, the formation began to emit a shimmering gold and blue light, gradually forming a protective barrier around Tai. His body began to tremble slightly as the golden runes within him illuminated, revealing intricate and ancient patterns as if stimulated by an external force. These patterns flickered continuously, reflecting the brilliance of the formation. Indeed, this sealing technique did not belong to the ninja world, while controlling his chakra. Jiraiya murmured, these runes are unlike any I have ever encountered. Beads of sweat began to form on Tsunade's forehead as she spoke in a low, steady voice. Do not lose focus. Maintain the flow of chakra. There seems to be a deeper seal within him that we must not disturb. Tai closed his eyes, sensing the power within him being gradually guided and restrained. His breathing grew increasingly rapid, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Yet, he gritted his teeth, remaining silent. Just a little longer. We are almost there, Tsunade thought, adjusting the flow of chakra while observing Tai's condition. As the light began to subside, the runes within Tai gradually dimmed, and he returned to a state of tranquility. The barrier of the formation dissipated, and Tai's body relaxed slowly, collapsing onto the ground as he gasped for air. Tsunade and Jiraiya simultaneously withdrew their hands, both sitting on the ground, feeling somewhat drained. Jiraiya wiped the sweat from his forehead and forced a smile. This was far more difficult than I had anticipated. The power within this kid is akin to an unfathomable lake. Tsunade took a gentle breath, her tone laced with fatigue. Fortunately, we succeeded. At least now, he won't lose control so easily. Tai opened his eyes, looking towards Tsunade and Jiraiya, softly saying, thank you. I feel much lighter. Tsunade smiled slightly, reaching out to ruffle his hair. That's good. Remember, this is merely a temporary seal. You will need to learn to control this power yourself in the future. Jiraiya leaned against the wall, exhaling deeply. Tsunade, you truly are remarkable. For this child, you've pushed your own powers to the limit. Honestly, this isn't your usual demeanor. Tsunade shot him a cold glare. Be quiet. Jiraiya.my actions do not require your judgment. Jiraiya shrugged, yet his gaze returned to Tai, now imbued with a hint of seriousness. But Tsunade, you should understand that this power is not merely a coincidence. Tai's identity is likely far more complex than we can imagine. Protecting him is one thing, but we must also be prepared for the worst. Tsunade offered no reply, her gaze shifting toward Tai. Her eyes reflecting a tinge of intricate emotion. Tai sat quietly, his sky-blue eyes reflecting the flicker of firelight, exuding a calmness that was difficult to decipher. Tai asked softly, will my power truly harm others? Tsunade remained silent for a moment before gently nodding. If you cannot control it, then yes. Tai lowered his head, murmuring, then I must learn to control it, just as you said, so that it does not harm anyone. Jiraiya observed this exchange, a subtle smile gracing his lips, yet his eyes betrayed a profound complexity. He murmured to himself, this child's fate is destined to be anything but simple. Chapter 6. Departure to the Land of Grass. By the way, Jiraiya, how did you end up here? Tsunade suddenly inquired. I came to investigate the emerging organization known as Akatsuki in the Land of Rain, Jiraiya replied, stroking his chin, his expression tinged with complexity. Tsunade, do you remember those 3 children we encountered after our battle with Hanzo? Tsunade paused, her brow furrowing slightly. Are you referring to Yahiko, Nagato, and Conan, those orphans from the Rain Village? Jiraiya nodded, his tone somber. Yes, I stayed in the Land of Rain for a while and taught them ninjutsu. I had hoped they could protect themselves with their own strength. But to my surprise, they have become the core members of Akatsuki over the years. These 3 orphans from the Rain Village, deeply affected by war, aspire to end the conflicts in the ninja world through nonviolent means. Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, Tsunade's gaze flickered momentarily. However, she soon scoffed, crossing her arms as she leaned against the wooden wall. Hope? Jiraiya, do you think too lightly of the cruelty of this ninja world? They're just 3 kids. Even if you teach them ninjutsu, what can they truly change? Will the Land of Rain, or even the ninja world, become better because of 3 children? Jiraiya raised his head, looking at Tsunade with a steady gaze that conveyed a rare determination. Tsunade, I understand your point. The turmoil in the ninja world cannot be easily altered by a few children. But if everyone thinks this way, then the world will only remain shrouded in darkness. I teach them ninjutsu not to make them tools of war, but to empower them to protect themselves and those they cherish. Tsunade remained unmoved, her eyes cold, tinged with pain. To protect those you cherish, Jiraiya, are you not aware that this is the most laughable notion? Protecting one person often means sacrificing another, even at the cost of one's own life. How can you expect these 3 children to truly change the situation? Their ideals will likely become yet another casualty in the face of harsh reality. Her tone grew increasingly frigid, laced with stinging sarcasm. You know well that war excels at trampling beautiful ideals into a bloody mire. Jiraiya fell silent for a moment. Sighing, weariness etched on his face, yet he did not yield. He spoke softly. Tsunade, I understand why you feel this way. You lost Shinsui and Kato Dan. You are utterly disillusioned by war. But because of that, I hope to do something for these children. I do not want them to endure the same pain you have. He lifted his head, his gaze resolute as he looked at Tsunade. Our generation has indeed committed many mistakes, but let me at least capture a glimmer of hope within them. Tsunade was momentarily taken aback by his gaze, then huffed coldly, turning away. Hope cannot be achieved merely by your impassioned words. You wish to protect them, but once they grow up and gain power, how can you be sure they won't become another Hanzo? Jiraiya, you have taught many disciples. You should understand that power alone cannot bring peace, but only more contention. Jiraiya replied with a solemn tone. Yes, I admit that power can be misused, but if we do not use power to guard what truly matters, we will have nothing left. Tsunade, they are the most abandoned souls in the ninja world. They have never had the right to choose. If they have no hope, then this ninja world will inevitably perish in this endless cycle. Tsunade did not respond. She closed her eyes, as if trapped in an inescapable memory. She recalled the image of Shinsui lying in a pool of blood and Kato Dan's final glance, filled with hope, directed at her. That was the most powerless moment of her life, and that sense of helplessness continues to haunt her to this day. After a brief pause, she opened her eyes and asked in a somber tone, Jiraiya, do you truly believe they can succeed? Jiraiya nodded, his voice unwavering. I have faith in them and in the future. Yahiko possesses a formidable will, Nagato wields awe-inspiring power, and Conan possesses unparalleled wisdom. The combination of the 3 of them may pave a different path, one we have never dared to envision. Taichi, who had been quietly listening, suddenly spoke up. Why do you believe these three are the hope? His voice was soft, yet it resonated clearly in the ears of both. Jiraiya turned to Taichi, surprise flickering in his eyes. You're listening too, kid? Taichi nodded, his azure eyes reflecting the firelight as if pondering something. You say they are hope, but from whom does their strength derive? If they need to protect others, why can't others protect themselves? This simple question left Jiraiya momentarily speechless. He paused for a moment, then a bittersweet smile formed on his lips. Kid, your questions are quite piercing. However, some individuals are born without the strength to protect themselves, while others are inherently powerful. If the strong do not assist the weak, the latter will be forever oppressed. Taichi lowered his head, his gaze falling upon his palm. Speaking with a serious tone, but sometimes strength can also become a weapon that inflicts harm. Jiraiya was taken aback, then turned to Tsunade. Discovering her expression had also grown exceptionally complex. Taichi's statement seemed to strike a chord deep within both of them. Jiraiya sighed, his smile fading significantly. He spoke gently yet firmly. Indeed, strength can indeed cause harm. Yet, if you can learn to control it, directing it toward protection rather than destruction, then it is worth possessing. Those children are learning to use their power to safeguard what they hold dear. He paused, his gaze drifting toward the inky blackness of the night. The ninja world does not require more slaughter. What we need are individuals who can stand up and put an end to it all. Perhaps this is too naive, but if we cannot even dare to entertain such innocent thoughts, what does that make our generation? Tsunade remained silent, her head bowed as she gazed at the ground. Her fists slowly clenched and then gradually relaxed. The flickering flames of the fire cast dancing shadows on the distinct faces of the three. Outside, the sound of rain began to subside, revealing a few scattered stars in the night sky. Jiraiya broke the silence, smiling. All right, let's not be so serious. Tsunade, I know you may not agree with my methods, but rest assured, I know my limits. The kids I teach will never be turned into instruments of slaughter. Tsunade raised her head and coldly replied, I hope what you say is true. If they stray from the right path, I will not show mercy. Jiraiya shrugged, a hint of helpless laughter in his eyes. Tsunade, can't you have a bit more faith in me? Taichi continued to gaze down at his palm, as if questioning his inner self. What is the true meaning of strength? The firelight danced, illuminating his face, and in his azure eyes shimmered a blend of innocence and complexity. Tsunade and Jiraiya exchanged glances, both seeing the same doubts and hopes reflected in each other's eyes. The future, whether it would be the hope Jiraiya envisioned, remained unanswered. As dawn broke, the sky over the land of rain was still shrouded in thick clouds, the humid air casting a sense of heaviness. The campfire from the previous night had extinguished, leaving a thin layer of ash on the ground. Jiraiya gently slung the massive scroll onto his back once more, turning to stand at the threshold of the wooden hut, casting a lingering glance at Tsunade and Taichi, a smile gracing his lips, mingled with reluctance and anticipation. All right, Tsunade, this is where we part ways for now. He raised a hand to scratch his head, feigning nonchalance. Honestly, this journey to the land of rain has been more thrilling than I expected. I never anticipated encountering you, and this intriguing little fellow. Tsunade stood at the doorway, arms crossed, her expression unreadable as she regarded Jiraiya. It's easy for you to say, but what are you planning next? Will you continue to guide those children or directly intervene in the situation of the land of rain? Jiraiya chuckled, yet his eyes carried a hint of seriousness. Their future is their own. All I can do is offer guidance. As for the land of rain, I will not interfere too much. This is their battlefield. I merely hope they can survive. Tsunade furrowed her brow slightly. I just hope you don't end up getting yourself killed. You have a knack for getting into trouble. Don't say that, Tsunade. Jiraiya waved his hand, a carefree smile returning. If even I don't meddle in affairs, wouldn't the world be far more boring? Jiraiya lowered his gaze to Taichi, who stood beside Tsunade. He crouched down to meet Taichi's eyes, gently patting his shoulder. Little one, I know you might have many questions right now, and perhaps you don't understand why you must control your power. Jiraiya's tone softened, radiating warmth. But remember, no matter how many people covet your strength, the true battle you must face is with yourself. Taichi looked up, his clear blue eyes meeting Jiraiya's, softly asking, what does it mean to face oneself? Jiraiya paused for a moment, then smiled warmly. It means that regardless of how the world changes, no matter how powerful you become, the most crucial aspect is to clarify your own heart, what you wish to protect. What kind of person you aspire to be? Taichi nodded slowly, in a manner that suggested he was beginning to comprehend, murmuring, I understand. Jiraiya rose, turning to Tsunade. Tsunade, this child is remarkable, since you've chosen to take him under your wing. Be prepared to face the ensuing troubles. Tsunade scoffed lightly. I don't need your reminders. I know what I'm doing. As for you, stop dreaming of being some kind of savior. Be careful you don't end up losing your own life. Jiraiya laughed heartily, waving his hand dismissively. Fear not. I, Jiraiya, am the renowned sage of the toads, the master of the child of prophecy. It's not so easy for me to die. Jiraiya turned and walked down the path enveloped in rain. His figure gradually blurred against the gray sky, yet his voice remained clear. Tsunade, whenever you need help, remember to call me. Don't miss me too much. Tsunade coldly retorted. Stop being so full of yourself. Just go. Jiraiya's laughter faded into the distance, ultimately vanishing into the damp air. Tsunade stood at the threshold, watching as his silhouette completely melded into the rain, her expression growing increasingly complex. In a cautious tone, Shizune inquired, Lady Tsunade, is Jiraiya-sama really going to be all right? Tsunade withdrew her gaze, responding with nonchalance. He is a fool, but more resilient than anyone. After bidding farewell to Jiraiya, Tsunade turned to Taichi and Shizune, her tone taking on a slight commanding edge. All right, we should be on our way. Our next destination is the Land of Birds. We cannot linger here for too long. Shizune nodded. Understood, Lady Tsunade. Taichi glanced up at the overcast sky, softly asking, Tsunade, why are we going to the Land of Birds? Tsunade shot him a glance, her eyes carrying a hint of depth. Because unusual news has recently emerged from there. It may not concern you, but I must verify it. Taichi refrained from probing further, silently trailing behind Tsunade. His steps appeared somewhat sluggish, yet his gaze brimmed with a mix of anticipation and unease toward the unknown. The trio continued along the muddy path, the rain gradually ceasing, though the air still enveloped them in a cold, damp embrace. Tsunade led the way, Shizune closely following, while Taichi brought up the rear, seemingly observing everything around him in silence. Tsunade, Taichi suddenly spoke. What is it? Tsunade glanced back. Jiraiya mentioned that facing one's inner self is vital. Taichi murmured, a hint of confusion in his voice, but I don't know what my heart desires, nor do I know what I want to protect. Tsunade halted, turning to him with a softened gaze. She crouched down to meet Taichi's eyes directly. Taichi, no one knows from the beginning what they truly want. Many answers are only found through experience. Her voice was low and comforting. For now, you don't need to know so much. Just remember, no matter what you encounter, always trust your instincts. Tai nodded slightly, though his face still bore a look of confusion. He seemed to begin to grasp some understanding of Tsunade's words. After bidding farewell to Jiraiya, Tsunade turned to Tai and Shizune, her tone imbued with a hint of command. All right, it is time for us to depart. Our next destination is the Land of Grass. We cannot afford to linger here too long. Shizune nodded in acknowledgement. Understood, Lady Tsunade. Tai gazed up at the overcast sky and, in a hushed voice, inquired, Tsunade, why are we headed to the Land of Grass? The Land of Grass is renowned for its exquisite lamb meat. After so many years of conflict, I have long yearned for the culinary delights of that region. Ahaha, Tsunade exclaimed, a broad smile illuminating her face. Then let us set forth. Chapter 7. The imminent special training. The purpose of Tsunade's journey was none other than the capital of the Land of Grass. Unlike the ninja villages, the capital was a city predominantly inhabited by common folk, exuding a robust pastoral and urban ambience, distinctly different in style from other ninja villages or militarized cities within the ninja world. The city's layout appeared remarkably orderly. There were no towering walls or overly complex defensive structures. Instead, an open and welcoming environment prevailed. Flanking the roads were neatly arranged residences and modest thatched houses, with the air infused with the fragrance of fresh grass and the rich aroma of roasted meat. Scattered throughout the city were pastures and bustling markets, where vendors energetically called out to every passerby. Children frolicked on the grassy patches, while flocks of sheep grazed leisurely nearby, the shepherd's whistle intertwining with the vendors' shouts, painting a picture of tranquil yet vibrant daily life. What a delightful life this is! Tsunade exclaimed loudly, taking a hearty bite of a freshly grilled lamb skewer, with juices adorning the corners of her mouth. A visage of complete relaxation. In her other hand, she clutched a bottle of alcohol, drinking heartily without a care for her image, the scent of the liquor mingling with that of the meat, permeating the entire tavern. The tavern itself was quite simple, surrounded by wooden planks and burlap, with outdoor seating that allowed patrons to feel the gentle breeze and warm sun of the grasslands. The proprietor was a robust middle-aged man, fervently grilling lamb skewers over the charcoal fire. Though the tavern was not expansive, it was bustling with activity, with several wooden tables nearly filled with local residents and traveling guests. Shizune sat beside Tsunade, helplessly supporting her forehead, murmuring, Lady Tsunade, We have run out of excess funds. Is this not a bit excessive? Her tone carried an unmistakable concern, her gaze furtively darting towards the tavern owner, seemingly apprehensive about the awkward situation of consuming food and drink without the means to settle the bill. Tsunade, while chewing on her lamb, waved her hand dismissively, nonchalantly stating, "Do not be so anxious, Shizen. Opportunities like this are rare. After our arduous journey, we have finally arrived in the capital of the land of grass. We ought to indulge a little." She paused, shaking the bottle of alcohol in her hand, raising her brow. "The liquor here is quite splendid. Paired with this lamb, it's simply extraordinary." Her words were delivered without restraint, imbued with a hint of inebriation, drawing furtive glances from several residents of the land of grass, though none dared to approach. Tsunade's presence was as commanding as the blazing charcoal within the tavern. Fiery and intense, evoking an involuntary sense of reverence. Tai sat on the opposite side, also holding a lamb skewer, yet he appeared somewhat reserved in his eating, cautiously savoring a bite, his eyes widened in astonishment. A look of uncontainable delight spreading across his face. This meat is utterly delicious. However, his excitement was swiftly overshadowed by the weight of reality. Glancing at Tsunade and then at Shizen, he quietly asked, "Tsunade, what will we do if we run out of money?" Upon hearing Tai's question, Tsunade momentarily paused with her skewer, but a smile soon graced her lips. Chewing on her meat, she replied in a tone laced with nonchalance, "Kid, what do you mean, what will we do without money? I've lived for so many years. When have I ever fretted over not having money?" She placed the bottle of liquor on the table with a swift motion, as if concluding a battle, then playfully patted Tai on the shoulder with a force that nearly made him drop his skewer on the ground. A hearty smile adorned Tsunade's face, her eyes narrowed. The mingling sense of liquor and meat wafting about her. It seemed as though she paid no mind to the pressing issues of reality. "Kid, I am the most formidable medical ninja in the ninja world. What significance does a lack of money hold? Stick with me. It's about time I show you a thing or two." Tai looked at her in bewilderment. "Show a thing or two?" A mysterious smile curled at the corners of Tsunade's mouth. "Do you think we can just stroll through the land of grass without anyone asking for our assistance? Remember, the value of a ninja is not solely in tasks and combat. Wisdom and healing can also yield rewards. From here on out, you'd best pay attention. Just because this place seems peaceful does not mean nothing will occur." Shizen sighed resignedly from the side. "Lady Tsunade, every time you mention showing off, it never amounts to just a little." Tsunade burst into a hearty laugh, lifting her bottle once more, drinking boldly, her eyes gleaming with confidence. "Then let us wait and see." As the gentle breeze swept across the grasslands, the tavern's sign swayed softly in the wind, the aromas of liquor and meat intertwining, filled with the essence of life. In that moment, Tai sensed that perhaps the journey ahead held expanses far beyond the grassy plains before him. True to her word, the following morning, Tsunade, accompanied by Shizen and Tai, departed from the tavern, heading straight for the grand estate of the daimyo of the land of grass. Before the daimyo's residence, a squad of guards stood vigilantly. But upon Tsunade revealing the emblem of Konoha and the legendary title of the three ninjas, the guards dared not slacken their vigilance and promptly informed the daimyo. Moments later, the daimyo himself emerged to greet them. A middle-aged man clad in resplendent attire yet unable to conceal his pale complexion and weary demeanor. Upon seeing Tsunade, he appeared as though he had found a savior, hastily exclaiming, "Lady Tsunade, I have heard you are the pinnacle of medical ninjas in the ninja world. My chronic headache has tormented me for years. Might I trouble you to treat it?" Upon hearing this, Tsunade's lips curled into a self-assured smile. "A headache? Leave it to me. I assure you it will be cured." However, she elongated her words with a suggestive tone. The daimyo immediately grasped her implication, hurriedly signaling for a servant to bring forth a heavy chest. When the lid was opened, it revealed a wealth of shimmering gold coins and jewels. "Lady Tsunade, should you heal my affliction, all of this shall be yours." Tsunade nodded with satisfaction, patting the daimyo on the shoulder. "Rest assured, give me 10 minutes. Tsunade had the daimyo sit down, placing her hands upon his head. Green chakra emanating gently as the chakra flowed into him. The daimyo's brow unfurled, and his complexion swiftly improved. Within moments, he stood up, elated. "The headache that has plagued me for years has miraculously vanished. I had relied solely on medication for so long. Never did I imagine Lady Tsunade's medical prowess to be so extraordinary." The daimyo repeatedly bowed in gratitude, subsequently instructing his men to deliver the chest to Tsunade. She accepted the payment with a beaming smile, turning to Shizen and Tai. "Did you see that? This is the pinnacle of earning money." Word spread quickly, and nobles and prominent figures from the land of grass flocked to the daimyo's estate, beseeching Tsunade for treatment. Some suffered from aches and pains, others from indigestion, while a few simply sought to establish connections with the legendary Tsunade. Naturally, Tsunade would not let such an opportunity slip by. As she treated ailments, she boldly quoted her prices. "I am the legendary medical ninja. This service is not for just anyone." Although the nobles winced at the exorbitant fees, they were fully aware of Tsunade's remarkable skills and willingly parted with their treasures, offering rare jewels, medicinal herbs, and gold coins. Assisting at her side, Shizun gazed at the mountain of payment boxes accumulating before them, unable to suppress a quiet exclamation. "Lady Tsunade, you are truly incredible. Not only is your medical skill unparalleled, but your negotiation prowess is equally formidable." Tai's eyes sparkled with excitement as he clenched his fists, exclaiming, "Tsunade is amazing. To earn so much in such a short time. I want to learn this ability too." Upon hearing this, Tsunade turned and affectionately patted Tai's head. "Kid, this is not something that can be learned so easily. Medical ninjutsu cannot be mastered solely through talent. It requires diligence and effort." However, she paused, a proud smile gracing her lips. "Stick with me and learn well. One day, you too will stand on your own." After a day filled with activity, Tsunade strode out of the daimyo's estate, a box brimming with payment in hand, her spirits soaring. Silently cradling several bottles of exquisite medicinal herbs gifted by nobles, Tai displayed an expression of pure excitement as he held a box of precious pastries. Their party returned home, laden with treasures. Tsunade turned to Tai in silent, smiling as she declared, "This time, we have truly reaped a bountiful harvest. Now, allow me to conduct specialized training for you," with a mischievous wink regarding the funds. She added, "There will be no shortage of food, drink, and merriment." Chapter 8. The specialized training in the land of grass. Tsunade and her companions temporarily settled in a serene farmhouse on the outskirts of the capital of the land of grass. Determined to utilize this time effectively, Tsunade resolved to initiate targeted training for Tai and Silent.as, one of the legendary ninjas of Konoha. Tsunade was renowned not only for her formidable physical prowess but also for her exceptional medical ninjutsu skills that were invaluable treasures. Difficult for Tai and Silent to acquire. Tai's specialized training focused on mastering the control of his own strength. During a sparring match, Tsunade noted that despite the multiple seals restraining Tai's unique energy, his reflexes were remarkably acute, rivaling even those of Minato Namikaze. The latter had been able to seize the initiative and counterattack during an ambush by Obito, thanks to his extraordinary reflexes. Moreover, Tai's physical abilities were comparable to, if not superior to, those of the Senju clan. At the outset of the training, Tsunade drew several circles on the grass outside the farmhouse, placing small stones as targets within each circle. With her arms crossed and a serious gaze fixed on Tai, she stated, "Tai, your strength is indeed considerable. However, if it cannot be controlled with precision, it will only lead to self-inflicted difficulties in battle. Today's objective is to use your strength to propel the stones out of the circles, ensuring they come to a stop just outside. Not too far and not too close." Tai stared at the diminutive stones, swallowing hard. "Isn't this a bit too difficult?" Tsunade chuckled softly, picking up a stone and demonstrating by flicking it, causing it to traverse the circle's edge perfectly. You see, this is about the measure of your strength, not brute force. Now, give it a try." Taking a deep breath and steadying himself, Tai raised his hand to mimic Tsunade's motion. However, his initial attempt sent the stone flying like an arrow, crashing against a nearby boulder with a resounding bang. Tsunade sighed, rubbing her forehead. "You still have a long way to go, kid. That was far too much power." Recognizing the need for a shift in strategy, Tsunade swiftly retrieved a slender wooden stick and instructed Tai to remain still. She then gently tossed a stone into the air, requiring Tai to catch it with the stick. This exercise demanded both speed and precision from Tai. Any miscalculation would result in excessive force, scattering the stones. Initially, Tai's movements were awkward, causing him to deflect the stone away each time. Dejected, he looked at Tsunade and lamented, "Tsunade, am I simply incapable of controlling my strength?" With resolute strides, Tsunade approached him, lightly tapping his forehead with her fist, her tone unwavering. "Enough of that nonsense. Keep practicing. Control of strength is developed through daily repetition. No one is born with this skill. Remember, maintain steady breathing. Let your movements flow with the force, and do not resist it." Gritting his teeth, Tai persevered, and after hours of effort, he began to discover a sense of coordination. Upon successfully catching the stone for the first time, he leaped in excitement. "I did it, Tsunade. Did you see? With a smile at the corners of her mouth, Tsunade cautioned, "Don't get too cocky. That's merely the foundation. The true training lies ahead, breaking this rock without shattering it into pieces." She pointed to a seemingly solid boulder, causing Tai's eyes to widen in disbelief. "Tsunade, that rock is enormous. How could I possibly break it without reducing it to fragments? Isn't that asking too much?" A hint of provocation danced at the corners of Tsunade's smile as she crossed her arms, her tone stern yet composed. "This isn't a challenge. It's to enhance your control over strength if you cannot manage a single stone. How can you hope to strike an enemy's vital points accurately in battle?" Tai swallowed hard, glancing at the substantial rock before him, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. "But this is incredibly difficult. It's either a full-force strike that shatters it or a gentle tap that does nothing. How do I find that balance?" Tsunade approached the stone with grace, fully aware of the intricacies of chakra control. She raised a hand, blue chakra swirling within her palm, and with almost imperceptible speed, she delivered a precise and powerful strike to the rock. With a muffled thud, the massive boulder split cleanly in two, fragments remaining almost stationary. Clapping her hands together, Tsunade beamed with pride. "Did you see that? This is the essence of precise control, splitting the rock while ensuring minimal debris. This is what precision means, and this is the level you need to achieve." Tai gaped, astonished at the sight of the boulder now cleaved in half. "Tsunade, that was incredible. Is this really something I can learn?" Raising an eyebrow with confidence, Tsunade replied, "Whether you can learn it depends on your determination. Now, begin your attempt, but don't expect to solve it with a single punch. Adjust your strength, concentrate your chakra to a point, and feel for the rock's weakness." Taking a deep breath, Tai clenched his fist and positioned himself before the stone. Closing his eyes, he endeavored to concentrate his power as instructed by Tsunade. However, when he struck, the rock erupted with a resounding crash, shattering into countless pieces. "Ha ha ha ha," Tsunade laughed heartily. "And this is the consequence of relying on brute force. I knew you'd do this." Feeling defeated, Tai scratched his head in frustration. "Tsunade, this is impossibly difficult. I can't sense any weakness at all." Tsunade's laughter subsided, her hands on her hips as she regarded him with seriousness. "This is your issue, Tai. You are always too eager for results, neglecting to think. Control over strength is not achieved through force but through sensation. Now, do not rush. Try touching the stone with your fingertips to locate its most fragile point." Squatting down, Tsunade gently tapped the surface of the rock with her fingers, producing a series of clear sounds. She gestured for Tai to follow suit. "Close your eyes, do not look, and listen with your fingertips. Every stone has its weak point, just like a person. Once found, you can break it with minimal effort. Give it another try." Tai followed Tsunade's instructions, closing his eyes and delicately tapping a new stone with his fingers. His movements began clumsy, yet as time progressed, he gradually found his rhythm, the force of his taps becoming increasingly uniform while his breathing steadied. Suddenly, his fingers halted on a particular spot of the stone, and he opened his eyes. "Tsunade, this area feels different." With a satisfied smile, Tsunade affirmed, "That's the spot. Focus your chakra and gradually strike it with your strength." Tai nodded, raising his fist and inhaling deeply. He concentrated his power in the center of his fist and gently struck the stone. With a crisp crack, a fine fissure appeared on the surface, starkly contrasting the previous shattering. Tai gazed in astonishment at his accomplishment. "That I did it. It really cracked." Tsunade patted his shoulder, a hint of approval gracing her features. "Not bad. It's certainly an improvement from before. But do not become complacent. This is merely the beginning. Next, you must extend that crack all the way to the other side of the stone. Understand?" Tai clenched his fists, determination shining in his eyes. "I understand, Tsunade. This time I will succeed." Observing his expression, Tsunade's lips curled into a satisfied smile. She rose and walked over to Silent, who stood nearby, and quietly remarked, "This kid may be a bit slow, but he possesses decent potential." Silent nodded gently, smiling as she replied, "Lady Tsunade, you truly have a knack for training Tai. His progress has exceeded my expectations." Tsunade's smile widened. "This is just the beginning. I won't let him slack off easily." She glanced at Tai, who was drenched in sweat, diligently practicing, her gaze filled with a mix of pride and anticipation. On that day, the outskirts of the land of grass echoed with the sound of Tai's forceful strikes against the stone, a sound that seemed to herald the rise of a future powerhouse. Although Tai complained vocally, he remained fully committed, his sweat gradually soaking through his clothing. In contrast to Tai's vigorous training, Silent's regimen was quieter and more intricate. Tsunade led Silent to an open space in the farmhouse's backyard, presenting a medical kit and a wounded rabbit, commencing her explanation of the fundamentals of medical ninjutsu. Opening the kit, Tsunade retrieved some basic medicinal supplies. Instructing silent, the essence of medical ninjutsu lies in the precise control of chakra. There must be no waste or disorder. Otherwise, not only will you fail to save a life, but you may also inadvertently harm the patient. You must learn to awaken the self-healing abilities of cells using chakra. Much like this, Tsunade placed her hand upon the wounded rabbit, and the emerald chakra flowed gently around the creature's injury. Akin to a delicate spring breeze, the wound, as if time itself were reversing, began to heal at an astonishing pace. Shizen gazed in awe, exclaiming, "This is simply miraculous." However, Tsunade's expression remained serious. The theory is simple, yet the execution is exceedingly difficult. Focus on channeling your chakra, ensuring it stabilizes as it flows to the rabbit's wound. Shizen cautiously followed her instructions, but her chakra flitted about uncontrollably like the biting winds of early winter, causing the rabbit to tremble slightly, fear glimmering in its eyes. Tsunade quickly interjected, "You must be more patient. Treat your chakra as if it were fragile porcelain. Handle it with care. Imagine it as a flowing stream rather than a raging flame." Taking a deep breath, Shizen endeavored once more. This time, her chakra resembled the gentle waters of an autumn brook. Although considerably more subdued, it still needed to navigate the rocks to find its precise path. Tsunade sighed, "Do not be disheartened. Your chakra control is commendable, but it requires time. Starting tomorrow, you will practice on your own hands to learn to mend minor injuries. This will help you become more familiar with the process." Next, Tsunade imparted vital medical knowledge, explaining how to utilize chakra to stabilize a patient's vital signs, master the techniques of hemostasis and delicate suturing, and swiftly concoct antidotes. As she demonstrated, she emphasized, "These are the fundamentals. Without a solid foundation, complex treatments will be beyond your reach." Shizen diligently noted each step, her eyes brimming with focus and anticipation. "Lady Tsunade, I will surely succeed." After a day's intensive training, Tai and Shizen sat on the grass outside the farmhouse. Gazing at the stars above, stretching, Tai remarked, "Tsunade truly lives up to her reputation as one of the legendary Sannin. Her training is rigorous, yet I can feel myself improving." Shizen, cradling a medical notebook, smiled softly. "Indeed, while Lady Tsunade is strict, her teachings have imparted me with invaluable knowledge that I never imagined I could genuinely engage with medical ninjutsu." At that moment, Tsunade emerged from the room, a bottle of sake in hand, with a sharp gaze. She addressed the two, "Do not think today's training has concluded. Tomorrow's challenges will be even more formidable. You two must not allow me to catch you slacking." Tai and Shizen exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting fatigue, yet also a resolute determination. Their journey in the land of grass was only just beginning. Note 1. Tai's Byakugan has undergone a mutation due to genetic fusion, resulting in sky-blue irises that resemble stars when observed closely. When activating his ocular techniques, his eyes emit a brilliant azure glow, akin to the Rinnegan of the Otsutsuki clan. Chapter 9. After the training of Uzumaki Hibi ended, Tsunade and her companions had to depart from the secluded farmhouse in the land of grass and resume their journey. Though both Tai and Shizen felt a tinge of regret at the training's conclusion, they understood that true growth must be accrued through combat experience. However, what truly left them speechless was that the real reason for the training's end was that Tsunade had gambled away their remaining medical fees. The roads of the land of grass were flanked by vast meadows, where a gentle breeze carried the refreshing scent of grass, invigorating their spirits. Tai, burdened with a backpack filled with basic supplies, could not help but voice a complaint. "Lady Tsunade, shouldn't we be conserving resources? After all, we no longer even have enough to stay at an inn." Tsunade waved her hand dismissively. "Stop your whining. A bit of hardship is not detrimental. Did you not express a desire to grow through actual combat during training? Now is your chance. Walking is part of that training." Shizen sighed and looked into the distance. "That may be true, but we should at least find a way to earn some money. Without it, we won't even be able to afford a meal." Tsunade waved her hand confidently. "Do not fret. I have a feeling something significant will soon come our way. In times like these, there will be not only battles but also new opportunities. Besides, I never lose twice." Upon hearing this, Tai felt a chill run down his spine and muttered under his breath, "You have clearly lost quite thoroughly." One day during their travels, they arrived at a clearing near a forest, where they suddenly heard a cacophony of shouts and footsteps nearby. Tsunade raised her hand, signaling for silence. "There is commotion. Let us go investigate." The three swiftly concealed themselves in the grass, moving toward the source of the noise. They beheld a group of ninjas from the grass village pursuing a red-haired woman. The woman appeared disheveled, clad in tattered clothing, with multiple injuries, cradling a child in her arms, her speed dwindling. The leader of the grass ninjas shouted, "Stop! You can't escape." Return willingly, or we will not hesitate to use force. Ignoring him, the red-haired woman gritted her teeth and continued to run, but stumbled and fell to the ground. Ha! You think you can run? Several grass ninjas surrounded her, one brandishing a kunai, threateningly stating, "We warned you. How dare you attempt to flee? You are courting death." Tsunade's brow furrowed, and she whispered urgently to Shizen and Tai, "This situation is dire. That woman is no ordinary person. Look at her fiery hair and the chakra emanating from her. She is indeed formidable." Tai's eyes shone with determination as he clenched his fists. "Tsunade, should we intervene?" Tsunade nodded. "Yes, but do not kill. This is the territory of the land of grass. There is no need to invite trouble." Tai was the first to charge forward, delivering a powerful punch that sent two grass ninjas flying away from the red-haired woman. After a month of rigorous training, Tai had not yet mastered his strength but could control it sufficiently to incapacitate the ninjas without taking their lives. The remaining grass ninjas were astonished by Tai's sudden appearance, exclaiming, "Who are you? What do you want?" Tsunade emerged from the underbrush with a relaxed demeanor, arms crossed, and replied, "Do I need to explain? I am here to save her. It is not righteous to overwhelm the few." Shizen quickly stepped forward, helping the red-haired woman to her feet while releasing green medical chakra to alleviate her injuries. The leader of the grass ninjas gritted his teeth. "Stay out of this. She is a traitor from the hidden grass village, having stolen an important scroll. We are merely taking her back for punishment." Tsunade scoffed. "Stolen scroll? From her appearance, it is clear you are exploiting her abilities. Coercing her into servitude. I have heard more than enough about the reputation of the hidden grass village." The grass ninja's expression shifted, clearly caught off guard by her insight. "You speak nonsense. Do not blame us for being impolite." Before he could finish, the grass ninjas charged forward, but they were swiftly defeated through the combined efforts of Tsunade, Tai, and Shizen, leaving the injured scattered on the ground, groaning in pain. Tsunade clapped her hands together and approached the red-haired woman. Lowering her gaze as she softly inquired, "What is your name? Why is the hidden grass village pursuing you?" The red-haired woman trembled as she stood, her eyes reflecting a mix of caution and gratitude. She whispered, "My name is Hibi, and I am a ninja from the hidden grass village. They pursue me because I am a descendant of the Uzumaki clan." Tsunade raised her eyebrows in surprise. "The Uzumaki clan? That explains your remarkable vitality and unique chakra." Hibi nodded, her voice tinged with exhaustion. "They used my body to heal the injured and even treated me as a tool in warfare. They promised that my child would live a life like any other child in the hidden grass village, but I do not want my child to endure that kind of life. I have had enough. So, I escaped when the guards were not looking, hoping to find a place where we could not be discovered." Tsunade regarded the trembling red-haired woman with a complex emotion in her eyes. She sighed, her tone gentle yet firm. "You did the right thing, Hibi. No one should be treated as a mere tool, especially not at the cost of sacrificing their own children for cold-blooded interests." Hibi's voice quivered with suppressed emotion, but she held back her tears, continuing, "Yet after I escaped, I realized the hidden grass village had already sent ninjas to hunt me down. I fled and hid. Yet I am utterly exhausted. If not for your assistance, I do not know how much longer I could have endured." Tsunade remained silent for a moment, seemingly processing her story. She then spoke slowly. "Hibi, the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan is precious. It is not merely a burden but also a source of strength. You are not alone. If you so wish, I can escort you back to Konoha. Konoha once held profound ties with the Uzumaki clan, and we shall certainly protect you and your child." Fei Ling's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Tsunade. "Will Konoha truly accept a fugitive like me?" Observing Fei Ling's expression, Tsunade spoke slowly. "You are a descendant of the Uzumaki clan. I can perceive the indomitable spirit inherent in your bloodline. But do you know, my grandmother was also of the Uzumaki clan. Her name was Uzumaki Mido." Hearing that name, Fei Ling's eyes widened further, her lips quivering slightly. "Uzumaki Mido? Lady Mido is your grandmother?" Tsunade nodded, her tone laced with gravity. "Indeed. Uzumaki Mido is not only my grandmother, but also a legendary figure of the Uzumaki clan. Her chakra was powerful enough to subdue tailed beasts, and she was the first to seal the Ninetails within her body. You have inherited the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan, and thus you possess that potential as well." Fei Ling's eyes began to glisten with tears. She bit her lip and murmured, "I have heard my mother mention Lady Mido's name since childhood. She said that Mido was the pride of our Uzumaki clan. But I never imagined I would meet her descendant." Tsunade let out a soft sigh. Stepping closer to Fei Ling and placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder, her gaze resolute. "Fei Ling, while the Uzumaki clan may have diminished in war, its spirit and strength have never faded. As a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, you should not be treated in such a manner, nor should you relinquish control of your destiny to others. Fei Ling lifted her gaze, meeting the unwavering warmth in Tsunade's eyes, her heart swelling as she softly replied, "But my power has only ever brought me pain and confinement. I do not know how to wield it." Tsunade smiled gently, her tone softening. "Do not worry. This is precisely what I wish to teach you. I am not only a medical ninja but also a combat ninja. I will help you understand that power is not merely a tool for saving others or for being exploited. It can also serve as a weapon for your own protection." Shizen stepped forward, offering Fei Ling a clean cloth to wipe away the blood and tears from her face, speaking softly. "Fei Ling, Lady Tsunade is right. Your strength is a precious asset, and only you can decide how to wield it." Taichi scratched his head, taking the water bottle from Shizen and handing it to Fei Ling. "You can't go wrong by listening to Lady Tsunade. She is truly remarkable. Although she may occasionally splurge, no one surpasses her in combat and medical prowess." Hearing these words, Fei Ling bowed her head in contemplation for a moment before nodding firmly. "I understand. From this day forth, I shall no longer evade. I will learn to control my own power and will not allow it to be my shackles." Tsunade smiled with satisfaction. "Excellent. If that is the case, then from today onward, you shall accompany us. Henceforth, you will be a member of our team." Fei Ling offered a grateful smile. "Thank you, Lady Tsunade. I shall not betray your trust." The addition of Fei Ling and Cheyenne invigorated the team. Yet it also brought forth more uncertainties and challenges on their journey. Like Tsunade, she too was a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, inheriting the formidable vitality, chakra, and indomitable fighting spirit of her lineage. Tsunade was determined to pass on the spirit of the Uzumaki clan in her own way, aiding Fei Ling in discovering her own path. Note 1. Uzumaki Fei Ling. After the annihilation of the Uzumaki clan, Fei Ling and her young daughter, Uzumaki Cheyenne, relied on each other and ultimately found themselves in the land of grass. However, they did not find peace. Rather, they were viewed as tools by the hidden grass village. Fei Ling was coerced into using the powerful vitality of the Uzumaki clan to serve the village, healing the wounded and restoring chakra, and was even forced to partake in inhumane experiments. The exploitation and oppression from the hidden grass village tormented Fei Ling. Nevertheless, she remained resolute, determined to escape this hellish place with Sharon. In their moment of despair, they were fortuitously rescued by Tsunade and Otsutsuki Taichi, enabling the mother and daughter to break free from the control of the hidden grass village and start anew. However, this experience left an everlasting scar on the hearts of Fei Ling and Cheyenne, profoundly impacting their destinies. Note 2. This narrative is set around the time of Uzumaki Naruto's birth on October 10, 48 years after Konoha's founding, while there is no definitive record of Uzumaki Cheyenne's birth date. Hence, it is established in this narrative that Uzumaki Cheyenne is at least 2 years older than Naruto. Chapter 10. The Pursuit of the Grass Ninjas. On the following morning, the team resumed their journey. They traversed the grassy plains of the Land of Grass, heading toward Konoha. However, they had not traveled far when a pursuing squad from the hidden grass village suddenly appeared, clearly unwilling to let Fei Ling go. The leader of the grass ninjas sneered as he blocked their path. "Lady Tsunade, we have been ordered to bring back Uzumaki Fei Ling. This is an internal matter of the hidden grass village, so please do not interfere." The hidden grass village maintained a cordial relationship with Konoha. Therefore, they addressed Lady Tsunade directly, emphasizing that this was their internal affair. Tsunade crossed her arms and replied coldly, "Internal matter? You grass ninjas merely see Fei Ling as a tool. She is a member of the Uzumaki clan. Do not forget that my grandmother is Uzumaki Mito. The Uzumaki clan has always been an ally of Konoha, and anyone who dares to harm her is my enemy." The leader of the grass ninjas, though reluctant, felt compelled to heed Tsunade's unwavering stance, suppressing his anger and refraining from advancing, fearful that Tsunade might indeed take action. It is well known that Tsunade's formidable reputation is backed by her strength. The leader of the grass ninjas hesitated, clearly weighing the situation. He understood the terrifying power of the golden-haired woman before him. Tsunade was not only one of the legendary Sannin but also a force that commanded respect in the ninja world. Gritting his teeth, he attempted to reason with her. "Lady Tsunade, we are merely following orders. Fei Ling holds special significance for the hidden grass village. Her presence is a crucial pillar of our village's medical system. If you forcibly take her away, it would be tantamount to undermining our village's capacity for survival." Tsunade scoffed, her eyes filled with disdain. "Medical system? Do not use such grandiloquent words to mask your selfishness and coldness. The power of the Uzumaki clan is not meant for your exploitation. Nor is it an excuse for the hidden grass village to merely scrape by. Uzumaki Fei Ling is, from this day forth, a guest of Konoha. Should the hidden grass village dare to lay a finger on her again, I will not hesitate to add another tragic chapter to the history of your village. This statement struck a nerve with the grass ninjas. The hidden grass village was not one of the 5 great ninja villages and lacked the strength of Konoha. Before them stood Tsunade, the embodiment of Konoha's might, and her determination made it clear to the grass ninjas that they were facing a confrontation they could not win. Cold sweat beaded on the forehead of the leader of the grass ninjas as he gritted his teeth. Lady Tsunade, if you insist on interfering, do not blame us for taking extreme measures. Everyone, prepare. Before he could finish, Tsunade made her move in the blink of an eye. A gust of wind erupted from her position. And in the next moment, she appeared before the leader of the grass ninjas. Tsunade gently raised her hand, her index finger pressing against his forehead, yet the slightest pressure rendered him completely immobilized. How utterly foolish, Tsunade remarked with a hint of mockery in her cold tone. Though you know that before you even draw your kunai, I could have already defeated all of you. Now, I offer you 2 choices. Leave. Or allow me to stretch my legs. The leader of the grass ninjas turned pale, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. The other grass ninjas stood frozen, unable to take a single step forward. The leader, trembling, lowered his head and stammered, "Retreat. We are leaving." He understood that continuing this standoff would only lead to humiliation, perhaps even the annihilation of the entire pursuit team. Watching the grass ninjas hastily retreat, Shizen exclaimed excitedly, "Lady Tsunade, you were truly incredible. They didn't even dare to fight back. They were scared away." However, she immediately expressed concern. "But Lady Tsunade, the hidden grass village will not simply give up. They will undoubtedly send stronger ninjas or reach out to other factions to deal with us." Tsunade turned to glance at Fei Ling, her tone resolute. "Let them come. I am eager to see what tricks the hidden grass village can still employ." She then patted Fei Ling's shoulder, her gaze softening considerably. "Do not worry. As long as I am here, no one can harm you." Fei Ling bowed her head in silence for a moment before raising it again, her eyes shining with determination. "Lady Tsunade, thank you. I will no longer hide. If the hidden grass village dares to pursue us, I will fight alongside everyone." Tsunade smiled with pride. "Excellent. This is the spirit of the Uzumaki clan." Taichi, observing the bite marks on Fei Ling's arms and neck, could not help but frown and asked, "Does it hurt?" Fei Ling paused for a moment before gently shaking her head, a faint smile gracing her lips. "It no longer hurts. I have grown accustomed to it." Tai's brows furrowed even more tightly, a flicker of compassion glistening in his eyes. This was not a matter that could be resolved merely through habit. He understood all too well that scars were not just etched upon the skin, but were deeply ingrained in the heart, transforming into an everlasting pain. Observing Fei Ling's facade of strength only complicated his emotions further. "Failing, not all suffering must be borne alone." Tai's voice was low, yet imbued with a hint of determination. Those who had lost their homes due to war often found themselves ensnared in deeper despair because they chose to face their struggles in solitude or felt powerless to resist. "You have us, your comrades in arms. You need not shoulder this endless torment alone." Fei Ling fell silent for a moment, lifting her gaze to meet Tai's, her eyes reflecting a touch of vulnerability, yet she stubbornly replied, "I know you care for me, but there are some things that I must face alone. Those scars are like brands, reminders of my past evasion and cowardice, as well as my fear of burdening others. Things are different now. I refuse to become a liability to everyone." Just as Tai opened his mouth to respond, Tsunade's voice interjected, carrying an air of authority tempered with warmth. "Fei Ling, your spirit is commendable. But do not bear all the responsibility alone. A true warrior never fights alone in the wilderness. They understand the value of trust and reliance on their companions." She stepped beside Fei Ling, gently patting her shoulder, her gaze soft yet resolute. "You are a descendant of the Uzumaki clan. Do not underestimate your worth, nor should you recklessly place yourself in danger. Once we arrive in Konoha, I will assist you in erasing those scars completely. Your only task is to take care of your health." Fei Ling looked at Tsunade, paused for a moment, and finally nodded. "Yes, Lady Tsunade. I will heed your words." Sensing the atmosphere had grown heavy, Shizen stepped forward and jested. All right. Let us not dwell on these distressing matters any longer. Sister Fei Ling, after finally escaping from the grass ninja, we must celebrate upon our return. I promise to prepare a feast for you." Fei Ling was amused, nodding gently. "Thank you, Shizen. I will look forward to it." Tai felt a slight relaxation in his heart as he witnessed the smile on Fei Ling's face. Tsunade shot Tai a teasing glance, saying with a smirk, "You, my young friend, are taking on the role of the big brother." Tai scratched his head shyly. "I'm not a big brother, just a comrade." The group exchanged smiles, and the atmosphere instantly lightened. They swiftly organized their belongings and set forth on their journey deeper into the dense forest. Under the shroud of night, only the sounds of the wind and their footsteps echoed in the tranquility. adding an air of mystery and anticipation to their expedition. Days later, the group finally arrived at the illustrious Short Scroll Street. Renowned throughout the ninja world, this vibrant place, famous for its bustling commercial atmosphere and lively entertainment, stood as a rare hub of activity amidst the chaos of the ninja realm. Colorful lanterns adorned either side of the street. With shops closely knit together, their cacophony of calls and laughter intertwining into a lively symphony. Strolling through, one could almost forget the wars and hatred plaguing the ninja world. Tsunade led the way, seemingly unaware when a lottery ticket appeared in her hand. Her excitement was palpable as she examined the scratch card, muttering, "This time, my luck surely won't falter. Today is destined to be my lucky day." Shizen trailed behind, exhaling a resigned sigh. "Lady Tsunade, we did not come here to gamble, and last time you uttered those words, you lost all your savings." Tsunade cast a dismissive glance at Shizen, waving her hand nonchalantly. "What happened last time is irrelevant. This time is different. Besides, Short Scroll Street is my lucky ground. Perhaps it will bring us unexpected fortune." Failing and Tai lingered slightly behind, taking in the lively scene along the street. Their spirits noticeably lifted. "This place is truly different from others," Failing remarked, her gaze drawn to a pastry shop adorned with colorful flags. "I haven't seen so many smiling faces in quite some time." Tai nodded in agreement, then half-jokingly suggested, "Since we have this rare opportunity, should we sneak away for a bite to eat while Lady Tsunade is off gambling?" Failing couldn't help but laugh. "You should probably confirm that Lady Tsunade won't catch us first." Just as the two were sharing light-hearted banter, Tsunade suddenly turned, her tone shifting to one of seriousness. "You two shouldn't be so absorbed in merriment. Although Short Scroll Street is bustling, it also harbors hidden dangers. It is a place where the unscrupulous may lurk. If the grass ninja were to pursue us, they could easily set an ambush here." Upon hearing this, the group's expressions hardened, the jovial atmosphere dissipating in an instant. Shizen spoke in a hushed tone. "Lady Tsunade is right. We cannot afford to be careless. If the grass village has indeed allied with other forces. A crowded place like Short Scroll Street is ideal for ambushes." Tai clenched his fists, resolutely stating, "I understand. I will stay vigilant and alert to our surroundings." Failing nodded as well, her demeanor shifting to one of alertness. "If danger truly arises, I will not hinder the group any longer." Tsunade regarded them with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. "Excellent. Stay alert, but don't become overly tense. We have no concrete evidence that they have tracked us here during this time. Try to relax, but remain prepared for any sudden occurrences. No sooner had she spoken than a commotion erupted at the end of the street. A crowd had gathered around a stall, seemingly embroiled in some sort of dispute. "Let us go see what's happening." Tsunade decisively led the group towards the throng. Upon pushing through the crowd, they discovered the source of the altercation was a ragged homeless man, surrounded by several burly thugs. One of them brandished his fist menacingly. "Old man, you stole our purse and think you can run. Just wait until I break your legs today." The homeless man frantically waved his hands, his face a mask of fear. I truly didn't. You're accusing me unjustly." Tsunade's expression darkened as she stepped forward to block the thug. Failing sat quietly to the side, observing Tsunade's relaxed demeanor with a blend of envy and curiosity. "Lady Tsunade, you seem to never fear anything. How is it that you always exude such confidence?" Tsunade picked up the sake jug sent by the owner, poured herself a glass of clear rice wine, and gently swirled it, her gaze flickering with a hint of nostalgia and profound meaning. "Fear? Who says I am without fear? I have simply learned that fear never resolves anything. Throughout my life, I have mastered the art of concealing my fears while presenting confidence and strength to the world." She took a hearty sip of the sake, placed the cup down, and spoke with an air of mentorship. "Failing, as a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, you possess innate strength and an indomitable spirit. No matter how formidable the enemy, remember that you must never lose your momentum. In battles between ninjas, belief is as crucial as strength and skill." Failing nodded thoughtfully, while Tai could not resist teasing. "Lady Tsunade, your words are so profound, yet I can't shake the feeling that you just want an excuse to drink more." Tsunade raised an eyebrow at Tai, glaring playfully. "You little brat, what do you know? This is wisdom forged on the battlefield. When you can down an entire bottle of sake without losing your chakra stability, then come debate with me." Tai, slightly taken aback by her glare, chuckled nervously and rubbed the back of his head. "Lady Tsunade, I would never dare to question your combat wisdom, but the taste of sake just doesn't suit me. As he looked down at the freshly served tempura and grilled eel on the table, his eyes lit up involuntarily. The culinary delights of the ninja world were irresistible to him. He picked up a piece of freshly fried tempura, its crispy exterior exuding an enticing aroma, dipping it into the special sauce. He eagerly took a bite, his face instantly glowing with satisfaction. Wow, this is 100, no, 1,000 times better than the meager rations we had on the road. Owner, bring me another plate. Tsunade glanced at him with exasperation. Muttering, this kid is indeed a glutton. Kino covered her mouth with a soft laugh and poured a cup of green tea, handing it to Tai. Tai, you should focus on these side dishes. Sake is indeed not for everyone. Observing Tai relish his meal, failing couldn't he help but taste a piece of the grilled eel. The outer skin was golden and crispy, while the inside was tender and juicy, the sweet sauce mingling with a hint of char. It enveloped her in a warm sensation, comforting her entirely. She nodded in agreement. Tai is right. The cuisine here is truly delightful. Seeing the two younger ones enjoying their meal with such happiness, Tsunade couldn't help but smile slightly. Well then, since you both enjoy it so much, let us indulge in a good meal. The food on Short Book Street is indeed commendable, a reward for all the hardships you've endured on your journey. After several rounds of sake, Tsunade gently swirled her glass, a faint blush of inebriation gracing her cheeks. Yet, her commanding presence remained undiminished, perhaps even more enchanting. She raised her head and downed another cup of sake, placing it heavily on the table with a hearty laugh. Ha! Indeed, the sake from Short Book Street is still as invigorating as ever. Kino, pour me another. Kino looked at Tsunade with resignation, although she wished to intervene. She didn't dare to oppose her wishes, so she obediently filled her glass, softly advising, Lady Tsunade, you've already had quite a bit. Be cautious not to get drunk. If something unexpected happens, it would be troublesome for you to handle it like this. Tsunade waved her hand dismissively while lifting her cup, unconcerned. Kino, you worry too much. Even if I were to get drunk, I have Tai here, right? His physical prowess is on par with that of AJ Ni. Tai, who had just picked up a piece of tempura, nearly dropped his chopsticks upon hearing Tsunade's words. Stunned, he responded with wide eyes, Lady Tsunade, are you praising me or merely jesting? Tsunade laughed heartily, downing her sake in one go and patting Tai on the shoulder. Of course, I'm complimenting you, kid. Don't think I haven't noticed. You've indeed made considerable progress on this journey, especially in terms of physical abilities. You're practically at J-Nin level now. However, narrowing her eyes with a teasing smile, she added, but your drinking capacity is sorely lacking. You lack the courage to drink. Don't falter in battle. Tai chuckled helplessly, shaking his head. Lady Tsunade, I believe I will never match your drinking prowess. However, in terms of combat, you can rest assured that I will not let you down. Failing couldn't he help but laugh, looking at Tai. Tai, Lady Tsunade has entrusted you with an important task. If she gets drunk, you must protect us. Tai sighed, waving his hand. All right, let me be the guardian for today. But honestly, Lady Tsunade, your theory of even if I get drunk, I have you is quite audacious. Tsunade waved her hand nonchalantly. Audacious? Kid, that's what true trust is about. Besides, if any enemies do come, I'm counting on you youngsters to lighten my load. Kino shook her head, softly sighing. Lady Tsunade is always like this. Tai looked at Tsunade, now slumped over the table in a drunken stupor. Feeling a myriad of emotions, this legendary Sannin of the ninja world had once exuded an aura capable of intimidating all. Yet, now she lay unceremoniously on the table, clutching the sake jug tightly to her chest. He sighed deeply, pondering, is this truly the Lady Tsunade who once shook the ninja world? At that time, Tai's consciousness was hazy, his body racked with excruciating pain. He felt the power within him surging violently, as if it would obliterate his very being. He thought he was on the brink of losing consciousness, perhaps even dying. But in that moment, a warm and steadfast voice reached his ears. Hey, hold on. Don't die here. Listen carefully. I will definitely save you. It was Tsunade's voice. When he managed to force his eyes open, the first sight that greeted him was Tsunade's face, framed by golden hair, though her expression was stern. Her movements were rapid and precise. She used chakra to stabilize the chaotic energy within Tai, swiftly sealing his critical chakra points, pulling him back from the brink of death. This kid is remarkable. Tsunade murmured to herself as she performed the technique. The energy fluctuations within him were unlike ordinary chakra. They resembled a form of hybrid power. This is blocking my chakra. What on earth is going on? Tai attempted to explain, but found it difficult to move, let alone speak. He could only helplessly watch Tsunade's busy figure and the unwavering confidence reflected in her eyes. Don't worry, my medical ninjutsu is not learned in vain. In front of me, there is no injury that cannot be healed. Tsunade's tone carried an unshakable conviction. In that moment, she was like a beacon of light, illuminating the darkness that had torn Tai apart. After several attempts with various medical techniques, all ending in failure, Tsunade had no choice but to seal the unstable energy within Tai. As he lay on the ground, pale and weak, he gazed at Tsunade and managed to utter a faint. "Thank you." However, Tsunade merely waved her hand dismissively, unconcerned. "Don't thank me. Whether you live or die depends on you." She paused, looking at Tai with slight curiosity. "But by the way, who exactly are you? Why are you here? Moreover, your physique is completely different from that of ordinary people in the ninja world." Tai was momentarily at a loss for words. His memories had become fragmented due to the tumult of time and space, and he couldn't accurately articulate his identity or origins. He only remembered that he came from another world, possessing a unique power. But to Tsunade, all this was likely incomprehensible. "I come from a distant place," he managed to say, though he could not elaborate further. Tsunade furrowed her brow but did not press further. She could tell that this boy held more secrets than met the eye, but now was not the time to delve into them. His condition had stabilized for the moment, but full recovery would take time. "Forget it. You look like you can't remember anything clearly, so let us set that aside for now." Tsunade stood up, extending her hand to pull Tai to his feet. "Follow me. It's a bit troublesome, but I can't just leave you here to die." Tai gazed at her, his eyes reflecting a swirl of complex emotions. This unfamiliar world, this strange woman, had extended a hand during the most perilous moment of his life. From that instant, he silently vowed to repay her life-saving grace, no matter what. "Thank you. I owe you my life," Tai murmured, his tone imbued with resolve. Tsunade smirked and waved her hand casually. "Owe me your life? It is imperative to ascertain whether you possess the opportunity to repay your debts. Keep pace, young one, and do not hinder my progress." Thus, Tai trailed behind Tsunade, embarking on his new journey within the world of shinobi. After several months of companionship, he gradually assimilated into Tsunade's team and began to comprehend the rules and survival tactics of this realm. Emerging from his initial state of confusion and helplessness, he honed himself into a reliable partner capable of standing on his own. All of this stemmed from the golden-haired figure he beheld upon awakening. Now, gazing at Tsunade, who lay inebriated upon the table, Tai could not help but reminisce about those moments. He murmured to himself with unwavering conviction, "Lady Tsunade, regardless of the trials that lie ahead, I shall devote all my efforts to repay your kindness. Even at the cost of my life, I shall not hesitate." Note 1. The sealed memories of Otsutsuki Taichi will gradually awaken during his journey with Tsunade. Concurrently, his dormant powers will slowly be unleashed. Chapter 12. Arrival at Konoha. Early the next morning, sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the room where Shizen, Tai, and Hibiya were fervently dissuading Tsunade from her fervent desire to venture into the casino and showcase her skills. At that moment, Tsunade stood at the entrance of the izakaya with her hands on her hips, her eyes glimmering as she fixated on the brightly lit casino entrance nearby, as if it were her paradise. "Today, my luck will surely soar. I dreamed of a giant slug last night. This is an omen of good fortune. Let us go and sweep the casino on Short Book Street clean." Tai seized Tsunade's arm, his expression one of exasperation. "Lady Tsunade, were you not intending to bring Hibiya back to Konoha? It would be fortuitous for me to witness the first ninja village of the shinobi world as well." Tsunade paused, momentarily taken aback by Tai's firm grip. A hint of mischief flickered across her brow as a knowing smile graced her lips. "Oh, young one, so you harbor such interest in Konoha? Or perhaps, you seek to infiltrate the foremost ninja village in search of a strong ally?" Tai's face flushed slightly at her teasing, and he awkwardly released her arm, scratching his head as he stammered, "Lady Tsunade, please do not jest. I am merely curious. Konoha is the largest ninja village in the realm. It is only natural for me to wish to see it." While he spoke thus, he inwardly mused, "What kind of place is Konoha that it could nurture someone as formidable as Tsunade? It truly piques my curiosity. However, that is not the reason for my visit." "Absolutely not." Tsunade laughed heartily, patting Tai on the shoulder. All right. Your nervous demeanor is amusing. I was merely teasing you." However, her expression shifted to one of seriousness as she continued. "Konoha is indeed the foremost ninja village, but the mightiest places harbor the most intricate conflicts. Not everyone is deserving of your trust. Do you understand?" Tai was momentarily taken aback, acutely sensing the profound implications of Tsunade's words. He quickly nodded in response. "I understand, Lady Tsunade." Hibiya gently tugged at Tsunade's sleeve, her voice a mere whisper. "Lady Tsunade, when shall we depart for Konoha? Although Short Book Street is bustling, it feels rather unsafe, especially with those from the grass village lurking about." Tsunade cast a glance at her, her gaze softening. "Rest assured, Hibiya, with me along the way to Konoha, no one shall harm you." She then turned her attention to Tai, a teasing smile gracing her lips. "However, before we head back to Konoha, I must first attend to a matter of importance. Allow me to demonstrate my luck in the casino." You little rascals have been following me for quite some time. It doesn't even matter if you're unaware, but my reputation as the goddess of gambling resonates throughout Shortbook Street. Shizen internally scoffed, the goddess of gambling echoing through Shortbook Street. More like the big fat sheep. Which casino owner wouldn't yearn for Lady Tsunade's daily visits? Despite her silent critique, she could only follow along obediently. Standing at the entrance of the casino, Tsunade took a deep breath. Her gaze lingering on the familiar sign, as if engaged in an intense battle with her own desires. After a moment, she resolutely suppressed her restless heart, decisively gesturing with her hand as she called out to Taichi and Hibiya, "Forget it. Forget it. Today, I shall show mercy and refrain from entering the casino. Hibiya, let us hasten back to Konoha. We must not afford those Grass Village scoundrels the opportunity to lay a finger on you." Hibiya breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this and looked at Tsunade with gratitude. "Thank you. Lady Tsunade. It is indeed safer to be in Konoha, and I am truly looking forward to meeting Kushina." Note 1. Before deciding to head to Konoha, Tsunade earnestly conveyed crucial information about the current state of affairs in Konoha to Hibiya and Taichi, ensuring that they would not be caught off guard amidst the village's complex dynamics. She discussed the village's overall condition, political landscape, and potential hazards. Tsunade emphasized that while Konoha may appear peaceful at present, undercurrents of unrest are rife, particularly. Tensions between the Uchiha clan and the village leadership are becoming increasingly evident. Additionally, she cautioned them to be wary of various powerful figures in Konoha, such as the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, known for his wisdom and stability, Danzo's treachery and suspicion, and the rising talents within the Uchiha clan. Like Uchiha Shursui, Tsunade also advised Hibiya to act discreetly to avoid drawing unnecessary attention, while reminding Taichi to be vigilant against potential hostility directed at outsiders. In a casual yet teasing tone. She added, "But do not worry, with me here, no one in Konoha would dare to act against you." Her words conveyed both confidence and complex emotions towards her homeland. Shizen silently exhaled, thinking, "It is truly remarkable." Lady Tsunade managed to resist her gambling urges. However, Taichi could not help but mutter softly, "I thought you would truly rush in. After all, you are the goddess of gambling." Upon hearing this, Tsunade shot Taichi a glare. "You brat. I held back today for Hibiya's sake. Were it not for pressing matters, I would have swept that casino clean." Taichi found the situation both amusing and exasperating, yet for the sake of his own safety, he decided to remain silent and not provoke Lady Tsunade further. With a grand gesture, Tsunade declared, "Enough of this idle chatter. Let us make haste. Those Grass Village rascals should still be lurking near Shortbook Street. We must take our leave before they realize our departure. Do not forget, once we return to Konoha, you must learn what it truly means to be part of the foremost ninja village." Shizu nodded, quickly organizing her belongings as she and Hibiya followed closely behind Tsunade. Taichi shrugged, contemplating. "Konoha, I hope we reach safely." The quartet departed from Shortbook Street, embarking on their journey back to Konoha. Along the way, Hibiya remained closely by Tsunade's side, her expression tinged with anxiety, for the Grass Village pursuers could appear at any moment. Though Tsunade spoke casually, her eyes frequently scanned the surrounding woods, clearly prepared for any potential confrontation. Taichi occasionally gazed up at the sky, reflecting, from the tumultuous currents of time and space to this unfamiliar world, and now following Tsunade and Hibiya, I never imagined my journey would take such a turn. Yet, what kind of place is Konoha? Is it truly as formidable as Tsunade claims? Shizen pondered the upcoming arrangements as well. Although Tsunade appeared at ease, Shizen understood that the Grass Village would not easily relent. Especially with Hibiya's unique status, they could be facing even greater peril. Fortunately, Tsunade's formidable reputation effectively deterred the Grass Village's spies, allowing them to traverse the road to Konoha without incident. The path was quiet and lengthy, accompanied only by the sounds of the wind rustling through the trees and their footsteps. The clamor of Shortbook Street faded into the distance, while the grand gates of Konoha awaited their arrival. The gates of Konoha stood tall and imposing, flanked by two vigilant leaf ninja, their forehead protectors gleaming, their sharp gazes scrutinizing every passerby. The prominent Konoha symbol shone brilliantly in the sunlight, silently narrating the village's rich history and indomitable strength. At that moment, the cherry blossoms were in full bloom, delicate pink petals fluttering in the breeze, bestowing a layer of romance and tranquility upon the land, as if welcoming the returnees and recounting tales of guardianship and glory through the passage of time. Tsunade strode at the forefront, her hands resting confidently on her hips. Upon sighting the gates of Konoha, she lifted her chin and greeted the guarding ninjas. "Hey, you two, Tsunade is back." The station ninjas immediately displayed respectful expressions upon recognizing Tsunade. Bowing slightly, "Lady Tsunade, welcome back. You must be weary from your journey." Tsunade waved her hand dismissively, adopting a casual demeanor. "Enough with the formalities. Aside from Shizen, these two youngsters are my disciples from afar. And this little girl need not be registered. I shall take them directly to Minato." Hibiya gazed up at the gates of Konoha, her eyes filled with a mixture of trepidation and curiosity. She quietly asked Shizen, "Is this really Konoha? It feels so vast, even more magnificent than I imagined." Ine stepped forward quietly, gently soothing Fei Ling. "Fei Ling, do not be anxious that we are in Konoha village. And with Lady Tsunade here, no one can harm you." Fei Ling nodded slightly, though a lingering unease still resided in her heart. However, the confident silhouette of Tsunade stood like a steadfast anchor, gradually dispelling her apprehensions. "Let us proceed." Tsunade gestured with a wave of her hand, striding toward the entrance of Konoha village, which would be their refuge from now on. Although Konoha had its complexities, as long as you follow my lead, you shall encounter no troubles. The group followed Tsunade's lead into the village, where vibrant streets unfolded before their eyes. The main street of Konoha bustled with life, thrumming with activity. Shops lined the thoroughfare, and the calls of various vendors filled the air. Children frolicked and laughed on the street, while ninja passed in groups, discussing their respective missions. The entire village radiated vitality and exuberance. Witnessing this scene, Fei Ling felt her tension gradually replaced by a warm sensation. It truly appeared peaceful and inviting here. Tsunade glanced back at Fei Ling, a faint smile gracing her lips. This is Konoha, a place safeguarded by the strong. However, to genuinely protect this haven, it requires not just strength but the collective efforts of every individual, including you. Fei Ling paused, momentarily taken aback, then resolutely nodded. "Lady Tsunade, I understand. I will give it my all and will no longer be a burden." Taichi, with unwavering determination, added, "Konoha has welcomed us, and I shall not squander this opportunity. Lady Tsunade, I too will contribute to this village." Tsunade nodded in satisfaction. "Excellent. Such awareness is commendable. Now, let us first report to the Hokage's office, then enjoy some good food. There will be ample time for you to familiarize yourselves with Konoha." She then squinted her eyes, a knowing smile playing on her lips. "But do not become too complacent. This is also a place of fierce competition, where one cannot simply take root without effort." Ine followed closely behind, softly sighing. "Goodness, the moment Lady Tsunade returns to the village, she seems to transform into a different person, becoming serious once again." The group slowly made their way toward the Hokage's office. Sunlight cascading upon them, elongating their shadows, the brilliance and hope of Konoha appeared to merge with the warm glow, quietly welcoming their arrival and anticipating the infusion of new strength and future into this land. Chapter 13. The meaning of protection. The Hokage's office, perched atop the Hokage rock, serves as the administrative heart of the village. The office was spacious and bright, with various documents and mission scrolls neatly arranged on the desk. Behind it, a large window allowed sunlight to filter through delicate curtains, casting dappled light across the room, adding a touch of warmth. Through the window, the bustling scene of Konoha unfolded, resembling a vivid tapestry. Tsunade entered the Hokage's office with Taichi, Fei Ling, and Ine and TOW.AT. That moment, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, sat behind the desk, engrossed in the documents before him. Upon noticing Tsunade and her companions, Minato's face broke into his characteristic warm smile, and he gently remarked, "Lady Tsunade, you have returned. This journey seems to have been quite arduous." Tsunade nodded, her gaze shifting to Fei Ling, gently nudging her forward a step. Her tone serious yet tinged with gravity. "Minato, I wish to introduce her Kushina Fei Ling, a fugitive from the Grass Village and a descendant of the Uzumaki clan. She and her child require our protection." "The Uzumaki clan?" Minato's demeanor instantly shifted to one of seriousness. He set aside the document in hand, rose from behind the desk, and approached Fei Ling. At this moment, Taichi and Ine appeared somewhat inconspicuous in the Hokage's office, nearly overlooked. In stark contrast, due to the unique heritage of Kushina Uzumaki, Minato exhibited a heightened interest and concern for Fei Ling and her child. His gaze was gentle yet imbued with cautious concern. "Miss Fei Ling, welcome to Konoha. You and your child can rest assured. This will be your sanctuary. The Uzumaki clan has always been an ally of Konoha. Furthermore, my wife is also of the Uzumaki lineage. Therefore, I understand the value and uniqueness of your bloodline, as well as the burdens and pressures you have endured." Minato's tone was calm and sincere, and as he mentioned his wife, a soft smile unconsciously graced his face. The strength of the Uzumaki clan lies not only in their formidable vitality and chakra control, but also in the resilience and love that has been passed down through generations. Hearing these words, Fei Ling felt a flicker of surprise and complex emotions in her eyes. Your wife is also of the Uzumaki clan. Could it be Kushina? Minato nodded slightly, revealing his signature warm smile. Indeed. Kushina is my wife. Like you, she inherited the red hair and formidable abilities of the Uzumaki clan. She often mentions that although the Uzumaki clan has faced many trials, each member possesses the power to change their fate. Upon learning that the fourth Hokage's wife was indeed Kushina, Fei Ling was taken aback, silently contemplating. The fourth Hokage is truly a remarkable individual, daring to pursue the renowned Red Pepper Kushina and successfully marrying her. It is truly admirable. Subsequently, Fei Ling lowered her head, fingers gently clenching her garment, her voice low and laced with bitterness. Changing fate. I have always believed that my destiny has long been dictated by the Grass Village and those avaricious ninjas. All I can do is expend every effort to protect my child, ensuring she remains unscathed by this whirlpool of suffering. Her gaze flickered, seemingly recalling the days of oppression and humiliation. Her shoulders trembled slightly. Yet she forced herself to steady her emotions, burying her helplessness deep within. Minato gently shook his head, his voice firm yet gentle. Fate indeed brings countless challenges, but it is through these trials that we have the opportunity to alter it. Your willingness to risk everything to escape from the Grass Village for your child has already demonstrated your courage and resolve. Now, Konoha will become a new starting point for you and your child. Tsunade, standing beside them with her arms crossed, slightly raised the corners of her mouth. Minato is right, Fei Ling. You no longer need to bear the weight of everything alone. From now on, you can learn to rely on us. To rely on Konoha. Fei Ling remained silent for a moment, a complex emotion flickering in her downcast gaze. She took a deep breath, seemingly striving to calm the tumult within her heart, then lifted her head. Her voice trembling yet sincere. Thank you. Truly thank you for your kindness. I never imagined I would encounter such goodwill. I do not know how to repay your generosity. As she spoke, her clenched fingers gradually relaxed, her eyes reflecting both gratitude and a touch of unease, as if harboring a trepidation for the future, yet reigniting hope in the warmth before her. Minato smiled and waved his hand. No repayment is necessary. As Hokage, my duty is to protect every resident of Konoha. The bond between the Uzumaki clan and Konoha is deeply intertwined. You are our comrade and, moreover, a member of Konoha. Sunlight streamed through the window, dappled and warm, bringing Fei Ling a long-awaited sense of comfort. She nodded gently, tears glistening in her eyes, yet a smile of relief graced her face. Thank you, Hokage-sama. I will cherish this opportunity. Minato smiled and patted Fei Ling's shoulder. Then turned to Tsunade, his tone resolute yet gentle. I will make arrangements for the living support of Fei Ling and her child as soon as possible. Konoha will do its utmost to ensure their safety. Tsunade nodded and then turned to Fei Ling. Come with me. I will help you become acquainted with this place. Konoha is a warmer place than you might imagine. Fei Ling gazed out the window at the sun-kissed Konoha village, and the dark clouds that had long loomed over her heart seemed to gradually disperse. In that moment, she felt as if she glimpsed the dawn breaking, a new future filled with hope that truly belonged to her and her child beckoning her forth. Minato led Fei Ling and her child out of the Hokage's office, slowly traversing the corridor of the high tower. The warm sunlight bathed them, and in the distance, Konoha thrived in a vibrant display. The laughter of children mingling with the footsteps of ninjas, painting a vivid picture of life. As they walked, Minato smiled and introduced Konoha to Fei Ling. Konoha may not rival your homeland, but many here consider this village their home. I hope you both can gradually adapt to life here. Your arrival would surely bring joy to Kushina. Fei Ling lowered her head, gently holding her child. Her gaze was complex. After a moment of silence, she finally spoke. Hokage-sama, I am deeply grateful for your kindness towards us. However, I still worry that the people from the Grass Village will find us here. They will not easily let us go. Minato paused for a moment, turning to look at Fei Ling, his eyes warm yet imbued with undeniable resolve. His tone was steady yet powerful. Fei Ling, you need not worry. As long as you remain in Konoha, no one, regardless of who they are, shall ever pose a threat to you and your daughter. The village of Konoha is not a place that can be so easily provoked by any lowly scoundrel. We are a united entity, committed not only to protecting our villagers but also to safeguarding each other's beliefs and strengths. Moreover, as he spoke, a confident smile graced his lips, his gaze resolute as a mountain. Konoha has never feared challenges, especially those that come from the arrogant. He glanced down at the child in his arms, stating that your child may one day possess the proud strength of the Uzumaki clan, just like you. Furthermore, once my child is born, She will surely become a close companion to Cheyenne. As Hikaru gazed into the confident eyes of Minato, the unease that had long lingered in her heart finally dissipated. She lowered her head, her voice gentle yet tinged with complex emotions. Thank you, Lord Hokage. In truth, I do not wish for much. I only hope my child can grow up carefree like an ordinary person. Unshackled by the constraints of fate. As she spoke, a subtle yearning colored her tone, as if voicing a distant dream that felt almost unattainable, yet slightly fortified by the hope that lay before her. Minato responded with a warm smile. I understand. A child's future shall not be limited by the sufferings of the past. This place will offer her a fresh start. Both you and she have the right to pursue happiness. At that moment, the quiet and observant Shizen could no longer contain herself. Lord Hokage, where do you plan to arrange for them to stay? At that instant, Taichi's heart roared like a wild beast. Ah. What about me? Am I so insignificant? Although he maintained an outwardly calm demeanor. Minato pondered for a moment before replying. For now, I will arrange for them to stay in a residence near my home. This will facilitate protection and care, allowing them to adapt to life in Konoha more swiftly. Moreover, I believe Kushino will be overjoyed upon hearing this. Additionally, I will arrange for the village's medical ninjas to conduct a thorough health examination for Hikaru. As she has endured much in Kusagakure and needs proper recuperation, Tsunade nodded, adding, I will personally check on her condition. The chakra and vitality of the Uzumaki clan are quite unique. They may not yet grasp the true significance of this power. As Hikaru's gaze swept over the people who had so generously bestowed their kindness upon her and her child, her eyes involuntarily misted with emotion. She whispered softly, You have all been so incredibly kind to us. I truly do not know how to repay this kindness. Once matters were settled, Tsunade arranged for Shizen to intern at the Konoha hospital. Shizen, brimming with anticipation, followed the medical ninjas to familiarize herself with the environment. Meanwhile, Taichi, unassigned any tasks, leisurely strolled alongside Tsunade, meandering through the streets of Konoha. Tsunade led Taichi along the bustling avenues of the village, flanked by shops that stood like trees. The cacophony of lively vendors merging into a vibrant symphony of market sounds. The air was thick with the tantalizing aromas of various delicacies, eliciting an insatiable hunger. Taichi surveyed his surroundings, feeling exhilarated by the vibrant scenery, curiously gazing about, as if attempting to absorb every splendid detail. Taichi, Tsunade abruptly halted, turning to face him, her arms crossed and her gaze piercing, her tone imbued with an undeniable authority. Remember, your current identity is my disciple, not a mere tourist in Konoha. Your task is to learn. Not to frolic about aimlessly. Do you understand? Her voice, though not loud, carried a weight that pierced Taichi's very soul. Momentarily taken aback, Taichi scratched his head sheepishly, responding with an awkward grin. Yes, Lady Tsunade. I understand. I won't misbehave. I will be obedient. Despite his words, he secretly mused. When did I become Tsunade's disciple? Given the enigmatic nature of Taichi's origins and his evidently extraordinary powers that transcended the norms of the ninja world, Tsunade had relayed a comprehensive report to Minato through urgent channels during their journey back to Konoha. She not only summarized all the information she had gathered about Taichi, but also included her observations and reflections during their months together. Along with her preliminary judgments and evaluations of him, the report was meticulously detailed and logically sound, leaving no room for oversight. Clearly, Tsunade aimed to persuade Minato to allow Taichi to remain in Konoha. In conclusion, our ever-principled Tsunade did not forget to remind Minato at the end of her report, I hope you, the fourth Hokage, do not fail to recognize the value of this. Tsunade casually picked up a ninja certificate from the table and tossed it lightly. The certificate arced through the air, landing gracefully in Taichi's hands. It was a finely crafted document, exuding an air of solemnity. Tsunade raised an eyebrow, her arms crossed, her tone laced with impatience. Don't embarrass me. This is Konoha's acknowledgement of you and your responsibility. Taichi lowered his head to receive the certificate. Feeling a slight tremor as his fingertips brushed against the cold material, he lifted his gaze. Determination flickering in his eyes as he replied earnestly. Understood. I will not disappoint everyone's expectations. Tsunade's lips curled into a slight smile, though she feigned indifference with a huff. We shall see how you perform. I hope I won't regret signing this certificate. Tsunade patted Taichi on the shoulder, letting out a soft sigh. I know you're excited to be in Konoha, but don't forget your responsibilities. If you cannot conduct yourself as a competent ninja, I will show no mercy. Taichi nodded vigorously. I understand, Lady Tsunade. I will do my best. Tsunade nodded in satisfaction and was about to continue walking when Taichi suddenly halted. Taking a deep sniff, His gaze was instantly captured by the barbecue shop of the Akimichi clan, the legendary barbecue queue, where the aroma of charcoal mingled with the sizzling sound of dripping fat. As if an invisible string was pulling Taichi, rendering him unable to look away, Tsunade followed his gaze and spotted a prominent sign at the entrance of the barbecue shop, proclaiming the Akimichi clan's secret selection of barbecued meat. Tender and juicy, with exquisite flavor, she shook her head in exasperation. "Hey, Taichi, what are you thinking?" Tsunade lightly tapped him on the head. Taichi snapped back to reality, rubbing his sore head and smiling sheepishly. "Lady Tsunade, the smell of this barbecue is simply irresistible. I can't help but want to try it." Tsunade shot him a stern glare, admonishing, "Do you think I would let you indulge so easily? Remember, I brought you here to learn, not to enjoy." Taichi, conflicted, scratched his hair, his gaze fixated on the wafting aroma from the barbecue shop, as though the scent had penetrated his very soul. He swallowed hard, pleadingly addressing Tsunade. "But, Lady Tsunade, this barbecue smells too good. I can't control myself." His eyes were filled with a struggle and longing, as if he were being drawn toward the fragrant feast. Tsunade, observing the desire written across Taichi's face, sighed in resignation. "All right, you little rascal, I'll let you try it today, lest you be distracted for the rest of the day. But this is an exception." "Don't try this again." Taichi's face lit up with joy. "Thank you, Lady Tsunade. I promise it will just be this once." Tsunade shook her head and led Taichi into the Akimichi barbecue shop. The interior was bustling with patrons, each table laden with an array of enticing dishes, barbecued meat and sides creating a tantalizing tableau, steam rising and aromas enveloping the air. Taichi could hardly contain himself as he sat down, his eyes sparkling at the menu. Soon, the staff of the Akimichi clan presented platters of expertly grilled meat. Taichi eagerly grasped his chopsticks, swiftly picking up a piece and placing it in his mouth. The flavor of the barbecue exploded in his mouth, prompting an involuntary exclamation. "This is incredible. This taste is pure artistry." Tsunade watched with amusement as Taichi devoured his meal with fervor, unable to suppress a light laugh. "You are quite easily satisfied. But remember, after you finish, we still have training." Taichi, mouthful of barbecue, mumbled, "No problem, Lady Tsunade. I'll have more energy to learn after I'm full." Tsunade shook her head in exasperation, yet a faint smile graced her lips. "What a little rascal." Just as they were enjoying their meal, a rotund figure emerged from the back kitchen. It was Akimichi Choza, a prominent figure of the Akimichi clan. Spotting Tsunade, he immediately greeted her warmly. "Lady Tsunade, what brings you to our establishment today?" Tsunade smiled gently, gesturing toward Tai, who was engrossed in devouring meat. "Let us take my disciple out for a stroll and allow him to savor the signature delicacies of Konoha." Dingswa chuckled heartily. "It seems this lad has a discerning palate. If he enjoys it, he is welcome to return often, and I shall provide you with even more of my special selection." Upon hearing this, Tai's eyes sparkled with excitement as he quickly lifted his head, gazing at Akimichi Dingswa with immense gratitude, his voice tinged with enthusiasm. "Thank you, Senior Dingswa. Your barbecue is simply exquisite." As he spoke, he couldn't help but lick his lips, as if still relishing the delectable flavors. Tai nodded repeatedly, his eyes filled with admiration, perceiving Dingswa not merely as a senior, but as a legendary master of culinary arts. His antics, though comical, were sincere, prompting knowing smiles from those around them. Dingswa, upon hearing this, burst into laughter. "Haha, as long as you enjoy it, the Akimichi clan welcomes every connoisseur of fine cuisine." After savoring their meal, Tsunade led the contented Tai out of the barbecue shop, and the two strolled through the bustling streets of Konoha. Tai, rubbing his overfull belly, exclaimed, "Tsunade-sensei, Konoha is truly a remarkable place. The food here, the atmosphere, it makes one reluctant to leave." He said this while gazing at the throngs of people on the street, a newfound determination in his eyes. "I will strive diligently to become a ninja worthy of remaining here." Tsunade glanced at him, a faint smile gracing her lips, her tone laced with playful sarcasm. "Simply filling your belly and shouting slogans won't suffice. During training, it would be commendable if you avoid slacking off." Tai scratched his head, chuckling awkwardly. "Rest assured, Tsunade-sensei, I will put in the effort." Despite his light-hearted assurances, his gaze was resolutely serious, brimming with aspirations for Konoha's future. The sunlight bathed their backs, casting a tranquil and warm atmosphere over the street. As the unique charm of Konoha silently captivated Tai's heart, Tsunade halted, turning to observe him, her tone growing slightly grave. "Tai, becoming a ninja is not merely about where you wish to stay. It is about learning to shoulder the responsibility of protection. The prosperity and peace of Konoha are not gifts bestowed freely, but rather the fruits of the efforts and sacrifices made by generations of ninjas." Are you willing to become such a person? Tai paused, lifting his gaze to meet Tsunade's, his expression a blend of hesitation and complexity. He lowered his head in silence for a moment, as if contemplating Tsunade's words. Before slowly responding, Tsunade-sensei, this question, he hesitated, his tone laced with uncertainty. At present, I may still be in a state of confusion that I seek strength in becoming a ninja, yet I also fear the cost that comes with it. Perhaps I do not fully understand what it means to protect, nor what responsibility entails. He raised his hand, clenching his fist as if attempting to grasp the elusive answer within him, yet failing to do so. He gazed longingly at the vibrant street ahead, his voice lowering. I don't know if someone like me can bear such a heavy burden of safeguarding a village. Does it truly require such profound awareness? Is sacrifice truly unavoidable? His voice gradually faded, revealing a sense of bewilderment and self-doubt, yet beneath it lay a flicker of inner struggle. Tai gritted his teeth and added, but if possible, I want to try. Even if I fail, even if I stumble, I wish to seek out my own answer. Tsunade regarded him for a moment, her gaze softening slightly, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she patted his shoulder. Her tone now more gentle. Confusion is not to be feared. What matters is your willingness to seek answers. Protection is not achieved in a single leap. It is a series of choices and persistent endeavors. You may not yet comprehend what responsibility entails, but as long as you have the heart, you will surely find the answers in the future. Tai looked up at Tsunade, sensing a surge of encouragement in her eyes. He remained silent, yet the clenched fist revealed the nascent determination stirring within him. Tsunade smiled softly, gently tapping his forehead. I am strong because I understand the meaning of protection and the price it demands. Tai, from this moment forth, I will teach you these lessons. Your training is not solely for your own strength, but to one day become a true guardian of Konoha, someone whom your comrades can rely upon with assurance. Tai fell silent for a moment, nodding with newfound conviction. I understand, Tsunade-sensei, but I will surely strive to meet your expectations. Tsunade, witnessing the determination in his eyes, allowed a slight smile to play at her lips. I hope you will hold true to your words. Safeguarding Konoha requires not only formidable strength but also ample wisdom and resolve. This path is fraught with thorns, yet as long as you harbor a steadfast conviction, I shall impart all I know to support your journey. Tai nodded resolutely, his hands clenched into fists. I swear to show you, no matter how challenging the road ahead, I shall forge ahead without faltering. Tsunade nodded in satisfaction, then strode forward. Very well. From today onward, let us witness together whether you can truly shoulder the weighty responsibility of being Konoha's guardian. Note 1. Tsunade and Tai have known each other for several months. The ascension of the fourth Hokage. Minato Namikaze symbolizes a rebirth from the decay of the old, with new sprouts emerging to bask in the sunlight, infusing Konoha with renewed hope and vitality. Previously, Tsunade held a pessimistic view of the leadership under the third Hokage, feeling lost about Konoha's future. However, Minato's rise rekindled her hope for Konoha's destiny. Now, Tai's strength is a crucial force in safeguarding Konoha's tranquility, and it is also a key pillar supporting Tsunade's faith. Suddenly, Tai halted. As if recalling something of great importance, he lifted his gaze. Seriousness etched on his face as he addressed Tsunade, a hint of grievance in his tone. Tsunade-sensei, I just remembered something incredibly important. Tsunade, walking ahead, glanced back at him, her brow arching. What is it? Tai immediately adopted a pitiful expression, spreading his hands in exaggerated dismay. So, my dear Tsunade-sensei, may I inquire where I am to stay tonight? You would truly intend to leave me to wander the streets, would you? As your illustrious disciple, I believe I should not be reduced to such a dire predicament. By the end of his statement, he gazed at Tsunade with a look of profound sorrow, as if foreseeing a lonely existence on the streets of Konoha, shivering against the cold wind. Tsunade sighed in exasperation, rubbing her forehead. Tai, you do think of the most varied things. I can't believe you're worried about this. She rolled her eyes, yet a barely perceptible smile tugged at the corners of her mouth. Rest assured, Konoha is still my domain. Would I truly allow my disciple to sleep on the street? However, she elongated her tone, deliberately teasing, where you stay is not entirely up to you. Upon hearing this, Tai immediately donned a sycophantic grin. Nodding eagerly, I don't mind at all, truly. Wherever Tsunade-sensei arranges for me, I shall stay. As long as it isn't the street, I am fine with anything. Tsunade shook her head, turning to continue forward, leaving him with a parting remark. All right, enough of the pity party. For tonight, you can make do at an inn, and tomorrow we shall see if there are any suitable places to settle you. And if you keep complaining, I might just have you sleep in a tree." Tai sighed with relief, following closely behind, mumbling softly. "Tsunade-sensei is indeed the most reliable, though she can be a bit strict at times." As he spoke, he patted his belly. "But after such a hearty meal, I am growing increasingly fond of Konoha." The next morning, Tai awoke with a heart full of anticipation, believing that Tsunade-sensei would have found him a cozy place to stay. Reflecting on the previous night's delicious food and comfortable sleep, his longing for life in Konoha deepened. However, when he found Tsunade, he was taken aback to see her sitting with a glum expression. An empty wallet on the table beside her. "Tsunade-sensei." Tai hesitated, tentatively asking, "You didn't happen to spend the rent money for my accommodation, did you?" As he spoke, he caught sight of Tsunade's somewhat awkward demeanor, and a sense of foreboding washed over him. How should I put this? Tsunade rubbed her temples, looking both defensive and somewhat resigned. "Last night at the gambling table, luck was not on my side, and I lost all remaining funds, all of it." Tai's eyes widened in disbelief, his face a mask of shock. "Tsunade-sensei, you promised you wouldn't let me wander the streets, and now you don't even have money for rent." Tsunade cleared her throat, standing up and patting Tai on the shoulder. "I know you're anxious, but there is no need to panic. I already have a backup plan, since I can't arrange accommodation for you at the moment. You will temporarily stay in the Senju clan's territory." "The territory of the Senju clan?" Tai was momentarily taken aback, then furrowed his brow. "Is it that old residence belonging to your family? It can't possibly be that dilapidated house that has been abandoned for many years, can it?" Tsunade rolled her eyes, her tone tinged with impatience. "What dilapidated house? That is the estate left by the Senju clan. Although it has been uninhabited for the past few years, it has undergone several repairs and is perfectly livable. Moreover," she paused for a moment, a hint of pride illuminating her face, "residing there is somewhat of a boon for you. After all, you are my disciple." Tai's mouth twitched slightly. What kind of boon is that? Yet, despite his words, he understood he had no other choice and could only nod in resignation. "Very well, teacher Tsunade. I shall heed your words." Shortly after, Tsunade led Tai to the ancestral home of the Senju clan. Although the courtyard had not seen occupants for a long time, it still exuded an impressive grandeur. The massive wooden door bore the emblem of the Senju clan, and when pushed open, a spacious and solemn interior came into view. Tai stood at the entrance, unable to suppress his astonishment. "This place far exceeds my imagination. Indeed, it is worthy of being the legacy of the foremost clan in Konoha." Tsunade leaned lazily against the side, arms crossed, stating, "Don't be too amazed. This place used to be bustling with activity. However, now, it is only you and I who occasionally stop by. Since you intend to reside here, make sure to tidy it up. Do not leave the ancestral home in disarray." Tai sighed, reluctantly rolling up his sleeves. "Very well. Since I have moved in, I suppose tidying up is only fitting." He gazed down at the fallen leaves scattered across the ground, silently muttering to himself, "It seems that one must always pay a price after indulging in comfort." That night, after finishing his chores, Tai sat in the corridor of the ancestral home. Moonlight spilled across the courtyard, where a few ancient cherry blossom trees swayed gently, creating an atmosphere of tranquility. The Senju ancestral home. Tai reflected on this serene place, feeling a sense of nostalgia, realizing that the glory of Konoha had indeed been sustained from here. As for teacher Tsunade, being one of the legendary Sannin, she must bear burdens far heavier than I can imagine. He gazed into the distance, fist clenched, silently vowing, "The peace and prosperity here are certainly not mere gifts from the heavens. Since I stand in this place, I pledge to grow stronger and protect this land." He took a deep breath in the courtyard, his gaze gradually firming on this land that once belonged to a legendary clan of the shinobi world. Tai's resolve quietly took root, much like the ancient cherry trees of the Senju ancestral home, resilient and flourishing in growth. Over the course of several months, Tsunade gradually recognized the potential within Tai. Yet, she was acutely aware that his foundation remained fragile. His strength, albeit formidable, resembled that of a lone wanderer in battle. Lacking systematic training and a sense of teamwork, as an exceptional medical ninja and one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, Tsunade decided to personally guide Tai comprehensively. However, before embarking on this extensive training, there was a more pressing matter to address. She needed to explain Tai's background to Minato and the complex, unknown seals that resided within him. After all, the greatest masters of sealing techniques in the entire shinobi world were currently in Konoha, and this matter could not be taken lightly. Tsunade brought Tai to the Hokage's office, succinctly outlining Tai's situation to Minato and Kushina. Upon mentioning the seals on Tai, Kushina's brow furrowed involuntarily, her gaze turning serious as she looked at Tai. this seal is not something just anyone could accomplish. It even seems to conceal something we cannot perceive. Minato's expression also grew grave, and after a moment of contemplation, he spoke. If we do not further strengthen the seal, it may pose a latent danger. For the sake of caution, we need to re-examine his seal and collaboratively impose a more potent one. Tsunade nodded, her tone adopting a more serious note. Indeed, we cannot afford to be careless regarding Tai's situation. Although the power within him has yet to manifest, who can guarantee what may transpire in the future? Together, the three of us can ensure the safety of Konoha. After a moment of contemplation, Kushina nodded slightly, saying, we could combine the 4-symbol seal, iron armor seal, curse seal, and 5-element seal to create an entirely new super sealing technique. In fact, Minato and I have previously conceived some ideas regarding this technique. If we can gather the members of the sealing team and with Sister Tsunade's assistance, I believe we can refine this sealing technique to perfection. Her eyes shone with determination and confidence in the sealing technique, once all is in readiness. This sealing technique will undoubtedly achieve unprecedented strength. No matter how formidable the target, it shall not breach easily. Days later, within the hidden sealing chamber of the Hokage building, Kushina, Minato, Tsunade, and the entire sealing team of Konoha collaboratively arranged this unprecedented sealing technique. Kushina approached Tai, softly inquiring, Tai, the seal upon you is intricate and perilous. It involves further suppressing certain powers within you. Do you comprehend? Tai sat at the center of the sealing array, feeling a tinge of anxiety. Yet he nodded, mustering a faint smile. I understand. I will cooperate. As long as it allows me to remain in Konoha, protecting this place and teacher Tsunade, I am willing to accept any arrangement. Minato stood to one side of the sealing array, hands forming seals as chakra gradually converged in his palms. He glanced at Tai, his tone gentle yet filled with assurance. Do not worry. Tai, this is Konoha's forte. We will ensure your safety. Kushina stood on the opposite side of the sealing array, her red hair flowing gently as the chakra surged, guiding the power of the Ninetails within her to participate in the technique. Her gaze was calm and focused. The sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan will not disappoint you. This will make you safer. Tsunade took on the responsibility of monitoring the entire process and providing a substantial amount of chakra. Kushina closely observed Tai's physical condition while stabilizing the technique with her immense chakra, resolutely encouraging him. Tai, hold on. This seal is not only to protect the safety of Konoha but also to safeguard your well-being. As the chakra of the three, along with the sealing team members, gradually converged, the seal within Tai revealed intricate patterns. The one-stem runes began to glow anew, as if a powerful force was being repressed and guided. The entire sealing chamber was enveloped in the blue light of the technique, and the air was imbued with a sacred and solemn aura. Tai felt a wave of heat emanating from within. Yet he gritted his teeth, suppressing any sound. He understood that all of this was to ensure he could remain in Konoha peacefully and to avoid causing trouble for Tsunade. As the radiance of the technique gradually subsided and the sealing array began to dissipate, Tai's body finally relaxed. He gasped for breath, sweat trickling down his cheeks, and with great effort, he raised his head to gaze at the three, his voice slightly hoarse as he asked, is it truly over? Kushina nodded, a hint of relief evident on her face. It is complete. Now, the power within you is firmly sealed and will not manifest any aberrations in the near future. Minato's lips curled into a slight smile as he gently patted Tai's shoulder, his tone imbued with encouragement. Tai, rest assured, from this moment on, you can wholeheartedly devote yourself to your training and life. Tsunade glanced at the weary Tai, her voice lightening. Well, you are no longer a potential hazard that could explode at any moment. What we should consider next is how you will establish your roots in Konoha. Tai looked at the three of them, a wave of indescribable gratitude swelling within him. He clenched his fists and said earnestly, thank you all. I will not let your trust go to waste. I will strive to become a ninja that Konoha can rely on. With the sealing complete, Konoha once again embraced tranquility, while Tai's destiny took root anew in this land. Unbeknownst to Tai, Minato had sealed the memories of the sealing team members to ensure the safety of the information. Note 4. The merits of Minato Namikaze undoubtedly made him a great Hokage and husband, as he safeguarded Konoha and his family with love and strength. However, his shortcomings serve as a reminder that even the mightiest must balance family and duty. Minato's tale is not only a heroic legend, but also a poignant narrative of a man seeking equilibrium between love and responsibility. His sacrifice forged the future of Konoha but also left irremediable regrets. Chapter 15. Training begins. The special team of the super fiery celestial star danced. The morning sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a warm glow over training ground number 1 in Konoha, where Tsunade made a rare appearance. Beside her stood a spirited young man. Tai, faced with this young ninja possessing a vast chakra reserve and exceptional potential. Tsunade's eyes reflected a rare seriousness as she unveiled a systematic training plan for him. "Listen closely, Tai," Tsunade declared, her arms crossed and her tone carrying an undeniable authority. "From today onwards, your training will be divided into 5 stages. From solidifying your foundational abilities to mastering advanced techniques, each step must be executed to perfection. The sole objective is to transform you into a true ninja capable of standing alone." Tai nodded resolutely. His fists clenched at his sides. He understood that Tsunade's strictness signified a tremendous challenge, yet it was precisely the opportunity he had long awaited. The first stage of training commenced, with Tsunade mercilessly tackling the most fundamental aspects of physical fitness and chakra control. Her demands for each detail bordered on the stringent. Any lapse in focus would be met with her unyielding corrections. The initial phase entailed high-intensity combat training. Tsunade herself took to the field, utilizing her superb taijutsu to relentlessly press Tai. During the training, Tsunade showed no mercy. Whenever Tai collapsed from exhaustion or slight negligence, she would coldly admonish, "Get up, Tai. In battle, a moment's breath is a moment's defeat." Throughout this process, Tai was pushed to his limits. Whether facing Tsunade's attacks or simulating enemy confrontations, he was compelled to give his all. Tsunade informed him, "Willpower is the most crucial weapon in combat. As long as your will does not falter, the limits of your body can be transcended." As the training progressed, Tai gradually overcame the complacency brought on by his extraordinary talent. He realized that mere strength could not compensate for a lack of experience and resolve. Each time he fell, he gritted his teeth and stood up, his gaze growing ever more resolute. The second stage emphasized chakra control. Although Tai possessed a vast amount of chakra, ineffective management could lead to wastage or even loss of control in critical moments. To address this, Tsunade devised various detailed exercises, beginning with the fundamental practice of walking on water. On the flowing stream, Tai frequently found himself drenched due to excessive chakra release. Tsunade stood on the shore, coldly remarking, "Tai, your chakra is not meant for splashing water. If you cannot control it, it will become a burden." As the training advanced, Tsunade gradually increased the difficulty. For instance, he learned to wield chakra like a blade to slice through leaves and ignite candles within a confined space, the flames flickering without extinguishing. These exercises compelled Tai to concentrate on the precise modulation of his power rather than merely relying on brute force. Through repeated refinement, Tai eventually began to master the delicate control techniques. From initially unleashing chakra recklessly to now adjusting it with the precision of a conductor leading an orchestra, every bit of chakra was employed with impeccable accuracy. During training, he repeatedly maximized the efficiency of chakra distribution through deliberate practice. This not only enhanced his skills but also led him to understand that the essence of power lies not in its quantity but in its judicious application. Just like the legendary first technician of Konoha, Kakashi, who, despite his exceptional abilities, often found himself in dire straits due to insufficient chakra, Tsunade earnestly remarked during training, "You possess a chakra reserve comparable to that of a tailed beast. This is both an advantage and a risk. Only by learning to cherish and precisely control it can you transform it into true strength rather than allow it to become a hindrance in critical moments." Even Tsunade, who had always regarded herself as a genius, was profoundly impressed by Tai's performance that day. In just a single day, Tai not only grasped the manipulation of power and combat intricacies, but also achieved refined chakra control, reaching the level of a nin among ninjas. Such rapid progress left even Tsunade in awe. The day's training concluded almost unnoticed. The night in Konoha remained vibrant, illuminated by lights and bustling with activity. After a strenuous day of training, Tsunade and Tai strolled side by side through the commercial street, the air filled with the enticing aroma of grilled meat and rich ramen. "Tsunade-sensei, let's go eat barbecue," Tai proposed excitedly, his voice brimming with anticipation. Before he could finish, a merciless thump from Tsunade landed on his head. "You little brat, do you think I run a bank? Where do you think all that money for barbecue comes from?" Tsunade stood with her hands on her hips, glaring at Tai, rubbing his sore head. Tai muttered under his breath, "Making money is truly important." Suddenly, an idea struck him, and his eyes sparkled with a desire for wealth as he resolutely declared, "Thus, the path of a ninja is to earn money through missions." "That is the right way. Tsunade-sensei, let us start taking on missions tomorrow," Tai exclaimed. Tsunade paused for a moment, then abruptly remembered that Tai had yet to register as a ninja in Konoha, which meant he could not officially accept missions. She grimaced slightly, sighed in resignation, and waved her hand. "You really think too highly of yourself, but this small matter can be handled by Minato. For tonight, let us go have some Ichiraka ramen instead. It's a classic old shop known for its quality and affordability, perfect for us poor folks. At the mention of ramen, Tai's expression immediately fell, and he quietly complained, "Why is it ramen again?" However, upon catching Tsunade's cold glare, he quickly zipped his lips and obediently followed her toward Ichiraka ramen. As the night breeze gently blew, the figures of the master and disciple gradually vanished into the warm glow of the streetlights. Behind the clamor of Konoha's commercial district, this moment, Tai was a stark contrast to his earlier self, fervently devouring ramen one bowl after another. His chopsticks hardly paused. "Sensei, I take back what I said. This ramen is indeed extraordinary. It's simply delicious," Tai exclaimed contentedly, patting his round belly with a satisfied smile. Tsunade watched him devour his meal with a mix of exasperation and amusement, a smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. Currently, Tai resided in the Senju ancestral home, occupying the room that once belonged to Tsunade's brother, Shju. Upon returning to the ancestral home, Tsunade and Tai busied themselves with their respective tasks. Tsunade immersed herself in formulating the next stage of training. Her brow furrowed as she contemplated how to further tap into Tai's potential. Meanwhile, Tai climbed onto the roof alone, gazing at the night sky. The stars sparkled against the vast, boundless night, captivating Tai's attention. His memories had not entirely faded, yet certain pivotal fragments vanished as if severed by a sharp blade. This beautiful starry sky, however, evoked an indescribable sense of summons within him, as if something significant awaited his discovery. He sighed softly, resting his hands behind his head, allowing the night wind to caress him as his thoughts drifted far away, plunging him into deep contemplation. The third stage of training aimed at fostering teamwork and tactical adaptability. Tai had always been accustomed to working alone. Regardless of how perilous the mission, he preferred to charge ahead, resolving everything with his physical prowess. However, Tsunade pointed out that this lone wolf style of combat not only risks burdening the team, but also proves difficult to survive in the complexities of a battlefield. At present, Tai is merely an ordinary villager of Konoha, unable to undertake ninja missions. To facilitate subsequent training, Tsunade specifically approached Minato, requesting him to arrange for Tai to assume the identity of a chunin from Konoha. In response to Tsunade's request, Minato did not hesitate. He understood well that the mysterious power within Tai far surpasses that of the Ninetails, though this power lacks the violent nature of the Ninetails chakra. It is equally challenging to control. To better guide and refine Tai, Minato decided to assist Tsunade in fulfilling this arrangement. Finding two suitable teammates for Tai became a pressing issue that Minato needed to address. Currently, Tai demonstrated formidable taijutsu skills, and the seals on him were personally overseen and regularly reinforced by Tsunade. In order to construct a team with strong complementary abilities, Minato thoughtfully resolved to select a perceptive ninja and a partner skilled in ninjutsu for Tai. After a moment's contemplation, he instructed the Umbu to summon Hyuga Yakina, a chunin from the branch family of the Hyuga clan, as well as Sarutobi Soma, a chunin from the Sarutobi clan. When the two were gathered before Minato, he wore a gentle smile and addressed them. "The reason I summoned you both is that there is a special mission I wish to entrust to you." Minato paused for a moment before continuing. "From today onward, you will form a 3-member chunin team with Tai, and Lady Tsunade will serve as your guiding jonin." Upon hearing this arrangement, both Hyuga Yakina and Sarutobi Soma could not help but display expressions of surprise. Being able to become a member of Lady Tsunade's team is undoubtedly a tremendous honor. As one of the legendary 3 Sannin, Tsunade is renowned throughout the ninja world not only as the Slug Princess but also revered for her numerous legendary identities. To the Land of Fire, Tsunade is a princess personally appointed by the daimyo. To Konoha, she is the direct granddaughter of the first Hokage, and to the entire ninja world, she is a descendant of the holy site. The Whetbone Forest, celebrated for her exceptional taijutsu prowess and unparalleled medical ninjutsu. Her presence commands both awe and admiration, serving as an undeniable deterrent even to her enemies. Yakina and Soma recognize that this opportunity is as rare as a precious gem, their joy radiating like sunlight, impossible to conceal. Under Tsunade's meticulous guidance, they eagerly anticipated their future training alongside Tai, silently vowing to give their all and not betray this heavy trust. However, a flicker of curiosity arose within them regarding who Tai truly was, to garner such esteem from the Hokage. Yet, this fleeting question was quickly cast aside. After all, the mere fact of becoming a member of Lady Tsunade's team was ample proof of worth. as Tsunade led Tai into the Hokage's office. The entire room fell into silence. Upon seeing Lady Tsunade, Yakina struggled to suppress her inner excitement, straightening her back, her Byakugan revealing a hint of reverence. However, her gaze was swiftly drawn to the boy beside Tsunade. Just a glance made her heart skip a beat. This boy was undeniably stunning. His long, snow-white hair cascaded down his shoulders, flowing as smoothly as moonlight. His azure eyes were deep and bright, akin to stars, seemingly capable of seeing into one's soul. His skin, fair as jade, combined with his delicate and refined features, rendered him akin to a celestial being from a painting. Hyuga Yakina, who considered herself typically composed and calm, found herself overwhelmed with joy. Such beauty was truly unparalleled. Moreover, he was to be my teammate. She endeavored to conceal her excitement, yet her gaze continually strayed towards Tai. In contrast, Sarutobi Soma appeared considerably more composed. Unlike Yakina, he was not captivated by Tai's appearance. Rather, he was filled with curiosity. This boy seemed merely 15 or 16, yet he had garnered the personal attention of Lady Tsunade and received a special arrangement from the Hokage. He must possess something extraordinary. He discreetly observed Tai, attempting to discern something from his every gesture. Was he truly that formidable, or was it solely due to his unique background? Soma silently pondered. At that moment, Tsunade cleared her throat softly, breaking the silence in the room. Her gaze swept over Yakina and Soma, her tone as assertive and resolute as ever. From this day forth, you three shall form a team. Although Tai is the newest member, you will soon come to understand his strength through your upcoming training. I expect you to trust one another and work in unison. Standing beside Tsunade, Tai offered a slight smile, his gaze calm yet imbued with a hint of sharpness. He spoke slowly, his voice clear and pure. I look forward to working with you. These simple 4 words sent Yukina's heart racing once more. Sarutobi Soma clenched his fists tightly, a flicker of battle spirit igniting in his eyes. It seemed he truly was extraordinary. I wish to see just how strong he really is. Observing this scene, Minato's enthusiasm surged, and he clapped his hands, announcing with a smile, since this is a special team, it must possess a resounding name. Your team shall be called the Super Fiery Azure Star Dance Special Team. As soon as he finished speaking, the room fell into a brief silence. Tsunade raised an eyebrow, her lips twitching slightly. Minato. Isn't that name a bit too long? Indeed, one should never harbor expectations regarding Minato's naming talents. Hyuga Yakina blinked in surprise before gently covering her mouth to stifle a laugh, though she found the name somewhat juvenile. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Super Fiery Azure Star Dance sounds quite impressive. Sarutobi Soma nodded seriously. Though the name is a bit lengthy, it is indeed quite unique. Perhaps it might intimidate our foes. Standing to the side, Tai turned his gaze toward Minato, his lips twitching slightly as he stiffly inquired, Hokage-sama, will we need to recite this entire name when introducing ourselves on the battlefield? Minato scratched his head, offering an apologetic smile. Yes, the name is a tad long, but it makes you stand out. Tsunade rolled her eyes, crossing her arms, and bluntly remarked, Fine, do as you wish. However, she paused, scanning the 3 before her. The cohesion of your team will not be easily enhanced by a name. I will ensure through practical training that you understand the glory of a title must be defended by true strength. Yakina, Soma, and Tai immediately straightened and responded in unison. Yes, Lady Tsunade. Minato looked upon them with satisfaction, a gentle smile gracing his face. Very well, then it is settled. The Super Fiery Azure Star Dance Special Team is officially established. I hope you will become the new stars of Konoha under Tsunade's guidance. Tsunade scoffed lightly, turning to lead the 3 from the Hokage's office. No time to dawdle. Your new training begins immediately. Prepare to embrace the depths of hell. Watching them leave, Minato couldn't help but chuckle, thinking, this group of children will undoubtedly grow into an irreplaceable force under Tsunade's tutelage. As for the name, I take great pride in having devised such a grandiose title. Ha ha ha. Note, Yakina is a girl with a gentle exterior and a delicate heart. She is kind, warm-hearted, and enjoys helping others, yet she often remains too reserved, shying away from drawing excessive attention to herself. In the pressure-filled environment of the Hyuga clan, she seems to always linger in the shadows. As a branch family member, she is acutely aware of the disparity between herself and those of the main family. Nevertheless, Yakina steadily advances on her ninja path through her own diligent efforts. She does not seek to become the strongest ninja, but aspires to shine in a direction that suits her. Within her family, she has always been a low-key presence, unwilling to be the center of attention. Her sensitivity allows her to perceive the emotions of others, often providing silent support and assistance. However, Yakina possesses a little-known trait. She is a severe esthetician. She is highly attentive to appearances, particularly those she finds handsome or charming. She has an innate sensitivity to beauty and often secretly observes individuals she admires, occasionally blushing or experiencing rapid heartbeats due to her intense focus on someone. This aspect remains a well-kept secret, with few, if any, noticing. After graduating from the Ninja Academy, Yakina did not rush to pursue the traditional path of training, but instead delved into solitary study, gradually honing a unique technique known as the 8 trigrams air palm. A technique originally meant only for the main family members. However, with her keen insight and profound mastery of chakra control, Hinata Yakina successfully developed an entirely new combat style based on the principles of Gentle Fist. The 8 trigrams air palm transcended the traditional limitations of Gentle Fist, utilizing intricate chakra manipulation and spatial awareness to swiftly disrupt the flow of chakra in close combat, effectively striking at the enemy's vital points. Although her techniques may not possess the extreme power of the clan's traditional arts, they are characterized by ingenuity, agility, and precision, showcasing her unique fighting style. The success of this technique not only attested to her independent thinking on the path of the ninja, but also gradually earned her greater recognition within her family. Note 2. Sarutobi Esma. A common member of the Sarutobi clan, skilled in fire release, he is low-key, composed, and possesses a certain degree of rigor and restraint in his character. Unlike many members of the Sarutobi clan, Esma is not the type of ninja who was born into prominence with a flamboyant personality. He is meticulous, grounded in his actions, and while he does not take pride in ostentatious achievements, he diligently fulfills every task with a calm and cautious demeanor. His mastery of fire release is nearly perfect, yet he refrains from showcasing his abilities. Rather than displaying power, Esma prefers to support others quietly. Especially in collaborative efforts, he remains composed in the face of complex battle scenarios, employing his ninjutsu and judgment to resolve numerous challenges. Although he is not keen on being viewed as a hero, his silent actions often play a crucial role at decisive moments. Esma harbors deep affection for his family, particularly holding the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, in high esteem. In his heart, the responsibilities and honor of the family are aspects that can never be overlooked. Upon first meeting Tai, he was deeply captivated by the unique aura surrounding him. Feeling an innate sense of challenge, that presence seemed capable of effortlessly suppressing everything around him, drawing Esma in and awakening the combative instincts nestled within his bloodline. He realized that this was not merely an admiration for strength, but rather a long-lost calling, compelling him to yearn to measure himself against Tai and to uncover the potential and depth hidden within him. In that moment, the impulse surging within him was not solely an interest in Tai, but a challenge to himself, a desire for strength rooted deep within his lineage. Chapter 16. Team Collaboration Training. Tai, Sarutobi Esma, and Hyuga Yakina underwent training in team collaboration and battlefield adaptability under Tsunade's guidance at the 7th training ground of Konoha. This marked the 3rd phase of Tai's training. Tsunade, holding a bell, shook it merrily before the trio, a playful smile gracing her face as she proclaimed, "Your challenge is to snatch the bell from me. Though you all possess considerable skills, reaching the level of a chunin, compared to me, you're merely amateurs. Should any of you falter and cause the mission to fail, you shall face my merciless punishment." Tai, Sarutobi Esma, and Hyuga Yakina exchanged knowing glances, clearly aware that Tsunade's joke did not imply an easy training session. Each of them excelled in their respective fields, yet facing a master like Tsunade, the challenge was evidently far beyond the ordinary. "I see you possess some confidence," Tsunade remarked with a light laugh, raising the bell higher, her eyes gleaming with challenge. "But remember, before the contest begins, there are no rules." Tai took a deep breath, silently adjusting his breathing and mindset, as a ninja accustomed to independent action. He understood that this battle would test their teamwork rather than individual prowess. Sarutobi Esma silently employed the shadow clone technique, his form dispersing into multiple phantoms, akin to leaves caught in a nocturnal breeze, stealthily encircling Tsunade from various angles. Meanwhile, Hyuga Yakina, with her precise Byakugan, had flawlessly locked onto Tsunade's movements and position, poised to strike at any moment. Tsunade noticed their maneuvers, a hint of amusement flickering across her face. Unwavering, she remained in place, the bell swaying carelessly, seemingly dismissive of the trio. "All right." Tsunade's tone suddenly turned serious. "The challenge begins." In an instant, Sarutobi Esma launched his shadow clones at Tsunade from all directions. While Hyuga Yakina utilized her Byakugan to observe Tsunade's trajectory, swiftly formulating her attack route. Tai stood slightly further back, preparing to leverage spatial advantage for a side attack. However, Tsunade's reflexes surpassed their expectations. With a nimble leap, she effortlessly ascended into the air, evading the onslaught of shadow clones. Simultaneously, with a flick of her hand, she unleashed a simple jutsu that shattered several clones into fragments. Humph, you've got some skill. Tsunade scoffed, turning to prepare for another attack. Tai's eyes lit up as he seized the opportunity. He suddenly activated his unique taijutsu, closing in on Tsunade, just as his hand was about to touch the bell. Tsunade unleashed a powerful chakra aura, sending Tai sprawling away. He crashed to the ground but quickly sprang back to his feet, attempting to close the distance again. Yet, Tsunade's reactions remained swift. She executed a light jump, effortlessly dodging his attack and hurling a small stone at him from midair. Though small, that stone, bolstered by Tsunade's immense strength, struck Tai's shoulder with the force of a speeding bullet, causing him to stagger back. Pain etched across his face. This power is truly terrifying. Tai gritted his teeth but refused to concede easily. He clenched his jaw, enduring the sharp pain in his shoulder, his form flickering as he used the body flicker technique to distance himself from Tsunade. His gaze sharp and intent on capturing every subtle movement. Tsunade landed gracefully, a look of approval crossing her features as she observed Tai's reaction. Not bad, you can still stand, she taunted. But if you continue to fight individually, you will never seize the bell. Surprise me. At this moment, Sarutobi Esma and Hyuga Yakina had begun to move in perfect synchrony. Yukina's Byakugan accurately tracked Tsunade's every slight motion, while Esma concealed himself within the shadows of the trees, awaiting the opportune moment. Tai, distract her attention, Yakina whispered, simultaneously seeking an opening to unleash her gentle fist. 8 trigrams air palm. Tai nodded, immediately complying. He bore the pain, dragging his injured shoulder, feigning a flawed attack as he approached Tsunade from the front. Tsunade smirked dismissively, charging toward Tai, intending to use her brute strength to repel him once more. In that fleeting second, Yukina's 8 trigrams air palm approached Tsunade's flank, while Sarutobi Esma revealed himself from the shadows, executing the Sarutobi clan's secret technique, fire release, dance of flames, condensing flames on his kunai for a surprise attack from behind Tsunade. Realizing the trio's coordinated assault, Tsunade's smile faded slightly. You've got some skills. I see, she murmured, and in an instant, her powerful chakra surged forth like a tempest, slamming her foot into the ground, causing cracks to spread, abruptly halting Yakina and Sarutobi Esma's advance. However, just as Tsunade countered their attacks, Tai suddenly appeared directly beneath her, a glimmering short blade in hand, aimed straight at the bell at her waist. Got it. Tai's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yet, a sly smile crept onto Tsunade's lips. Too slow. Kid, with a swift motion, she seized Tai's wrist, effortlessly pinning him to the ground. Meanwhile, she raised the bell with her other hand, giving it a gentle shake, producing a crisp chime. Another failure, Tsunade said, looking down at the fallen Tai, a teasing tone in her voice. Your coordination has improved slightly, but it is still far from sufficient. Gasping for breath, the trio, though weary, harbored no thoughts of surrender. They exchanged glances, seemingly communicating their next plan in silence. It appears you are not ready to concede, Tsunade remarked with a slight smile, relaxing her guard just a touch. Then let us try again. However, it won't be so easy next time. Tai struggled to rise from the ground, his gaze unwavering. He, alongside Sarutobi Esma and Hyuga Yakina, nodded to one another, quickly readjusting their stances and seamlessly initiating a new offensive. This time, the trio altered their strategy. They did not rashly charge towards Tsunade. Instead, they dispersed, each attempting to probe from different angles. Sarutobi Sasuke unleashed the shadow clone technique, encircling Tsunade with a multitude of clones that created continuous distractions. Hinata Yakina, with her Byakugan, precisely tracked Tsunade's every movement while simultaneously unleashing a barrage of gentle fist strikes to obstruct her mobility. Meanwhile, Taichi concealed himself at a distance, preparing to unleash a powerful surge of chakra, enhancing his body flicker technique for a swift approach to seize the bell. Tsunade raised an eyebrow, observing the trio's coordination with a hint of appreciation. It seemed they finally understood the importance of strategy. That you've made progress, she remarked nonchalantly, her demeanor still relaxed, as if she held absolute control over the situation. The shadow clones of Sarutobi Sasuke surged towards Tsunade like a tidal wave, attempting to encircle her. However, Tsunade merely smirked disdainfully. With a flick of her wrist, a torrent of chakra erupted like a tempest, instantly obliterating the clones into nothingness. Simultaneously, Hinata Yakina launched a surprise attack from the side, aiming directly for the bell at Tsunade's waist. Too slow, Tsunade deftly pivoted, evading Yukina's strike and gently pushing her back several steps with a mere fingertip. Though her movement was light, the immense strength behind it cracked the ground beneath Yukina's feet. At that moment, Taichi seemed to break free from his constraints, his chakra erupting like a volcano, distorting the air around him. His speed surged to unprecedented heights, surpassing his previous limits, so swift that even the particles in the air struggled to keep pace. Leaving behind only blurred afterimages and a resonating hum. Target. The bell. Taichi mentally locked onto his objective, his gaze fixed intently on the swaying bell at Tsunade's waist. His figure transformed into a mere specter in the air, darting towards Tsunade like a bolt of lightning. Yet, Tsunade remained unfazed, as though everything was within her command. Just as Taichi was about to reach the bell, she subtly shifted her stance, her right hand rising at a masterful angle to grasp Taichi's wrist. That speed is commendable, but relying solely on speed will not secure the bell, Tsunade remarked with a playful smile, her voice laced with amusement. Taichi found his movements completely restrained, struggling in vain against Tsunade's formidable and unyielding strength. His brow furrowed, frustration palpable on his face. The trio's offensive was once again dismantled, yet Tsunade exhibited not a trace of fatigue. She surveyed the panting Taichi, Sarutobi Sasuke, and Hinata Yukina, slowly articulating, "Well done. You've improved significantly since earlier. But it remains insufficient. What you lack is not merely strength, but true synergy and judgment." The three stood in place. Though reluctant, they acknowledged the truth in Tsunade's words, regardless of how their tactics shifted. They struggled to disrupt Tsunade's absolute dominance over the battlefield. Tsunade smiled faintly, placing the bell back at her waist and clapping her hands together, announcing, "All right, that concludes the training. Although you failed to seize the bell, you have not left empty-handed." Pausing briefly, her tone softened. "Remember, a ninja's battle is never a solitary endeavor. True victory arises from mutual trust and cooperation, not merely reliance on individual prowess. You may not have passed the test today, but I believe next time will yield a different outcome." The trio lowered their heads. Despite their disappointment, they sensed a flicker of encouragement in Tsunade's words. They wiped away their sweat and tended to their wounds, supporting each other as they stood resolutely, silently vowing. Next time, they would become stronger, never allowing the bell to slip through their fingers again. "Are you prepared to accept your punishment?" Tsunade suddenly inquired with a serious tone. Yet a disconcerting smile played at the corners of her mouth. The three shuddered in unison, their internal alarms blaring. Taichi couldn't help but murmur, "Punishment? It won't be something like burying us with only our heads sticking out, will it? Or making us wake up at 5 every morning to run 500 laps around the village while carrying weights?" Sarutobi Sasuke frowned, his complexion paling as images of a certain green figure flashed through his mind. "Don't say it," Hinata Yukina cautioned quietly, instinctively hugging her shoulders. Noticing their expressions, Tsunade chuckled lightly, shaking the bell. "It seems you've anticipated a rather grim fate. Fear not. This time the punishment," she elongated her words, seemingly savoring the suspense. "What is it?" Taichi could not help but ask, his tone rife with trepidation. Tsunade clapped her hands together, her voice booming. "Tonight, you will assist at the village CAF, providing back scratches for all the customers. Remember, not a single one should be neglected." "What?" the trio exclaimed in unison, utterly taken aback by the unexpected demand. "That's too easy." Sarutobi Sasuke sighed in relief. "Don't celebrate too soon," Tsunade replied with a sly smile. "That CAF has at least 30 cats, each with a distinct personality and a fiery temperament, especially that one named Xiaohu. If you fail to attend to it properly, it will not hesitate to use its claws. You best pray not to irritate them, or else." The three felt cold sweat trickle down their backs, with Taichi unable to suppress a complaint. "Lady Tsunade, this is more torturous than running laps. Then do your best, and do not let me down." Tsunade waved the bell at them, declaring, "All right, training is over. See you tonight, and don't be late." Watching her retreating figure, the three exchanged glances, filled with resignation, and simultaneously let out a long, heavy sigh. "Next time, I must seize that bell. I never want to be chased again." Taichi gritted his teeth. "I concur." Sarutobi Sasuke and Yukina chimed in unison. Determination ignited in their eyes, yet it seemed more driven by the desire to avoid further feline punishments. Although Taichi adored cats, he only cherished those with gentle temperaments. Enough complaining. The next training session won't be any easier. Yukina dusted off the dirt from her clothes, clearly impacted by the recent chase involving the cats. Tsunade's punishment methods always left a lasting impression. Sarutobi Sasuke ran a hand through his disheveled hair, exclaiming, Who would have thought that Lady Tsunade had such a brigade of cats? They seem more formidable than ninjas. Indeed, and they know how to employ tactics to encircle us. Taichi recalled the chaos of being pursued by dozens of cats, shivering involuntarily. I genuinely love them, but they're so ferocious. Next time, I must prepare some dried fish for self-defense. Yakina couldn't help but laugh. Dried fish might come in handy, but to avoid being chased by cats, it's better to focus on seizing the bell. Otherwise, Lady Tsunade won't be so gentle next time. The three exchanged knowing glances, each reading resolve in the other's eyes. Despite their recent training leaving them somewhat disheveled, they understood that this was merely the beginning of their ninja journey. Next time, we will not lose. Taichi clenched his fists, filled with determination. Yes, our target is the bell, not. Sarutobi Sasuke solemnly added. And let's not fall behind while being chased. Yakina teased with a smile, her tone imbued with warmth. As the setting sun cast its golden rays upon the trio, their laughter mingled with the breeze, tinged with fatigue yet brimming with hope. Tsunade returned to her residence, seated at her desk, and opened a thick dossier. This was a personal growth record she maintained for her students. Her gaze swept over the contents until it lingered on the name Taichi. This could truly is a handful, Tsunade murmured softly. As a genuine powerhouse of the Hokage level, she had long recognized Taichi's talent in physical arts and his indomitable spirit. However, mere physical prowess was insufficient for a ninja to thrive on the battlefield. What Taichi lacked were the adaptable ninjutsu attacks and finishing techniques, precisely what Tsunade intended to help him develop. Her affection for Taichi was tinged with an inexplicable, unarticulated emotion. Even she could not fully explain the origins of this concern. Perhaps it is because, in Tai, she perceives certain familiar shadows, his indomitable perseverance, the relentless tenacity that refuses to yield, and the boundless potential hidden beneath an awkward exterior. Every time she witnesses Tai grit his teeth and charge towards his objectives on the training field, Tsunade cannot help but reminisce about her own youth, a time when she too plunged headfirst into her goals, heedless of the consequences. However, this favoritism is not merely rooted in nostalgia or projection. She understands that Tai's talent and potential merit her investment. Perhaps even Tsunade herself is reluctant to admit that this special attention carries a hint of protectiveness, having endured numerous separations and farewells. She has long concealed her concern beneath the facade of indifference and severity. Yet, with Tai, her approach possesses a subtle softness. She does not readily express her feelings, yet she invariably lays the groundwork for his future in unguarded moments. Because of this, when she selects jutsu for Tai or even utilizes her own merit points, she does so without the slightest hesitation. This is not a mere cultivation of a disciple. It resembles an anticipation for the future. Perhaps she herself is unaware that this favoritism has transcended the boundaries of a master-disciple relationship, evolving into a complex and profound bond. Finally, the 17th chapter begins the study of ninjutsu. After the intense training yesterday and the unconventional punishment that followed, Tai felt sore all over, even the slightest movement proving to be a laborious task. In the early morning, utterly exhausted, he remained ensconced in a shallow dream until a sudden, forceful shove from behind jolted him awake. "Get up!" Accompanied by Tsunade's stern voice, Tai sprang up from his bedding, rubbing his still aching back as he turned to face Tsunade's serious expression. He had not fully awakened, and the torment from last night's punishment seemed trivial compared to the force of her kick. "If you could manage to rise on time, why would I need to resort to such measures?" Tsunade huffed, crossing her arms, her gaze sharp enough to pierce through to his very soul. "You should be feeling somewhat recovered." "Yes, don't waste time. Today's training will be doubled." Tai offered a wry smile as he stood, stretching his somewhat stiff limbs, musing inwardly. Is she truly serious? Yesterday was no ordinary ordeal, but he understood that rather than complain, it was best to immerse himself in training. After all, Tsunade would never tolerate his hesitance or laziness. After completing his morning routine, Tai and Tsunade swiftly made their way to Konoha's first training ground. Conveniently located near the Senju clan's territory, not only was the location advantageous, but it also saw little use from other ninjas. Tai training has now entered the fourth phase. In this stage, you will delve into the study of ninjutsu as well as the acquisition and utilization of intelligence within the ninja world. A competent ninja must not only master various ninjutsu and combat techniques but also gather and effectively employ intelligence. Tsunade regarded Tai, her tone earnest as she continued. The significance of intelligence in the ninja world is on par with combat prowess. Even highly skilled ninjas may find themselves in dire straits if they possess no knowledge of their adversaries. In this fourth phase of training, alongside learning ninjutsu, you must also grasp how to collect, analyze, and utilize intelligence. Tsunade approached the center of the training ground, forming a hand seal, causing a small earthen wall to rise. Ninjutsu is categorized into three main types: ninjutsu, genjutsu, and taijutsu. Your taijutsu training has already reached a commendable level. However, to become a true ninja, you must learn to effectively combine ninjutsu. This, she pointed to the earthen wall, is merely one of the foundational earth release techniques: earth release, earth wall. For instance, earth release. Yellow spring swamp can transform the ground beneath an enemy into a mire, ensnaring them. Next, you will need to learn about the nature transformation of chakra to master more advanced earth release techniques. Different chakra natures will influence the types of ninjutsu you can learn. Thus, you must first assess your chakra attributes. With that, Tsunade retrieved a piece of chakra testing paper from her pocket and handed it to Tai. Infuse it with your chakra. Tai accepted the paper, a sense of anticipation stirring within him. According to the lore of the ninja world, chakra attributes are divided into 5 fundamental categories: wind, fire, lightning, water, and earth, alongside special Kekkei Jinkai fusion attributes such as ice release, wind plus water, and lava release, fire plus earth. He eagerly infused his chakra into the paper. The paper transformed rapidly in Tai's grasp, as if awakened by a mysterious force, instantly displaying extraordinary phenomena. First, the upper left corner ignited in flames, bright and searing, warping the air slightly, symbolizing the ferocity and intensity of fire release. Next, the upper right corner abruptly shattered into tiny fragments, as if torn apart by an invisible force, showcasing the power and explosiveness of lightning release. Simultaneously, the lower right corner gradually became damp, droplets forming and seeping in, as if the paper was savoring the refreshing moisture in the air, revealing the gentleness and flowing nature of water. Meanwhile, the lower left corner grew heavy, its surface cracking slightly, grains of sand tumbling down, reminiscent of the Earth's subtle tremors, embodying the steadiness and resilience of Earth release. Finally, the center of the paper curled slightly, followed by a crack resembling a blade of wind silently spreading, as if sliced by an invisible edge, exemplifying the sharpness and elegance of wind release. All 5 distinct transformations manifested simultaneously on the paper, each independent yet resonating with one another, as if a miniature natural evolution was unfolding upon its surface. Tsunade observed the changes before her, momentarily taken aback, then her pupils constricted, her gaze reflecting incredulity. 5 chakra attributes. You are truly a genius with mastery over all 5 elements. A hint of rare astonishment colored Tsunade's voice as she fixated on the chakra testing paper in Tai's hand. Her expression intricate. Mastery over all 5 elements, she murmured, exhaling slowly, before regaining her composure, a smile breaking through. Tai, do you understand what this signifies? Tai's heart surged with tumult. He had merely intended to test his chakra attributes, never anticipating that he would possess all of them. Drawing a deep breath, he endeavored to calm himself, and spoke. This means I can learn any attributes ninjutsu without being constrained by chakra attributes. Tsunade nodded. Indeed, that a ninja with mastery over all 5 elements is exceedingly rare. As far as I know, only the 3rd Hokage and another prodigious young man, Kakashi, possess such abilities. Theoretically, you can master ninjutsu of all attributes. She paused momentarily, the smile on her face gradually fading as she added softly, however, this does not imply that you will effortlessly master all ninjutsu. Chakra attributes are merely the foundation. Mastery of ninjutsu also hinges on your talent, diligence, and precise control over chakra. While having all 5 elements is indeed a remarkable gift, without proper guidance and systematic training, it remains just a hollow shell. Tai nodded, though outwardly calm. His inner excitement was barely contained. He was acutely aware that he possessed a talent that others could scarcely hope to attain, a talent that seemed to herald a future where his path as a ninja would shine as brilliantly as the stars, bursting forth with limitless possibilities. Observing the spark in his eyes, Tsunade's lips curved slightly upward. In that case, we shall adjust your training regimen. Standing up, arms crossed, Tsunade pondered for a moment before stating, given that you possess 5 chakra attributes, we shall not limit ourselves to just one. Instead, we will pursue multi-attribute training simultaneously. She slowly extended 5 fingers, introducing each attribute. Fire release is renowned for its astonishing offensive power and extensive range of lethality. It excels in long-range strikes, suppressing opponents, controlling battlefield dynamics, and obliterating environmental obstacles. Water release, characterized by its adaptability and versatility, can provide flexible control and instant counterattacks in combat, suitable for creating barriers, restricting enemy movement. And even for underwater operations, Tsunade continued. Lightning release specializes in high-speed assaults, capable of unleashing powerful currents instantaneously for rapid strikes. The speed and destructive power of lightning release make it challenging for enemies to evade, making it ideal for swift incapacitation. She paused, her gaze deepening, seemingly recalling a particular muscle-bound individual. Earth release focuses on defense and stability, harnessing the power of the earth to create obstacles for self-protection while countering enemy assaults. The application of earth release is more prevalent when facing active attacks from adversaries, allowing for defensive retaliation. At last, Tsunade extended her final finger, her voice resolutely firm. Wind release. Its hallmark lies in its high speed and penetrating power. Capable of generating cutting tempests, particularly adept at inflicting sustained weakening and damage upon adversaries, making it suitable for protracted engagements against formidable foes. She gazed at the youth before her, a glimmer of admiration flickering in her eyes. 5 elemental attributes represent an exceptionally rich array of combat styles and possibilities. Your future shall be immensely expansive. Now, I shall assist you in formulating an appropriate training regimen based on the characteristics of each chakra attribute. The young man clenched his fists, determination and desire igniting a flame in his eyes. I understand. No matter how arduous it may be, I shall strive to master these attributes and become the most powerful ninja. Tsunade smiled faintly, a hint of gratification and anticipation gracing her features. Her tone was gentle yet imbued with strength. Remember, training is an eternal journey. What you have learned today is but a beginning. The true challenges have only just begun to unfold. Your path has only just commenced. Upon hearing these words, an inexplicable fervor surged within the boy, his blood seeming to boil, stirring boundless courage and resolve. Each of Tsunade's utterances illuminated the path of hope within him like a beacon, filling him with infinite aspirations and unwavering faith in the future. At that moment, Tai stepped forward, curiosity shimmering in his eyes as he inquired, "What about the yin and yang attributes? What makes them special, and how do they relate to the 5 elemental attributes?" Tsunade nodded slightly, signaling Tai to continue. Then her gaze swept the room as she softly replied, "The yin and yang attributes are closely intertwined with the foundation of the 5 elemental powers. They not only serve as the source of these elements, but also represent the fundamental forces of the universe. The fire, water, wind, earth, and lightning that you are currently studying, while powerful, cannot exist without the balance and guidance of yin and yang." Pausing momentarily, a profound light glimmered in her eyes as she continued. Yin attribute embodies control, suppression, and sealing powers, belonging to the feminine, introspective aspect, possessing remarkable concealment and malleability. In contrast, the yang attribute signifies release, eruption, and creation, belonging to the masculine, extroverted aspect, endowed with formidable offensive capabilities and vitality. These two forces are not only opposing but also complementary, forming an invisible equilibrium within the cosmos. Tsunade took a deep breath, her brow slightly raised as she elaborated further. The yin attribute can manipulate an opponent's movements during the casting of ninjutsu, disturb their mental state, and even obstruct their chakra flow. For instance, the shadow clone technique you are familiar with is, in fact, an application of the yin attribute. It confounds the enemy's perception by creating illusory existences, achieving an element of surprise. And as for the yang attribute, Tsunade's tone grew more resolute. It embodies boundless explosive power, capable of instantaneously augmenting the potency of ninjutsu, significantly increasing both the speed and range of attacks. Yang-based techniques are often devastating, not merely inflicting damage but capable of obliterating everything in a heartbeat, altering the course of battle. Tai furrowed his brow, evidently still contemplating this information, and quietly asked, "What would happen if the yin and yang attributes were combined in use?" Tsunade's gaze sharpened, a smile gracing her lips as she looked at Tai. This is where the true essence of advanced ninjutsu lies. When the yin and yang attributes are skillfully fused, they can give rise to more complex and powerful techniques. However, as of now, there has yet to be a successful instance of their combination within the ninja world. If you wish to delve deeper into the knowledge of chakra attributes, I shall present you with my grandfather's notes this evening," Tsunade stated nonchalantly, her eyes revealing a hint of profundity. Tai was momentarily taken aback, excitement surging within him. Tsunade's grandfather was none other than the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama. A rush of exhilaration coursed through him, nearly overwhelming. Senju Tobarama, the legendary figure who forged a pact with the sea, master of the most powerful water release techniques, revered by countless ninjas. Ironically, the strongest water ninja was not a succession of Mizukage but the second Hokage, Shinji Tobarama. More importantly, the second Hokage not only attained the pinnacle of ninjutsu mastery but was also a pioneer in the exploration of forbidden techniques. It is said that many powerful forbidden jutsu recorded in Konoha's Book of Seals were designed and documented by him personally, though these were primarily developed against the Uchiha clan. Tai was swept away by a wave of emotion. Lowering his head and tightly clenching his fists as if to engrave this gratitude deep within his heart. Tsunade's full-hearted instruction was not merely a transfer of skills but a conveyance of trust and expectation. She not only imparted the methods of chakra utilization but also taught him the secrets to maintaining composure in battle. Even more invaluable was her willingness to share her lifetime of experience and wisdom without reservation. Tsunade-sensei, Tai's voice was low yet resolute, a flicker of barely perceptible light shining in his eyes. Your teaching shall be etched in my heart. And no matter how arduous the future may be, I shall transform your expectations into strength. Tsunade smiled faintly, her gaze deep and seemingly perceptive of Tai's resolve and potential. She refrained from responding immediately, instead quietly observing him, as if awaiting a deeper answer. You have already embarked on your own path. She finally spoke, her voice imbued with warmth. Remember, not all roads require reliance on others. True strength emanates from the persistence and choices within your heart. Tai lifted his gaze to meet Tsunade's, feeling an unprecedented surge of determination. A power derived not only from his mentor's earnest hopes but also laden with his own grave responsibilities and commitments. He inhaled deeply, nodding silently, his vow far more resolute and profound than any ornate rhetoric in existence. At that moment, Tai comprehended that genuine growth was not solely about skill enhancement, but also about recognizing and embracing one's own mission. Tsunade's earnest teachings were etched deeply in his heart. He would undoubtedly honor her guidance and bravely forge his own brilliant path. Tsunade-sensei, you are the foremost medical ninja in the world. I wish to begin my studies with medical ninjutsu, Tai earnestly declared. His tone laced with reverence and determination. That moment, Tsunade was still grappling with her fear of blood. However, intriguingly, whenever she was in Tai's presence, a peculiar warmth and sense of security would well up within her. This sensation seemed to gradually ease her state of mind, even beginning to mitigate the fear she had long been unable to conquer. Slowly, the shadow of her blood phobia became less overwhelming through the process of self-healing. It was as though Tai's existence had become an invisible force, quietly permeating her heart and gradually suppressing that profound fear. Whenever she was with Tai, Tsunade felt an indescribable sense of peace. That tranquility flowed gently like clear spring water, gradually soothing her inner turmoil and unease. Ahem, after all this talk, my throat is parched. I urgently require a cup of sake to rescue me, Tsunade suddenly exclaimed with a laugh. Her tone playful and self-deprecating. It was as if the seriousness and contemplation of the previous moments had dissipated with her words. She gently raised her hand, her fingertips slightly aloft, seemingly summoning the solace that would quench her thirst. A smile of long-lost ease and joy gracing her face. But Tsunade-sensei, you haven't taught me any ninjutsu yet. Tai could no longer contain his exasperation, his eyes brimming with urgency and dissatisfaction. He stood tall, hands firmly on his hips, his expression solemn, as if propelled forward by an invisible force. Tsunade was taken aback for a moment, then met his undeniable gaze, a flicker of delight rising within her heart. She smiled gently, recognizing that Tai was not only a genius but also a vibrant and determined apprentice. All right, no need to rush, she raised her hand. We shall commence your instruction today. With that, Tsunade produced a scroll from the dimensional space within her chest. This contains the earth, water, wind, fire, and lightning techniques ranging from E to B rank. Take your time to study them, but I have more pressing matters to attend to, Tsunade replied with an air of seriousness. Having said that, she swiftly turned to leave, a playful smile lingering on her face as if to say, I leave this in your capable hands, and without hesitation, she departed, leaving Tai to confront the multitude of techniques alone. Silently murmuring to himself, as the saying goes, a master leads one to the door, but the cultivation is up to the individual. At this moment, although Tai murmured to himself, his mind was already devoid of any extraneous thoughts. He paid little heed to Tsunade's mention of an important task. Instead, he devoted all his energy to the cultivation of ninjutsu. The scroll before him seemed to be his sole beacon at this moment, and the world around him faded into insignificance. Only the runes of the 5 elemental natures flickered before his eyes, awaiting his unraveling of their mysteries. Fire release. great fireball technique, a C-rank ninjutsu, let's try this first. As the words left his lips, Tai swiftly formed hand seals, his movements flowing seamlessly like a gentle stream. He whispered softly, inhaled deeply, and then intently declared, fire release, great fireball technique, in an instant. A torrent of searing flames erupted forth, engulfing the entire training ground. The heat surged, as if intent on scorching the very earth, turning dummies and stones to ash in an instant. The air was thick with a scorching aura, distorting the atmosphere, and the spectacle was utterly breathtaking. A certain Uchiha ninja exclaimed, "Is this really the great fireball technique? What? A C-rank ninjutsu can unleash such astonishing power. The forbidden techniques within the sealing book must be utterly cataclysmic." Elated, Tai's curiosity about the forbidden techniques in the sealing book deepened. He resolved to persuade Tsunade to allow him to peruse the sealing book at all costs. Tai's talent was unparalleled in just a single afternoon. He had completely mastered all the ninjutsu inscribed on the scroll. Those seemingly complex techniques flowed effortlessly in his hands, each motion smooth and unimpeded, as if he had already melded with these skills. For these fundamental ninjutsu, he encountered no difficulty whatsoever. Instead, he felt an impulsive urge to challenge himself further, yearning for a higher level of challenge. Tai tempered his excitement, casting a keen gaze into the distance, murmuring to himself, "While these foundational ninjutsu are exquisite, they are merely the surface. True power must lie within those forbidden techniques, and my mission is to master them." He clasped his hands tightly in front of his chest, his eyes sparkling with unwavering determination, his heart surging not only with ambition but also with an insatiable thirst for unknown power and an indomitable fighting spirit. Despite knowing the sealing book was no trifling matter, his desire for strength rendered him fearless. Though Tsunade was strict, as long as he demonstrated talent and sincerity, she would surely acquiesce. A confident smile graced Tai's lips, and if all else failed, perhaps he could seek alternative means to seize an opportunity. No sooner had he thought this than he sprang into action, striding towards the direction where Tsunade was located, envisioning the sealing book filled with numerous forbidden techniques and the cataclysmic power it concealed. Tai swiftly navigated through the bustling streets of Konoha, flanked by a myriad of exquisite shops and villagers bustling about. He pondered to himself that Tsunade had a penchant for excitement, and perhaps he could appeal to her interests, capturing her attention in a unique manner. He had heard that Tsunade enjoyed gambling. Tai mused, his gaze drifting toward a shop adorned with a gambling establishment sign, and his smile deepened. Without delay, Tai executed the transformation technique. Morphing into a greasy, middle-aged man, he pushed the door open and entered, already formulating a plan to orchestrate an accidental encounter to further his ambitions. The raucous sounds of the gambling den enveloped him as Tai surveyed the room, quickly locking onto the familiar figure of Tsunade seated at a card table, her gaze intent on the cards in her hand, her expression grave, as if embroiled in a life-and-death struggle. Within the casino, gamblers erupted in cheers at her arrival, as though they had spotted a legendary golden goose. Though her gambling skills were exceptional, her luck was unparalleled. With her family's inheritance and the substantial rewards from completed missions, she perpetually sustained her gambling lifestyle. Opportunity knocks. Tai took a deep breath, suppressing his nerves, and stepped toward the card table, donning a confident smile. He approached the table, feigning casualness as he stole a glance at Tsunade, then spoke, "Esteemed lady, your card skills appear formidable. Might I have the honor of learning from you?" Upon hearing his words, Tsunade felt a surge of joy. It was rare for someone to appreciate her exquisite card skills. She raised an eyebrow, intrigue evident. "Shall we gamble? What are the stakes?" Tai observed the ongoing game, a faint smile gracing his lips as he replied leisurely, "Wagering money and material goods seems rather mundane. Why not engage in a more thrilling gamble? What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Tsunade's eyebrows arched, a glimmer of amusement dancing in her eyes. Having navigated the gambling world for years, it was the first time someone dared to propose such a challenge before her. She spoke slowly, laced with a hint of testing. "Interesting. Since you possess such audacity, let me see what tricks you have up your sleeve. What are the stakes?" Tsunade glanced at the middle-aged nobleman before her and continued, "If I win, what will you offer as payment?" Tai feigned contemplation, then smiled slightly. "Esteemed ninja, you possess unparalleled power, while I am merely an ordinary noble. Money holds no significance for me. I seek only your agreement to one condition." Tsunade narrowed her eyes, a hint of wariness evident in her gaze. Although she sensed that this man was indeed just an ordinary person, she remained vigilant. The condition? Tsunade calculated quickly in her mind. This fellow appears affluent. He may not be simple. A vague condition could lead to complications if he harbors ulterior motives. Wouldn't that tarnish my illustrious reputation? After a moment's reflection, Tsunade responded coolly. That is acceptable. But it must not be excessive and must never infringe upon my bottom line. Tai bowed slightly, showing respect. Rest assured, Lady Tsunade, I shall never make an unreasonable request. Internally, however, he was elated. This is promising. Tsunade smiled confidently. How amusing. In that case, I accept. But let me warn you, no one has been born who can defeat me. Upon hearing such bravado, the surrounding gamblers nearly burst into laughter, as a golden goose. What gives you the audacity to say such things? Tai responded with an unfazed smile. In that case, let us commence. The gambling match officially began. Tsunade and Tai took their seats, while excited onlookers formed a burgeoning circle. The atmosphere growing increasingly charged. With each round of play, Tsunade's techniques were impeccably precise, showcasing her extraordinary gambling skills, while Tai remained calm and composed, his demeanor unruffled, as if the outcome held no sway over his emotions. As Tsunade focused on her cards, she pondered secretly, how could this fellow possess such courage and mental fortitude? If he were but an ordinary noble, what is his true background? Meanwhile, Tai calculated in his mind. Tsunade's gambling skills are indeed remarkable. Yet her flamboyant style makes her patterns easily discernible. If I seize the opportunity, I can turn the tide. As the game progressed, the tension escalated at a critical moment. Tai suddenly shifted his strategy, launching a precise counterattack against Tsunade's routine. Disrupting her rhythm. As the final card was revealed, Tai emerged victorious by a narrow margin. The room erupted in astonishment. Tsunade paused for a moment, then burst into hearty laughter. Well done. You truly have a knack for turning the tables. It seems I've met my match today. Speak. What do you wish for me to do? Tai stood and respectfully bowed to Tsunade. Respected ninja, I have long aspired to the life of a ninja. And I hope you will teach me some ninjutsu. Tsunade raised an eyebrow, regarding him with amusement before rising. Young man, you possess a spark of interest. Meet me at the Konoha hospital at 8 tomorrow morning. But let me clarify, consider this your lucky day. Do not expect another chance to come your way. After she finished speaking, she turned on her heel and strode away, heading towards a nearby izakaya. Tai gazed at Tsunade's retreating figure, a smile gracing his lips as he murmured, Tsunade-sensei, this is merely the beginning. Note, though Tsunade is famously known as the legendary Big Fat Sheep, her decades of gambling skills have reached an unparalleled level of mastery. Her luck in gambling is considered the strongest causal law in the ninja world, as if fate itself were crafting a jest, ensuring that she inevitably loses at critical moments, yet always triggers unexpected chain reactions that astonish those around her. Whenever Tsunade wins a substantial hand, those in her vicinity often encounter misfortune, as if her legendary luck conceals a peculiar causal law that transforms her victories into the woes of others. This remarkable and unsettling pattern adds an air of mystery to her renowned title of Big Fat Sheep. Chapter 18. Tai's Vow. The following morning, Tai arrived early at Konoha Hospital, carrying a beautifully packaged box of sweets. His face adorned with a smile that masked a hint of calculated flattery in his eyes. Tsunade was seated, perusing medical records, and glanced at him with a scoff. Kid, are you here to learn ninjutsu or to curry favor with your master? Sweets. You might as well have written please take me in on the box. Tai hastily placed the sweets on the table, smiling humbly. Lady Tsunade, you misunderstand. I heard you have a fondness for sweet treats. So I specially brought these local delicacies from the Land of Fire. They're delightful, and I thought you might enjoy them. Tsunade raised an eyebrow, well aware that the boy could be somewhat cloying, yet she casually unwrapped the packaging. As expected, it contained an entire box of exquisite liqueur chocolates. She popped one into her mouth and asked nonchalantly, all right, spill it. What exactly are you plotting? Nothing at all. Absolutely nothing. Tai raised his hands, feigning innocence. I merely wish to inquire about a few ninjutsu techniques. For self-defense purposes, rest assured, I will not cause trouble, nor will I flaunt them, and I certainly won't misuse them. Tsunade rolled her eyes, biting into a chocolate, her words slightly muffled. You, an ordinary noble's physique, learning ninjutsu? Are you eager for an early demise? Lady Tsunade, I truly admire you. Who wouldn't covet the secret techniques of the Senju clan? Tai immediately showered her with flattery, especially someone as legendary as you. Possessing both medical prowess and immense strength, you're my idol. Tsunade raised an eyebrow, a smirk of pride creeping onto her lips. Oh, an idol, you say? That's quite intriguing. Seizing the opportunity, Tai pressed on. I witnessed your precise maneuvers at the gambling table yesterday. It was nothing short of artistry. This indicates that you are not only powerful but also exceptionally intelligent. Just a smidgen of your knowledge would suffice for me to benefit for a lifetime. Tsunade, with a chocolate lingering in her mouth, cast a sidelong glance at Tai, a knowing smile playing at the corners of her lips. Kid, don't think for a second that I'm oblivious to your tricks. I can see right through you. Upon hearing this, Tai's heart skipped a beat, yet he maintained a facade of calmness. Lady Tsunade, you jest. I am here to learn openly from you. How could I possibly harbor any tricks? Tsunade chuckled lightly, leisurely tapping her fingers on the table. Don't rush to defend yourself. Learning ninjutsu isn't an overnight endeavor. Haste makes waste. Have you truly mastered the few techniques you learned yesterday? Can you effectively utilize them in battle? Well, about that. Tsunade-sensei Tai scratched the back of his head, a warm and confident smile reminiscent of Minato Namikaze illuminating his face. The techniques on the scroll you provided me yesterday. I have mastered every single one. Nanny? Tsunade's hand froze mid-motion, nearly shattering the desk with her palm, her eyes wide with disbelief. You really mastered them all, and with proficiency? Tai's smile broadened as he nodded. Indeed, I practiced late into the night and have completely grasped the intricacies of each technique. Tsunade-sensei, perhaps you should consider teaching me some more advanced techniques. Tsunade scrutinized him with incredulity, her brow furrowing. Impossible. Those are the E-to-B-ranked elemental techniques of Konoha, nearly 1,000 ninjutsu. You managed to master them all in just one afternoon and evening. Tai scratched his head, his pride swelling. Tsunade-sensei, as your disciple, I must appear somewhat gifted. Otherwise, how could I be worthy of your teachings? Tsunade's lips twitched, a rare feeling of unease creeping in. This isn't talent. You're nothing short of a monster. Come, follow me to training ground number 1. I want to see for myself how you mastered them. However, upon arriving at the training ground, Tsunade was instantly taken aback. The once spacious area was now utterly transformed. The ground was pockmarked, and several training trees had been reduced to charred stumps. The air was thick with the acrid scent of wind and fire techniques intermingling, as if two battle-hardened elite ninjas had engaged in a fierce life-and-death struggle right there. Tsunade clenched her fists, veins bulging slightly. What on earth happened here, Tai? Tai scratched his head sheepishly. Tsunade-sensei, I might have exerted a tad too much force while practicing ninjutsu yesterday, but don't worry, I'll take responsibility for the repairs. Tsunade let out a cold laugh, crossing her arms and glaring at him. Take responsibility. You think I'm worried about the training ground? You need to clarify how you managed to learn nearly 1,000 ninjutsu in just one afternoon. Don't tell me it was merely through hard work. Is ninjutsu truly that easy? Tai feigned seriousness. Tsunade-sensei, perhaps I have a natural affinity for ninjutsu. Coupled with your guidance, it's been remarkably efficient. Tsunade shot him a glare, gritting her teeth. Natural affinity. Is it? Fine, let us put it to the test. I want to see what this genius of yours can truly do. Tai felt a pang of anxiety in his heart and quickly waved his hands. Tsunade-sensei, you are a legend of Konoha. How could I dare to spar with you? What if I accidentally hurt you? That would be disastrous. Oh, Tsunade smirked, tightening her fists, worried about hurting me. Then show me what you've got. With that, she suddenly launched herself forward, the ground cracking beneath her feet as she propelled herself like a cannonball towards Tai. Seeing this, Tai was taken aback, cold sweat breaking out as he hastily formed hand seals. Body flicker technique. In an instant, a shadow of his figure flickered, narrowly evading Tsunade's frontal assault. However, Tsunade was already prepared. She swung her fist down onto the ground, causing the earth to collapse beneath her. The tremendous shockwave sent Tai tumbling through the air. Before he could stabilize himself, Tsunade was already above him, her fist descending with a rush of wind. Tsunade-sensei, please go easy on me. Tai cried out as he quickly formed hand seals, conjuring a water wall in a desperate attempt to block her strike. Yet, Tsunade's fist pierced through the water wall, crashing down towards him with formidable force. Tai hurriedly executed the body flicker technique again. But as he landed, his foot slipped, nearly sending him sprawling face-first onto the ground. Gasping for breath, he looked up at Tsunade. Tsunade-sensei, this is not merely testing, you clearly intend to send me to meet the first Hokage. Tsunade stood amidst the ruins, hands on her hips, a playful smile adorning her face. What's wrong? Didn't you claim to be a genius? Didn't you say you could hurt me with a mere slip of your hand? Carry on. I haven't even used my full strength yet. Tai's lips twitched, inwardly lamenting, is this woman a monster? Yet outwardly, he maintained a facade of calmness, forcing a smile. Tsunade-sensei, your strength is overwhelming. How could I dare to harm you? Why don't we sit down and calmly discuss ninjutsu? I promise I'll be obedient. Tsunade snorted, slowly approaching him. each step feeling like a weight upon his heart, calmly. Kid, do you think a ninja's battle can be won with mere words? Let me tell you, combat is not about mere rhetoric, nor solely about ninjutsu. You've barely learned a few basics and dare to flaunt them before me. Today, I'll show you how true strength is forged. With that, she swung her fist with ferocity, and Tai shouted, Earth style. Earth wall. Instantly, a wall of earth erupted from the ground, blocking Tsunade's advance. But before he could catch his breath, the wall was shattered by a single punch from Tsunade. Debris scattering everywhere. Tai was thoroughly panicked, bolting away while shouting, Tsunade-sensei, I was wrong. I truly was wrong. Please don't chase me. Tsunade watched as Tai scrambled away in a comical frenzy, unable to contain her laughter. Kid, don't run. Until I break your arrogance today, you shall not learn a single ninjutsu from me. Under Tsunade's relentless pursuit and barrage of attacks, Tai was forced to employ every technique he knew. Yet he found himself continuously thwarted by her effortless countermeasures. Ultimately, he collapsed onto the ground, breathless and utterly drained of strength. Tsunade approached him, looking down from her elevated stance, and coldly remarked, Remember, learning ninjutsu is not a trivial game. If you wish for me to teach you more, solidify your fundamentals first, and then seek to enhance your combat awareness. Otherwise, she raised her fist, a smile tinged with a hint of danger illuminating her face. I would not hesitate to conduct another lesson. Taichi grimaced and nodded. Understood. Tsunade-sensei. I will definitely obey next time and refrain from being cunning. Tsunade, satisfied, nodded in approval before turning to leave, leaving Taichi sprawled amidst the ruins. Gazing at the horizon and sighing silently, Tsunade-sensei truly lives up to her legendary reputation as a monster of the ninja world. This time, I admit defeat. Struggling to rise from the debris, he dusted himself off and murmured. Tsunade-sensei is indeed one of the legendary Sannin, but is it really necessary to be so ruthless in teaching ninjutsu? Shaking his head, he resignedly began clearing the surrounding rubble and utilized earth-style ninjutsu to restore the first training ground. In the days that followed, Tsunade's training for Taichi became even more rigorous. Not only was he required to master basic medical ninjutsu, but he was also expected to proficiently grasp battlefield rescue techniques. Taichi initially thought it would be a simple matter of learning to stop bleeding and bandaging wounds, but he soon discovered that Tsunade's training was exceedingly meticulous, encompassing precise control of chakra blades, the concoction of poisons and antidotes, and even the study of human anatomy. Taichi, Tsunade, stood at the laboratory door, arms crossed and her expression serious. Medical ninjas must possess not only the skills to save lives but also a calm mind and extraordinary perseverance. If you cannot even prioritize the treatment of the injured, do not dare to step onto the battlefield. Tsunade's stringent insistence on Taichi's mastery of medical ninjutsu stemmed from her fear. Fear of being consumed once more by the shadows of her past on a blood-soaked battlefield. The scenes of bloodshed, cries, and the loss of loved ones had long since etched themselves into her memory, becoming an inescapable nightmare. She understood that only by nurturing more powerful medical ninjas could she mitigate those despairing scenes and instill a glimmer of hope for the village's future. Yet, beneath Tsunade's formidable exterior lay a pain that few could comprehend. Each of her harsh reprimands, each powerful strike, was imbued with a profound fear of loss, a dread that Taichi might meet the same fate as her fallen family and comrades. Collapsing before her, helpless to save him. One deep night, Tsunade sat beside the training ground, drinking alone, her gaze vacantly fixed on the night sky. The moonlight bathed her somewhat fatigued face, her eyes glimmering with complex emotions. Tsunade-sensei, why are you still awake? Taichi approached, hesitating for a moment as he noticed the flask in her hand before sitting beside her. Tsunade glanced at him, paused in silence, and then spoke, Taichi, do you know why I want you to exert every effort to master medical ninjutsu? Taichi shook his head. You have never truly told me. Tsunade smiled bitterly. Because I do not wish to experience loss again. I have witnessed far too many fall before me, and despite my utmost efforts, I could not save them. I do not want you to become one of them, nor do I wish for you to feel that helplessness. Taichi was utterly astounded. He had never imagined that the usually decisive and imposing Tsunade-sensei would reveal such a tender and compassionate side. After a moment's hesitation, he earnestly stated, Tsunade-sensei, I will not let you down. I will not allow you to endure that kind of pain again. I will become a competent medical ninja, protecting everyone and you as well. Tsunade looked at Taichi, a glimmer of gratitude shining in her eyes. She gently patted his shoulder and softly said, Remember, your strength is not solely for saving lives, but also for preserving hope. No matter how difficult it may be, you must persevere. From that day forth, Taichi's training intensified. He understood that he was not merely responding to his teacher's expectations, but also shouldering the hopes and beliefs she entrusted to him, a weight that could not be disregarded. Meanwhile, Tsunade gradually found a semblance of inner solace through Taichi's efforts. Perhaps this time, she would not lose again. As a motto, Tsunade is truly my ideal type. Beauty and strength coexist, radiating charm and an irresistible aura that captivates my heart. Chapter 19. Interwoven Fates. Merely a month later, Taichi had not only mastered the basic 5 elemental ninjutsu to perfection but also exhibited extraordinary creativity, successfully refining numerous ninjutsu techniques. He not only reduced the number of hand seals required, but also significantly enhanced their power and practicality. Simultaneously, due to his prolonged focus on medical ninjutsu training, his control over chakra reached an astonishing level of precision, nearly rivaling Tsunade herself. With this skill, he gradually emerged as a prominent figure, becoming the strongest medical ninja after Tsunade. Embodying both healing and combat prowess, his exceptional medical skills and outstanding combat abilities stirred a considerable commotion within the village. Even the elder generation of ninjas praised his talent endlessly. Taichi's name began to spread throughout Konoha, as he shone brightly with his remarkable medical and combat capabilities, becoming a highly regarded dual-threat star. During a recent high-level village meeting, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who served as a council advisor, was discussing village affairs with the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato. Sarutobi flipped through a mission report on the table, raising an eyebrow slightly before speaking slowly. In just a month, Taichi has integrated the 5 elemental ninjutsu and even modified several techniques. This kid's talent far exceeds my expectations. Sitting opposite him, Minato replied with a calm demeanor, Taichi, a member of Tsunade-sama's team. I've heard he has been progressing rapidly, but I hadn't anticipated he would reach such heights. Minato scrutinized the report, a look of approval crossing his face. Taichi's control over chakra is indeed remarkable. Such ability is rare for a medical ninja. His ability to combine 5 elemental ninjutsu with medical ninjutsu demonstrates that his creativity and combat intelligence have reached a very high level. Such talent is certainly worthy of focused cultivation. Upon hearing Minato's assessment, Sarutobi's eyes glimmered with a hint of satisfaction. Minato, it is evident that you also value his development. That is a good thing. However, as Hokage, in addition to nurturing talent, you must also observe their temperament and potential risks. Taichi's rapid growth is bound to attract attention from various factions and could even provoke unnecessary troubles. Sarutobi contemplated inwardly. This kid's talent is not in the slightest inferior to Orochimaru's, and in some respects, even surpasses it, possessing all 5 elements. His aptitude mirrors my own from years past. If I could impart my fusion ninjutsu to him, it might unleash unprecedented power in his hands. If not for him already being part of Tsunade's team, I would have considered taking him as my disciple. It seemed that Kazuma was indeed within Tsunade's team. How time does not favor the elderly. I nearly forgot such an important matter. Kazuma was typically low-key and not prone to conversation. However, at a recent family meeting of the Sarutobi clan, the usually reserved Kazuma took the rare initiative to share his experiences since joining Tsunade's team with Sarutobi. Beside him, Uzumaki Kushina tilted her head slightly, her gaze tinged with a hint of doubt. Hiruzen, what do you believe this child as potential truly is? Kushina's question interrupted Sarutobi's thoughts, causing him to furrow his brow slightly. A trace of displeasure flickered across his face as he replied, his tone somewhat impatient. What do you think? Is this report not sufficient to illustrate the issue? Seeing Sarutobi display such a demeanor, Kushina quickly picked up on the subtle cue and changed the subject, refraining from further inquiries. After the meeting concluded, Sarutobi wore a solemn expression as he hastened back to the Sarutobi clan's residence. He pushed open the door and headed directly toward Kazuma, who was practicing fire-style ninjutsu within the clan grounds, inquiring about Taichi, third Hokage-sama. Upon seeing Sarutobi, Kazuma immediately exclaimed, his tone filled with utmost respect. He then responded to Sarutobi's inquiries. Taichi's talent is indeed astonishing. He possesses unique insights into medical ninjutsu, and he has also demonstrated remarkable adaptability and creativity in combat. Just as Tsunade-sama noted, Taichi plays the role of the soul within the team. His resilience and wisdom have become indispensable forces. Recently, he even improved several B-rank ninjutsu, reducing the hand seals required by nearly half while simultaneously enhancing their potency. Even that talented member of the Hyuga clan was left in awe. Upon hearing this, Saratobi nodded slightly, a look of deep contemplation crossing his face. Is that so? It seems that Taichi is indeed a rare talent. Tsunade's ability to cultivate such an outstanding student speaks volumes about her discerning eye. How's the cooperation within your team? Songjin nodded thoughtfully, responding with calm assurance. The synergy within our team has gradually reached a commendable level, particularly with Tai's medical support, which has significantly enhanced both the efficiency and safety of our missions. However, he, much like myself, tends to remain understated and is not particularly inclined to engage in proactive communication. It is only during our tasks that he reveals a markedly different side. Tai, how am I understated? How is it that I do not enjoy initiating conversations? This accusation is utterly unfounded. Clearly, it is you, the silent enigma, who remains voiceless, yet you dare to point fingers at me, to say I am low-key? Please, I am widely recognized as the cheerful boy of our group. To suggest I lack communication skills, I merely fear scaring away our esteemed silent king. Truly, it is a case of wanting to pin a crime without evidence. Upon hearing this, Saratobi Hizashi let out a gentle sigh, his tone imbued with a touch of reassurance. Being understated is not inherently negative. A genius who understands the value of restraint can traverse further paths. However, I must also remind Tai not to allow his brilliance to be obscured too deeply. After all, this village requires more individuals capable of leading us into the future. Songjin silently nodded, refraining from uttering further words. Once their conversation concluded, Saratobi Hizashi felt an even stronger conviction in his heart that this young man named Tai, with his extraordinary talents and potential, would undoubtedly play a pivotal role in the future of Konoha. Much like the legendary Minato Namikaze of your dot, he resolved to provide Tai with greater support for his growth at the appropriate time. Meanwhile, lurking in the shadows, Danzo received news concerning Tai, clutching a dossier tightly in his hand. His expression darkened. This young man, Tai, has managed to achieve such heights in such a short span, not only in medical ninjutsu but also in combat prowess. He is truly remarkable. If he could be absorbed into Root, it would be an immense advantage. Danzo rose, pacing within the confines of the room, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in his eyes. Yet, he is far too radiant. Should such a talent not be utilized for my purposes, he will inevitably become a source of trouble. Humph. Though Tsunade protects him, how long can she truly shield him? Once I find the opportune moment, Tai will come to realize that only Root serves as the foundation for genuine peace. He waved his hand, summoning his subordinates, and commanded coldly. From this day forth, closely monitor Tai's every action, particularly his training and mission records. That I want to uncover every one of his weaknesses, every chink in his armor. If necessary, orchestrate some trials to make him understand that even in the light, darkness is required to provide support. Unbeknownst to Tai, his remarkable talent had already captured the attention of two of Konohagakure's most authoritative figures, with the leader of Root, Danzo Shimura, also fixating on him. Awaiting him were not only formidable challenges on the path of growth but also the lurking struggles for power and the whirlpool of conspiracies. Nevertheless, he continued his relentless training, day after day honing his abilities, embodying Tsunade's teachings through action. Tsunade, however, sensed unusual undercurrents. One day, she earnestly advised Tai. Tai, remember, in Konoha, your talent is your weapon, yet it may also become an object of envy for others. No matter what lies ahead, you must steadfastly uphold your beliefs. I shall shield you from all else. Tai lifted his gaze, determination gleaming in his eyes as he nodded earnestly. I understand, Lady Tsunade. Regardless of what I face, I will protect my original intentions and ensure that you are not disappointed. Yet, in this land intertwined with intrigue and combat, Tai's future was destined to be anything but tranquil. His growth symbolized hope for Konohagakure, while inevitably placing him at the eye of the storm. Chapter 20. The Grand Operation for Tsunade's birthday, in the summer of the 47th year of Konoha. On August 2 ND, the village basked in the scorching sun, with the air thick with heat and anticipation. Yet, amidst this sweltering season, Konoha prepared to celebrate an exceptionally significant day, Tsunade's birthday. The village bustled with activity, as numerous ninjas and villagers secretly arranged gifts and celebrations, hoping to surprise the legendary medical ninja. Though Tsunade often feigned indifference, her students understood the profound significance of this day for her. In the midst of this festive atmosphere, Tai resolved to convey his own special blessing to Tsunade in a meaningful way. He took a rare break from his rigorous training, having tirelessly gathered every bit of information related to Tsunade, even enlisting the help of several elder ninjas to piece together the lesser-known facets of this legendary figure. From the archives of the Konoha Library, he unearthed Tsunade's illustrious achievements during her youth. From the lips of villagers, he learned of her contributions to medical ninjutsu, and even in an old tavern, he fortuitously overheard a few veteran ninjas recount tales of Tsunade, Shodame, and Dankato, their nostalgia and regrets resonating deeply within him. He finally grasped the truth that beneath Tsunade's strong exterior lay a heart that had endured countless wounds yet remained fiercely passionate. To express his respect and gratitude, Tai decided to present her with a gift that was truly unique. While Tai exhibited unparalleled talent in combat and ninjutsu, he often appeared maddeningly oblivious when it came to emotional matters, whether facing the concern of his comrades or the subtle hints from female ninjas. He remained entirely unaware, focusing solely on training and missions. After one particular mission, Hinata Yakina took it upon herself to tend to a minor wound of Tai's, exclaiming internally, "If I don't bandage it now, the wound will heal immediately." She handed him a jar of her homemade ointment, subtly suggesting, "This is my own concoction. It works wonders for scars. Be sure to use it well." Tai accepted the ointment, nodding earnestly. "Thank you, Yakina. This formula is excellent. You should consider helping the hospital improve its stock of medicinal materials." With that, he tucked the ointment into his backpack, showing no trace of emotional fluctuation. Before turning back to his ninjutsu studies, nearby, Yukina's peers exchanged exasperated glances, muttering, "A genius is a genius, but his emotional intelligence is truly frustrating." Yakina, blushing, stamped her foot. "He's just too focused." Yet, she understood that compared to Tai, her hints were likely less engaging than a mission report. Upon hearing of this incident, Tsunade merely scoffed, "I've seen it all before. This kid is denser than steel." Even if all the girls in the world were presented before him, he'd likely only ask, "How are their ninjutsu skills?" Though oblivious, Tai's dedication and simplicity made it impossible to truly be annoyed. He poured all his energy into self-improvement and safeguarding his comrades, embodying the quintessential ironclad straight man. And it was precisely this earnestness that allowed his partners to trust him without hesitation in critical moments. On the morning of August 1 St. 47th year of Konoha, the sunlight streamed through the leaves, casting a warm glow upon the village pathways, reminiscent of summer's embrace. Birds chirped merrily from the branches, and a gentle breeze wafted the fresh scents of grass and earth. As villagers began their daily routines, everything appeared ordinary at first glance. However, subtle nuances hinted at a different ambience. In front of the ninja academy, several children excitedly discussed something, their faces alight with admiration and anticipation when they mentioned Lady Tsunade. In the marketplace, vendors arranged their wares while chatting about an upcoming special day, their faces adorned with mysterious smiles. Meanwhile, in a quiet corner of the village, Tai had concluded his morning training, standing in the shade. He clutched a carefully prepared gift, his gaze resolute yet tinged with apprehension. He gazed up at the rising sun, inhaling deeply, silently vowing, "Tomorrow marks Lady Tsunade's birthday. This time, I must present her with a gift that feels truly special." Simultaneously, Tsunade stood atop Hokage Rock, her eyes fixed on the village, a cup of sake in her hand, seemingly lost in thought. The gentle breeze stirred her cloak, and sunlight illuminated her face, casting a soft glow that hinted at a barely perceptible warmth within her expression. As if buried emotions were surfacing in that moment. Through diligent market research and even intelligence gathered from the black market, Tai gradually pieced together Tsunade's past. These fragmented pieces of information resembled jigsaw puzzle pieces, collected and organized with patience until they began to form a vivid, coherent image. Each piece concealed a story waiting to be uncovered. Otsutsuki Taichi's notes. Tsunade was born into the Senju clan, the granddaughter of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and one of the heirs of the Senju clan. From a young age, Tsunade was privileged with exceptional education and training, showcasing remarkable talent, particularly in medical ninjutsu and combat techniques. She had a younger brother named Senju Rope Tree, with whom she shared a profound bond. However, the untimely demise of Rope Tree, who perished during a mission in the war, inflicted deep psychological scars upon Tsunade. This loss intensified her hatred for war, igniting a determination to enhance medical ninjutsu and mitigate the sacrifices of ninjas. In her youth, Tsunade, alongside the other two prodigious ninjas, Jiraiya and Orochimaru, was collectively regarded as one of the legendary three ninjas of Konoha. They earned this title for surviving their battle against Hanzo during the war. The Three Ninjas title, viewed by the trio as a mark of shame, was nonetheless propagated by Konoha's higher-ups, transforming into a symbol of admiration among countless ninjas. Tsunade played a pivotal role in reforming medical ninjutsu, proposing the four cardinal principles of medical teams and vigorously promoting the widespread adoption of medical ninjutsu, thereby laying the foundation for Konoha's medical system. Tsunade's lover, Dan Cat, was another significant figure in her life. Dan aspired to become Hokage, safeguarding the village and its people. Tragically, he too fell in the war, leaving Tsunade bereft of another profound emotional anchor. The deaths of Rope Tree and Dam became wounds that never healed, even evolving into a phobia of blood. Following the loss of her closest kin and beloved, Tsunade chose to depart from Konoha, embarking on a life of reckless abandon. She became ensnared in gambling, relying on her medical ninjutsu to earn a living. However, her luck at gambling was notoriously poor, earning her the moniker of the legendary Big Fat Sheep due to her frequent losses. Even in retirement, she maintained an unwavering devotion to medical ninjutsu. Though she appeared to lead a carefree life, consumed by gambling, she occasionally exhibited a sense of responsibility as a teacher when her disciple, Shizen, chose to follow her. This sense of duty, though scarce, sparkled like stars in the mundane days, radiating warmth. Yet, more often than not, it was Shizen who tended to Tsunade. Whether managing daily chores or cleaning up her messes, Shizen silently stood by her side. Dutiful and uncomplaining. As Taichi penned these notes, a fleeting thought crossed his mind. If the day he fell into the ninja world had not led him to Tsunade first, what might have been the outcome? Perhaps he would have become a mere specimen in the hands of deranged ninjas, imprisoned in a dark laboratory, cruelly dissecting the secrets within him. And what of Tsunade? She might still be traversing various towns with Shizen, continuing her untethered journey. Along the way, new bonds may form, or perhaps she would merely continue her daily wanderings, bearing her unique pride and solitude. Taichi's fist clenched slightly, his gaze growing resolute. I am fortunate that the first person I encountered was her, and she chose to save me, imparting to me the ways of survival without reservation. Now, I must respond to her in my own way. On the morning of August 1 SD, sunlight filtered through the curtains, casting a gentle glow upon Tsunade's slumbering face. She turned over, mumbling indistinctly. The sake bottle on the table leaned precariously, a testament to last night's revelry. Shizen quietly pushed open the door, carrying a bowl of hangover soup. She gazed at the sleeping Tsunade with a mix of exasperation and affection, sighing softly. Lady Tsunade, today is a special day. At the very least, do not linger in bed. Tsunade furrowed her brow, reluctantly opening her eyes with an air of impatience. Shizen, my special day is merely another day of drinking, is it not? With that, she turned over, attempting to return to sleep. However, Shizen pulled back the curtains, and sunlight flooded the room. Lady Tsunade, the villagers are busy preparing for tomorrow. Can you not wake up just a little? Hearing the words the villagers, a complex emotion flickered in Tsunade's eyes. Quickly masked, she sat up, accepting the hangover soup from Shizen, sipping it absent-mindedly as she asked, what is there to prepare for? It is just a birthday, not a mission briefing. Shizen observed her demeanor and shook her head slightly. Lady Tsunade, perhaps you do not care, but others do. Tsunade paused, looking down at the bowl, and fell silent. Meanwhile, Taichi was bustling about in the market, meticulously inspecting the wooden carvings in his hands, ensuring that every detail was flawless. The gift was nearing completion, and a deeper understanding began to take root in his heart. Lady Tsunade, this time, I will ensure you know that your guidance has not only saved me but has also shaped my convictions. Tsunade set down the empty bowl, carelessly pushing it aside, her gaze drifting to the lively streets outside. She observed the bustling village, the smiles on the faces of passers-by, and the occasional ninja brushing past, only to suddenly feel a faint sense of detachment. Shizen, do you think they truly remember the things I have done? She asked, her tone laced with self-mockery. A ninja who had withdrawn for so long, did the village truly still need her? Shizen was taken aback, but quickly responded earnestly. Lady Tsunade, everything you have done for the village will never be forgotten, from establishing the medical ninjutsu system to your bravery in times of crisis. Konoha will always remember. Tomorrow, you will surely understand this. Tsunade remained silent for a moment before dismissively waving her hand. All right, enough with the melodrama. How many more years do you think I have left? Besides, drinking is far more entertaining than these sentiments. On the other side, as evening approached, Taichi finally completed all his preparations. He carefully wrapped the wooden carving and double-checked the accompanying letter, ensuring that every word was perfectly expressed. Taking a deep breath, he silently thought, tomorrow, Lady Tsunade will surely realize that she is not only a hero of Konoha but also the most important mentor in my life. As night fell, he sat in his room, struggling to find tranquility. The day's busyness seemed to morph into a blend of anticipation and anxiety. He gazed out the window at the high-hanging moon, as if it too were witnessing the special moment that awaited them. On the night of August 1 SD, Tsunade reclined in a chair, holding a bottle of sake without opening it. Moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating her weary visage. Her gaze softened as memories of Rope Tree and Dan Cat, along with the comrades she once fought alongside, surfaced in her mind. She murmured softly, "Rope tree, Dan, do you think my existence holds any meaning?" Shaking her head, she chuckled wryly. "Never mind. I must face tomorrow with a smile." A gentle breeze rustled the treetops outside, as if responding to her, or perhaps foreshadowing an unknown fate lurking in the ninja world. On the morning of August 2 ND, as dawn broke, the village gradually sprang to life. Fresh decorations adorned the streets, and children dashed about, their laughter echoing in the crisp morning air. Yet, within the Senju ancestral home, Tsunade was already awake. Leaning against the window, she surveyed the vibrant village, holding a cup of sake but refraining from drinking. Shizen entered, bearing breakfast and a warm smile. "Lady Tsunade, you must not get drunk again today. The villagers are awaiting your celebration." Tsunade raised an eyebrow, snorting lightly. "They truly have nothing better to do." Despite her dismissive words, a flicker of emotion stirred within her. On the other side, Taichi rose early, tightly clutching the carefully prepared gift. He did not notify anyone else but quietly approached Tsunade's room. Waiting for the right moment, his heart raced with both nervousness and anticipation, yet more than anything, he felt an ineffable gratitude. "Lady Tsunade, I must personally present this gift to you." He vowed silently. As the morning celebration commenced, villagers gradually gathered before the Senju clan estate. They did not make a grand spectacle of it. Instead, they arrived spontaneously, offering small gifts and well wishes. Some brought fresh bouquets, others presented homemade pastries, and a few ninjas handed handwritten letters of gratitude. Tsunade stepped out of the building and was momentarily taken aback by the sight before her. Accustomed to battle and sacrifice, used to numbing herself in alcohol, she had never expected the villagers to prepare such a scene for her. The townspeople chimed in unison. "Lady Tsunade, thank you for everything you have done for Konoha. Lady Tsunade, without you, there would be no current medical ninjutsu system. Lady Tsunade, I wish you a very happy birthday." As Tsunade gazed at the sincere faces before her, a faint smile graced her lips, yet a glimmer of moisture welled in her eyes. The gift from Tai. As the crowd began to disperse and Tsunade prepared to return to her room, Tai stepped forward, cradling the gift in his hands. Taking a deep breath, he earnestly declared, "Tsunade-sensei, this is a gift I have prepared for you, and I hope you will like it." Tsunade accepted the gift and gently unwrapped it. It was a finely carved wooden sculpture depicting her alongside Shinji and Cat Dan, all smiling together, as though transported back to a bygone era. The base of the sculpture bore an inscription, "Your belief, I shall inherit." Tsunade was momentarily taken aback, her fingers lightly brushing over the sculpture's surface, her gaze lingering on the figures of Shinji and Cat Dan. After a long pause, she slowly lifted her head to look at Tai, her eyes brimming with tears. "Tai," her voice quivered slightly, as if she wished to say more but ultimately reduced to a mere whisper. "Thank you." On that day, the sky over Konoha was exceptionally clear. Tsunade stood before the building, cradling the wooden sculpture, sunlight cascading upon her, seemingly dispelling the shadows within her heart. Behind her, Tai's gaze was resolute and bright. In that moment, she said nothing. He too remained silent, standing by her side like a steadfast mountain, unspoken yet reliable. His presence conveyed a silent promise, quietly transmitting his respect and protection for her. At that moment, words were superfluous. Only their silent companionship was more potent than any spoken language. Chapter 21. The Flying Thunder God Technique. Tai's life seemed to know no respite. Following the presentation of the gift, he did not indulge in a fleeting moment of ease, but rather immediately immersed himself in a new round of intensive training. For now, he focused on developing a ninjutsu uniquely his own. Tai murmured to the training ground's wooden posts, "My advantage lies in speed. Much like the fourth Hokage, the legendary Yellow Flash. I truly wish to exchange blows with him." Minato Namake's combat style epitomized the perfect amalgamation of speed, intellect, and ninjutsu prowess. His strength stemmed not only from the power of the Flying Thunder God technique in the Rasengan, but also from the composure and impeccable judgment he exhibited in battle. Renowned throughout the ninja world for his extraordinary speed, the epithet Yellow Flash encapsulated his unparalleled swiftness. Each of his strikes was executed with precision and lethality, rendering foes oblivious to their impending demise. Tai tightened his grip on the kunai, his eyes ablaze with an indomitable fighting spirit. He stood at the center of the training ground, his gaze sweeping across the wooden posts scattered throughout the arena. His mind incessantly simulating every action and detail of Minato's battles. If it were the fourth Hokage, he would surely shatter all targets in an instant. Tai mused softly, then inhaled deeply, hurling several kunai inscribed with special runes toward the posts while swiftly forming hand seals to attempt his improved ninjutsu. In the next moment, Tai's figure flickered like an afterimage, instantaneously appearing before the first wooden post. However, Although he hit the target accurately, his movements lacked fluidity, and the strain on his body became evident, ultimately imparting a discernible sluggishness to his motions. Not fast enough. Tai gasped, wiping the sweat from his brow, furrowing his brow slightly. It's not just about speed. I also require more refined chakra control and heightened reflexes. Otherwise, let alone catching up to the fourth Hokage, I won't even be able to endure this intensity myself. In the distance, Tsunade stood beneath a tree, holding a cup of tea as she observed Taichi's training. Her gaze held a hint of approval, but it was also tinged with deep concern. This boy always pushes himself too hard, she whispered. Though his talent and effort bring me solace, if he continues this way, the burden on his body and mind will eventually overwhelm him. Ino, standing beside her, voiced her worry. Lady Tsunade, perhaps you should remind Tai that overtraining could yield adverse effects. Yet, Tsunade shook her head gently, a faint smile gracing her lips. No need. I believe you will soon realize that becoming a true powerhouse requires not only talent and effort but also the wisdom to pause and objectively assess one's shortcomings. Her gaze returned to the flickering figure on the training ground, her tone laced with incredulity. But is he attempting to independently develop the Flying Thunder God technique? As Tsunade watched Tai continuously hurling kunai and moving swiftly, a sense of astonishment welled within her. Even Minato had achieved mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique only after years of accumulation and wisdom. Yet, at this moment, Tai was daring to challenge this legendary technique single-handedly. This boy, Tsunade murmured, her eyes filled with a complex emotion. Her gaze remained fixated on Tai's figure, her brows slightly furrowing. She had witnessed Minato's yellow flash firsthand. That godlike speed and precision were peaks that few ninjas could hope to reach. Although Tai's training still appeared somewhat awkward, the almost obsessive focus and unwavering determination he exhibited ignited a flicker of anticipation within her. Tai continuously adjusted the trajectory of his kunai throws, each time swiftly assessing the mark's position through chakra perception, attempting to teleport to the target point in an instant. However, he sensed that his chakra flow remained unstable, and several times he exerted too much force during the teleportation, causing him to lose his balance and nearly fall. Damn it, still not enough. He gritted his teeth, driving the kunai firmly into the ground, sweat beading on his forehead. The Flying Thunder God technique is indeed not something that can be easily imitated. But if I can't surpass those before me, I will forever remain in their shadows. Tai's gaze burned like a fervent flame as he slowly rose, once again gripping the kunai tightly. Tai, Tsunade finally spoke, her voice carrying an air of authority as she approached the training ground, her eyes fixed on him. Tai, taken aback by her call, paused, then set down the kunai and turned to face Tsunade. Tsunade-sensei, standing before him, Tsunade scrutinized his fatigued yet stubborn expression, her tone turning serious. Do you understand why the Flying Thunder God technique has become legendary? It cannot be achieved solely through talent and effort. It requires exceptional chakra control, spatial awareness, and combat intelligence. Do you believe you possess these qualities? Tai lowered his head in silence for a moment before resolutely raising it and replying, Sensei, I know I still have a long way to go. But if I don't attempt to push my limits, I will never know where they lie. I wish to become stronger, not to follow in anyone's footsteps, but to carve out my own path. Upon hearing his words, Tsunade's expression momentarily faltered, followed by a sigh and a faint smile. Ha, you remind me so much of that stubborn Minato. However, since you wish to tread this path, do not expect me to make it easy for you. Approaching Tai, she gently patted his shoulder. In that case, let me see how far you can go. But remember, as you rush toward the pinnacle, both your body and spirit must remain in balance. I have seen too many prodigies falter. The training ground's lights flickered gently as Tai continued practicing his moves, his figure darting across the arena. Tsunade stood nearby, silently watching and occasionally offering guidance, while Ino handed Tsunade a cup of hot tea. What a troublesome student, Tsunade mused, gazing at Tai's back with a mix of pride and anticipation. In the land of ninjas, the rise of every strong individual requires traversing countless storms and thorns. Tsunade understood that Tai was stepping toward his own legend, and she would be the most steadfast pillar on this journey. Now, Tai's strength was already comparable to many elite jonin. It was astonishing that in less than half a year, he had grown to such an extent. I believe that in due time, Tai will become the third ninja in Konoha to master the Flying Thunder God technique, Tsunade reflected. Meanwhile, Ino was intently watching Tai's figure on the training ground. At that moment, Tsunade affectionately patted Ino's head. If you like him, be bold and speak up. If you don't take action, you will forever miss out on the results. Tsunade's gaze lingered on the flickering figure in the training ground, her tone infused with a mix of gratification and astonishment. Who would have thought that, in merely half a year, he would evolve to such a remarkable extent? I believe that, given a little more time, Tai might very well become the third ninja of Konoha to master the Flying Thunder God technique. Standing nearby, Shizen observed Tai with unwavering attention. His intense focus, fluid movements, and relentless determination to surpass his limits captivated her profoundly. Her hands instinctively clenched together, as if she wished to voice something yet remained silent. Tsunade noticed Shizen's unusual demeanor, a playful smirk gracing her lips. She raised her hand and gently patted Shizen's head, shattering the stillness. If you like him, you must muster the courage to express it. If you do not take action, you shall forever remain without answers, let alone results. Shizen was taken aback. Her cheeks instantly flushed, and she hastily waved her hands. Lady Tsunade, what are you saying? I merely meant to say that your training is impressive. Tai scratched his head, chuckling with a hint of innocence. Is that so? Thank you, but I still have to keep striving. The Flying Thunder God technique is not yet fully formed. Tsunade chuckled softly at the scene before her. Goodness, what a pair of oblivious souls. Her gaze drifted through the sunset towards the horizon, and she mused quietly. The future indeed holds endless intrigue. Chapter 22. A special kind of love. Night had long descended, its silvery light casting a serene glow over the training ground of Konoha. A place woven with the threads of battle and sweat. Yet, at the center of this ground, a fervent energy persisted. Tai's figure flickered among the wooden posts, the cold gleam of his kunai tracing arcs in the moonlight. Resembling a silent dance, the Flying Thunder God technique was finally taking shape. Tai's breath came in quick bursts, yet his eyes sparkled with excitement. Standing before the last wooden post, he raised his hand. Observing the faint ripple of chakra manifesting in his palm, a smile creeping onto his lips. One more time, Tai gritted his teeth, hurling the kunai inscribed with runes once again. In an instant, he vanished, only to reappear precisely before the distant target, a testament to his accuracy. It was not until the late hours of the night that Tai finally ceased his training. He stood in the center of the field, gazing upwards at the night sky, the stars twinkling in his sweat-blurred vision. Clenching his fists, his heart swelled with exhilaration and a sense of accomplishment. The Flying Thunder God technique had begun to take form. This called for a proper celebration. Tai wiped the sweat from his brow, casually sheathing his kunai, and turned towards Tsunade and Shizen, waving enthusiastically as he shouted, Lady Tsunade, Shizen, I believe we should celebrate tonight with some barbecue. Just as Shizen was about to respond, she suddenly noticed Tai's steps falter. His body swayed before he collapsed forward. Tai, Shizen exclaimed, taking a step forward, only to be halted by Tsunade. Tsunade's reflexes were swift. She dashed in front of Tai, arms outstretched to catch him securely. Looking down, she noted his pallid complexion and the beads of sweat adorning his forehead, a clear indication of overexertion both physically and in chakra reserves. This foolish boy, Tsunade murmured softly, her voice laced with reproach yet tinged with concern. She gently laid Tai on the ground, checking his pulse and the flow of chakra, soon exhaling in relief. He was merely exhausted and required ample rest. Shizen hurriedly approached, kneeling beside Tai, her eyes brimming with worry. Lady Tsunade, how is he? Do not fret. He is simply overly fatigued. Tsunade rose, stretching her wrists, her tone infused with exasperation. This lad has been pushing himself far too hard lately. The Flying Thunder God technique is indeed a complex ninjutsu, but even the strongest body cannot withstand such relentless strain. Shizen bit her lip, gently wiping Tai's sweat-soaked face, whispering, he has always been so diligent, never allowing himself a moment's rest. Tsunade regarded Shizen's concerned expression, a slight smile playing upon her lips as she teased. Hey, why so anxious? Don't tell me, Shizen, are you harboring feelings for this boy? Lady Tsunade, Shizen's face flushed crimson, hastily interrupting her, as she returned to tidying Tai's clothing, her voice barely above a whisper. Please, don't say such things. Tsunade waved her hand dismissively, no longer in the mood for jest. All right, do not be so bashful. Let us get this fellow back to rest. We can address matters tomorrow. Shizen nodded in agreement, and together with Tsunade, they assisted Tai in rising, making their way back towards the village. The cool night breeze brushed against their figures, and beneath the moonlight, Tai's breath gradually steadied, the fatigue on his face lessening. Tsunade observed his weary countenance, her heart secretly sighing. This boy's potential is indeed remarkable. But he must learn the virtue of moderation. The Flying Thunder God technique is merely in its infancy. His journey ahead is still long. She lifted her gaze towards the distant starry sky, a smile of anticipation gracing her lips. However, perhaps one day, this lad will forge a legend uniquely his. Dawn broke. The morning light bathed the streets of Konoha. Tai, dragging his fatigued frame, trudged heavily towards the first training ground. His body had yet to fully recuperate, his legs feeling as though they were encumbered by lead. Yet, within his eyes burned an unwavering determination. Point one more time with the flying thunder god technique. He murmured, his heart swelling with a thirst for growth. Just as he was about to step into the training ground, a familiar voice called from behind. "Stop, Tai." Turning around, Tai beheld Tsunade approaching with an unusual seriousness. Clearly, she had risen much earlier than usual. She strode directly to Tai, unhesitatingly grasping his hand. "Come with me. I'm taking you for barbecue," Tsunade declared, her tone resolute and unyielding. "Wait, barbecue this early in the morning?" Tai exclaimed in astonishment, unable to suppress his incredulity. "Lady Tsunade, your thought process is truly one of a kind. Besides, what barbecue place is open at this hour?" Ignoring Tai's protests, Tsunade firmly held his hand and began walking forward. "Enough chatter. Trust me, you won't regret it." Reluctantly, Tai allowed himself to be led by Tsunade into the forest adjacent to the Shinju clan's district. Their hands remained tightly entwined, and Tai glanced down, a faint blush creeping onto his cheeks. "This feels rather strange, doesn't it?" Walking hand in hand with one's teacher this early in the morning, Tai's mind spiraled into a chaotic array of thoughts that a romantic relationship between a teacher and student is taboo. Yet, inexplicably, he found himself lacking the courage to release her hand, instead relishing the warmth of Tsunade's grip. Morning light filtered through the leaves, enveloping them as they walked at a leisurely pace. The atmosphere charged with an undeniable tension that quickened their heartbeats. Tai's thoughts were a whirlwind, while Tsunade appeared unfazed, even humming a cheerful tune. Finally, after traversing through several patches of dense foliage, Tsunade came to a halt. Tai lifted his gaze to behold a breathtaking scene. Before him lay a crystal-clear stream, its waters gently flowing, sunlight dancing upon its surface with golden flecks. Fish occasionally leaped from the water, sending ripples cascading outward. Surrounding trees grew in perfect harmony, filtering the sunlight without casting an oppressive shadow. The grass beneath their feet was lush and vibrant, showing no signs of trampling. Evidently, this was a secluded oasis, untouched by human presence. Tai surveyed the surroundings, unable to suppress a low exclamation. This place is truly a paradise for couples. As soon as the words escaped his lips, he froze, hastily raising a hand to cover his mouth. No, that is not what I meant." Tsunade turned to him, a teasing smile gracing her features. "Oh, so you know what a romantic spot for couples looks like?" Tai frantically shook his head, his ears burning. No, I just think this place is beautiful. It's completely different from the training ground." Tsunade couldn't help but chuckle, giving his shoulder a light pat. "Relax. We're not here for anything strange. I simply want you to unwind a bit and, coincidentally, provide you with a special lesson. A special lesson." Taichi gazed at her with a sense of bewilderment. Tsunade smiled faintly, her tone tinged with an air of mystery. "You shall know soon enough. For now, take a seat and rest for a moment." Taichi settled by the stream, still not fully at ease, when he observed Tsunade adeptly retrieving a summoning scroll from the dimensional space nestled within her bosom. He stared at the scroll in perplexity, pondering, is it truly possible that Tsunade-sensei carries a summoning scroll with her? Could she be planning to perform some formidable ninjutsu in such a setting? However, in the next moment, Tsunade skillfully unsealed the scroll, and as a wisp of white smoke dissipated, a collection of pots, pans, grills, and various seasonings materialized before him. Taichi stood agape, unable to contain his astonishment. "Tsunade-sensei, you actually sealed these items within the summoning scroll?" Tsunade, with an air of nonchalance, clapped her hands. "What of it? Isn't it quite convenient to carry such items in a scroll? Moreover, I am the princess of the land of fire. Is it too much to indulge in some fine fare?" Taichi found himself momentarily at a loss for words, yet his heart brimmed with admiration. Indeed, Tsunade-sensei is remarkable, treating the precious summoning scroll as a mere storage bag. Truly, she is a lavish woman, as long as she refrains from gambling. Tsunade rolled up her sleeves and pointed towards the stream, declaring, "Stay put. I shall catch some fish for grilling and seek out a wild boar nearby. Today, we shall feast on something fresh. Catch a wild boar and fish." Taichi hesitated. "Tsunade-sensei, are you truly going to do it yourself?" Tsunade huffed lightly, placing her hands on her hips. "What? Do you doubt my capabilities? Do not forget, I am one of the legendary 3 ninjas. Such trivialities are hardly a challenge for me." With that, she leapt gracefully into the stream, swiftly capturing a fish that had just leaped from the water with her bare hands. Her agility left Taichi dumbfounded. This is truly impressive. Before long, Tsunade had caught several fish, placing them on a rock by the stream, and clapped her hands again. All right, now for the main course, the wild boar. Taichi, watch closely. Venturing into the forest, a cacophony of rustling trees soon emerged, followed by a resounding thud. Taichi stood up, only to behold Tsunade dragging a massive wild boar back with ease, as if she were merely carrying a bag of ordinary ingredients. Is this boar substantial enough? Tsunade grinned, patting the boar. Today, allow me to showcase my culinary skills. Taichi was utterly speechless, filled with admiration. This is no mere hunting. She is the sovereign of the forest. As Tsunade kindled a fire by the stream, she meticulously prepared the fish and boar, seasoning them with an expertise akin to that of a professional chef. Soon, the air filled with tantalizing aromas. And Taichi watched as the fish and boar sizzled over the flames, swallowing hard in anticipation. All right, dig in. Tsunade handed him a piece of freshly grilled boar meat with a smile. This is freshly caught. Give it a taste. Taichi accepted the meat, cautiously taking a bite. Instantly, he was captivated by the rich flavor and tender texture, exclaiming, "This is incredible. Tsunade-sensei, your culinary skills rival your ninjutsu." Tsunade laughed heartily. Of course. I am a versatile talent. After all, in that secluded setting by the stream, the two savored their feast while engaging in light-hearted conversation. Taichi gradually set aside his inner burdens, experiencing a long-lost sense of relaxation. Observing his progressively tranquil demeanor, Tsunade's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Taichi, occasionally pausing to rest is not a bad thing. Today, cast aside thoughts of ninjutsu and training, and truly relish this moment, she spoke softly, her voice imbued with warmth and care. Taichi nodded earnestly, responding, "Thank you, Tsunade-sensei. I will remember this day and your teachings." The gentle flow of the stream and the flickering firelight illuminated their figures. In that instant, they seemed not merely to be master and disciple, but rather partners supporting one another, sharing a rare warmth and peace in the tranquil woods. The environment was exceedingly comfortable. The soothing sound of the flowing stream resembled a melodious tune, gently calming the restlessness within. The cool breeze brushed past, carrying the moist scent of the stream, inviting a sense of relaxation. Taichi sat quietly by the fire, lifting his gaze to the sky, and unknowingly, his mood transformed into an unprecedented state of serenity. Especially with Tsunade's presence beside him, Taichi felt an overwhelming sense of security, although she often exuded an aura of immense strength. In this secluded forest, she appeared remarkably gentle. Taichi's unique abilities seemed to enhance this atmosphere, evoking an indescribable tranquility and relaxation. After satisfying their appetites, Taichi and Tsunade leaned against a grand tree, enjoying the cool shade. The morning sun filtered through the leaves, casting a warm and comforting glow upon them. They engaged in casual conversation, discussing Taichi's training progress and Tsunade's amusing past experiences, the topics light and delightful. When I was a child, I adored playing in places like this with Suk, Tsunade reminisced, leaning against the trunk with a hint of nostalgia. That rascal was always louder than I was, causing chaos in the house in no time. Taichi chuckled at the thought. I never imagined Tsunade-sensei could have such moments in her childhood. I always thought you were a serious genius from a young age. Serious? That's hardly my style, Tsunade replied with a laugh, shaking her head. However, after Suk left, I seldom allowed myself to relax like today. Taichi paused for a moment before speaking earnestly. Tsunade-sensei, no matter what happens, you still have me. Although I am far from your level now, I will strive to create more moments like this for you. Tsunade blinked in surprise before bursting into laughter. You, my young friend, have quite the way with words. As they continued their idle chatter, Tsunade gradually succumbed to drowsiness. She stifled a yawn, adjusted her posture, and without warning, leaned her head against Taichi's shoulder. Taichi froze momentarily, as if time had stopped. He slowly turned to glance at Tsunade, only to find her eyes closed. Breathing steadily, she had evidently drifted off to sleep. Tsunade-sensei, Taichi murmured softly, a tinge of nervousness lacing his voice. After all, it was difficult for anyone to remain composed when such a beauty rested upon their shoulder. He attempted to divert his thoughts, yet his peripheral vision could not resist sweeping over her exquisite features and the delicate contours of her face. Quickly averting his gaze, he tried to calm himself, his heart racing. Stay calm. This is my teacher. I must not entertain such thoughts. As time passed, Taichi gradually relaxed, feeling the comforting weight of Tsunade resting against him, enveloping him in an indescribable warmth. He lifted his gaze towards the distant stream, the sound of flowing water harmonizing with Tsunade's steady breathing, transporting him into a parallel realm of tranquility. This isn't so bad, Taichi mused silently, a smile gracing his lips. Little did he know, this moment would etch itself deeply into his memory, serving as a newfound motivation for his future endeavors. Chapter 23. The development of bloodline limits. Yesterday, Taichi and Tsunade shared a leisurely and delightful time in the small grove. The sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows, while a gentle breeze caressed them, making it feel as though they were in a tranquil paradise. Taichi, too, managed to set aside his busy affairs, fully immersing himself in the day's relaxation. Strolling along the forest path, they engaged in laughter and conversation, occasionally pausing to admire the surrounding beauty and sometimes sitting beneath an ancient tree. Savoring the essence of nature, Tsunade's warmth and humor allowed Taichi to lower his guard, while his sincerity and companionship brought Tsunade immense relaxation. For both of them, this day was not merely a brief respite but an opportunity for spiritual rejuvenation and reconnection. As the sun dipped below the horizon, they reluctantly departed the grove, each carrying a treasure trove of cherished memories within. In the early morning, as dawn broke and a thin mist enveloped the village, the air held a refreshing coolness. Taichi awakened from his brief respite, promptly organizing his gear, and returned to the daily cadence of training. His gaze unwavering and his steps light, he hurried towards the first training ground. The morning breeze howling past his ears as if heralding the dawn of a new day. The training session unfolded in the usual tense yet efficient manner. Tai immersed himself in the refinement of physical techniques and ninjutsu, perspiration pouring down as he tirelessly repeated complex maneuvers, honing his physique while mastering each ninjutsu to perfection. The wooden posts and targets in the training area bore the marks of his relentless efforts, yet he never allowed himself to become complacent. With every strike, he poured forth his utmost strength. As if an adversary stood before him. By afternoon, Tai devoted all his energy to the development of ninjutsu. He understood that every formidable ninja possessed unique secret techniques, symbols not only of strength but also of wisdom and creativity. Seated in a quiet corner of the training ground, he closed his eyes in meditation, his mind continuously conjuring new possibilities. Occasionally, he would rise to test his inspirations, the embryonic forms of ninjutsu gradually emerging through his diligent efforts. The explosive shockwaves, the dance of flames, the flow of chakra, each detail meticulously scrutinized by him. At this moment, Tai was wholly absorbed in his aspirations. He realized that the creation of a powerful secret technique required not only talent and effort but also patience and perseverance. As the sun sank lower in the sky, his figure remained in motion, leaving behind an indelible mark of determination in the training ground. Through the notes of the second Hokage, Shinjitobarama, Tai had gained a preliminary understanding of the Flying Thunder God technique. Knowing that with further practice, he could soon apply it in battle. Tai's physical techniques were rooted in the steel fist style of the Shinja clan, renowned for its perfect integration of power and speed, where each punch struck with the force of iron, capable of both offense and defense. In his relentless training, Tai had seamlessly incorporated the techniques of the steel fist style into his own combat style, exhibiting a fluidity in both attack and defense that reflected the unique essence of the Shinja clan. Though Genjutsu was not his primary focus, Tai's proficiency in this area should not be underestimated. While he had yet to master high-level Genjutsu, he could adeptly employ basic techniques to engage enemies, rivaling even the average Genjutsu specialists among elite ninjas. However, Tai was acutely aware of his limitations and harbored a deep respect for the mystery and might of Genjutsu. He often heard tales of the Uchiha clan, the strongest Genjutsu users in the shinobi world, who wielded the Sharingan as a medium to cast illusions, easily disturbing the minds of their foes and determining the outcome of battles in the blink of an eye. Whenever he pondered this, Tai could not help but feel a yearning within him. He longed for the day when he could face the Uchiha's formidable warriors and perhaps learn their unfathomable techniques. Yet, his rationality tempered this impulse. Currently residing in the Senju ancestral home, Tai was acutely aware of the historical enmity between the Senju and Uchiha clans, even though the two clans no longer clashed openly. The burdens of the past remained an indelible shadow. Tai understood that his every action not only concerned his own fate but could also intricately affect the delicate relationship between the two families. As for his own resistance to Genjutsu, Tai felt uncertain. Despite his basic understanding of the craft, no one had truly tested him with Genjutsu. Faced with this unknown territory, Tai felt both a twinge of anxiety and an exhilarating desire for challenge. He knew that only by truly experiencing the impact of Genjutsu could he assess his weaknesses and potential, and that day might not be far off. He had mastered all B-rank and lower offensive ninjutsu, and had also learned a considerable amount of A-rank techniques from Tsunade and Minato. For large-scale offensive ninjutsu, Tai merely needed to channel chakra to achieve the desired effect. His prowess in ninjutsu was remarkable, with his most representative single-target offensive technique being the Rasengan, learned from Namikaze Minato. This high-intensity chakra manipulation technique required no hand seals and possessed immense power, making it an excellent means to incapacitate foes swiftly. Tai not only mastered this formidable technique, but continually sought to integrate it with his own combat style for further enhancement. In the realm of sealing techniques, Tai's achievements were equally noteworthy. He had learned high-level sealing arts, typically exclusive to the Uzumaki clan, from Kushina. However, unbeknownst to Tai, his unique physique granted him the potential to master all sealing techniques within the shinobi world. This implied that his potential extended far beyond what he had currently demonstrated. He simply had yet to fully explore it. Medical ninjutsu was another significant advantage for Tai. He had mastered all medical techniques aside from Tsunade's exclusive spiritual sealing and the jutsu creation rebirth, mitotic regeneration. Whether rapidly healing wounds, extracting toxins, or saving those on the brink of death, he could execute these tasks with remarkable ease. Such comprehensive medical abilities not only provided immense support in combat, but also rendered him an irreplaceable backbone of his team. Tai's combat style was notably unique within Konoha, strikingly reminiscent of the legendary Namikaze Minato. He possessed not only swift and precise attacking capabilities but also exhibited remarkable tactical flexibility, always seizing control of the battlefield in an instant. Compared to Minato, Tai further complemented his high-level medical skills with profound expertise in sealing techniques, truly establishing himself as a versatile warrior. For contemporary Konoha, Tai undoubtedly represented an immensely significant presence. He could serve as a powerful vanguard on the battlefield, while also stepping in as a savior during crises. His all-encompassing abilities evoked admiration, for he was not merely a successor to Namikaze Minato, but also one of the hopes for the village's future. Regarding sage techniques, Tai learned through various channels that these constituted a formidable power requiring harmony with nature. Only by earning the acknowledgement of the three great sage lands could one cultivate and master them. However, Tai was in no rush to attain this. He understood that this was not merely a matter of strength but also one of fate and timing. Thus, he chose to temporarily bury this yearning deep within his heart, focusing on his current training. As for the forbidden techniques recorded in the sealing scroll, powers deemed taboo by the shinobi world, they undoubtedly tantalized Tai. Yet, he refrained from acting rashly. Tsunade had once earnestly advised him, "What is meant to be will come in due time. It's just not your moment yet." This statement enlightened Tai, making him realize that power was not something to be rushed. It required patience and gradual progress. Without matching awareness and control, great power would ultimately lead to destruction. Therefore, Tai turned his gaze towards another audacious goal, attempting to merge bloodline limits independently. Bloodline limits, a capability inherited through unique genetics, were the hallmark of many powerful ninjas. Tai recognized that this challenge was not merely a test of his ninja talents but also a trial of his will and physical limits. He began to study the characteristics and principles of various bloodline limits, observing historical case studies and combining them with his chakra attributes to seek possible paths for fusion. Although this endeavor was fraught with risk and uncertainty, Tai maintained an unwavering spirit. He understood that only by daring to explore could he forge a path uniquely his own. This path was not only about the pursuit of power but also a true practice of his ninja way. Through the notes left by Senju Tobarama, Tai became aware of many powerful bloodline limits and the difficulties and dangers associated with attempting to merge them independently. Given Tai's character, he was unlikely to abandon any avenue that could enhance his combat strength easily. In his quest for bloodline limits, he approached it with immense enthusiasm and a robust determination to overcome every obstacle. In his understanding, the most potent bloodline limit undoubtedly belonged to Senju Hashirama, one of the founders of Konoha, who possessed Wood Release. The might of Wood Release was beyond question. It could create extraordinary offensive techniques and swiftly control the battlefield, even subduing tailed beasts. If he were to develop a bloodline limit, it seemed only natural to pursue the most powerful Wood Release. However, the reality proved far from straightforward. Despite Tai investing considerable time and energy into various methods to integrate the properties of Wood Release, he was unable to awaken this legendary ability. Each failure deepened his realization that the power of Wood Release likely depended not solely on the transformation of chakra properties but also concealed deeper secrets. Amidst Tai's repeated attempts, his efforts finally yielded an unexpected result. Although he had not succeeded in merging Wood Release, he inadvertently developed an entirely new bloodline limit, Mud Release. This ability fused Earth Release and Water Release, forming a ninjutsu system that was both pliable and possessed formidable offensive power. Mud Release could generate resilient mud flows for attacks and utilize its adhesive properties to ensnare enemies, exhibiting remarkable adaptability even in defense. When Tsunade learned that Tai had developed the unprecedented mud release, she was understandably taken aback. On one hand, she felt a profound sense of regret that Tai had not yet mastered the wood release technique. On the other hand, she was deeply awed by his creativity and potential. After all, the emergence of such a completely new bloodline limit signified that Tai was forging a path that had never been traversed by those before him. Tsunade encouraged Tai not to be disheartened, remarking, "Perhaps wood release is temporarily beyond your reach, but the ability to create earth release itself is a remarkable accomplishment. You have already demonstrated your uniqueness. Now you simply need to cultivate it further." These words strengthened Tai's resolve. He realized that each unexpected success might be a new direction that fate was guiding him toward, and his path as a ninja would continue along this road filled with uncertainty and challenges. Indeed, the heights achieved by the god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju, were not easily attainable. Tai understood that Hashirama was revered not merely for his mastery of the formidable wood release, but also for the seamless fusion of his strength and belief, which heralded the dawn of a glorious era. Each failure and attempt deepened Tai's appreciation for Hashirama's greatness. The power of wood release lay not only in its versatility for offense and defense, but also in its embodiment of Hashirama's indomitable will and his deeply rooted belief in peace. Such power transcended a mere transformation of chakra. Although Tai had yet to reach Hashirama's heights, this did not dishearten him. Rather, it ignited a greater fighting spirit within him. He understood that Hashirama's greatness was the result of decades of accumulation and dedication, and he himself was at the starting point of that journey. He told himself, "Perhaps I cannot master wood release now, but that does not mean it will be impossible in the future. My journey has only just begun." Tai's experience made him acutely aware of a vital truth. Strength does not solely arise from imitating predecessors, but rather from continuously surpassing oneself and carving out a unique path. While his earth release may not have reached the pinnacle of wood release, it was nonetheless an unprecedented creation. This originality and potential represented Tai's hope and strength for the future on this challenging path of the ninja. Tai knew that his goal was not merely to reach the limits of power, but also to refine his spirit and conviction. With a profound respect for Hashirama's heights, he steadfastly advanced toward the future, shouldering his responsibilities and dreams, continuing to write his own legendary saga. Currently known bloodline limits are diverse, showcasing the unique powers of various factions and bloodlines within the ninja world. These bloodline limits include Scorch Release, Boil Release, Melt Release, Magnet Release, Ice Release, Explosion Release, Storm Release, Wood Release, Liquid Release, Crystal Release, Steel Release, X-Ray Release, Dark Release, Swift Release, Earth Release, and the recently developed Earth Release by Tai. Each bloodline limit is formed through the combination of two distinct chakra nature transformations, resulting in unique combat abilities that serve as powerful assets for ninjas. However, transcending ordinary bloodline limits is a higher echelon of power known as bloodline elimination. The most notable example of this is the Dust Release mastered by the third Utsutsuki Inoki from the Awakens village. Dust Release is an advanced ninjutsu formed by the fusion of wind, earth, and fire chakra nature transformations, representing a leap beyond conventional bloodline limits. It possesses immense destructive capability, capable of disintegrating targets at an atomic level, thus annihilating enemies. It is an attack that is both formidable and exceedingly difficult to counter. It is said that Dust Release was initially developed by the second Utsutsuki, Mu, who, through his astounding talent and profound understanding of chakra, perfectly combined the three chakra nature transformations, establishing this unprecedented ninjutsu system. Under Mu's meticulous guidance, his disciple Inoki successfully mastered this secret technique and further developed it, becoming the absolute symbol of power for Awakens. In contrast to ordinary bloodline limits, bloodline elimination requires not only a profound mastery of multiple chakra nature transformations but also exceptionally high perceptiveness and control. Consequently, this power is exceedingly rare, attainable only by a select few exceptionally gifted ninjas. The existence of Dust Release serves as a testament to the boundless potential of chakra fusion within the ninja world. For an explorer like Tai, this is a source of inspiration that he understands that bloodline limits and bloodline elimination symbolize not only power, but also the breaking of the limits of ninjutsu and the opening of new realms. Tai resolved that perhaps one day he too could explore a novel realm of his own, forging an unprecedented path in ninjutsu. In the notes left by Tobirama Senju, he conducted an in-depth observation and analysis of his elder brother Hashirama Senju's abilities. He wrote, "Brother's power far surpasses that of the second Utsutsuki Mu's bloodline elimination Dust Release. Thus, I speculate that Brother's wood release is not merely a bloodline limit, Tobirama believed that Hashirama's wood release could transcend bloodline elimination due to its close relationship with his unique physique. As the leader of the Senju clan, Hashirama possessed extraordinary vitality and chakra reserves, far exceeding that of ordinary individuals. Simultaneously, the robust life force and natural affinity displayed by his wood release evidently surpassed conventional chakra nature transformations. Tobirama further speculated that Hashirama's wood release might not solely be a fusion of water and earth attributes but could also encompass an unknown third attribute, which might be the fundamental source of the Senju clan's power, yang release. As one of the foundational energies of chakra, yang release is intricately linked to vitality. Capable of awakening the potential of living beings and promoting cellular regeneration and reproduction. Hashirama's wood release exhibited vigorous life force. Capable of rapidly growing vast forests and even healing the wounded, these characteristics clearly align with the essence of yang release. In his notes, Tobirama also mentioned, the strength of the Senju clan may indeed stem from the profound application of yang release. The life force contained within my brother's wood release is the strongest manifestation of this trait. He believed that Hashirama's power was not merely a simple bloodline limit, but rather a unique ability that combined chakra nature transformations with the essence of life. This ability enabled Hashirama not only to triumph in combat, but also to maintain the peace and prosperity of Konoha through his own strength. While Tobirama's hypotheses have yet to be entirely validated, they provide future generations with a fresh perspective on the source of Hashirama's power. This further elucidates why Hashirama is revered as the god of shinobi, not solely for his immense strength, but because he perfectly integrated ninjutsu with the essence of life, creating unprecedented miracles. These profound insights also inspire Tai to further explore the limits of ninjutsu and pursue the true essence of the Senju clan's power. Tai understood that one must advance step by step, savoring each moment along the way. Thus, rather than selecting a powerful bloodline limit to develop, he preferred to choose one that resonated more harmoniously with his own combat style. Tai conveyed this sentiment to Tsunade, and after their discussion, he ultimately chose Ice Release. Ice Release is versatile for both offense and defense, capable of generating ice blocks to cool down during hot weather, making it an invaluable skill for both home and adventure. In the early autumn of the ninja world, September marks the transition from late summer to early fall. Morning mist weaves through the mountains and forests, the crisp air tinged with a hint of chill. As if silently heralding the change of seasons in the village fields, the rice ears have begun to turn a subtle shade of yellow, glimmering like golden waves under the sunlight as they sway in the breeze. In the distance, the forest maple leaves are kissed by a faint touch of red, signaling the impending arrival of late autumn. A babbling brook flows with crystal-clear water, occasionally adorned with drifting leaves, adding a poetic touch to the serene tableau. On the playground of the ninja school, the laughter of children resonates, injecting vitality into this tranquil realm. This moment, while the ninja world appears outwardly peaceful, the undercurrents among the various villages have never ceased. The winds of September carry both the joy of harvest and a subtle air of foreboding. Early autumn is a time for ninjas to recuperate, yet also the prologue to a new round of trials and challenges. Every corner conceals opportunities and perils, and stories always quietly unfold during such times. Since the news of Tai independently developing Earth release spread, aside from the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, who maintained his composure, the rest of the Konoha leadership could hardly conceal their excitement and desire. Such a prodigy emerging is a rare treasure for any clan. After all, a ninja capable of independently developing a new bloodline limit signifies not only formidable personal strength, but also an embodiment of boundless potential and future possibilities. The various clans of Konoha have been stirred behind the scenes, each hoping to integrate Tai into their family system. Not only does this swiftly enhance the overall strength of the family, but it also significantly enriches its heritage, allowing the family to vie for greater influence and status within the village. This is especially regarded as an exceptional opportunity for those families that have remained somewhat dormant in recent years. However, the higher-ups in Konoha are acutely aware that Tai's emergence is not solely a boon, but also a double-edged sword that, if not handled with care, it could not only incite conflict among families, but also disrupt the delicate balance within the village. Amidst this tense atmosphere, Minato maintains his characteristic calm and rationality. He understands that Tai is not merely a prodigy, but one of the hopes for Konoha's future. Any attempt to coerce him for personal gain could plunge Konoha into deeper internal turmoil. Yet, Tai himself seems utterly indifferent to the surrounding debates. He remains focused on his training and research, much like a raw gem awaiting its moment to shine. Unbeknownst to him, the storm encircling him is gradually drawing near. Within the Sarutobi clan's ancestral grounds, the atmosphere is particularly grave. Under the dim yellow lights, the long table of the clan meeting is filled with the elders, each bearing expressions of solemnity and anticipation. Though the atmosphere is quiet, it conceals an undercurrent of tension. Songjin, it is imperative that we establish a good rapport with Tai. A white-haired elder pounds the table, his tone imbued with undeniable conviction. His eyes are sharp, as if he intends to pierce through the very essence of Sarutobi Songjin. The other elders nod in agreement. Indeed, such a genius must not be allowed to be snatched away by other clans. His independent development of Earth Release showcases his potential and intellect, ensuring he will undoubtedly become a pillar of Konoha in the future. If our Sarutobi clan can forge a strong bond with him, we will undoubtedly gain more leverage in the village going forward. Songjin respectfully lowers his head in acknowledgement, though a hint of complexity lingers in his gaze. He has certainly heard the rumors surrounding Tai. Yet in the face of such a brilliant yet enigmatic individual, he cannot help but feel a twinge of apprehension. Seated at the head of the table, Sarutobi Hisashi remains silent, slowly exhaling smoke from his pipe. The end glowing faintly red, he occasionally glances at those present, then lowers his head in contemplation, gently stroking his distinctive goatee as if calculating something. Tai, he silently contemplates this name, the image of the young genius materializing in his mind. He understands that this is not merely a simple contest for talent, but a significant strategic maneuver for the future of the Sarutobi clan. He desires neither to appear overly eager nor to find himself at a disadvantage in this undercurrent of conflict. Songjin, there is no need for you to rush into this matter. Sarutobi Hisashi finally speaks, his voice deep and authoritative. Rather than forcing a connection, let things unfold naturally. Tai is an astute individual. When the genuine opportunity arises, he will choose the path that best serves his interests. The meeting room falls into a brief silence once more, the only sound being the faint crackle of the burning pipe. Yet, all present are acutely aware that the struggle surrounding Tai has only just begun. In the underground base of the root, the dim light casts a shadowy ambience, the silence so profound it feels as if one could hear the passage of time. Shimura Danzo is seated at his desk as usual, his figure shrouded in shadow, illuminated only by the flickering light over the scrolls and intelligence reports spread before him. His uncovered eye is fixated on the information regarding Tai. A chilling intensity radiating from his gaze, the scroll is densely inscribed with details about Tai's abilities, background, and the process by which he developed Earth Release. Each word ignites a burning ambition within Danzo. It seems I must act swiftly, he murmurs to himself, his tone a blend of urgency and cunning. His fingers tap rhythmically on the desk, echoing the cadence of his contemplation. Tai, this genius who independently developed a bloodline limit, is certainly no ordinary individual. Should he be integrated into the root, it would not only provide Danzo with a formidable trump card, but also elevate the root status within the power dynamics of Konoha. Such potential, if seized by others, would undoubtedly be a significant loss for the root, a failure Danzo cannot tolerate. Tai, he repeats the name softly, savoring its weight. His gaze hardens, now imbued with a hint of greed. He gestures for a root ninja to approach, immediately dispatch a significant number of elite root operatives to monitor Tai's every move. But remember, do not alert him to our presence, Danzo commands coldly. His voice low yet laden with authority. Also, summon the priestess back. Prepare a detailed plan for me. I wish to meet him personally. Such a genius must be utilized by the root. The root ninja nods respectfully and vanishes into the shadows. Danzo gazes at the empty doorway, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. Clenching his fist, he murmurs, "For Tai, I, Shimura Danzo, shall stop at nothing. Whatever the cost, he shall become my sharpest weapon." The light casts a shadow over the documents, and Danzo's plans gradually take shape within that obscurity. In the Nara clan's conference room, the atmosphere is particularly somber. At the center of a rustic round table lies Konoha's latest intelligence scroll, detailing Tai's abilities and background. The soft light that bathes the table cannot obscure the deep contemplation and unease etched on everyone's faces. Nara Shikaka rests his chin on his interlaced fingers, his gaze steady and piercing. He speaks slowly. Tai's independent development of Earth Release is not merely a breakthrough in bloodline limits. It signifies both capability and intellect. Such a genius is a precious asset to Konoha, yet equally, a potential hazard. Seated beside Shikaku, Yamanaka and Noichi nods slightly, holding a report in hand, thoughtfully commenting from his background. While Tai hails from humble beginnings, he possesses extraordinary perception and perseverance. His demeanor appears modest, yet he is exceedingly cautious. Establishing genuine trust with him within a short time frame will not be an easy task. Aikido Choza gently taps the round table with his thick fingers, the steady motion accompanied by a deep yet resonant voice that reverberates in the conference room. Tai is a dear friend to our Aikido clan. There is no need for deliberate flattery. His character is straightforward yet gentle, and his sincere attitude towards friends is something I cannot help but admire. His love for cuisine resonates with me. Truly, this child is to my taste. He chuckles, patting his belly, his tone infused with joviality and confidence. When I last took him to savor our clan's secret barbecue, he praised it profusely, enjoying it even more than I did. A person who cherishes culinary delights and values friendship needs only our sincerity. He will naturally discern who genuinely has his best interests at heart. Choza pauses, surveying the room, his voice lowering yet remaining powerful. However, Tai's talent and accomplishments will inevitably stir envy among many. We cannot simply treat him as a friend. We must also provide substantial support at critical moments, allowing him to truly feel the reliability and trust of our Aikido clan. His words lighten the atmosphere somewhat, yet the gravity remains. Nara Shikaka smiles slightly, nodding in agreement. Indeed, Choza has a point. Building a relationship with a talent like Tai requires more than mere tactics. Sincerity is paramount. Yamanaka Inoichi gently rubs his forehead, offering a wry smile. Nonetheless, I am still curious about how you managed to enjoy barbecue more than him last time. That seems quite a feat. Choza bursts into hearty laughter, waving his hand. That lad's focus on food is such that it seems he pours all his chakra into savoring every bite. He truly is an endearing fellow. A ripple of light laughter echoes through the meeting room, the taut atmosphere easing slightly with this exchange. Yet, each individual understands that the struggle surrounding Tai is an unarmed conflict. They must summon greater wisdom and patience than usual to firmly establish their foothold. In a clandestine underground laboratory outside Konoha, the air is thick with the pungent scent of disinfectants mingling with chemical reagents. The walls are adorned with countless pipes and instruments, exuding a cold metallic sheen. Dim light casts shadows on the laboratory table, revealing the pale and cunning visage of Orochimaru. He stands quietly before the table, clutching a densely written intelligence scroll. His golden snake-like eyes narrow slightly, scanning each word on the paper like a serpent eyeing its prey. The scroll meticulously details Tai's abilities, background, and the intricacies of his development of Earth release. Interesting, truly interesting, Orochimaru murmurs softly, his voice low and chilling, as if concealing boundless schemes. A subtle, enigmatic smile curled at the corners of his lips, reminiscent of a serpent poised to strike, imbued with a sense of playful malice and cold detachment. He gradually lowered the scroll, his elongated, pallid fingers gently tapping against the metallic surface of the laboratory table, producing a muffled resonance that seemed to accompany his swirling thoughts. Like a venomous snake, his tongue flickered out, occasionally licking the corner of his mouth. The movement slow yet unsettlingly peculiar. His gaze fixated on the characters inscribed on the scroll, the golden hue of his serpentine pupils glimmering with admiration, curiosity, and even a tinge of avarice. The atmosphere of the laboratory grew more sinister in his presence, as if the very air had thickened. To have independently developed the art of mudclone is truly the mark of genius, he murmured, his tone laced with sardonic appreciation. Indeed, Konoha never ceased to be intriguing, perpetually giving birth to rare treasures. He sauntered towards the laboratory table, his fingers gliding over the neatly arranged vials, the gesture as delicate as if caressing a work of art. His eyes swept over the softly glowing reagents, the smile at his lips deepening, as though he could already envision Taichi under his dominion. Taichi, your potential indeed excites me. He paused, turning to regard the scroll, a flicker of dangerous light dancing in his serpent-like gaze. But I am more curious to know, where lies the limit of your talent? Will you emerge as a new pillar of Konoha, or transform into my most perfect experimental subject? His tongue once more licked the corner of his mouth, producing a faint tisk sound. As if savoring the fruits of the future in his mind, he turned to venture deeper into the laboratory, the hem of his robe trailing softly against the ground, creating a whispering sound. His figure gradually faded into the shadows, leaving only the echo of his low laughter in the air, hinting at the quiet inception of a conspiracy within the council chamber of the Uchiha clan's territory. The atmosphere was oppressive and solemn. Dim yellow light spilled over the mahogany table, casting the faces of those seated in stark relief. On either side of the long table sat the elders of the Uchiha clan and elite warriors possessing the coveted three-tomo Sharingan. Their gazes betrayed a mix of emotions, some pensive, some skeptical, and others subtly tinged with ambition. The current clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku, occupied the central position, his brow furrowed, fingers lightly drumming against the armrest of his chair. Fugaku's sharp, profound eyes scrutinized each clan member present. His fingertips tapped rhythmically against the armrest, the faint sound resonating as though it were striking at the hearts of those listening. Taichi is not only a prodigiously gifted talent, but also a disciple of that individual. If we can bring him into the Uchiha fold, it will not only enhance our strength but also improve our relationship with the village. This is crucial for our future. The already tense atmosphere grew heavier with Fugaku's words. Under the dim light, the clan members on either side of the table fell into contemplation. The elders bowed their heads, pondering the implications of Fugaku's statement, while the elite warriors with their three-tomo Sharingan frowned slightly. Their eyes glimmering with complexity, the elder, gray and venerable, spoke first, his voice aged yet commanding. Clan leader Fugaku, such talent must not be allowed to slip into the hands of others, though Taichi hails from humble beginnings. His gifts evidently surpass those of ordinary shinobi. If we were to secure him, his abilities could serve as a significant boon for the resurgence of our Uchiha clan, as well as a vital asset in improving our relations with the village. Another younger three-tomo warrior scoffed, crossing his arms and leaning back slightly against the chair, doubt and derision evident in his gaze. His voice was low but laced with provocation. Let us not forget. Taichi currently resides within the Senju clan's ancestral home. That if he were to accept our invitation, what of Tsunade? Do you believe the Senju clan would idly watch as Taichi draws near to us? His words fell like a stone, rippling through the previously placid atmosphere of the council chamber. Some elders furrowed their brows, clearly recognizing the complexity of this issue, though the Senju clan had waned. Tsunade's presence remained a force to be reckoned with. Moreover, as one of the legendary Sannin, her connections with Konoha's higher-ups were exceedingly close. Furthermore, the young warrior continued, his tone cold and cautious. Even if Taichi is exceptionally talented, he is still merely a young shinobi. We do not fully grasp the extent of Tsunade's regard for him. Should we act rashly, we might not only alert Tsunade, but even draw the attention of the Hokage. At that point, the situation could spiral out of control, resulting in catastrophic consequences. His gaze swept over the assembly, finally resting on Uchiha Fugaku as if probing the clan leader's stance on the matter. The entire chamber lapsed into a brief silence once more. Fugaku did not respond immediately, instead maintaining a steady gaze on the young warrior. His fingers continued to tap against the armrest, his tone calm, yet imbued with a sense of authority. You speak truthfully. Tsunade indeed represents a variable, yet precisely for this reason, we must proceed with caution. The decline of the Senju is an undeniable fact. However powerful Tsunade may be, she stands alone against the tide. Provided we handle matters adeptly, her influence is not insurmountable. He paused for a moment, his eyes deep and composed. As for Taichi, he is not of Senju blood. His choice to reside in the Senju ancestral home may merely stem from a bond between mentor and pupil. As long as we demonstrate sufficient sincerity, allowing him to see the resources and support the Uchiha can offer, he may very well be swayed. An elder nodded in agreement, murmuring, the clan leader's words ring true. The glory of the Senju has long since faded, while the Uchiha remain Konoha's most formidable clan. That if Taichi is a wise individual, he will come to understand where his true allegiance lies. The young warrior, upon hearing this, refrained from further rebuttal, though complexity lingered in his gaze. He huffed lightly, lowering his head slightly, as if contemplating something. The atmosphere within the council chamber grew heavy with thoughtful deliberation. Each individual weighing the intricate dynamics between Taichi, the Senju, and the Uchiha. This was not merely a contest for genius. It was a covert struggle for power and influence. Fugaku's gaze remained resolute. He understood that in this game of strategy, the Uchiha must tread carefully to seize the initiative. Another young clansman, exhibiting a hint of hesitation, finally spoke. Clan leader, if he is inclined to draw near to us, then it may be worth a try. However, we need a clear strategy to prevent other clans from getting ahead of us. Fugaku nodded, a contemplative look in his eyes. I have already considered this. We must not appear overly proactive, lest we raise suspicions among the other factions in the village. However, we can arrange for some of our younger generation to engage with him, to first gauge his stance while simultaneously showcasing our sincerity. An elder spoke slowly. The clan leader is indeed forward-thinking. This matter requires careful handling. We can begin by exploring his connections, such as his teammates and his attitude towards the village. Once we identify an opportunity, he will realize that the Uchiha is his best choice. The atmosphere within the council chamber gradually returned to a semblance of calm, yet all understood that this was not merely a simple discussion, but a significant scheme concerning the future of the Uchiha. The light illuminated Fugaku's visage, his gaze deep and unwavering, as if he had already grasped the entirety of the situation. "Taichi," Fugaku murmured softly, tinged with an almost imperceptible blend of anticipation and ambition. "For both the sake of the Uchiha and the future of Konoha, this step must be taken with both caution and decisiveness." At this moment, sitting in the corner, Achihade Dawa contemplated the intelligence in his hand, pondering. "Taichi, an unprecedented genius, and he is also Tsunade's disciple. Could it be that my crossing over has triggered a butterfly effect? It seems my plans will require some adjustments. Due to the memories of a traveler, he possesses profound insights into the history and development of the ninja world, often able to offer brilliant suggestions at critical junctures. However, he is acutely aware that mere foresight is insufficient for navigating the intricate power structures of Konoha, prompting him to diligently hone his skills, status, and circumstances. The abilities and intellect of Dawa have garnered him considerable attention both within and outside the Uchiha clan. Clan leader Uchiha Fugaku and numerous elders have placed high hopes in him, aspiring for him to become a vital pillar in the resurgence of the Uchiha. Nonetheless, his gentle demeanor and extensive connections have caused some radical clan members to regard him with suspicion, believing he might not wholly align with the Uchiha's interests. Chapter 25, The night of the Ninetails. In September of the 48th year of Konoha, the cool autumn breeze enveloped the village in a warm golden sunlight. Yet beneath this tranquil facade, an event crucial to the village's safety was quietly brewing. Uzumaki Kushina was on the verge of giving birth, a moment that should have been a joyous occasion. However, as the host of the Ninetails, the sealing power would significantly weaken during her labor, escalating the risks and pressures manifold. Namake's Minato regarded this matter with utmost seriousness. As the fourth Hokage of Konoha, he understood that if the host seal were to falter, the power of the Ninetails could obliterate the entire village. Thus, he took personal charge of organizing related affairs and devised a meticulous protection plan. He selected the most reliable medical ninjas and guards to ensure that everything proceeded flawlessly. Despite this, in order to prevent panic or exploitation by enemy forces, the matter was kept under strict confidentiality. Virtually no one was aware of the impending events aside from Minato and Kushina's close acquaintances. Elite Umbu operatives were subtly deployed to the surrounding areas, discreetly monitoring any potential threats, even among Konoha's upper echelons. Only a select few were privy to the situation. Kushina, fully cognizant of the risks associated with childbirth, maintained her characteristic strength and optimism. She often reassured Minato with a smile, saying, "There's no need to be overly anxious. I am a woman of the Uzumaki clan, and I will endure." Yet, as Minato gazed at her rounded abdomen and her slightly fatigued visage, an unshakable worry lingered in his heart. On the peaceful streets of Konoha, ordinary villagers continued their mundane lives, utterly unaware of the storm brewing beneath the surface. Meanwhile, in the shadows, some eyes were quietly fixated on Konoha's power, biding their time. The tranquility of this day might merely be a fleeting calm before the tempest. Minato understood that Kushina's delivery was not only a significant event for their family, but also a grave test for the future of Konoha. He had no time for distractions, focusing solely on safeguarding the most important person in his life and the security of the village. Since the last discussion with Tsunade regarding the potential for merging bloodline limits, Tai had become entirely immersed in research and training. His thoughts were invigorated by that conversation, as if a door to an unknown realm had swung open. From that day forth, he devoted all his energy to the experiments of bloodline limit fusion, completely isolating himself from the outside world. Tai's daily routine became as precise as a finely tuned clock. A linear journey from the Senju ancestral home to the training grounds and back again, that he scarcely slept or ate, his eyes gleaming with a fervent passion for exploration. In the training grounds, he persistently endeavored to merge the various chakra attributes in the most meticulous manner, documenting and analyzing every minute change and outcome repeatedly. As the sunlight outside gradually shifted from morning to dusk and then to the encroaching night, Tai's figure remained unwavering. The village's lively chatter, festivities, and scenery, which once captivated his attention, now seemed like distant echoes. His world was consumed entirely by the flow of chakra and the possibilities that lay ahead. Tsunade observed this with a mixture of admiration and concern. She recognized that Tai's talent and determination were unparalleled, yet such intense focus might lead him to overlook other critical matters. Thus, she would occasionally visit the training grounds, silently monitoring Tai's progress and discreetly leaving sustenance and medicine to ensure he did not exhaust himself unduly. Unbeknownst to him, Tai remained oblivious to her presence. Every ounce of his attention was fixated on the fusion of chakra. His gaze sharp as that of a hawk, his movements precise and delicate. He firmly believed that the secrets of bloodline limit fusion would eventually be unraveled by him, and that day might herald a redefinition of power within the ninja world. After more than a month of dedicated research and countless experiments, Tai finally succeeded in mastering the power of ice release. Initially, he merely sought to perfectly merge the chakra natures of wind release and water release. However, with a deeper understanding of chakra flow and property transformation, he not only completed the foundational structure of ice release but also further developed a variety of unique ice release techniques. In the training grounds, the might of ice release began to manifest. With a mere wave of his hand, Frost instantly enveloped the surroundings, turning the ground into a slick layer of ice. A gentle step would cause sharp ice spikes to erupt from the earth, blossoming like flowers. The most striking was the defensive technique Frost Barrier, a robust and agile ice shield capable of precisely deflecting any assault. Neither the blades of close combat nor ranged ninjutsu could disturb it in the slightest. Moreover, Tai devised several highly practical jutsu, such as Ice Dragon Ascending, where a massive ice dragon would surge from the ground, spiraling into the air before swooping down to completely freeze its foes, and Frozen Breath Domain, which unleashed a chilling aura from himself, enveloping the entire area in frost and restricting enemy movement. These accomplishments filled Tai with immense satisfaction, yet he did not relent in his efforts. He understood that the potential of ice release extended far beyond what he had achieved. The balance between the coldness and flexibility of ice, destruction and defense, provided endless possibilities for further development. He began to contemplate how to integrate ice release with tactics, considering how to maximize its advantages in actual combat, all while meticulously recording data from each experiment to lay the groundwork for future improvements. Meanwhile, his ice release had caught Tsunade's attention. She personally visited the training grounds to observe Tai's accomplishments and expressed her high regard for his talent. She even jested, "It seems your ice release will give the fire release ninjas in the ninja world quite a headache." Nevertheless, Tai's gaze did not lighten in the least. He was acutely aware that the emergence of ice release not only opened a new realm for him, but also concealed a potential bomb for Konoha and the ninja world. Such power would inevitably attract the covetous eyes of various factions, and he must prepare for the impending storm. Time slipped by quietly, and seemingly unnoticed. Konoha village approached a moment filled with anticipation yet fraught with peril. Uzumaki Kushina was about to give birth. As the host of the Ninetails, the sealing power would significantly weaken during labor. Although this news was kept under strict wraps, the entire village had silently entered a state of high alert. After careful consideration, Namikaze Minato designated a secret cave outside Konoha as the birthing location for Uzumaki Kushina. Surrounded by dense forest, the terrain was complex and concealed, effectively evading enemy detection. To ensure absolute safety, Minato personally arranged multiple layers of high-level barriers. The cave's entrance was shrouded by a barrier that masked sensory perception, coupled with trigger-based defensive seals. Should any enemies approach, the barrier would respond immediately and launch an attack. The interior of the cave was meticulously arranged, with all facilities prioritized for Kushina's safety and the smoothness of her delivery. The core area was safeguarded by multiple layers of sealing techniques, ensuring that even if the Ninetail sealing power weakened, no threat would arise. At this moment, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen's wife, Sarutobi Bawako, and Konoha's top medical ninja, Tsunade, were fully concentrated on making the final preparations for the delivery. Both were experienced and composed, instilling a strong sense of confidence for the forthcoming trial. Additionally, two carefully selected medical ninjas stood by to assist in case of emergencies. The defenses outside the cave were impenetrable. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, personally led a team composed of elite Umbu members, standing vigilant. They were strategically positioned at various concealed points surrounding the cave, ever alert to any signs of disturbance. Hiruzen stood at the cave's entrance, wielding the Rui Jingu Bang transformed by the Monkey King, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. The oppressive aura he emanated sent shivers down the spines of all ninjas, prompting them to be on high alert. Everyone heightened their vigilance, leaving no room for negligence. Hiruzen issued a low command, his tone resolute and unyielding. He was acutely aware that this was not merely a delivery. It was a pivotal moment concerning the safety of Konohagakure. In a concealed corner of the cave, Minato had discreetly inscribed multiple Flying Thunder God technique markers. His plan was meticulously crafted, ensuring that he could instantaneously reach the most critical location in any unforeseen circumstance. Standing at the cave's entrance, he cast his gaze over each ninja, his voice calm, yet resolute. No matter what transpires, we must ensure the safety of Kushina and the child. This is our collective mission. Although the cave appeared tranquil on the surface, each individual understood that the weakening of the Ninetails seal during childbirth posed a significant threat. At that very moment, adversaries coveting the power of the Ninetails might already be stirring. As night gradually descended, the surrounding forest was engulfed in darkness, with only the faint chirping of insects breaking the silence. The Umbu ninjas concealed themselves in the shadows, guarding this cave that seemed to be isolated from the world. Inside the cave, both Bawako and Tsunade had prepared their surgical instruments, their gazes unwavering, as if they could pierce through the enveloping night. This night would be a fateful one for the Hidden Leaf Village. Each person was on edge amidst the looming storm, while Minato, the wave wind, fortified everything with his conviction and strength as the final line of defense. Not far from the cave, the depths of the forest lay in serene silence. Only the occasional whisper of the wind rustled through the leaves, bringing with it a hint of chill. Suddenly, the air seemed to be torn apart, and a vortex of spatial distortion quietly emerged. The swirling shadow at its center expanded, as if an abyss were consuming the surrounding light. Moments later, a man cloaked in black, adorned with an orange whirlpool mask, slowly stepped forth from the spatial distortion. His figure melded with the darkness, with only the conspicuous whirlpool pattern on his mask and his frigid aura sending chills down the spine. He lifted his head, his gaze penetrating through the mask's openings. Staring intently in the direction of the cave, as if he could see through the barrier beyond. Is this the place where the Ninetails Jinchuriki is to give birth? He murmured in a hoarse, chilling voice, laced with an undeniable coldness. Though he lay hidden in the shadows, the atmosphere around him grew oppressively dense, as if even the insects had been silenced by his presence, retreating into silence. He surveyed his surroundings, his gaze landing on potential hiding spots of the lurking Umbu ninjas. A slight smirk tugged at the corners of his mouth, revealing a chilling grin. The defenses are relatively sound. But in the face of absolute power, all of this is futile. With his appearance, the aura in the vicinity began to shift. The once tranquil forest seemed to be shrouded in an invisible intent to kill. And even the sound of the wind grew harsh. He slowly raised his hand, and the air rippled once more, as if foretelling an impending storm. Meanwhile, within the cave, Minato felt a sudden surge of alertness. His brow furrowed slightly as he detected an unusual fluctuation in the air. Swiftly, he turned his gaze towards the cave's entrance, his eyes sharp as an eagle, his voice low yet decisive. Everyone, stay vigilant. The enemy may have arrived. At that moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi also sensed something amiss. His eyes swept from the cave's mouth to the depths of the forest, gripping the Rui Jingu Bang tightly as he declared solemnly, "All Umbu, enter level 1 combat readiness. No matter who the enemy is, we must not allow them a single step inside the cave." In the depths of the forest, the masked man advanced slowly, his steps appearing languid yet emanating an undeniable chill of dread. Each footfall seemed to stagnate the surrounding air, heavy enough to induce suffocation. A deep voice emanated from behind the mask, imbued with coldness and mockery. "Tonight, Konoha shall inevitably face an unprecedented upheaval." As his words echoed, his laughter began to resonate, initially a low, cold chuckle, then escalating into a maniacal roar. Ha 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 ha. This laughter seemed to carry an abyssal chill, reverberating through the silent forest, even the night wind appearing to be stilled in its wake. The night deepened, with heavy clouds cloaking the sky, as if even the moonlight dared not witness the dark currents about to unfold. A storm capable of shaking the very foundations of the ninja world was silently approaching. While the figure of the masked man lurked like the darkest shadow of the night, imbued with an aura of destruction, steadily advancing towards the cave, the masked man concealed himself in the shadows of the forest. Blending seamlessly with the darkness, he stood still, akin to a statue, surrounded by an atmosphere of suffocating cold. He awaited patiently, biding his time for the moment when Kushina would give birth, anticipating the instant the seal of the Ninetails would weaken. The night breeze brushed through the trees, carrying a hint of chill across his robe, yet it did not disturb him in the slightest. His gaze pierced through the dense foliage, as if he could see through layers of barriers. Witnessing everything transpiring deep within the cave, even from such a distance, he could still sense the faint fluctuations of the seal's power, heralding the imminent arrival of childbirth. Is the time upon us? The masked man whispered, his hoarse voice seemingly emerging from the abyss. He gently raised his hand, slightly clenching it, as if simulating the sensation of grasping something. A subtle, imperceptible smirk played upon his lips. His eyes, hidden beneath the mask, radiating a chilling aura, yet concealed within was an irrepressible brutality and madness. The atmosphere in the forest grew increasingly oppressive, as even the chirping of insects and the whisper of the wind seemed to be obliterated by this invisible pressure. The masked man understood that his patience would soon bear fruit. Once the seal of the Ninetails began to wane, he would strike with pinpoint precision, his fingers curled slightly, as if savoring the touch of victory. The cold glimmer in his eyes deepened, his voice low and frigid. Ninetails, I am coming. At that moment, inside the cave, the anguished cries of Kushina echoed, each sound piercing the ears of those present like a dagger. Infused with heart-wrenching pain and unwavering determination, her hands clutched the fabric beneath her tightly, veins bulging, fingertips almost turning white from the effort. It was as though she were in a final struggle against an indescribable agony. Beads of cold sweat dotted her forehead, trickling down her cheeks, washing away the vitality from her once vibrant complexion, rendering it pale as paper. Her breaths were rapid and labored, each gasp felt as if it drained every ounce of her strength, as if she might shatter at any moment. Yet she gritted her teeth, persisting. Her body trembled from the excruciating pain, her abdomen convulsing violently, the contractions of childbirth crashing over her in relentless waves. Seemingly without end, the weakening of the nine-tailed seal subjected her to pressures unimaginable to an ordinary pregnant woman, pushing both her body and spirit to the brink. Yet, within her eyes burned the radiant light of motherhood. That was the strength that sustained her through every second. The Gusaratobi People Lake remained steadfastly by Kushina's side, her hands continuously releasing healing chakra, enveloping Kushina's abdomen in a gentle glow. Striving with all her might to alleviate her pain and stabilize her condition, People Lake's expression was one of focus and tranquility, yet beads of sweat forming at her temples betrayed her tension and the gravity of the moment. Meanwhile, Tsunade stood nearby, her nerves taut as a cheetah's, her keen gaze scanning every corner of the cave, both inside and out. Her hands rested lightly on her knees, ever ready to respond to any sudden developments. In that moment, Tsunade was not only a top-tier medical ninja but also an exceedingly vigilant warrior. However, her vigilance was not solely due to Kushina being the Jinchuriki of the Ninetails. It was more profoundly tied to Kushina's significant place in her heart. Deep within Tsunade's battle-hardened eyes lay a hint of softness. Kushina was not just her friend, but her sister, one of the few remaining family members in her life. A complex tapestry of emotions swirled within her: worry, concern, and anticipation for the new life soon to arrive. Kushina, you must hold on, Tsunade murmured softly, her voice infused with both tenderness and resolve. Though her fingers were clenched into fists, her countenance remained composed. At that moment, she was tasked not only with safeguarding Kushina, but also with ensuring the safe arrival of the impending child. This was her inescapable duty. The air within the cave felt heavy, each passing moment stretching interminably. Outside, the winds howled ominously, and dark currents swirled. Yet, within the cave, every heart was united by a singular objective: to see Kushina through this crisis safely, regardless of the cost. Suddenly, the cries of a newborn echoed through the cave, momentarily easing the previously tense atmosphere. That innocent wail seemed to shatter the gloom hanging over everyone, akin to a ray of morning sunlight illuminating their weary faces. Saratobi People Lake broke into a relieved smile, carefully cradling the newborn, assessing his condition before gently wrapping him and placing him beside the still weakened Kushina. What a healthy little one, she said softly. Her voice laced with genuine joy and relief. Though Kushina was utterly exhausted and pallid, her eyes shimmered with tears and maternal warmth upon hearing that familiar cry. She raised her trembling hand to touch the infant's delicate face, a warm smile gracing her lips. Finally, I get to see you, my child. Tsunade, standing nearby, finally released her tightly clenched fists, exhaling a long breath as the tension in her brow gradually melted away. Replaced by a rare softness in her gaze, she observed the infant nestled in Kushina's arms, a flicker of emotion crossing her face as she softly remarked, "His cries are as strong as you." Kushina. The guards outside sensed the shift in atmosphere within the cave. Saratobi Hazashi's demeanor relaxed slightly as he firmly gripped his staff, instructing the Umbu, "Maintain vigilance at all times. We cannot afford to be careless. Thank you for your hard work." The cries of the newborn continued to resonate, announcing his arrival and marking a triumphant conclusion to the arduous ordeal. However, Minato's gaze remained unyieldingly alert, surveying the cave's interior and exterior with a profound sense of wariness. Aware that the true challenge might just be beginning, suddenly, the space around them warped violently, a swirling vortex of abnormal ripples manifesting within the cave. The vortex expanded swiftly, seeming to tear the very air apart, creating an oppressive atmosphere that left everyone on edge. Instantly, each individual felt the ominous presence, their nerves taut as they slipped into battle mode. Tsunade was the first to take a stand, her fist clenched, her gaze sharp as a blade, locking onto the distorted space, her chakra surging to its peak. Saratobi People Lake quickly positioned herself in front of Kushina and the infant, converting her healing chakra into a defensive technique. Prepared to confront any imminent threats to in the instant the masked man materialized, his figure flickered like a specter, moving with such speed that it was nearly imperceptible that in the next heartbeat. His right hand pierced through Tsutobi People Lake's chest, blood dripping from his fingertips before she could even utter a sound, her pupils dilating in shock. Simultaneously, his left hand swiftly snatched the NF. The masked man successfully liberated the Ninetails from within her and wielded his ocular techniques to control the beast, transforming it into his weapon. Utilizing the Sharingan, the masked man exerted complete dominion over the Ninetails, teleporting it outside the Hidden Leaf village and directing it to launch an assault. The immense destructive power of the Ninetails instantaneously shattered the village's defenses, plunging it into chaos. This moment, Minato discerned that the masked man was the linchpin of this incident and focused his target on him rather than the Ninetails. Thus began a fierce confrontation between the two. The masked man incessantly employed Kamui and the powers of the Sharingan to traverse space, attempting to suppress Minato. However, Minato, utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique and his lightning-fast reflexes, skillfully maneuvered around him. Throughout the battle, Minato exhibited remarkable tactical acumen. He astutely detected the fleeting moment when the masked man would briefly become intangible while activating Kamui, and capitalized on it with precise strikes using the Flying Thunder God. Ultimately, Minato seized the opportunity, inflicting severe damage on the masked man with a Rasengan at the instant of his intangibility, marking him with the Flying Thunder God formula to further restrict his movements. With the Flying Thunder God technique, Minato swiftly arrived at the scene, confronting both the Ninetails and the masked man. After sustaining heavy injuries, the masked man recognized his inability to continue battling Minato. He retreated swiftly, leaving behind a menacing proclamation that this attack was merely a precursor, and the destruction of the Hidden Leaf was only a matter of time. While the masked man's withdrawal afforded Minato a momentary respite, the echoes of the Ninetails' rampage and destruction within the village remained deafening. Meanwhile, the situation within the cavern was dire. Tsunade knelt on the ground, her gaze fixated on the fallen figure of Bawako. Sarutobi Bawako's chest had been pierced by the masked man's strike, blood gushing forth like a fountain, a horrifying sight. The vivid crimson hue pierced Tsunade's heart like a dagger, awakening long-buried fears. Her breath quickened, her pupils dilated, and her trembling hands could barely lift. The metallic scent of blood permeated the air, manifesting as invisible ropes that bound her tightly, trapping her in an abyss of unending terror. Tsunade Mu yet, through the tireless efforts of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the villagers momentarily gained a fleeting respite, though the battle was far from over. This night would prove to be the most arduous for Konoha. Minato realized that with the formidable power of the Ninetails, ordinary sealing techniques could not suppress it completely. Although Kushina was the host for the Ninetails, she had just given birth, rendering her body exceedingly weak and incapable of fully containing the beast once more. In a bid to save Konoha and his son Naruto, Namake's Minato made a profoundly difficult yet noble decision to employ the forbidden technique known as Shiki-F-Jin. This was a taboo art that summoned the Shinigami, demanding the life of the practitioner as a price to seal the enemy completely. Minato understood that this meant he would not witness Naruto's growth, nor would he be able to accompany his wife, Uzumaki Kushina, any longer. Yet, as a father, a husband, and the fourth Hokage of Konoha, he had no other choice. He stood resolute before the Ninetails, his gaze unwavering, as steadfast as an immovable mountain. The roar of the Ninetails was deafening, an overwhelming pressure akin to the surging sea. However, in Minato's eyes, only the safety of Konoha and the innocent visage of Naruto were reflected. His heart was filled with reluctance and guilt, but even more so with determination and fearlessness. Minato resolved to divide the Ninetails chakra into two parts. The young chakra would be sealed within Naruto's body, a gift he bestowed upon his son, a hope that he would possess the strength to confront the unknown dangers and challenges ahead. As for the In chakra, he chose to take it with him through Shiki-F-Jin, offering it alongside his soul to the Shinigami. He was acutely aware of the price of this decision. Yet he hesitated not, for he understood that his sacrifice would pave the way for peace in Konoha and ensure Naruto's future. Minato cast a glance at the weakened Kushina, his eyes brimming with tenderness and regret. Kushina, thank you for always being by my side, and for bringing Naruto into this world. His voice was low, yet filled with profound affection and resolve. He turned to Naruto, whose tiny, yet too open eyes seemed to grant him boundless strength. Gently caressing Naruto's face, he whispered, Naruto, my child, forgive your father for not being able to witness your growth, but you will surely become a strong and extraordinary person. Both your mother and I will always love you. Uzumaki Kushina took a deep breath, her eyes igniting with the last flicker of light. Though her body was frail, her clothes soaked in blood, She stood resolutely, confronting the rampaging Ninetails and the impending fate. She stepped unhesitatingly onto the front lines of battle. Minato, I will buy you time. Her voice was faint, yet imbued with unshakable resolve. She formed hand seals, activating the Uzumaki clan's secret technique Kong FN. Crimson chakra surging from her body, transforming into countless chains that glimmered with blinding brilliance. Those chains, like life itself, rapidly extended, deftly ensnaring the Ninetails and binding its movements relentlessly. The Ninetails thrashed wildly, its massive tail swinging in fury, its roars shaking the heavens. Yet, the chains were as unyielding as steel, wholly impervious to its struggles. Each chain represented a power forge at the cost of Kushina's life, her final act of protection born from the love she held for Naruto and the village. Naruto, Kushina murmured softly, her gaze fixed on the swaddled child, filled with tenderness and sorrow. Mother cannot be there to watch you grow, but I will use my last strength to carve a safe path for you. Her body was already pushed to its limits, her legs trembling from exhaustion, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, yet she voiced no complaint. She knew that this moment was not only for Konoha but also for her child. A life just entering the world, yet to experience a mother's love. Minato, hurry and complete the sealing technique. She turned her gaze back to Minato, urgency mingling with trust in her tone. At this moment, Kushina had entrusted everything to her beloved. The power of the Ninetails was unfathomably strong, its struggles causing the chains to creak ominously. Yet Kushina stood undeterred. She gritted her teeth, pouring all her chakra into the chains. Even as the light of her life began to fade, she did not waver. Naruto, you must remember, your mother will always love you. With her last ounce of strength, she gazed at the swaddled child. Her voice faint yet brimming with affection. Kushina grew increasingly weak, and in a fleeting moment of vulnerability, the Ninetails lunged forward, its claws aimed at her. Seeing this, Minato's pupils dilated in sudden terror, his heart ablaze with fury and fear. Instantly drowning out his reason, he watched as the Ninetails' claws threatened to pierce the frail Kushina, and in that instant, his body surged into action, without hesitation or a trace of fear. I will not allow you to harm her. His roar echoed like a beast's growl, filled with profound despair and resolve. The Flying Thunder God technique activated in an instant, his figure transforming into a streak of golden light, appearing before Kushina. He knew that this act might cost him his life to grant Kushina a glimmer of hope. But for him, protecting her was far more precious than his own life. From the moment they met, to their deepening bond, and the family they had built, she had become the most vital part of his existence. The Ninetails' claws descended with earth-shattering power, yet Minato stood firm. He shielded Kushina with his body, wrapping his arms around her as if to shield her from all harm with his flesh and blood. Kushina, I will never let you face this pain alone, he whispered, his tone laden with tenderness and regret. His gaze remained fixed on her face, even as the claws were poised to pierce his body, his eyes solely reflecting her image. The Ninetails' claws struck down, piercing through both Minato and Kushina's chests. Blood erupting forth, staining the ground crimson. A searing pain enveloped him, and Minato's body trembled slightly. Yet, his hands remained steadfast, firmly holding Kushina in his embrace. Kushina lifted her head, tears blurring her vision. She gently caressed Minato's face, her voice trembling yet full of love. Minato, why must you be so foolish? Because I love you, Kushina. Minato replied softly, his tone gentle yet resolute. I cannot let you bear this alone. We will face it together. They exchanged smiles, even as the light of their lives swiftly waned. Their hearts had never felt so close. At that moment, the spectral figure of the Shinigami loomed behind Minato, cold and imposing, wielding an irresistible force that divided the Ninetails' chakra. Minato's body was on the brink of collapse, yet he gritted his teeth, forcing himself to stand, expending the last of his strength to complete the technique. The Ninetails' chakra gradually withdrew, Minato's hands trembling, cold sweat beading on his brow. He looked down at the swaddled Naruto, whose cherubic face was peacefully asleep, utterly unaware of the fate that awaited him. His heart felt as though it had been pierced, filled with guilt and remorse. Naruto, I'm sorry. Minato's voice was faint but laden with profound sorrow. His eyes glimmered with unshed tears. His gaze soft yet filled with regret. He knew that sealing the Ninetails' young chakra within Naruto meant that his son would bear a heavy burden and face endless dangers. A father should protect you, allowing you to grow up carefree, Minato murmured, his voice trembling slightly. He gently caressed Naruto's small face, overflowing with love and reluctance. Yet now, I must place such a heavy load upon you. He took a deep breath, pain evident in his eyes, yet tinged with determination. Naruto, you are our child. You can do this. Your father believes in you. You will surpass me, becoming an even stronger, more remarkable ninja. As the technique was completed, the Ninetails' young chakra transformed into a beam of light, slowly flowing into Naruto's body. Minato's form began to sway weakly, knowing his life was nearing its end, yet his gaze remained intently fixed upon Naruto. "Forgive me, my child, for not being there as you growed," he murmured softly, his words nearly swept away by the night wind, yet laden with his deep love and irreplaceable regret. "But please remember, no matter what happens, your father and mother will always love you." As the final rays of light gradually faded, Minato's hand fell helplessly, his gaze remaining gentle as he quietly observed Naruto. He had exchanged his life for the peace of Konoha, paving a challenging yet hopeful path for Naruto's future. His love and guilt would forever reside in Naruto's heart. Even in the face of death, they remained by each other's side, safeguarding one another in their last moments, constructing their final defense with their loved eye. In her last breath, Kushina, with the last remnants of her strength, whispered to the swaddled Naruto, "Naruto, Mommy can no longer be there to watch you grow. But I hope you remember that Mommy will always love you, more than anyone else." Her voice, though frail, was imbued with boundless tenderness and deep affection, fixated on Naruto as if imprinting her love into his very soul. "Do not be picky with your food. Eat on time. Make friends, cherish your companions and team, and do not give up lightly due to minor setbacks." She paused momentarily, tears swirling in her eyes, yet she still endeavored to smile. "Most importantly, no matter what difficulties you encounter in the future, you must remain strong, for you are my pride, and also the hope of Konoha." Her fingers gently caressed Naruto's cheek, tears cascading down as her voice grew ever fainter. "Mommy and Daddy will be watching over you from another world, protecting you. Naruto, do not forget that we will always love you." With those words, her hand fell limply, yet her face retained a gentle smile, her eyes filled with expectations for Naruto's future and profound reluctance. This was the final love Kushina bestowed upon Naruto, the very essence of her existence. Inside the cave, Tsunade knelt upon the blood-soaked ground, desperately channeling chakra into Sarutobi's body, her fingers trembling from exertion, her face etched with anxiety and helplessness. Yet, no matter how hard she tried, the fading life force continued to dissipate mercilessly from Sarutobi's body. "Sarutobi, hold on. You cannot die," Tsunade whispered, her voice laced with profound pain and self-reproach. Her chakra was rapidly depleting, but Sarutobi remained unresponsive, his eyes devoid of light. Tsunade's body trembled from exhaustion, yet she stubbornly refused to cease, as if her persistence alone could pull him back from the clutches of death. Just then, the roar of the Ninetails echoed from afar, a deafening growl that made the very earth quake. The sound was like a demon from the abyss, carrying with it a destructive pressure that struck Tsunade's fragile heart. Her hands faltered for a moment as she lifted her gaze, drawn to the crimson light on the horizon. The Ninetails' roar amplified the fear within her. Memories long sealed surged forth, the scent of blood, the fall of comrades, the despair of powerlessness. Each recollection was a blade, pulling her back into that helpless past. The image of Dan flashed before her, intertwining with Sarutobi's impending demise, as her heart plummeted into an abyss of despair. "No, I cannot lose them again," Tsunade murmured, her face a canvas of agony and struggle. She abruptly rose, stumbling out of the cave, racing towards the site of the Ninetails' battle. Each step felt like treading on the edge of a knife, the fear and guilt eroding her will. Yet she gritted her teeth, refusing to halt. When she finally reached the battlefield, the sight before her was one she could scarcely bear. Minato's figure was slowly collapsing, his chest pierced by the Ninetails' claws, blood staining his Hokage cloak. Beside him, Kushina lay in a pool of blood, her life force flickering weakly. She collapsed beside Minato, blood spreading on the ground, accentuating her striking red hair. "No!" Tsunade's scream rent the night sky as she fell to her knees, her hands clawing at the earth, nails digging into the soil, tears streaming down her face. Her body trembled with despair, the agony of witnessing it all while being powerless to act nearly consumed her. She crawled forward, attempting to reach the couple lying in the blood, but her legs felt as heavy as lead. Minato and Kushina's vitality was swiftly fading, their faint breaths tearing her heart apart. "Minato! Kushina! Why? Why is this happening?" Tsunade's voice was hoarse and desperate as she reached out, only to touch their cold bodies. Minato's gaze had gradually lost focus, yet in his final moment, he looked softly at Tsunade. As if entrusting her with the duty to protect Naruto, Tsunade held the bodies of Kushina and Minato tightly, tears flowing freely, her heart filled with endless regret and sorrow. The roar of the Ninetails gradually subsided. The battlefield fell silent, yet her world crumbled in that instant. The tragedy of that night became an everlasting wound in Tsunade's heart. The irretrievable lives a shackle she would never be able to release. She clutched their remains tightly, gazing up at the night sky, her mind fixated on a singular thought: She must protect their child, the hope they had sacrificed their lives for. After a day of training, the exhausted Tai leaned against the corridor of the Senju ancestral home, cradling a cup of hot tea, attempting to ease the tension that had gripped his body all day. Just then, a terrifying surge of chakra erupted from afar. The ominous and violent aura instantly engulfing all of Konoha, as if the entire realm were shrouded in a dreadful shadow. Tai sprang to his feet, the teacup slipping from his grasp and shattering on the ground. His gaze turned towards the source of the chakra explosion, an unsettling premonition swelling within him. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly performed a jutsu, racing towards the scene at the utmost speed. Upon his arrival at the battlefield, the sight that met his eyes felt as though his heart had been violently torn apart. The roar of the Ninetails had fallen silent, yet the ground was in disarray, blood and scorched earth intermingling. In the center of the blood-soaked ground, he beheld the figures of Minato and Kushina. They lay there peacefully, Minato's hand still protectively over Kushina, as if exerting his last strength to shield her. Their smiles were gentle, yet tinged with endless regret. No, this cannot be. Tai's breath became erratic, his fist clenched, nails digging into his palms with no sensation. He stumbled forward, his knees crashing heavily to the ground. Trembling hands reaching towards the couple, yet the only thing he felt was their cold bodies. His throat emitted a hoarse sound, yet he could not form complete sentences. Minato-senpai, Kushina-senpai, how could you? His voice gradually choked with emotion. The scene before him rendering him utterly unhinged. He threw his head back and roared, tears of regret filling his eyes, the tide of guilt crashing over him. Why didn't I arrive sooner? Why could I do nothing? Tai pounded the ground, tears falling incessantly, mingling with blood and dirt. The echoes of Minato's teachings and encouragement, Kushina's warmth and smiles resonated in his mind. Those comforting memories now piercing his heart like daggers. Just then, he heard a low sob. Tai lifted his head to see Tsunade not far away. She knelt on the ground, trembling hands clutching the bodies of Minato and Kushina, her gaze vacant, tears having soaked her face. In that moment, Tai's heart filled with deep guilt and self-reproach. Tsunade, he approached slowly, unsure of how to speak. He knew that the pain Tsunade bore far exceeded his own. Watching her shake with grief felt like a knife to his heart. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, Tai whispered, his voice laden with remorse and regret. He understood that he had arrived too late to change anything. More importantly, he knew that Tsunade's feelings for Minato and Kushina were akin to those for family. Tsunade offered no response, holding tightly to the bodies as if trying to retain their lives. Her cries echoed in the still night, tearing at Tai's heart. He knelt beside her, fists clenched, nails embedded deeply into his palms. Blood trickling through his fingers. I swear, Tsunade, I will protect Naruto. I will never allow you to endure such pain again. Tai murmured softly, his gaze imbued with resoluteness and anguish. In this moment, his heart swelled with regret, pain, and guilt, igniting a flicker of determination amidst the boundless sorrow. To prevent further loss and to honor this sacrifice, he understood that he must become stronger and more steadfast. Achihade Dawa stood in a corner of the Uchiha clan's territory, his cold eyes fixed on the distant Konoha village, ablaze from the rampage of the Ninetails. While the echoes of explosions and roars reverberated in his ears, his fingers lightly caressed the kunai at his waist, displaying a calmness bordering on indifference. Yet, within Dawa's heart, turmoil raged. The events of the night of the Ninetails unfolded as if scripted. I come from Blue Star, he whispered to himself, a myriad of complex emotions flickering in his eyes. He was acutely aware of the general trajectory of this world, the identity of the masked man, the sacrifice of Minato Namikaze, the rampage of the Ninetails, the reconstruction of Konoha, and the eventual tragedy of the Uchiha clan were all crystal clear to him. He understood that the night of the Ninetails was merely the prologue to a colossal storm. As Minato engaged in a life-and-death struggle with the Ninetails, Dawa observed with a detached gaze. As if he were an outsider, a whirlpool of emotions surged within him. I could save Minato, perhaps even alter the outcome of tonight. But at what cost? Would it expose me to the scrutiny of Konoha's higher-ups and the Uchiha clan? Dawa was acutely aware that with his current nascent strength at the shadow level, he could undoubtedly assist Minato in mitigating sacrifices or even entirely shift the tide of battle. He possessed the capability to become a hero of Konoha, etched into the memories of all. Yet, he chose to remain still. Deep down, he recognized that a plethora of secrets lay hidden behind this facade, secrets far more significant than the hollow title of a hero. What troubled Dawa most was not the Ninetails' rampage or the plight of the Uchiha clan, but rather the sudden appearance of Tai beside Tsunade. As a traveler from Blue Star, it was Tai's presence that instilled the deepest unease within him. Dawa was well-versed in the history and pivotal events of the ninja world that in his understanding, this realm was meant to operate along a predetermined path. However, Tai's emergence shattered that illusion, leaving him with an unprecedented sense of unease and confusion. Dahua's knowledge of Tai was limited. He only knew him to be a super genius from a common background. This name had never before graced the annals of ninja history, yet it had suddenly reverberated through Konoha with thunderous impact. Whether it was his independently developed mud release or the prodigious talent and strength he exhibited, even the likes of Minato Namikaze seemed to pale in comparison. Tai, Dahua murmured, the name rolling off his tongue with complexity. He could not ascertain Tai's true origins, nor could he determine if this young man was merely a civilian genius. The more he investigated, the more enigmas he uncovered surrounding Tai, particularly concerning his combat prowess, his mastery of chakra, and his understanding of ninjutsu, which seemed to transcend the capabilities of an ordinary ninja. Dawa had observed Tai's training in secret, witnessing the young man tirelessly delve into the fusion of bloodline limits. In Dawa's eyes, Tai's focus and composure even reminded him of Minato, yet there was an additional layer of inscrutable depth. His gaze was sharp, and his demeanor conveyed a maturity that surpassed his peers. How could a commoner rise to such heights? Dawa was beset by questions. He could not believe that an ordinary ninja could achieve such a level solely through their own efforts. Even more perplexing was the fact that Tai was not a product of any clan's training, yet had garnered the meticulous nurturing of Tsunade. Simultaneously drawing the attention of Konoha's higher-ups in various clans, Dawa found himself unable to determine whether Tai's existence was a boon for Konoha or a precursor to a greater crisis. He did not believe that Tai would simply remain content with his current achievements. The trajectory of this individual's growth had utterly defied the norm. What Dawa found most disconcerting was that Tai's presence had subtly incited a shift in power dynamics within Konoha. Various clans exhibited immense interest in this young man, and even the high-ranking advisory council had begun to closely monitor Tai's every move. This attention filled Dawa with trepidation, for as all eyes fixated on Tai, he, as a bystander, would have to tread carefully to avoid being swept into an unknown tempest. That I need to discern his true intentions and origins, to uncover whether he hails from the same place as I do. Dawa silently cautioned himself that he understood that Tai's emergence could alter the entire landscape of Konoha. Such unpredictability posed a significant threat to a traveler well acquainted with the narrative's trajectory. Yet, at this moment, he lacked the strength to confront Tai and lacked a suitable identity to engage in the unfolding events. He could only choose to remain low-key, concealing himself like a serpent awaiting its prey. Biding his time for the opportune moment to arise. As night enveloped the land, Dawa stood atop the Uchiha clan's territory, his gaze penetrating the distance toward the Senju ancestral home. A gentle breeze caressed his face as he murmured, Tai, no matter who you are, I shall uncover the secrets that surround you. Until then, I must remain vigilant, hidden in the shadows. With that, Dawa turned and departed, his footsteps steady, yet imbued with an intangible sense of pressure. His instincts warned him that this young man had not appeared in the ninja world by mere chance, and he was destined to carve out a place for himself within this turbulent game of hidden currents. Chapter 26. The reconstruction of Konoha. The night of the Ninetails had passed, leaving the once thriving Konoha village a desolate ruin. Amidst the crumbling walls, the tranquility and harmony of yesteryear had vanished, replaced by rubble, scorched earth, and the acrid scent of smoke, akin to a nightmare from which one could not awaken. Most of the village's structures lay in ruins, and the Hokage rock bore deep fissures from the Ninetails' assault. Charred timber and shattered bricks intertwined, while tattered banners fluttered mournfully in the wind, evoking a profound sense of desolation. The air was thick with the stench of smoke and the metallic tang of blood, making it difficult to breathe. Ninjas and surviving villagers, undeterred by their wounds, busied themselves among the wreckage. They sifted through the debris with their bare hands, striving to uncover potential survivors. Each stone they moved was laden with the intertwining of hope and despair. Some wore bloodshot eyes, crying out the names of loved ones, their voices echoing through the ruins, yet met with silence. On the opposite side of the village, a group of ninjas tended to the bodies left in the wake of battle. A young Chunin clutched a fallen comrade's forehead protector, his hands trembling as silent tears streamed down his cheeks. Behind him, an elderly villager knelt beside a body draped in tattered garments, his hands shaking as he gently caressed the now cold visage. Murmuring unintelligible words, the air was sad. As one of the wealthiest families in the village, the Hyuga clan proactively contributed a substantial amount of reserve supplies, including construction materials, medical supplies, and food. Simultaneously, they dispatched numerous clan members to participate in the reconstruction efforts. particularly leveraging the insights of their Byakugan to expedite search and rescue operations. An elder from the Hyuga clan remarked, "The safety of Konoha is our safety. We are willing to fully support all resources." The Nara clan took charge of formulating the reconstruction plan. Nara Shikaku calmly rose, holding a thick post-war resource list and map in his hands. Through meticulous analysis, he proposed an efficient reconstruction strategy, systematically organizing every step from debris clearance to the order of rebuilding the village. Medical facilities and residential areas would be prioritized based on the extent of damage, followed by granaries and ninja training grounds, ensuring that the restoration of infrastructure would enable the village to resume operations promptly. Though his voice remained tranquil, it exuded a sense of steadiness and wisdom. The Akimichi clan was responsible for the transportation of supplies. Akimichi Choza thumped his chest and proclaimed loudly, "Leave it to us." He then led the clan's physically adept ninjas, utilizing secret techniques to transport heavy debris and assist in rebuilding homes. Their figures were seen amidst every pile of rubble, their actions inspiring the hearts of the villagers. The Yamanka clan took on the task of locating survivors. Yamanka Ino immediately led her clan members to initiate extensive search and rescue operations. Employing their mind-sensing techniques, they concentrated their efforts to scan for possible life signals within the debris, significantly enhancing the efficiency of their rescue efforts. In a collapsed house, they successfully rescued a child who had been buried for an entire night. The child's cries ignited a flicker of hope in everyone's hearts. Furthermore, other clans also actively responded to the village's call, each fulfilling their responsibilities and sharing the burden of reconstruction, regardless of whether they were ordinary villagers or ninjas. Regardless of their rank, everyone was striving for the future of Konoha. "Each of us is a part of Konoha," concluded the third Hokage, his voice steady yet powerful. "Only through unity can we enable Konoha to rise from the ashes and emerge stronger." As the meeting concluded, the various clans and ninja forces swiftly mobilized, plunging the entire village into a tense yet orderly state of reconstruction. Echoing through the ruins were not only the sounds of tools striking, but also the low murmurs of encouragement and hope for the future. Despite their exhaustion, a fiery belief in Konoha's rebirth burned brightly in their eyes. This ninja village had endured countless tribulations yet always managed to rise anew from adversity, although the smoke of battle had not fully dissipated. The dawn of hope quietly began to emerge from the rubble. However, alongside the reconstruction of their homeland, the future leadership of Konoha also emerged as an urgent issue needing resolution. Shortly after the war, a high-level meeting convened in the underground conference room of the Hokage Tower. The atmosphere in the room was heavy and oppressive, with clan leaders, advisory council members, and the third Hokage Saratobi Hiruzen in attendance. Gathered around the long table, their gazes reflected exhaustion, but more prominently, contemplation and caution. The third Hokage broke the silence first, his voice low yet resolute. "The village is currently facing an unprecedented crisis. The fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato, sacrificed his life to protect Konoha. We shall never forget his contributions. However, at this moment, the village requires a new Hokage, a leader capable of uniting hearts and stabilizing the situation." A murmur of low discussion arose in the conference room, as everyone pondered who could shoulder this significant responsibility. A suggestion was raised. Perhaps the third Hokage could step forward again, in these challenging times. "Your prestige and experience are what the village needs most." This proposal garnered some support, yet others argued that Konoha required new blood to confront the challenges ahead. Just then, Shimura Danzo straightened his posture, his gaze sharp as it swept across the room. He slowly spoke, his tone steady and assertive. "What Konoha needs is an iron-fisted approach, not so-called compassion. Only through strict policies can we deter external threats and stabilize internal turmoil. I believe everyone here understands that I am the most suitable candidate for Hokage. In an instant, the conference room fell into silence. Some bowed their heads in contemplation, while others displayed expressions of discontent. Saratobi Hiruzen lifted his head, his gaze calmly resting on Danzo, his tone tranquil yet imbued with unassailable authority. "Danzo, what Konoha needs is hope, not fear. The village has just endured the calamity of the Ninetails attack. The villagers are already deeply scarred. Employing iron-fisted tactics now will only further alienate their hearts." Danzo's brow furrowed slightly, wishing to retort but finding himself at a loss for words. This statement struck like a dagger at the core of his being. Subsequently, another name was proposed: Tsunade. Someone suggested appointing this woman, possessing the Senju bloodline and legendary medical skills, as the next Hokage. After all, she was not only immensely powerful but also a hero of the village. Tsunade sat quietly, remaining silent for a long while before finally shaking her head. Her voice was deep and tinged with profound sorrow. "I cannot bear the weight of Minato's sacrifice. The loss of Kushina has made me realize that I have more important matters to attend to. I cannot entrust the future of the village to my wavering shoulders." Though her voice was calm, it bore an unmistakable sadness, indicating that she had yet to recover from the calamity. Ultimately, after much debate, the meeting unanimously decided that Sarutobi Hiruzen would temporarily resume his role as Hokage. His experience and prestige would sufficiently aid Konoha in navigating through this most arduous period. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, rising to survey the room, his voice resolute. "From today onwards, I will once again assume the responsibilities of Hokage. I will not disappoint the expectations of the villagers, nor will I betray those who sacrificed their lives for the village." As the meeting concluded, every face bore an expression of complexity. They understood that this was not merely a personnel change, but a pivotal step for Konoha to regain its strength amidst adversity. A new chapter was unfolding, with both hope and peril for the future quietly embedded within. The destruction wrought by the Ninetails had yet to fully subside, and amidst the chaos within the village, an unsettling rumor swiftly spread like wildfire. Within the Ninetails' double pupils, the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan had manifested. This astonishing detail immediately thrust the Uchiha clan into the spotlight of public scrutiny. Why did the Ninetails exhibit the Sharingan? Could the Uchiha clan be implicated in the rampage of the Ninetails? This question became a common query among the villagers. In the eyes of the ordinary populace, the rumor that the Uchiha clan's Sharingan could control tailed beasts seemed to serve as damning evidence linking them to the Ninetails' turmoil. In an instant, countless doubts and speculation spread like flames, leading even some ninjas to regard the Uchiha clan with suspicion. Meanwhile, the Uchiha clan's failure to engage in combat promptly became yet another focal point of villagers' discussions. The majority believed their absence was no mere coincidence, prompting some to speculate whether the Uchiha had played an undisclosed role in this calamity. Within the Uchiha compound, the atmosphere was more tense than ever. An emergency clan meeting was convened, attended by elders, elite ninjas, and representatives from the younger generation. The meeting hall was filled with low murmurs of unease and anger, as if a dark cloud hung over the entire compound. "We have done nothing wrong, yet we are subjected to such suspicion." A young Uchiha ninja stood up in anger, pounding the table, his voice brimming with indignation and resentment. "Why are we always the scapegoats? Those people don't believe us at all." Surrounding young clan members echoed their agreement, their faces etched with fury and discontent. Following the events of the Ninetails attack, the Uchiha clan found themselves thrust into the limelight due to the rumors surrounding the Sharingan, creating an exceptionally oppressive atmosphere within the clan. In a corner of the clan meeting, Inada quietly listened to the discussions and grievances of her fellow clansmen. "We have done nothing. Why is the entire village doubting us? If the higher-ups of Konoha truly intend to target us, are we to simply sit idly by?" The younger clansmen were agitated, their angry voices rising in a chorus. Uchiha Fugaku, however, remained calm and composed, his gaze sweeping over his clansmen as he spoke in a low voice. "This is not the time for quarrels. We must respond with composure. Any reckless actions could further endanger our situation." Deo leaned against the corner pillar, arms crossed, coldly observing the disputes among his clansmen. He refrained from participating, for he understood that the true peril lay not in the quarrels before him but in the scrutiny of the higher echelons of Konoha. They believed the Sharingan to be the root of their troubles, oblivious to the fact that the genuine adversaries were the balance of power and entrenched biases. A chilling smile crept across Deo's face as he contemplated the fate of the Uchiha clan. Yet, at this moment, his thoughts were consumed with curiosity about how the power dynamics of Konoha would shift in the aftermath of the Ninetails rampage, and how such changes would affect Tai, an enigmatic pawn in this unfolding game. Sat in the seat of authority, Uchiha Fugaku furrowed his brow, his fingers lightly tapping the armrest of his chair. His gaze, steady and profound, swept across every clan member present. As the meeting room gradually quieted, he spoke in a deep voice. "This is not a time for argument or anger. We must calmly contemplate how to address these suspicions." Though his tone was not loud, it carried an air of authority that silenced all. An elder, his expression grave, leaned in to inquire softly, "Fugaku-sama, do you think the higher-ups in Konoha will take action against us? The rumors about the Ninetails being manipulated by the Sharingan have grown increasingly outrageous. They might already harbor doubts about us." Fugaku slightly lifted his head, a flash of sharpness glinting in his eyes. "We must remain vigilant regarding the attitudes of Konoha's upper echelons, yet we cannot sit idly by. I will demonstrate to the village that we Uchiha are loyal to Konoha. Simultaneously, we must not lower our guard." Another elder nodded in agreement. "Fugaku speaks wisely. but we cannot place complete trust in their goodwill. We must prepare for all eventualities. The atmosphere in the meeting room grew increasingly tense. Some younger Uchiha whispered among themselves, their eyes betraying a burgeoning distrust and hostility towards the higher-ups of Konoha. This sentiment was akin to a seed buried in the soil, quietly taking root and sprouting. After the meeting concluded, the Uchiha clan sprang into action. They resolved to actively participate in the post-war reconstruction of Konoha. Hoping to dispel the villagers' doubts and animosity through tangible efforts, Uchiha ninjas busied themselves amongst the ruins, employing their Sharingan's precise insight to swiftly search for survivors and assist in the cleanup and rebuilding efforts. The younger Uchiha sweated profusely as they moved rubble and supplies, while some of the older ninjas engaged in discussions regarding the reconstruction plans. An elderly villager watched the Uchiha ninjas laboring diligently. Unable to suppress a murmur, perhaps they are not as fearsome as everyone claims. However, not all were sympathetic to the Uchiha's actions. Deep within the hearts of many, the rumors surrounding the Ninetails and the Sharingan lingered like an unshakable shadow. Some villagers still cast doubtful glances as Uchiha members passed by. Although the Uchiha's efforts did not entirely eradicate skepticism, they did allow a greater number of villagers to perceive their sincerity. Despite the Uchiha clan's proactive involvement in the reconstruction, the reality remained that they had not participated in the battle. Time rewound to the night of the Ninetails assault. Amidst the chaos of the rampage, Uchiha Fugaku had just prepared to lead several elite members of his clan to provide support when they were intercepted by a group of Umbu ninjas. The leading Umbu elite, his expression stern and unyielding, delivered the command. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, has ordered the Uchiha clan to remain at their compound on standby. Any who disobey will be treated as rogue ninjas. This command caused Fugaku's expression to shift dramatically, and his clansmen halted in their tracks, exchanging glances of confusion and indignation. Emotions of anger, bewilderment, and humiliation spread among them. As one of the most formidable families in the village, they should have been the vanguard in protecting Konoha. Yet they were ordered to remain confined. Even threatened with the label of rogue ninjas, the Fugaku's fists clenched tightly, veins throbbing on his forehead. He inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing the fury within, and fixed a steely gaze upon the Umbu ninja. On what grounds does the Hokage issue such an order? The Ninetails is ravaging our village. We cannot stand idly by. The Umbu ninja's tone remained icy, his mask obscuring any hint of emotion. This is for the overall safety of the village. I ask Uchiha-sama to comply with the order. If you have any objections, you may address them with the Hokage after the crisis. Fugaku fell silent for a moment, his mind racing with thoughts. He understood that if he were to forcefully act, it would not only plunge the Uchiha clan into greater peril, but might also incite suspicion from the higher-ups towards his family. Nevertheless, this prohibition undoubtedly pushed the Uchiha clan into an even more precarious position. Slowly, he released his tightly clenched fists and said in a somber tone, "I understand, we will obey the order." His voice was low and cold. Yet anger flickered in his eyes, barely concealed. The Umbu ninja nodded before turning to leave, and above the Uchiha compound, an atmosphere of silence and oppression hung like a dark cloud, refusing to dissipate. The clansmen gathered behind Fugaku, their eyes filled with dissatisfaction and rage. Why must we remain on standby? They do not trust us at all. Just as the rumors of the Ninetail Sharingan manipulation began to spread, we were restricted in our actions. This is an outright suspicion of our involvement in the Ninetails rampage. Listening to the murmurs of his clansmen, Fugaku's brow furrowed. He was acutely aware that this order not only stripped the Uchiha clan of the opportunity to prove their loyalty through action, but also further isolated them from the village's trust. At this juncture, all he could do was endure. Turning to face his clansmen, Fugaku spoke in a firm voice. "This is an order. We must comply. But remember, we Uchiha will never bow to such misunderstandings. Patience is a virtue for a more distant future. Now, everyone return to the compound, heighten our vigilance, and await the situation post-conflict for further plans." Though the clansmen were reluctant, they could only nod in silent acquiescence. In this critical moment, they had no choice but to heed their leader's decision. Fugaku gazed toward the direction of the village, his eyes filled with a tumult of emotions. "Minato Namikaze, I hope your intentions are truly for the village's sake, rather than to suppress the Uchiha." Uchiha Fugaku sensed the weight of it all. His heart growing wearied, he recognized that the vigilance towards the Uchiha would only intensify in the aftermath of the Ninetails night. Moreover, the discontent among the younger clan members was becoming increasingly pronounced. Standing alone atop the Uchiha compound, He cast his gaze into the distance, silently pondering, will Konoha truly allow us Uchiha a place to stand? The calamity of the Ninetails night left Konoha in ruins, yet the villagers' efforts and the unity among the clans gradually set the reconstruction process into motion. The third Hokage returned to the center of power, his prestige stabilizing the village's situation in the wake of disaster. However, the sacrifices and suffering of that night were indelibly etched into the annals of Konoha's history. Meanwhile, although the Uchiha clan endeavored to earn trust through their actions, the shadows looming over them remained unshaken. Their future resembled a course shrouded in storm, uncertain when the next tempest might arise. The ripples of this disaster were far from over, as the conflicts and suspicions sown on the night of the Ninetails quietly germinated beneath the soil of Konoha. Awaiting a day of reckoning. In the stillness of the night, Deo stood alone atop the Uchiha compound, his gaze fixed on the smoke-shrouded Konoha. His mind was awash with a myriad of possible futures. He understood that his identity could never fully integrate into the Uchiha clan, nor could he genuinely earn the trust of Konoha's upper echelons. Yet, he was acutely aware that his existence represented a rare variable, one that must be astutely harnessed. Tai, your arrival is both an opportunity and a threat. The secrets you harbor must be unveiled. But before that, I must strengthen myself. Determination and cold resolve gleamed in Deo's eyes. He recognized that at the eye of this storm, he was both an observer and a participant, yet he would never allow himself to become a victim, since the future is no longer fixed. Let me shape it. His whispered vow dissipated into the wind. Akin to a silent oath, he turned and vanished into the night, leaving behind a solitary yet resolute silhouette. Chapter 27. Dawn. The post-disaster reconstruction of Konoha was progressing steadily under the organization of Sarutobi Hiruzen, with the village gradually showing signs of revival from the ruins. However, on another front, the world appeared particularly desolate and forlorn. The makeshift hospital was overflowing, filled to capacity with injured ninjas and villagers, their anguished cries and sighs intertwining in a cacophony. Medical staff rushed about tirelessly, many calling out a single name, Tsunade. However, the once revered healer was absent from the hospital. At this moment, within the ancestral home of the Senju clan, the room of Tsunade was suffused with the heavy scent of alcohol, the floor littered with empty bottles, and the air still thick with lingering fumes. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a pale and feeble glow that failed to dissipate the gloom and despondency of the room. Tsunade sat on the tatami mat, clutching an empty bottle, her gaze vacant as she stared ahead, her expression weary and forlorn. The corners of her mouth twitched slightly, as if she wished to speak. Yet no sound emerged. The redness and swelling around her eyes betrayed that she had wept once more, yet she seemed indifferent, mechanically reaching for a new bottle, slowly twisting off the cap. Tai stood at the doorway, silently observing the scene. He did not utter a word, nor did he step further inside. However, his fists clenched tightly, knuckles whitening from the strain. His eyes were filled with a tumult of emotions, pain, guilt, and helplessness. He understood that Tsunade was not hiding here out of cowardice, but rather because she had endured too much loss. The sacrifices of Minato and Kushina, the demise at Lake Biwa, these once vibrant lives had been snatched away in a single night. The night of the Ninetails had not only taken her loved ones and friends, but also shattered the last vestiges of her inner strength. Tai took a deep breath and stepped inside. He gently bent down, collecting the scattered bottles from the floor, striving to make as little noise as possible, fearful of disturbing Tsunade, who was lost in her sorrow. Yet, just as he gathered a few bottles, Tsunade's voice broke the silence, low and slightly hoarse. Tai, you don't need to be here. She did not turn around. Her voice was calm yet filled with profound fatigue. Tai halted his movements, lifting his gaze to her silhouette. His tone somber yet resolute. Tsunade, I cannot leave, for I cannot bear to witness you tormenting yourself like this. Finally, Tsunade turned her head, her eyes reflecting indifference and exhaustion. Tormenting myself, she scoffed derisively. Tai, you do not understand at all that I could have saved them, yet I was powerless to do anything. Her voice trembled, tears once again cascading uncontrollably from her eyes. Tai's heart clenched painfully. He had considered the toll this disaster had taken on Tsunade, yet he had not anticipated the depth of her guilt and self-reproach. His throat tightened, as if he wished to say something, but ultimately he merely lowered his head, gently placing the bottle aside. You could not save them. Not due to a lack of strength, but because this catastrophe was simply unavoidable. Tai spoke solemnly. His eyes reflecting restrained anguish. He knew his words might not ease Tsunade's turmoil, but he had to make her understand that her self-blame would only extinguish hope for others. Tsunade froze, her tear-filled eyes searching Tai's, only to find a familiar emotion, a profound pain and guilt that mirrored her own feelings. You, Tsunade attempted to speak, but the words eluded her. She realized that Tai perhaps understood this anguish more than she had imagined. Her hand gradually relaxed, and the bottle rolled from her grasp, producing a soft clatter upon the floor. Tai slowly rose, locking eyes with Tsunade, his tone earnest. Tsunade, Konoha needs you. The villagers need you. You have saved countless lives. You are their last hope. Do not let grief consume you. There is so much more that you must protect. Tsunade offered no reply, merely staring blankly at Tai, her tears flowing more freely. After a prolonged silence, she finally murmured, barely audible, "But I feel so powerless now." Tai inhaled deeply, gently resting his hand on her shoulder, his voice firm yet tender. "You still possess strength. As long as you rise. As long as you are willing to extend your hand, you can save countless lives. You taught me that everyone endures suffering, but only by facing it can one grow stronger." Tsunade's body trembled slightly, her gaze dropping as she remained silent for an extended period before finally nodding softly. Observing this, Tai felt a slight sense of relief. He understood that this was merely the beginning, but as long as Tsunade was willing to confront her pain, she could rediscover her former self. Outside, the sunlight remained warm, yet it no longer seemed so feeble. It pierced through the shadows within the room, bathing Tsunade in its glow, as if illuminating a path toward the future. Meanwhile, Tai's silhouette appeared particularly resolute in the sunlight, akin to an unyielding mountain, shielding Tsunade from all storms. Originally, Tsunade's fear of blood had somewhat abated due to Tai's presence. However, the harrowing scenes from the Night of the Ninetails, coupled with the blood and death she had witnessed up close, only exacerbated her phobia. One day, Tsunade intended to muster her courage to assist at the makeshift hospital. Yet, upon stepping onto the hospital street, she was immediately struck by the overwhelming scent of blood in the air. The images of Lake Biwa, Kushina, and Minato, all drenched in blood, flooded her mind, rendering her hands and feet icy cold, and she crumpled to the ground. Before she could process the situation, terror and helplessness engulfed her, and she fainted on the street. When Tai arrived and saw Tsunade lying on the ground, his heart ached unbearably. Without a moment's hesitation, he scooped her up and sprinted back to the Senju ancestral home. Along the way, he whispered to the unconscious Tsunade, "Tsunade, do not push yourself any further. You have already given so much for the village. Let me bear the burden from here on." After ensuring Tsunade was settled, Tai wasted no time and hurried to the makeshift hospital. The sight that met his eyes tightened his chest, a cramped space filled with the injured, the air thick with the stench of blood and antiseptic. Many medical ninjas appeared utterly exhausted, some collapsing directly beside the beds, while more patients, unable to receive timely treatment, groaned in agony due to a severe shortage of medical resources. Many medical ninjas, depleted of chakra, could only treat 2 or 3 patients before having to cease their efforts. Tai's condition was no better. Since the last time he had reinforced Kushina's seal, his chakra had been restricted to an alarmingly low level, barely above 3 chakra points. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth, utilizing his limited chakra and precise medical techniques to treat as many patients as possible. For 3 days and nights, Tai scarcely closed his eyes. His body had reached its limit, his complexion pale as a ghost, and his hands trembled slightly from overexertion of chakra. Yet, when he looked at those still desperately awaiting treatment, he could not utter the words. "I need to rest." On the 4th morning, Tai sat beside a patient's bed, the reality of his dwindling chakra plunging him into a profound sense of helplessness. He gazed down at his hands, inhaling deeply, wrestling with his inner turmoil. "I cannot stop. These people need me." At that moment, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the sealing mark on his wrist, an imprint designed to restrict his chakra usage. Tai knew full well that forcibly breaking the seal would subject him to immense pain, potentially causing permanent injury to his body. Yet, witnessing the frail patients around him, he steeled his resolve. The key to the seal is in Tsunade's possession. "But I cannot wait. They cannot wait." Tai rose, determination flashing in his eyes. He sat cross-legged, forming hand seals, channeling all his strength to break the seal. The backlash was more intense than he had anticipated. A searing pain surged through every chakra pathway, as if countless blades were slicing within him. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead, his body shook violently, and the agony etched on his face was unmistakable. "Hold on. I must endure." Tai clenched his teeth, his fists tightly gripped, nails digging deep into his palms. Images of every medical principle Tsunade had taught him and the pained faces of those awaiting treatment flooded his mind. His formidable willpower propelled him to push through the constraints of the seal. With a faint crack, a corner of the seal finally yielded to his force. In an instant, the seal's power surged forth like a tidal wave. Nearly tearing apart his nerves, his body lurched backward, yet he fought to remain upright, breathing raggedly as he continued his medical efforts. With the seal broken, Taichi's chakra replenished partially, though far from his peak. It was sufficient to sustain his ongoing treatments. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, he immediately immersed himself back into the urgent care of the patients. Next, he called out softly, his voice hoarse yet imbued with an undeniable resolve. A day later, the number of injured in the hospital had significantly decreased. The medical ninjas gazed at Taichi's weary and sweat-drenched figure, their eyes filled with admiration and emotion. Meanwhile, at the Senju ancestral home, Tsunade awoke from her coma. Upon hearing the news that Taichi had taken her place in treating the patients, a myriad of complex emotions surged within her. She mustered her frail body to visit the hospital, only to see Taichi tirelessly working in the distance. Though his figure was utterly exhausted, he stood like a mountain, steadfastly guarding everyone. Tsunade's heart trembled, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Taichi's perseverance and sacrifice ignited a profound sense of guilt within her, yet simultaneously rekindled a long-buried flame in her heart. "Taichi," she murmured, her gaze now imbued with an unprecedented glimmer. She realized it was time to confront her fears anew, to rise for the village, and for those who depended on her. With her eyes bandaged, Tsunade stood at the center of the hospital, her hands gradually forming the necessary seals as her deep voice resonated with undeniable power. "Ninjutsu, slug technique." As she called out, a massive rune formation appeared on the ground, a soft blue light flickering within the symbols. The puff of white smoke accompanied by a gentle tremor heralded the emergence of an enormous slug. Glistening as if it were an embodiment of hope, Tsunade raised her hand and softly commanded, "Divide and assist every soul in need of healing." The slug obediently nodded, swiftly splitting into numerous smaller slugs. Showering the hospital's corners like raindrops, they crawled towards the patients awaiting treatment, gently adhering to wounds or skin, releasing a soothing, healing energy. The pained expressions of the injured gradually softened, their weak moans transforming into a calmness. Thank you. Some patients couldn't help but shed tears, their voices tinged with gratitude for their newfound lease on life. Their gazes followed Tsunade as if she were a savior. However, summoning the slugs and maintaining the treatment required an enormous amount of chakra. Tsunade, already weakened by her fear of blood and exhaustion, was now sweating profusely, her legs trembling, on the verge of collapse. "Tsunade." Taichi discerned her condition and rushed forward to steady her shoulders, concern lacing his words. "Your body can barely hold on. You mustn't continue." Tsunade shook her head resolutely, her eyes flashing with determination. "Taichi, I cannot stop. This is my duty as a medical ninja, as a member of the Senju clan. And my promise to them." Her voice was low yet unwavering, tinged with sorrow and guilt. Taichi's heart ached, yet he understood that Tsunade had no choice but to press on. He steadied her with both hands, gazing into her eyes, his tone gentle yet resolute. "If you must continue, then I will stand by your side. Do not forget, I am also your disciple." Tsunade paused, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips as she nodded. She continued to channel chakra, the immense energy flowing through the slugs into the patients, mending their wounds. Yet, with every passing moment, her body weakened further, her complexion paling. The other medical ninjas watched Tsunade's unwavering spirit ignite their own resolve. They had felt powerless due to their dwindling chakra, but now, Tsunade's actions inspired them immense. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded slightly, yet he did not respond immediately. Instead, he scrutinized the young prodigy standing before him. A flicker of contemplation crossed his eyes as he remarked, "You have recently devoted yourself to healing patients in the hospital, and the village holds you in high regard. However, given your current circumstances, it may be more prudent for you to rest rather than hastily accept a mission." Taichi shook his head resolutely, his gaze unwavering. "Hokage-sama, my strength is still woefully insufficient. The village has endured such calamity. There will undoubtedly be greater crises in the future. I wish to seize this opportunity to cultivate my growth." After a moment of silence, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled gently. "It is commendable for a young man to possess such ambition. Nevertheless, your choices must be made with caution. What sort of mission are you seeking?" "I hope to undertake a long-term mission that necessitates extended travel, as it would provide me with a better avenue for personal development." Taichi replied candidly, his eyes unflinching, nodding in understanding. Sarutobi Hiruzen retrieved a scroll from a nearby pile of mission assignments and handed it to Tai. This is a task involving the escort of supplies to the Wind Country's border, where we have an alliance. The round trip will require some time. Do you believe you are capable of handling it? As Tai accepted the scroll and glanced over its contents, relief washed over him. He recognized that this mission could serve as the perfect pretext for his departure from Konoha. He nodded earnestly. I can fulfill this task. Rest assured, Hokage-sama. Once he exited the Hokage's office, Tai did not set out immediately. Instead, he made his way to the training grounds outside the village. Standing in the center of the open area, surrounded by silence, he listened to the gentle rustle of the wind through the grass. He raised his hand to observe the sealing symbol on his wrist, his brow furrowing slightly. This mission is not merely about escorting supplies. What I truly require is a place free from disturbances. The vast deserts of the Sand Country are perfect for that, Tai murmured to himself, his tone tinged with determination and a sense of desperate resolve. He reached out to touch the sealing symbol. Feeling the immense power it contained, restrained within, he understood that forcibly breaking the seal would come at a steep cost, intense agony, and perhaps even the threat of death. Yet, he harbored no intentions of retreating. He was acutely aware that the future of Konoha, Tsunade's hopes, and the lives that had been lost urged him to grow stronger. That I must overcome this obstacle, no matter the cost. He clenched his fist, a glimmer of unwavering resolve shining in his eyes. Tai rearranged his gear and turned to leave the training ground, heading towards the rendezvous point for the mission. His strides were steady and purposeful, as though each step prepared him for the trials that lay ahead. The sunlight bathed his figure in a soft golden hue, accentuating his determined yet solitary presence. The leader of the merchant caravan was a plump, middle-aged man, his countenance amiable yet shrewd. Clad in slightly worn leather armor, his boots bore the dust of countless travels. Upon seeing Tai approach, a spark of surprise lit up his eyes, and he hurried forward, a broad smile gracing his face, his tone imbued with a blend of flattery and genuine praise. Lord Tai, I never expected that the protector dispatched by Konoha would be you. Having your protection is indeed a stroke of fortune for our caravan. With you here, I can finally set my anxious heart at ease. As he scrutinized Tai's youthful visage and composed demeanor, the leader's smile brightened even further. He leaned in slightly, lowering his voice. To speak candidly, the roads have been rather tumultuous lately. There have been numerous reports of bandits and rogue ninjas wreaking havoc. Our caravan has faced trouble on previous journeys. However, with such a distinguished figure as yourself, I am confident we shall reach our destination safely. Tai paused for a moment, then responded with a calm smile, his voice soothing yet firm. You need not worry as long as I am here. I will not allow anyone to harm your caravan. That I will exert my utmost effort to ensure the successful completion of this mission. The leader's smile deepened in response to Tai's words. He nodded repeatedly, praising, truly, you are the genius ninja of Konoha. Your words instill great reassurance. Lord Tai, upon our arrival, I shall prepare a substantial gift to express our gratitude. Tai waved his hand dismissively, maintaining his tranquil demeanor. Escorting the caravan is my duty. There is no need for excessive gratitude. Please have everyone make haste in their preparations. The sooner we depart, the safer we shall be. The leader, impressed by Tai's composed and humble attitude, nodded fervently and retreated to organize the caravan members for the task at hand. Soon, under the leader's direction, the members of the caravan busied themselves, loading goods and counting supplies, the atmosphere tense yet orderly. Tai stood aside, his gaze sweeping over the bustling caravan as he contemplated his motives. He had accepted this task not merely to protect the caravan, but to seize the opportunity to distance himself from Konoha and buy time to unravel the seal. However, he did not allow these complex emotions to surface, maintaining his habitual calmness and composure. The sunlight glimmered upon the caravan's wagons, the wooden wheels clattering against the ground, creating a muted symphony of sound as everything seemed to prepare for the journey ahead. Tai's expression grew increasingly profound. He understood that this mission might transcend the mere act of escorting supplies. It could very well be a pivotal moment that altered the course of his destiny. As Tai's figure gradually faded beyond the borders of Konoha, his heart was steeled for the challenges that lay ahead. He knew that breaking the seal was merely the beginning. The road ahead would be long and fraught with peril. Regardless of the dangers that awaited him, he had to forge ahead, for not only his own sake but also to protect his village and safeguard all that he held dear. In the Senju ancestral home, Tsunade, just awakening, stood by the window, gazing in the direction Tai had departed, softly murmuring, her eyes filled with a complex blend of emotions. She seemed to sense that Tai's departure was not solely for the mission but for something far more significant. and she resolved to demonstrate through her actions that she was no longer the Tsunade bound by fear upon his return. Chapter 29. Breaking the Seal? Failure? As the merchant caravan made its way toward the Wind Country, the wagons trundled slowly along the gravel-strewn road, the sound of wheels rolling over the earth intertwining with the howling sands. The caravan leader frequently glanced back, seemingly to ensure that Tai, their protector, was still in tow. A sense of relief washed over him upon spotting that familiar figure. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that the Tai he saw was merely a mud clone that Tai had discreetly released. The real Tai had already quietly slipped away from the caravan. He found himself standing in a desolate hilly region, his back turned to the retreating convoy, a faint smile playing on his lips as he whispered to himself, "I hope this clone can sustain itself long enough to prevent any suspicion." Brushing off the dust from his shoulders, he swiftly formed hand seals, closing his eyes to begin sensing the surrounding environment. His chakra sensing abilities had reached an extraordinary level, allowing him to perceive movements within a radius of several dozen miles. He discerned that there were no formidable presences nearby, nor hidden threats lurking in the shadows. "Excellent, it is quiet enough here," Tai murmured, forming another set of seals to cast a technique that would completely conceal his chakra signature. He understood that during this time, he must ensure that he would not be disturbed by anyone. His objective was clear: to find an isolated place to shatter the seal that had long plagued him and prepare for the battles and uncertainties that lay ahead. He activated his body flicker technique, transforming into a gust of wind as he darted across the sandy dunes and rocky terrain. With each light touch of his toes upon the ground, a cloud of fine sand would rise. Yet he made no extraneous sound. Tai's gaze was sharp and focused, his mind fixated on one singular thought: to distance himself from the crowd and discover the true sanctum for his training. Gradually, he slowed his pace. Before him lay a barren expanse of rocky terrain, surrounded by undulating sand dunes and scattered dead trees. There were no birds chirping, no streams flowing, and even the wind seemed sparse. "This place is sufficiently remote," Tai thought, standing atop a massive rock and surveying his surroundings. Confirming the area's tranquility, he nodded slightly. He slowly sat down, beginning to regulate his breath, allowing his mind and body to enter a state of clarity. Extending his right hand, he gazed at the sealing symbol on his wrist. The seal, once intended to protect him from an overwhelming surge of chakra, had now become a shackle in his pursuit of power. To break the seal and unleash my true strength, he resolved. Tai's gaze gradually became resolute. He understood that this endeavor was not merely for the sake of self-improvement. It was for his village, for those he vowed to protect, and most importantly, for Tsunade. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes and slowly formed hand seals. As the chakra flowed within him, his inner strength began to coalesce, and the seal sight started to emit a faint warmth. However, this time, he did not hastily attempt to break the seal. Instead, he cautiously probed for its weaknesses with his keen senses. He recognized that forcing his way through the seal would not only inflict severe backlash upon his body, but could also lead to uncontrollable and unpredictable consequences. Patience was essential. He had to be more careful this time. Tai murmured softly to himself, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He felt the repulsive force of the seal intensifying, as if an invisible chain was tightly binding his chakra. Time flowed slowly, and night descended. Tai remained seated on the rock, his eyes firmly shut, sweat glistening on his brow. His complexion turned pale, and his breathing became slightly hurried, yet his resolve remained unwavering. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, a glimmer of light flashing in his pupils. His hand gesture changed, and a slight crack appeared on the seal's markings. "Here," Tai whispered, his tone laced with excitement and anticipation. That he realized he had finally discovered the seal's weak point. It was a corner he had torn open during his previous reckless attempt to break the seal in the hospital. Rather than expanding the crack further, he paused his actions, allowing himself to recalibrate. He knew that tonight's endeavor was merely the beginning. The true moment to shatter the seal would require further waiting. As dawn broke the next morning, the sun rose above the horizon, draping the barren sands in a golden veil. Tai stood up, stretching his somewhat stiff body, his gaze filled with determination. "Next, breaking the seal is of utmost importance," he murmured, turning to venture deeper into the desert. Meanwhile, far on the other side, the merchant caravan continued its steady advance. The mud clone calmly trailed behind the group, ensuring no suspicion was aroused. The leader attempted to engage Tai in conversation several times, only to find that the Tai before him remained taciturn. It seems that all ninjas possess such a demeanor, the leader mused inwardly, though he did not dwell on it. The real Tai, however, had already set off toward the heart of the desert. his mind was consumed by a singular thought: to grow stronger. Strong enough to confront any threat. Strong enough to protect all that he cherished. As Tai ventured deeper into the desert, the sun blazed fiercely, surrounding him in an eerie silence, punctuated only by the wind whipping up the sand. He traversed the undulating dunes, moving further away until he confirmed there were no lingering presences to disturb him before coming to a halt. Before him lay a hollow expanse encircled by massive rocks. The surrounding terrain was lower, shielding it from the relentless winds, rendering the area so tranquil that it felt as though time itself had ceased to flow. Tai nodded slightly, satisfied as he surveyed his surroundings. This place is sufficiently concealed, he murmured, his gaze serene, and began to attune himself to the environment. He sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and allowed his chakra to flow forth like a gentle stream, transforming into formless tendrils that spread outward. He meticulously sensed every inch of the space around him, even the minute gaps between grains of sand. After several minutes, he opened his eyes, confirming that no living beings or hidden chakra fluctuations were present. He then stood up, swiftly forming hand seals to set up a barrier around him. First, he buried self-made chakra sensing runes at every corner of the rocks, ensuring that any creature approaching would trigger an immediate alarm. Next, he directed chakra into these runes, forming an invisible shield. Ninjutsu, sensing barrier, Tai declared, the runes flashing with a faint glow before vanishing from sight. The entire area was instantly enveloped in a layer of unseen energy. Following this, he established an even more concealed barrier within the initial one. Disturbance technique. This technique could disrupt any probing senses of those who approached, even masking his own chakra fluctuations to prevent detection from a distance. Finally, to further ensure his safety, he created several hidden decoy targets using mud techniques. These decoys emitted faint chakra signatures, sufficient to confuse any enemies attempting to draw near. After completing all these preparations, Tai let out a long breath. He surveyed his surroundings once more, confirming there were no oversights. Before settling back into the center of the rock to adjust his state, the desert night descended swiftly, the scorching sun giving way to the chilling night winds. Tai sat in stillness, regulating his breath and feeling the flow of chakra within him. He understood that breaking the seal would require immense energy, and his chakra reserves needed to be at their peak to minimize the risk of backlash. Hours passed, and Tai's body seemed to enter a state of remarkable equilibrium, with chakra flowing more smoothly and steadily through his meridians. He slowly opened his eyes, the starlight twinkling in his pupils. Now is the time, Tai whispered, his voice imbued with determination and a hint of tension. He extended his right hand, gazing at the sealing symbol on his wrist. Drawing in a deep breath, forming hand seals, he closed his eyes again, and the chakra within him began to swiftly converge toward the location of the sealing mark. As the chakra flowed, the symbols on the seal began to flicker, as if responding to his power. However, with the flickering of the symbols came a powerful sense of oppression emanating from the seal, as if a slumbering beast was slowly awakening. Tai groaned, cold sweat immediately beading on his forehead. He could feel the seal resisting, as if unwilling to be broken. I must not stop. Tai gritted his teeth, accelerating the speed of his hand seals and the flow of chakra. The seal's backlash sliced through his nerves like a blade, the intense pain causing his body to tremble slightly, yet his gaze remained steadfast. Once more, Tai roared, his hands pressing down on the seal, an even greater surge of chakra flooding forth, striking at the seal's core. With a faint crack, a fissure appeared on the seal's markings. Tai sensed the oppressive force of the seal gradually weakening, while his power began to unfurl. However, the expanding crack was accompanied by an even more intense backlash. Tai's body began to tremble, his complexion paling, yet he did not falter. Instead, he pushed his chakra with renewed vigor. Seal, be shattered, he bellowed, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes as his chakra erupted, transforming into an invisible torrent that crashed against the seal. With a thunderous sound, the symbols of the seal finally shattered, and a surge of overwhelming power erupted from within Tai. His body was jolted backward by this force, beads of cold sweat pooling on the ground. Breathing heavily, Tai reveled in the surging power within him. He knew this was merely a fragment of the seal, yet he could distinctly feel his strength amplifying at that moment. Suddenly, a wave of excruciating pain coursed through Tai's body. Despite the recent liberation of his power, it was instantaneously suppressed by an unforeseen anomaly. Golden symbols slithered like venomous serpents through his meridians, coiling around him entirely. These symbols were intricate and ancient, entirely unlike any sealing techniques known in the ninja realm, as if they originated from an existence of a higher order. Tai could not suppress a low growl as he dropped to his knees. Bracing himself against the ground, cold sweat pouring down like rain. He could feel the chakra that had just surged forth being gripped by an invisible hand, continuously repressed and even drawn away. The golden symbols glimmered with a chilling light, each movement bringing excruciating pain. Tai's insides felt as though they were being shredded by blades. His entire network of meridians twisted violently, disrupting the flow of chakra completely. His vision blurred, and all he could hear was the pounding of his heart and the reverberating pulse of the symbols. What is happening? What is this? Tai clenched his teeth, his voice hoarse and deep. He had never encountered such a technique, nor heard of any seals related to it. The power of the golden runes intensified, as if striving to completely obliterate the strength he had just liberated. Tai felt akin to a caged beast, each struggle accompanied by a more violent backlash. His breath quickened, as though a massive stone were pressing down upon his chest, rendering even the act of raising his arms an arduous task. No, I cannot be subdued like this. Tai gritted his teeth, a glimmer of fierce determination flashing in his eyes that he summoned every ounce of his remaining chakra, attempting to counter the might of the runes. You wish to confine me? Never. Tai roared, forcing his will into a concentrated assault against the runes. However, the retaliation from the runes was even more ferocious. As if mocking his struggles, the brilliance of the runes surged, enveloping the entire ceiling area in a golden radiance. Tai's body was instantaneously immobilized, every movement completely restrained. He could scarcely discern if his fingers could still move. Is this the price I must pay to break the seal? Tai gritted his teeth, his mind a chaotic swirl. His consciousness began to blur, yet the indomitable belief deep within him urged him to hold on. Deity. That moment, a strange yet resonant voice echoed, seemingly emanating from all directions, as if reverberating directly within his mind. You are unworthy to unravel this power. The voice was cold and authoritative, imbued with an overwhelming sense of oppression. Who are you? Tai suddenly opened his eyes wide, clinging desperately to the last vestiges of clarity in his consciousness. The voice offered no reply, yet the golden runes gradually receded, morphing into an ethereal golden chain that embedded deeply into Tai's being, once more sealing his power. At the instant the chain pierced him, Tai's body jolted violently, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He could no longer endure and collapsed heavily to the ground. Intense pain gradually succumbed to numbness, and Tai's consciousness plunged into darkness. When Tai opened his eyes again, the sky had darkened, his body buried beneath a blanket of sand. A gentle breeze brushed against him, the grains of sand grazing his cheek with a chill. He struggled to prop himself up, assessing his internal state. The once surging power had completely vanished, the mark of the golden chain branding him like a SCA. Tai spoke softly, his eyes shimmering with unwavering resolve. I do not require patience. I shall prove that I can harness this power and seize my destiny. He lifted his gaze towards the boundless desert in the distance, a cold, stern smile gracing his lips. He understood that the path ahead remained fraught with uncertainty. Yet this time, he would not falter. In Chapter 30, titled The Blaze Release User, Yakong. Although Tai had gained the recognition of the Phantom, he had not directly acquired power. It was growing within him at a gradual pace. Dragging his weary body, he resolutely made his way towards the border of the land of fire. The scorching sun of the desert cast a solitary and heavy shadow upon him, and with each step, it felt as though he was treading upon the very edge of fate, embodying determination and resilience. As he traversed a desolate dune, a figure suddenly materialized in the distance. Tai squinted slightly, swiftly extending his senses towards the apparition. The figure radiated an air of oppression, moving with a grace that belied an undercurrent of lethal intent. It was a ninja, and not just any ordinary ninja. Before long, the two drew closer, their auras intertwining in the air, akin to two torrents poised for collision. Tai halted, fixing his gaze upon the newcomer, his brow furrowed ever so slightly. Who are you? He inquired in a low, calm voice, his hands discreetly resting upon the weapon's pouch at his waist. The ninja came to a standstill, revealing a countenance marked by cold determination. Her form was slender yet exuded strength, with long crimson hair glimmering like flames beneath the sun. Her eyes were icy and sharp, as though capable of piercing through all fads. I am Yakong, the Blaze Release User, she declared, her tone indifferent yet imbued with an innate, formidable presence. And who might you be? Did Tai's disguise while seeking a secluded place to break the seal. He had not donned the forehead protector of the hidden leaf village. Yakong, therefore, assumed Tai was a wandering ninja or perhaps a rogue from an enemy nation. Tai's heart jolted unexpectedly. He had indeed heard of Yakong's illustrious reputation. This legendary ninja was renowned for her mastery over blaze release, her prowess instilling dread in any adversary. Tai, he replied tersely, adjusting his stance, ready to confront any sudden confrontation. The two gazed at each other, neither making the first move, yet the air around them grew palpably tense, as if charged with their conflicting energies. Tai sensed the peril emanating from Yakong, while she keenly discerned that Tai's chakra was not to be underestimated. "You are not a ninja from the land of wind," Yakong stated, her tone calm yet laced with scrutiny. "What brings you here?" Tai maintained his vigilance and replied slowly, "I merely passed through, harboring no ill intent." Yet Yakong remained unyielding, raising her hand slightly as a flicker of searing light ignited at her fingertips. "Regardless of your intentions, those who trespass the borders of the land of wind must provide a reason." That Tai's heart tightened. He understood that Yakong's strength far surpassed that of an ordinary ninja. Though he had recently regained some power from the Phantom, facing such a formidable foe seemed a daunting prospect. "I do not wish to engage in combat," Tai stated in a low voice, attempting to defuse the tension with words. However, Yakong merely scoffed, a cold smile gracing her lips, "Not wishing to fight, then allow me to test your sincerity." Before her words had fully dissipated, she swung her hand sharply, and several orbs of blazing fire coalesced and hurtled towards Tai, embodying the technique of blaze release, overheating vaporization. Reacting swiftly, Tai evaded the strike with a deft movement. The fireball struck the ground, erupting in an explosion, the intense heat melting the sand into a glassy sheen. It seemed that avoiding conflict was no longer an option. Tai sighed inwardly, swiftly adopting a combat stance, a glint of cold determination flashing in his eyes. Yakong wasted no time, her hands deftly weaving through seals. Waves of scorching flames surged forth like a tidal wave towards Tai. Tai quickly retreated, his hands forming seals as the sand beneath him transformed into a pliable wall of mud. "Mud release. Defensive wall," he exclaimed, the earthen barrier rising to shield him from the flames. Yet the searing heat still penetrated through, causing beads of sweat to form on his brow. "Mud release?" Yakong remarked, a hint of surprise in her voice before a cold smirk appeared. How intriguing. Her hands swiftly formed seals once more, and flames coalesced around her, taking the shape of several blazing blades suspended in the air, as if poised to strike at any moment. "Now, let me witness your true strength," Yakong declared coldly, as the fire blades shot forth. Tai inhaled deeply, swiftly sidestepping to evade, while simultaneously forming seals with his hands, summoning a surge of mud from the ground to intercept the blades. However, Yakong's fire blades danced with an almost sentient grace, effortlessly circumventing the mud flow, charging directly at Tai. "Damn it," Tai cursed under his breath, narrowly dodging the attack of the fire blades. Yet Yakong's onslaught showed no signs of abating. Her movements flowed with an elegance akin to flowing water, each flame coalescing at her fingertips, each strike more ferocious than the last. Tai's breath quickened. He could sense that Yakong's power was far beyond his initial expectations. "This cannot continue," Tai thought, swiftly regaining his composure as he sought a countermeasure. He took a deep breath, stepping forward, the chakra of mud release exploding forth, enveloping his form in a solid layer of earthen armor. "Since you have compelled me to act, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy," Tai bellowed, charging towards Yakong, the mud power coalescing into a massive hand aimed directly at her. Yakong's pupils narrowed slightly, yet she displayed no hint of panic. Swiftly forming seals, a barrier of blazing flames erupted before her, staunchly intercepting the oncoming attack of the mud hand. "Interesting," Yakong remarked coldly, a flicker of combat enthusiasm igniting in her eyes. The intensity of their battle escalated, fire and earth intertwining, a thick cloud of dust rising in the desert. The winds whipped up the sand, shrouding the two figures within, as if the outcome of this life and death struggle was about to be determined. Tai's gaze grew increasingly composed. He understood that this battle was one he could not afford to lose. He had to find an opportunity to breach Yakong's defenses, otherwise, annihilation awaited him. Yakong too sensed Tai's formidable strength, a flicker of respect igniting within her for the young ninja before her. "This battle is indeed worth anticipating," she remarked coolly, flames once again surging in her hands, the intense heat distorting the very air around them. The atmosphere of their standoff grew increasingly heated, akin to the scorching desert sun. Yakong raised her hand, the power of blaze release coalescing in her palm, as a searing dragon of flame began to take form, soaring into the sky, its blistering aura causing the air to tremble. With a piercing gaze, she locked onto Tai, her voice cold yet laced with a hint of malice. "You are strong, but that does not justify your intrusion into the land of wind." Tai's gaze remained steady, his mud armor gleaming with a heavy radiance, layers of mud swirling around him, forming a dynamic shield. He sensed that Yakong's power far exceeded that of an average ninja, a quiet caution settling in his mind. Yet the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Then, I shall compel you to witness my justification. Yakong said little more, and the fire dragon roared forth, imbued with an unyielding intensity and searing heat. Charging directly at Tai's hands swiftly formed seals, and the ground beneath him split open, a colossal surge of mud rising like a barrier. Mud release, earth wall barrier, he shouted, the mud solidifying to stand against the fire dragon. The fire dragon collided with the mud wall, the explosive heat scorching the surface, yet it failed to completely breach the barrier. Seizing the moment, Tai swung his hands, transforming the mud into several enormous hands. Aiming to ensnare Yakong. You think such mere earth can bind me? Yakong scoffed, lightly stepping forward, her form instantly transforming into a blazing inferno, leaving the mud hands grasping at nothing in the blink of an eye. Yakong materialized at Tai's side, conjuring several blazing blades of intense heat, akin to a whirlwind, charging towards him. Tai had no time to react. One of the blades sliced through his armor, the searing heat instantly scorching his skin. Tai let out a muffled grunt, retreating a few steps, swiftly gathering chakra beneath his feet, a surge of mud pulling him away to create distance. Her speed and attack power far exceed my expectations. In his heart, Tai silently analyzed the situation, quickly adjusting his breathing in an effort to calm the chaotic flow of chakra within him. Yetsong stood not far away, gazing at Tai with a flicker of appreciation in her eyes. Your mud technique is indeed commendable. But alas, your chakra lacks the necessary strength. Otherwise, perhaps we could have engaged in battle for a longer duration. Tai offered no response, simply closing his eyes to concentrate on sensing Yetsong's next move. He knew that facing her head-on would yield no victory. He had to seek an opening. As the wind and sand gradually subsided, the battlefield momentarily fell into silence. Yetsong furrowed her brow slightly, suddenly sensing a faint tremor emanating from the ground. Not good, she exclaimed, leaping into the air, but at that very moment, the sandy ground beneath her feet collapsed, and several streams of mud surged forth like creeping vines. Rushing toward her figure, mud technique, binding flow, Tai shouted, his hands clenching forcefully, causing the mud to tighten instantaneously, ensnaring Yetsong's body firmly. Yetsong let out a cold snort, the searing heat of her fiery release erupting from within her. The blazing flames swiftly incinerating all the mud, allowing her to leap forth like a proud firebird. A clever trap, but insufficient to pose a threat to me. Yetsong formed hand seals once more, flames swirling around her to create a massive vortex. Tai's expression sharpened. He could sense that Yetsong was preparing a lethal attack. No longer can I remain passive. Tai swiftly formed hand seals, the chakra of his mud technique surging violently within him. The mud beneath his feet roiled like a long-slumbering dragon awakened. Mud technique, giant rock dragon strike. Tai roared, the mud erupting skyward, transforming into a colossal mud dragon that roared as it charged toward Yetsong's fiery vortex. The clash of flames and the mud dragon erupted in the air, a deafening explosion reverberating through the desert, the swirling sands obscuring the figures of both combatants. As the smoke cleared, both Yetsong and Tai appeared simultaneously. Yetsong's sleeves were slightly charred, a bead of sweat trickled down her forehead, while Tai's armor bore several cracks, his breath somewhat disordered. They exchanged glances, mutual respect evident in their eyes. You are quite formidable. But if this is all your strength, then this battle ends here, Yetsong stated calmly, her flames coalescing once more into a blazing longsword. There remains one final technique, Tai murmured, forming hand seals again, his figure vanishing into the sandy ground. Yetsong's gaze turned icy, the fiery longsword in her hand dancing lightly, ready to counter any assault. Come, let me witness your true power, she called out, the flames around her erupting instantaneously, transforming the entire sandy expanse into a searing furnace. Tai's figure surged forth from the furnace, the mud in his hands morphing into countless sharp spikes, hurtling toward Yetsong. The outcome of their fierce battle was about to be decided in that very moment. The fire and mud collided violently in the air, the thunderous explosions shaking the entire desert. The intense heat of the flames vaporized the sand, while the force of the mud sent waves of dust spiraling upward. The surrounding air growing scorching and chaotic. Both Tai and Yetsong were sent flying by the shockwave of the explosion, crashing heavily onto the sand. He reflected on the recent battle, every fleeting moment and every clash etched deeply into his mind. If only my chakra had not been suppressed, if the seal could be fully unbound, perhaps I could have swayed the tide of battle, Tai murmured softly, his fists involuntarily clenching, knuckles turning slightly pale. Despite having gained the acknowledgement of the phantom, the shackles of both body and spirit continued to shadow him, rendering it arduous to unleash his full potential. This limitation evoked a profound sense of frustration within him. He paused, gazing up at the boundless starry sky, the night breeze bringing a touch of coolness that dispelled the sweat upon his brow. Closing his eyes, he gradually adjusted his breathing, striving to restore tranquility to his tumultuous thoughts. Power is undoubtedly significant, yet without sufficient wisdom and awareness, it merely serves to backfire upon oneself. That he recalled the words spoken by the phantom, a newfound calmness and vigilance swelling within his heart. Meanwhile, on the opposite end of the desert, Yakong also halted her steps. Her hands gently rested upon her cracked armor, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Tai, she whispered his name, her gaze revealing a flicker of admiration intertwined with confusion. She understood that if the battle had continued, her chances of victory might not have been greater than Tai's. What concerned her even more was the unique aura emanating from Tai, a force seemingly alien to the world of shinobi. He did not resemble a native of the land of wind, nor did he appear to be an ordinary ninja from the land of fire. What secrets lay hidden within him? Yakong pondered, a glimmer of contemplation flickering in her eyes. Despite her wariness towards Tai, she felt a subtle conviction that this young ninja might one day cross paths with her again, potentially altering the entire landscape of the shinobi world. As night descended, the desert was enveloped in the silvery glow of the moonlight, a realm of tranquility. Tai, dragging his weary form, proceeded slowly. He was aware that this was merely a minor episode in his journey. With more trials and challenges awaiting him ahead, Yakong, bearing her doubts and scars, vanished into the far reaches of the desert. Her silhouette appeared solitary yet resolute, akin to an everlasting flame, though the two ultimately parted ways. Their clash and collision in this desolate expanse would undoubtedly become an indelible memory in each other's lives. With their departure, the desert returned to its serene state. The night breeze caressed the earth, gradually erasing the traces of battle. The stars in the sky continued to shimmer brilliantly, as if witnessing this serendipitous confrontation and silently observing the intertwining destinies of the future. Both Tai and Yakong understood that this battle was not an end, but rather a beginning. The wheels of fate were quietly turning. Chapter 31. Achihade and Yakong. Achihade, aware of Tai's mission, stealthily trailed him. However, Tai's perceptive abilities were remarkably potent. They had no choice but to rely on his years of accumulated combat experience to follow from a distance. It was not until he discovered the battle between Tai and Yakong that he dared to draw closer. They lightly leaped over a sand dune, his gaze fixated on the desolate center of the desert. The battleground for Tai and Yakong, but he knew that Tai's sensory abilities were exceedingly sharp, far surpassing those of ordinary ninjas. Following closely behind, he had to be exceedingly cautious, maintaining a safe distance, fearful of being detected. Even so, he felt an elusive sense of oppression, as if Tai could sense him at any moment. This guy's range of perception and vigilance is nothing short of monstrous, Day thought to himself. Yet his determination remained unwavering. His pursuit of Tai was no mere coincidence. It stemmed from a growing curiosity about Tai's actions. How could a ninja of common origins rise so swiftly within Konoha? Showcasing extraordinary talent and strength, more importantly, many of Tai's actions appeared shrouded in secrecy, even reluctant to reveal his true prowess before Tsunade. This only reinforced Day's belief that Tai harbored some hidden secret. This mission was undoubtedly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He yearned to witness firsthand the power Tai concealed. Upon spotting Yakong, Day's brow furrowed slightly. The Blaze Release user from the land of wind, Yakong, his voice was barely audible, yet laced with surprise and gravity. As a traveler from another world, Day possessed an intimate understanding of the formidable figures within the shinobi realm. Yakong's name was certainly familiar to him. She was a hero from the land of wind, renowned for her Blaze Release bloodline limit, striking fear into countless adversaries. The convergence of these two individuals could never culminate in a peaceful resolution. Day mused, concealing himself behind the dune, silently observing the battlefield. Indeed, the moment of confrontation between Tai and Yakong was fraught with tension. The atmosphere taut to its limit. It was a clash between two formidable forces, and merely sensing their auras revealed an insurmountable danger. Day narrowed his eyes, holding his breath as he closely monitored every movement on the battlefield. A flicker of excitement and intrigue danced in his eyes, eager to glean the true extent of Tai's strength from this encounter. The battle between Tai and Yakong unfolded as Day anticipated, erupting in an instant. The powerful fluctuations of chakra and the collisions of ninjutsu transformed the desert into a hellish landscape. The searing intensity of Yakong's Blaze Release sliced through the air like fiery blades, the heat even causing Day from a distance to feel a flicker of burning sensation. Meanwhile, Tai employed his unique Doton techniques to continuously alter the terrain, striving to counter Yakong's onslaught. Doton, a complex expression flashed in Day's eyes. What bloodline limit is this? How can he so effortlessly manipulate the earth and the desert, even withstanding the extreme temperatures of Blaze release? As astonishment gripped him, he also sensed an undercurrent of unease. Tai's strength exceeded his expectations, and this unknown power could potentially reshape the balance of Konoha. As the battle progressed, Day keenly discerned that Yakong was not solely there to engage Tai in combat. Though her attacks were fierce, they lacked any intent to kill. Instead, they seemed to probe Tai's abilities. Was she also questioning Tai's strength, perhaps seeking to uncover his secrets? Day murmured quietly, his eyes reflecting newfound vigilance. Clenching his fists, the internal conflict within him intensified. Initially, he intended merely to observe Tai, but now he hesitated on whether to intervene in this conflict. Regardless, I must uncover the truth hidden within Tai. Taking a deep breath, Day unconsciously formed hand seals, preparing to respond to any unforeseen variables that Tai and Yakong found themselves in a state of mutual exhaustion. Day's nerves tightened instantly. He sensed Tai's chakra fluctuations diminishing. While Yakong's aura appeared equally frail, have they exhausted themselves completely? Day's expression was complex and hesitant. He yearned to step forward, but was apprehensive of being noticed, ultimately choosing to remain concealed in the distance. Awaiting a more opportune moment, he observed Yakong's figure gradually receding, while Tai struggled to lean against a boulder, attempting to steady himself. This individual, Day's clenched fist slowly relaxed, a hint of admiration and confusion flickering in his gaze. He could not deny that Tai's resilience and strength were among the most extraordinary he had ever encountered, possessing a talent that surpassed that of Minato Namikaze, coupled with the tenacity akin to Might Guy. And infused with a peculiar energy that did not resemble chakra, transforming what was once a lackluster Doton into a formidable force capable of contending with Blaze release. Did he possess a sage body akin to Hashirama Senju? Or did he harbor some other secret? Ultimately, Day chose to remain silent, continuing to conceal himself behind the dune, watching as Tai, bearing numerous wounds, gradually departed from the battlefield. Tai, I will continue to observe you until I unravel your true secret. Day whispered, his gaze deep as the night sky, imbued with unwavering determination. In that moment, he planted a seed within his heart, one that pertained to the exploration of Tai's power, entwined with an inescapable destiny. Standing atop the dune, he too watched as Yakong's silhouette faded into the distance, a flicker of profound light passing through his eyes. A torrent of complex emotions surged within him, encompassing both curiosity and calculated resolve. Yakong, a victim of the political machinations between Tsunade and Kirigakure, a formidable warrior forsaken by her own village. The rice stalks murmured softly to themselves, their tone imbued with a hint of playful contemplation. He possessed an intimate understanding of Yitsong's past. As a user of the Scorch release, Yitsong was once the sharpest blade of Tsunade, earning illustrious accolades in numerous battles. However, her dazzling brilliance incited both envy and animosity from Kirigakure. In a clandestine transaction between Tsunade and Kirigakure, she was cast aside as a mere pawn, easily discarded. Ultimately, she met her demise in a trap set by the Mist Ninja. If I could turn her to my advantage. Both her Scorch release abilities and her intelligence regarding the ninja world would become invaluable assets for my future endeavors. Daohua's gaze sharpened, a plan taking shape within his mind. He inhaled deeply, paused for a moment of contemplation, and then set forth in pursuit of Yitsong's departing figure. He understood that this was no ordinary undertaking. With Yitsong's strength and keen perception, she would not readily accept his approach, let alone willingly submit. Should he recklessly reveal himself, it would only provoke her wariness and hostility. Yitsong was a stubborn individual. Only when faced with an insurmountable dilemma would her convictions waver. Daohua concealed himself in the shadows of a sand dune, his eyes fixed intently on the solitary figure of Yitsong ahead, weighing the pros and cons in his mind. He exhaled softly, his gaze narrowing as he murmured to himself, rather than direct confrontation, a strategic retreat may yield greater gains. Yitsong's disposition dictated that she would not easily trust anyone, particularly an enigmatic ninja like myself. Perhaps I could extend my assistance when she finds herself in peril, gradually easing her suspicions. A flurry of plans raced through Daohua's mind. Yet each was fraught with risk. He recognized that Yitsong was not only formidable but also possessed heightened vigilance. A single misstep could alarm her, leading her to perceive him as an adversary. Moreover, given her unwavering loyalty to Tsunade, even if she were aware of being used, she might not betray her village easily. Yet, The greater the challenge, the more valuable the reward. A resolute light flickered in Daohua's eyes. He realized that if he could earn Yitsong's trust, her scorch release abilities, combat experience, and understanding of the complex dynamics of the ninja world would become crucial pieces on his future chessboard. He cautiously shifted his position, lurking behind the dune, ensuring a safe distance from Yitsong while suppressing his presence to its lowest level. His movements were akin to those of a cheetah in the desert, silent yet exuding a subtle pressure. Yitsong paused for a brief moment, tilting her head slightly, her piercing gaze scanning her surroundings with vigilance. Dawa held his breath, striving to blend into the shadows of the desert. Though confident in his stealth skills to elude most ninjas, Yitsong's sharpness instilled a sense of caution within him. Her injuries prevented her from fully relaxing, yet they also heightened her suspicion of any disturbance in her vicinity. Daohua's brow furrowed slightly, and he resolutely decided to maintain his distance to avoid alarming her. The desert wind swept through, stirring fine grains of sand that gently obscured their figures. He continued to follow at a measured pace, his eyes unwaveringly locked on every move Yitsong made. He understood this would be a prolonged psychological battle. He must await the opportune moment to truly unsettle her. Yitsong, your obstinate nature is both your weakness and my opportunity for leverage. Daohua calmly calculated in his mind, a slight smile gracing his lips as he treaded even more cautiously, vanishing into another shadow of the desert. Yitsong's mission was to venture to Kirigakure for a pivotal negotiation. This negotiation bore significant implications for the interests and future of Tsunade, and she was acutely aware of the gravity of her mission, despite her body being utterly exhausted and her wounds not yet fully healed. Yitsong gritted her teeth, never once pausing. Her gaze was as sharp as that of a hawk, fixed ahead, her steps resolute and hurried, each stride imbued with unwavering determination. Time could not be squandered. She could not afford to give Kirigakure any opportunity to mock Tsunade. Yitsong murmured to herself, her tone imbued with an undeniable firmness. She understood that Kirigakure's aggressive stance had always been overbearing. Any delay would leave Tsunade in a disadvantageous position during negotiations. Her mind raced, swiftly organizing strategies and potential variables for the discussions, all while vigilantly surveying her surroundings. Even in the face of such a critical task, Yitsong's combat instincts remained sharp. She knew that she was not merely an envoy of Tsunade, but also a ninja, and within the realm of ninjas, danger lurked at every corner. However, the rapid pace caused her wounds to reopen, blood seeping through the bandages and staining her outer garments, leaving a series of glaring crimson streaks. Yitsong furrowed her brow slightly, but did not allow it to slow her progress. These injuries mattered little, as long as the mission was accomplished. What did a bit of pain signify? She consoled herself internally, pushing down the discomfort with even greater resolve. Under the blazing sun, the scorching desert felt akin to a furnace, the sand beneath her feet almost unbearable. Yitsong's complexion grew pale, beads of cold sweat forming on her brow. Yet, she remained steadfast, forcing herself to ignore the fatigue and pain coursing through her body. In her eyes, the horizon ahead became her singular objective. In her heart, the dignity of Tsunade was her only creed. Tsunade would not bow to anyone, nor would I. Yitsong clenched her fists, her gaze brimming with unwavering tenacity and resilience. She understood that this path was fraught with thorns and peril, yet she also recognized that her beliefs and mission allowed for no retreat. She had to reach the negotiation site, regardless of the cost. She was determined to fulfill this task. Finally, Yitsong arrived at the negotiation site, a tranquil grove shrouded in dense mist, seemingly designed to evoke a sense of unease. She halted, her eyes scanning the surroundings with caution, her brow furrowing slightly as an unsettling chill permeated the air. Is this truly the negotiation location? Yitsong murmured, sensing the atmosphere was overly quiet, eerily so. Her instincts warned her that this was far from a typical negotiation venue. Suddenly, a faint sound emerged from the distance, akin to a dry twig snapping underfoot. Yitsong's demeanor turned icy, her hands swiftly resting on the pouch of ninja tools at her waist, poised to confront any unforeseen developments. Yet, the surroundings remained devoid of any presence, only the rustling of the wind through the treetops accompanied by swirling mist. At that moment, the ground beneath her feet trembled slightly. Yitsong's instincts flared. She quickly leaped backward. In the next instant, the once even ground cracked open, a massive ceiling barrier rising from below, ensnaring her firmly within. Indeed, a trap. Yitsong gritted her teeth, swiftly forming hand seals, striving to break the barrier with her chakra. However, the barrier's power exceeded her expectations, the energy fluctuations surrounding her suppressing her movements and obstructing the flow of her chakra. Almost immediately, a group of mist ninjas materialized from all directions, each bearing murderous intent. At the forefront, a Kirigakure elite sneered, saying, "Lady Yitsong, welcome. I fear this negotiation will disappoint you. Why?" Yitsong's eyes hardened, her tone unwavering. It seems Kirigakure did not come for negotiations, but rather with premeditated intentions. In that case, let me see the extent of your capabilities. She rapidly formed hand seals, the power of scorch release coalescing in her palms, the surrounding air distorted by the intense heat. Fully aware of the trap, she nevertheless charged into battle without hesitation, the flames of her scorch release illuminating the mist with a dazzling brilliance. Contrasting sharply against the surrounding chill, the mist ninjas quickly dispersed, attempting to contain Yitsong's movements with the barrier. Yet, the might of her scorch release was formidable. The flames swiftly incinerated several of the traps laid by her enemies. Even so, Yitsong could feel her strength gradually waning. Her prior injuries depleted her stamina and chakra at an alarming rate. "I cannot afford to fall." Yitsong gritted her teeth, cold sweat trickling down her forehead, yet her eyes shone with an indomitable spirit. Even in the face of myriad traps, she persisted with unwavering resolve. Engaging her adversaries with all her might, this battle was destined to be a brutal confrontation, and Yitsong's conviction blazed like the flames in her palm, igniting an indomitable fighting spirit, even when ensnared in despair. She would not bow her head. Just as Yitsong confronted her crisis, on the brink of exhaustion, a formidable surge of chakra rippled from afar, akin to a thunderclap, striking fear into the hearts of all present. "Who goes there?" The leading Mist Village elite ninja barked with heightened vigilance. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, a shadowy figure appeared in the center of the battlefield like a wraith, cloaked in a black robe and adorned with a Leaf Village forehead protector. The crimson Sharingan glimmered ominously through the thick mist, reminiscent of hellfire, evoking dread in all who beheld it. "Achihade." Yitsong braced herself, forcing her weary eyes open, whispering through gritted teeth. She had not anticipated the sudden appearance of this legendary leaf ninja, nor his presence in this very place. Dai cast a cold glance over the Mist Ninjas, his voice low and frigid. "Mist Ninjas, having chosen to confront her, you must be prepared to face the consequences." No sooner had he spoken than Dai transformed into a blur, swiftly penetrating the enemy ranks. The crimson Sharingan flickered with perilous light, each movement executed with impeccable precision. He deftly dodged the onslaught of ninjutsu, while the short blade in his hand became a streak of cold light, ruthlessly cutting through the enemy's defenses. Do not panic. He is but one. The leading Mist Elite ninja attempted to steady his comrades, loudly commanding a counterattack. However, Dai's speed was too swift to capture. With each strike, he radiated lethal intent, and within moments, several Mist ninjas lay lifeless in pools of blood. Fire style. Great fireball technique. Dai formed hand seals, unleashing a massive fireball that forced the enemy to scatter in terror, illuminating the once murky battlefield with searing flames. The surviving Mist ninjas recoiled in horror, their eyes wide with fear. "Retreat." The Mist Elite ninja, recognizing the dire situation, decisively ordered a withdrawal. He understood that to continue would only result in their complete annihilation. As the Mist ninjas fled in disarray, the battlefield fell silent at last. Dai stood firm, coldly watching them depart, before turning to Yitsong, who lay against a boulder, pallid and bleeding from her wounds. As Dai approached, she mustered the strength to raise her gaze. "Wary, why did you save me?" Dai did not respond, merely bending down to expertly bandage her wounds with gauze. His movements were gentle yet decisive, and his tone, calm yet laced with subtle irony, conveyed, "I am not like the Mist, who would abandon their allies." Yitsong let out a faint scoff, her voice tinged with weakness. "Do not pretend to be a good Samaritan. You must have ulterior motives." Dai offered a faint smile, neither confirming nor denying. "You are not mistaken, but if you refuse my assistance now, you will meet a grim fate." He paused, lifting his gaze to meet hers, his expression turning earnest. "However, before you can refute me, at least ensure your survival." Yitsong was momentarily taken aback, scrutinizing Dai's eyes. Her wariness remained, yet it was accompanied by a flicker of confusion and complexity. Dai said no more, hoisting Yitsong onto his back and swiftly departing from the perilous sight. He chose a concealed cave, where he gently laid Yitsong down and began tending to her injuries. "I do not know your intentions, but I will not owe you any favors." Yitsong leaned against the rock wall, her tone still frosty, though her gaze was no longer as defiant as before. "Rest assured, I have no interest in your debts," Dai replied with a subtle smile, his eyes deep and inscrutable. "But from here on, we have ample time to discuss Tsunade, Kirigakure, and your true choices." His voice bore a low, seductive tone, as if each word sought to pry open Yitsong's heart. Within the cave, the flickering firelight cast shadows on two starkly different figures. Enveloping the air in a delicate atmosphere, they both understood that this encounter was destined to be anything but simple. Dave focused on the flickering campfire, its light illuminating his stern features with an added depth. He slowly spoke, his voice low and edged with chill. Yetsong, have you ever pondered whether Tsunade would truly engage in peace negotiations with Kirigakure on your behalf? Have you not realized that your mission is merely a facade? And you, but upon betrayed, Yetsong leaned against the rock wall, her face pale from weakness. At his words, she trembled, her hands involuntarily clenched, nails digging into her palms, yet she remained silent. Dave raised his gaze. A glint of sharpness flashing in his Sharingan, as if attempting to see through Yetsong. His voice lowered, yet bore an undeniable weight. The precision of the mist's ambush warrants your reflection, does it not? If it were not for the higher-ups of Tsunade leaking your whereabouts, how could the mist have orchestrated such a meticulous trap? Yetsong's breath quickened, her chest heaving violently. Countless images flooded her mind. The dismissive attitude of the Tsunade leaders when assigning her the mission. The indifference of the elders as she departed the village, and the flaws in the mission she had chosen to ignore, all now glaringly evident under Day's scrutiny. Enough. Yetsong finally spoke, her voice hoarse and trembling. She glared at Day, her eyes ablaze with fury. Who do you think you are to say such things? Tsunade would never betray me. I am their hero, their pride. Day regarded her coldly, his gaze unyielding. Pride? Do you truly believe the village cares for you? They are only concerned with your value as a wielder of the Scorch Release, and when your value transforms into a sacrificial pawn for peace negotiations, they will unhesitatingly send you to the guillotine. Be quiet. Yetsong screamed, her fist crashing against the rock wall, blood oozing from between her fingers. She gritted her teeth, fighting back tears. But the sense of injustice and resentment in her eyes was unmistakable. You are mistaken. That is impossible. Her voice began to tremble, the fierce denial masking the turmoil within. Familiar faces from Tsunade echoed in her mind. Yet at this moment, those faces appeared blurred and indistinct. Day sighed, his gaze softening slightly, a tinge of complexity surfacing in his emotions. Yetsong, you may choose not to believe me, but the truth is, you have already become a discarded piece in their game. The mist's ambush and Tsunade's silence, do they not speak volumes? Yetsong's tears finally broke free, her head bowed, droplets splattering onto the ground, her voice laced with boundless anguish. Why? Why must it be me? I have sacrificed so much for Tsunade, even willing to give my life for peace. Why, in the end, must they betray me too? Her voice dwindled, a tumult of grievance, resentment, rage, and despair intertwining, as if threatening to tear her apart. The feeling of being betrayed by those she trusted most twisted like a knife in her heart. Day remained silent, merely observing her unraveling state. He understood that Yetsong needed to vent, to confront the emotions brewing within her. He stepped closer, offering a clean cloth, his tone imbued with gentleness. Cry, release the pain within your heart. Only then can you truly see the path ahead. Yetsong did not take the cloth but shot him a fierce glare. Yet in the next moment, she could no longer contain herself, her voice breaking into soft sobs, her shoulders trembling. Day stood by, watching her with a complex gaze. He knew that Yetsong's current vulnerability was but a fleeting state. This woman possessed an unyielding spirit, merely requiring time to accept the truth. He also understood that when she emerged from the quagmire of her emotions, her resolve would be even more formidable. And in that moment, she might become the most powerful trump card in his hand. Within the cave, the firelight flickered gently, illuminating Yetsong's tear-streaked face, as well as Day's inscrutable eyes. That night seemed to mark the beginning of the intertwining destinies of Yetsong and Day. Chapter 32. What is the will of fire? The atmosphere within the cave fell into a profound silence, only Yetsong's quiet sobs echoing against the walls. The flames danced, casting her visage in flickering light and shadow. Tears cascading like loose pearls, soaking the sandy earth beneath her feet. Day stood nearby, his gaze fixed upon Yetsong. He appeared indifferent, yet a complex array of emotions stirred within him. He was acutely aware that Yetsong's suffering was beyond his true comprehension. Yet he was acutely aware that this very anguish was a pivotal step in shattering her beliefs. Yetsong. He finally spoke, his voice low and measured, as if afraid to disturb her fragile emotions. You have sacrificed too much for Sandine Village, yet you must not let these sacrifices be in vain. Continuing to trust those who have betrayed you will only allow their schemes to succeed. Yetsong lifted her gaze, tears clouding her vision as she looked at Dao, her voice hoarse. What more do you wish to say? Are you suggesting I betray Sandine? I am not one to act in such a manner. Dao shook his head, interrupting her words, his tone imbued with a rare patience. I do not ask you to betray Sandine. Rather, I urge you to see the truth. The village is not synonymous with the aloof elders. They do not represent the future of Sandine. The true village consists of the ordinary people who rely on your protection, those whose peace you have always sought to safeguard. You should not sacrifice everything for those who have turned against you. Yi-song was taken aback, her hands clenching slightly, her lips quivering in an attempt to retort, yet she found herself at a loss for words. Daohee's words struck deep, compelling her to confront the doubts and hesitations lurking within her heart. If the higher-ups of Sandine are willing to sacrifice me, where do I go from here? She murmured softly, as if imploring Daohee, and also questioning herself. Daohee did not respond immediately, after observing her for a moment. He spoke slowly. You still have a choice. Whether for yourself or for those whom you cherish, you can take control of your own destiny. Do not allow others to dictate your fate. Yi-song, this is your opportunity. Why Yi-song's pupils contracted slightly, a flicker of struggle and confusion crossing her eyes. It felt as though a tempest was brewing within her. The clash between her past beliefs and the current reality becoming increasingly palpable. Daohee remained silent, turning towards the cave's entrance, leaving her with a parting remark. Take your time to ponder. There is no rush to respond. If you wish for assistance, I shall offer it. If not, I will not press you. His figure vanished into the night, leaving Yi-song to confront her internal turmoil and choices alone. The firelight gradually dimmed, yet a complex expression lingered in Yi-song's eyes. As if, amidst the long night, she began to seek answers for her future. As the night deepened, the desert winds carried a chill, sweeping across the barren rocky terrain. Tai sat quietly upon a rough stone. Legs crossed, eyes closed in meditation. Though his body had regained some strength, fatigue still weighed heavily upon his shoulders like a cumbersome shackle. What a stroke of misfortune, he murmured, barely parting his eyelids to gaze at the vast starry sky above. Encountering such a formidable opponent has made it nearly impossible to breathe. He recalled the battle with Yi-song, the suffocating intensity of her scorching release, her nearly overwhelming power. He had believed himself robust enough to handle it with ease. Yet he had underestimated her abilities and, more critically, his own weakened condition. Tai slowly raised his hand, his gaze settling on the faint tremor of his fingertips. It was a sign of exhaustion, a testament to the depletion of his strength. He forced a wry smile, shaking his head, a flicker of unwillingness flashing in his eyes, having earned the recognition of the shadow, yet still finding himself in such a disheveled state. His body bore the marks of battle, his garments stained with sand and dried blood. A gentle breeze brushed past, sand particles striking his face, delivering a subtle sting that could not sway his resolve. He closed his eyes once more, attempting to cast aside distractions and refocus his energy. The faint chakra within his dantian flowed slowly. Though insufficient to restore him fully, it served as a refreshing spring in the desert, gradually calming his spirit. The strength is still inadequate. Tai sighed deeply, a wave of restlessness washing over him. He had felt this sense of powerlessness more than once, and each instance made him acutely aware of the multitude of powerful figures in the ninja world. He must become stronger. The wind's whisper grew subdued, the desert night enveloped in an extraordinary stillness. Tai banished his distractions. Descending once more into profound meditation, he understood that this fleeting tranquility was merely the prelude to a greater storm, and he would not allow himself to be subdued again. Yi-song, you have pushed me to this point. You are indeed formidable. A hint of a resigned smile graced his lips, yet the determination in his eyes intensified. However, the next encounter will not be so easily won. Fortunately, the mud clone had successfully completed its mission, granting Tai a slight breath of relief. He tilted his head back, gazing at the twinkling stars above, murmuring softly, were it not for the clone's success, I truly would not know how to explain myself upon returning to the village. A bitter smile crept across his face, a lingering weariness etched on his brow. Despite the clone's accomplishment, the arduous journey and battles he experienced had left him feeling utterly drained. Upon returning to the village, the villagers and ninjas had likely grown accustomed to my seemingly omnipotent demeanor. He shook his head, a note of resignation in his tone. If they knew I nearly lost my own life, I wonder what their reactions would be. Tai gradually rose, brushing the sand from his attire. Inhaling deeply, his gaze shifted toward the horizon, determination gradually filling his expression. He recognized that this challenging experience, though arduous, was an unavoidable part of his growth. The mud clone was my safest option. But if I were to rely on clones to complete my tasks each time, would I not be evading my responsibilities? Tai mused quietly, fists unconsciously clenching. He could not betray Tsunade's trust. My path must stretch further. He meticulously adjusted his gear, fatigue evident, yet his steps remained resolute. He knew that upon returning to the village, he would face even more challenges and trials. all of which would serve as the foundation of his growth. Under the starlit sky, the desert appeared exceptionally tranquil. Yet his silhouette exuded a silent strength, gradually merging with the desolation around him. I wonder how my ice release would fare against Ushang's scorching release. Taichi contemplated aloud, his expression slightly grave, tinged with a hint of latent battle intent and caution that he recalled the brief clash with Yitsong, and a flicker of imagination stirred within him. If he were to truly deploy his ice release, the outcome of that battle could be entirely different. Yet, he was also aware that such an action might expose his secrets. He slowly closed his eyes, attuning himself to the flow of chakra within. The power of ice release was as silent and stark as ice itself, a stark contrast to the mud release he wielded. It represented a purer and sharper force. Taichi clenched his fists tightly, then gradually relaxed them. He understood that this power was a double-edged sword. Wielded correctly, it could serve as his ally. However, if detected by others, it would invite endless troubles. In the annals of ninja history, those possessing double bloodline limits are as rare as phoenix feathers. If I were to expose this ability, it would likely draw the attention of not only Konoha but other great nations as well. Taichi mused quietly, his gaze revealing a calm contemplation and profound concern. He understood that in this world, genius is not merely revered but also feared and exploited. He was unafraid of battle. Yet he dreaded becoming entangled in the machinations of various factions, a mere pawn in their games. Moreover, the seals on him had yet to be fully unraveled, his power not yet at its zenith. Revealing too soon would only plunge him into greater peril. Taichi rose to his feet, a gentle breeze brushing past, bringing a touch of the desert night's chill. He lifted his gaze to the starry expanse, quietly resolving, I am not yet equipped to handle such a situation. In the face of absolute power, concealment is the best form of protection. His gaze shifted towards the direction Yutsong had departed, his brow furrowing slightly. The power of her scorching release is undeniably formidable, yet my ice release may not necessarily be inferior. When the time is right, I shall personally test the collision of ice and fire to see what sparks they ignite. Taichi inhaled deeply, calming his tumultuous thoughts, and resumed his journey. His steps were steady and resolute, each stride laying the groundwork for the path ahead. He understood that time would ultimately bring clarity to all things. Before that moment arrives, he must conceal his brilliance and patiently await his time to shine. At long last, Taichi returned to the village of Konoha. As his footsteps graced the familiar streets, a deep sigh of relief escaped him, and an overwhelming sense of belonging surged within his heart. However, the experiences of this mission had left both his body and spirit utterly fatigued. Nevertheless, he understood that as a ninja, he must always maintain his optimal condition. Approaching the village's water pool, he lowered his gaze to behold his reflection, which bore the marks of travel's dust and weariness. He cupped the cool spring water in his hands and gently splashed it upon his face, washing away the sweat and fatigue. Next, he tidied his tousled hair, securing his Konoha headband with greater precision, and shook off the dust from his cloak, restoring a semblance of neatness. To present himself in the best possible light before the Hokage, thus ensuring that the mission appeared flawless. Tai murmured softly, his gaze steady and contemplative. After refining his appearance, Tai took strides towards the Hokage's building. Along the way, he absorbed the vibrant atmosphere of bustling villagers and the familiar sounds of street vendors, his previously icy demeanor softening slightly. Despite the lurking dangers within the ninja world, the liveliness and vigor of Konoha always managed to instill a sense of warmth and hope. Upon reaching the Hokage building, Tai inhaled deeply, pushed open the heavy door, and stepped inside. The hall was brightly lit, with several ninjas responsible for task registration diligently coordinating with returning teams. Tai's arrival immediately drew attention, and several familiar ninjas nodded in acknowledgement. Tai-kun, you have finally returned, greeted a middle-aged ninja in charge of task reception, a smile gracing his face as he extended a task report form. How did the mission go? Was everything smooth? Tai nodded slightly, a polite smile gracing his features. The mission was successfully completed, and the merchant convoy has safely reached its destination. I owe it to everyone's support that I was able to accomplish this task. As he spoke, he handed over the task materials voucher brought back by his mud clone. The ninja swiftly reviewed the documents and nodded in admiration, as expected of Tai-kun. Such a complex mission completed so flawlessly. The Hokage will surely be pleased upon hearing this. Tai offered a humble smile, refraining from elaborate comments, simply passing over the final document. He then raised his gaze towards the upper floor, his tone calm yet laced with respect. I would like to personally report the details of the mission to the Hokage, if it is convenient at this moment. The reception ninja regarded him and nodded. The Hokage has just concluded a meeting. I will inform him right away. Tai watched the reception ninja depart, his hands crossed over his chest as he patiently awaited. Though his expression remained composed, a tempest brewed beneath the calm surface of his heart. He understood that while this mission appeared flawless on the surface, the discerning gaze of Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was notoriously sharp, and he must dispel any doubts with an impeccable performance. Soon, the informing ninja returned. Offering a slight bow to Tai. Tai-kun, the Hokage requests your presence. Tai nodded, a respectful demeanor settling upon his features as he stepped towards the Hokage's office. Pushing open the familiar wooden door, he re-entered that well-known room. In the center, Sarutobi Hiruzen regarded him with a calm gaze, seemingly capable of piercing through all facades. Tai, you have returned, he spoke slowly, his tone even, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Yes, Hokage-sama. The mission was successfully completed. Tai affirmed, standing tall, his tone resolute and his gaze unwavering. Sarutobi scrutinized Tai, his eyes deep and complex. He seemed to sense something. Tai's presence was markedly more composed than before. Yet the chakra concealed beneath his calm exterior appeared vast and peculiar, as if harboring some latent power yet to be fully realized. After a brief silence, Sarutobi smiled slightly, gesturing for Tai to relax. His tone bore a hint of probing concern. Tai, your growth has surpassed everyone's expectations. Although you have not received formal training at the Ninja Academy, Tsunade has guided you for many years. I believe you must have your own insights into the will of fire. What is your perspective on it? Taken aback by the inquiry, Tai paused momentarily, then lifted his head, his gaze firm and profound as he lowered his hands, standing straight, as if to express his genuine respect before Sarutobi. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke in a low yet earnest tone. The will of fire is a responsibility, a legacy. It embodies not only the belief in protecting the village, but also a promise to pass hope on to the next generation. He slightly hesitated, seemingly organizing his thoughts, then continued. In this village, post-disaster, I have witnessed countless ninjas and villagers supporting one another. Even in exhaustion, no one chose to retreat. This is the will of fire. It is not the power of a single individual but the collective conviction of all. For the sake of safeguarding our home, they are willing to sacrifice everything. Sarutobi regarded Tai, a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes, intertwined with subtle scrutiny. He nodded slowly, responding, you articulate this well, Tai. The will of fire indeed serves not only as the foundation of our village, but also as the reason ninjas persevere in adversity. He paused, his tone softening yet filled with expectation. As Tsunade's disciple, you bear the responsibility of carrying this belief forward. Tai bowed deeply, his voice steady and resolute. Hokage-sama, I will remember your teachings. I am not yet strong enough to protect everything. But as long as there are opportunities to advance, I will not disappoint the village's expectations, nor will I allow the will of fire to extinguish under my watch. Sarutobi gazed at the young man, his expression gradually softening. He sighed softly, as if glimpsing future hope, while feeling an inkling of unforeseen concern. He patted Tai's shoulder, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Well said, Tai, regardless of what the future holds. Remember the words you spoke today. Konoha needs young individuals like you to uphold the sky of tomorrow. Chapter 33. A rare tranquility. Not long after Tai exited the Hokage's office, a series of heavy, resolute footsteps echoed through the corridors of the Hokage building, drawing ever closer to the office. The visitor was none other than Konoha's first Ushering, Shimura Danzo. He pushed open the door, foregoing any pleasantries, and stated bluntly, Hiruzen, I require this young man. Such a genius can only reach his utmost potential under my guidance, becoming Konoha's sharpest blade. Sarutobi lifted his gaze, his expression stern, yet his tone remained calm. Danzo, you are oversimplifying matters. Tai is not an ordinary ninja. He possesses his own will and beliefs. That your route will merely transform him into a tool of slaughter, erasing his true potential. That I will never agree to that. Upon hearing this, Danzo's countenance darkened, a flicker of displeasure flashing in his eyes. He scoffed, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Hiruzen, your compassion will be Konoha's downfall. We are in an era fraught with peril. Geniuses like Tai must be firmly under Konoha's control, becoming our greatest weapon. You fail to understand that there is no room for kindness on the battlefield of the future. Sarutobi rose to his feet, locking eyes with Danzo, his voice imbued with undeniable authority. Danzo, I understand what Konoha truly represents. Tai is a budding embodiment of the will of fire, not your tool. Your so-called control will only strip Konoha of its future. He will not be handed over to you. And I will not allow you to lay a finger on him. At this proclamation, Danzo clenched his fists, rage igniting in his eyes. He gritted his teeth, his tone low and menacing. Humph, Hiruzen, one day you will pay the price for your choices. When your naivety plunges Konoha into crisis, you will regret not heeding my words. Danzo. Sarutobi's voice thundered, laced with an inherent power that demanded respect. Do not forget, I am the Hokage. Here. It is not your place to dictate terms. Hearing this, Danzo's expression shifted slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. He let out a cold huff and turned to leave, slamming the office door behind him with a resounding bang that made the windows tremble. Cursed familiarity, he muttered under his breath. Watching Danzo's retreating figure, Sarutobi sighed deeply, a complex expression crossing his features. Danzo, why can't you understand? Such obstinacy will only lead you further astray. Meanwhile, after leaving the Hokage's office, Danzo's anger still lingered on his face. He strode through the streets of Konoha, his gaze icy and seemingly lost in thought. His fingers gently tapped on the cane at his side, producing a low, rhythmic tap-tap. Hisashi, one day you will come to realize your foolishness, Danzo murmured, his tone imbued with profound resentment and bitterness. Gradually, his gaze shifted to the horizon, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Yet before that, I shall continue with my plans that a genius like Tai must never fall into the hands of others. Sooner or later, he will understand that only within root can he truly unleash his potential. His fingers tightened around the cane, and in his mind, the name he both loathed and resented, Senju Tobarama, surfaced once more. His voice, low yet resolute, carried an air of obsession. Teacher Tobarama, your choice all those years ago was a grave mistake. I will prove that only my methods can ensure Konoha's invincibility. At that moment, Danzo's gaze grew sharper, and the machinations within his heart silently began to churn. He knew he could not act directly against Tai, but indirect influence and manipulation were his forte, and Tai had already become a crucial piece on his chessboard. When Tai returned to the Senju ancestral home, dragging his weary body, he was greeted by an unprecedented sight of cleanliness. The courtyard, once littered with wine bottles, had been meticulously tidied, the ground even sprinkled with water, glimmering softly under the sunlight. The air was no longer thick with the scent of alcohol. Instead, it was filled with a subtle fragrance of wood and the freshness of earth. As if the entire residence had been rejuvenated, Tai stood at the entrance, momentarily taken aback, surveying this environment that was both familiar yet strange. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, is this truly the Senju ancestral home? Or have I wandered into the wrong place? Just as he was bewildered, a gentle yet firm voice echoed from afar. Tai turned to see Tsunade standing in a corner of the courtyard. Bathed in sunlight, her expression focused as she diligently instructed Shizen in medical ninjutsu. Tsunade's demeanor at this moment was a stark contrast to the despondency Tai remembered, clad in a tidy green ninja outfit. She appeared solemn, yet brimming with vitality. Her hand rested gently on Shizen's wrist, patiently guiding her chakra flow. Concentrate. Feel the direction of the chakra. Control your strength. Do not let the chakra scatter. It must be precise, penetrating the ailment like a needle. Shizen nodded, beads of sweat forming on her forehead as she attentively followed Tsunade's guidance. Her expression bore a hint of tension, but more prominently, it reflected her admiration for Tsunade and her earnest approach to medical ninjutsu. Tai couldn't help but halt, standing at a distance as he silently observed this scene. He watched as Tsunade, who had once been on the brink of abandoning everything, now reclaimed her strength and responsibilities, stirring a complex array of emotions within him. Tsunade, he whispered, warmth flickering in his eyes. Tsunade seemed to sense something, lifting her head to gaze at Tai, their eyes meeting in the air. She momentarily paused, then a gentle smile graced her lips, imbued with warmth and a long-awaited calm. Tai, you've returned. Tsunade withdrew her hand, patting Shizen on the shoulder to indicate a brief respite. Then, she turned to approach Tai, her tone carrying a familiarity born from their reunion after a long separation. Tai scratched his head, smiling as he replied, yeah, I'm back, but this place has changed so much. I thought I had gone to the wrong location. Tsunade scoffed, hands on her hips, a hint of pride in her eyes. Did you really think I would remain in despair forever? How naive. The village needs me, and so does Shizen. I can no longer allow the pains of the past to bind me. Tai's lips curled into a slight smirk, a teasing note in his voice. I never imagined Lady Tsunade could be so diligent that I almost didn't recognize you. Tsunade raised her hand, pretending to swat him playfully. Scolding, you little brat. Your mouth is as troublesome as ever. But seriously, did you get yourself into any trouble during this mission? Tai blinked, then burst into laughter. Not at all. I completed the mission smoothly. Even better than expected. Tsunade regarded him intently, her gaze revealing a hint of inquiry. She sensed that Tai's chakra fluctuations were even more immense and profound than before his departure. That aura was not the strength of an ordinary ninja, but a stable, yet subtly aggressive force. Akin to a dormant volcano, serene on the surface but harboring explosive energy within. Tsunade hesitated, her eyes betraying a flicker of concern and curiosity. She understood that Tai's talent had long surpassed the ordinary. Yet he evidently had undergone experiences unknown to her. Noticing Tsunade's scrutiny, Tai felt a slight tightening in his chest, but he maintained his usual calm demeanor. He scratched his head, donning an innocent smile. "What is it?" "Lady Tsunade, is there something on my face?" Tsunade stared at him for a few seconds before breaking into a gentle laugh, shaking her head, her tone laced with playful teasing. "It's nothing. Just that you seem to have changed in ways that I can't quite put my finger on after this trip." Tai's heart skipped a beat, yet he feigned composure. He shrugged, attempting to lighten the mood. "Perhaps I just got a bit sunburned. After all, I had to rough it out without your leisurely comforts in the village." Tsunade did not indulge his jest, but instead sighed softly, her eyes reflecting a deeper complexity of emotions. "Tai, I know you harbor many things within, and that you have your own path to tread. But remember, no matter what happens, do not lose your way." Tai was slightly taken aback but nodded, his voice low and earnest. "I understand." Tsunade refrained from pressing further, shifting her gaze to the courtyard, a hint of contemplation crossing her features. She realized that Tai might have already touched upon heights beyond her intervention, and all she could do was protect this young man's last sanctuary. In the distance, Shizen seemed to sense the subtle atmosphere between them, quietly ceasing her practice and standing aside to observe. The gentle breeze rustled through the courtyard, scattering a few leaves, while sunlight bathed the two in a warm glow, as if capturing this moment in a serene tableau. Yet, Tsunade understood that this tranquility was merely ephemeral. Tai's path would be more arduous than anyone else's, and all she could do was silently support him. Awaiting the answer that belonged to him alone, she patted Tai's shoulder, her tone warm yet firm. "Tai, no matter what happens, remember that the Senju ancestral home will always be your haven. Here is where you can find solace." Tai's heart quivered slightly, and he nodded, gratitude shining in his eyes. "Thank you, Tsunade." In that fleeting moment of eye contact, a gentle breeze swept through the courtyard, carrying the scents of earth and blossoms, tranquil and warm. At that instant, Tai felt an unprecedented sense of ease, as though the weary journey had finally found its destination, and the path ahead appeared brighter due to this warmth. Tai dragged his fatigued body back to his room, pushing the door open and collapsing onto his bed without even turning on the light. Exhaustion surged over him like a tide, and he fell into a deep slumber. Still clad in his mission attire, Tsunade stood at the doorway, her gaze fixed intently on Tai. In the dim room, only a faint moonlight filtered through the curtains, softly outlining his figure, which bore a hint of weariness. Her eyes were filled with a complex mix of emotions, deep concern intertwined with an unshakable worry. This B-rank mission of his was undoubtedly far more complicated than it appeared, Tsunade murmured softly, her gaze lingering on Tai's pale face and the faint bloodstains visible at his sleeves. She understood that Tai must have faced tremendous peril when he forcibly broke the seal during the mission. As she contemplated, her heart felt as though it were being tightly gripped by an unseen force. Tsunade slowly entered the room, her footsteps so light they barely made a sound, fearful of disturbing the weary young man. She bent down, extending her hand to caress his face, yet halted just as her fingers were about to make contact with his skin. She feared waking him, dreading the disruption of this rare tranquility. Her hand gently retracted, hovering in the air, her eyes filled with an inner struggle. Ultimately, she let out a soft sigh, drawing the curtains of the room a little tighter, and carefully draping a thin blanket over Tai. "Fool, why must you always be so stubborn? Why can't you allow me to share some of your burden?" Tsunade murmured, her tone laden with self-reproach and compassion. Observing Tai in his deep slumber, her fingers curled slightly, as if wishing to cradle him in her palm. The night breeze wafted through the window, carrying a hint of coolness, yet it gradually soothed Tsunade's heart. She stood quietly by the bedside for a long while before finally turning to leave, gently closing the door behind her. The corridor outside was illuminated by the moonlight, and her footsteps echoed with an air of solitude, yet bore an indescribable tenderness. "No matter what you face, Tai, I will protect you," Tsunade silently vowed, her gaze infused with a profound determination. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting a gentle glow upon the floor and dispelling the remnants of the night's chill. Tai rubbed his sleepy eyes and sat up in bed, feeling the aches in his body, yet surprisingly refreshed in spirit. After a quick wash, he changed into his training attire and prepared to leave the room for the training ground. As he stepped into the corridor, he heard the cheerful sounds of footsteps and the clatter of pots and pans emanating from the kitchen. Soon after, a gentle voice tinged with mild reproach reached his ears. Tai-kun, breakfast is ready. It's not a good habit to skip breakfast before training. Tai paused, momentarily taken aback, and turned towards the voice, where he saw Shizen emerging from the kitchen, carrying several steaming plates of breakfast. Her face adorned with a warm smile. The table was already laden with an exquisite spread: rice, miso soup, grilled fish, and fresh vegetable salad, all of which looked utterly delightful. The air was filled with a subtle fragrance that lifted the spirits. Shizen, Tai scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. You really didn't have to go to all this trouble. I could have just had a little something. Shizen shook her head with a smile. Placing the last dish on the table, hands on her hips, and feigning seriousness as she said, No way. Lady Tsunade specifically instructed me to oversee your meals. Training is indeed important, but your health is paramount. Breakfast must not be neglected. With that, she handed Tai a pair of chopsticks, her tone resolute and unyielding. Tai accepted the chopsticks with a wry smile, warmth swelling within him. He looked down at the breakfast before him, silently marveling at how long it had been since he had experienced such warmth. Without further hesitation, he sat down and picked up a piece of grilled fish, savoring the perfectly balanced flavor that stimulated his appetite. Shizen, this miso soup is truly wonderful, Tai praised earnestly. Shizen blinked in surprise, then broke into a shy smile. Her voice tinged with bashfulness as she replied, Thank you. I merely followed Lady Tsunade's instructions. I'm glad you like it. As Tai enjoyed his breakfast, a rare sense of tranquility enveloped him. He understood that this feeling of being cared for was something he cherished, and perhaps it was precisely this that solidified his resolve to protect all that he held dear. Chapter 34. The secret laboratory of Shinjitobarama. Tai sat on the wooden steps of the courtyard, a cup of tea in hand, as a gentle breeze caressed him, bringing a touch of morning coolness. Sunlight poured over him, but could not dispel the confusion that lingered within. He gazed quietly at the distant training ground, his mind a tempest of chaotic thoughts. Unable to find peace, he lightly closed his eyes. And the low, oppressive voice of the shadow reverberated in his mind once more. Power, memory, mission. The shadow's words felt like a chain, tightly binding his thoughts, evoking both familiarity and strangeness. The truth hidden behind all this was shrouded in mist, elusive no matter how hard he tried to see clearly. Who am I? Why have I come to this world? What is this power within me, and why is it sealed? Tai murmured softly, his voice laced with deep unease and doubt. He clenched his fists, his brow furrowed, as his thoughts seemed to oscillate between the past and the present. He had a vague sense that he bore some kind of mission, yet the memories surrounding it were like shattered glass, offering only fragmented glimpses. The harder he tried to recall, the sharper the pain in his mind became, as if an invisible barrier sealed the truth away. The power within him stirred restlessly, akin to a slumbering giant. He distinctly remembered that moment when the shadow appeared. A fleeting sense of overwhelming pressure washed over him, transcending all known powers of the ninja world. What could that have been? A blessing or a curse? Why must it be me? Tai whispered, a complex emotion flickering in his gaze. He reminisced about his experiences in the ninja world, familiar faces surfacing in his mind. Tsunade's sternness was tempered with care. Shizen's gentle words always brought comfort. The warmth and meticulous care of the Watergate couple felt as profound as that of family, and the trust and expectations of Sarutobi Hiruzen imbued him with the courage to shoulder all burdens. These memories were etched deeply within him, illuminating a flicker of light amidst his confusion and struggle. All of this filled Tai with an unprecedented warmth, igniting a sense of responsibility for the future. He realized that these people were his most significant ties in this world, and their trust and support had become his driving force. His gaze grew firmer, for he understood that no matter how treacherous the road ahead, he must protect all that he cherished and seek answers to his own mission. And no matter what, I must unravel this mystery. He inhaled deeply, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. Regardless of how harsh the truth may be, or how difficult the power may be to control, he must confront it all, for only by understanding his past could he seize control of his future. Tai looked down at his palm, feeling the surge of power within him. He knew the path ahead was fraught with challenges, yet he would not shy away. The sunlight before him grew increasingly blinding, as if illuminating the way forward. He slowly rose to his feet, striding towards the training ground with the resolve to face the unknown as a stronger version of himself. In the center of the training ground, Tai sat cross-legged, the air around him seemingly hushed by his focus. He closed his eyes, hands resting naturally on his knees, breathing steadily, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. In his mind, like intricate gears, He continuously simulated various possible fusions of ninjutsu and bloodline limits. The successful development of Earth Release and Ice Release had provided him with ample experience, allowing him to navigate the complexities of other bloodline limits with greater ease. He meticulously analyzed the characteristics of each chakra type, attempting to merge them in his mind, experimenting and deconstructing repeatedly. The interplay of fire and wind, the collision of earth and lightning, even the clash of water and lightning, each combination was scrutinized. The underlying intricacies thoughtfully pondered. A gentle breeze rustled, sending a dry leaf drifting onto his shoulder, yet he remained oblivious, as if the entire world had faded away. The contrast between his inner calm and the rapid workings of his mind was striking. He was not merely researching new bloodline limits, he was forging his own path. The balance of chakra is crucial, Tai murmured, his voice imbued with resolve. If I can discover a stable yet efficient method, I can maximize the potential of these attributes. In the distance, the trees swayed gently in the wind, sunlight filtering through the leaves and casting a soft glow around him. At that moment, Tai appeared not only as a diligent scholar but also as a devoted warrior. Pouring his heart and soul into the realm he sought to master, the tranquility and steadiness of the air seemed to bolster his thoughts. The space surrounding him seemed to undergo subtle transformations with each collision of thoughts. As each layer of deduction deepened, he gradually began to perceive the intricate connections between the boundaries of bloodlines. It felt as if a complex web was being woven, ultimately consolidating all powers into a perfect whole. He understood that his journey was far from over, with many uncharted realms still awaiting his exploration. Yet, in this moment, he could already sense the quiet accumulation of his progress and strength. As Tai continued his simulations in the training ground, the concept of scorch release gradually crystallized in his mind, akin to a hidden light slowly penetrating through the mist. Scorch release, a novel bloodline limit merging fire release and wind release, hinged on the flawless fusion of searing flames and swift air currents to create a devastatingly fierce force. Tai sat cross-legged, his hands slowly forming seals, causing the air around him to ripple gently. He cautiously channeled chakra, intertwining the intensity of fire release with the slicing nature of wind release. Flames danced in his palms, reminiscent of a frenzied fire serpent, while the wind's currents acted as invisible chains, tightly binding the flames. Tai inhaled deeply, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He was acutely aware that this step was perilously risky. Should he lose control, the backlash could severely injure his arm. Yet, he did not falter. Rather, he focused even more intently, striving to harmonize these two fundamentally disparate natures. As chakra flowed continuously, the flames in his palms gradually merged with the air currents, transforming into a searing sphere. The center of the sphere radiated a blinding white light, while its surface shimmered with patterns akin to molten lava, exuding an intense heat, even from several meters away. Tai could feel the temperature potent enough to scorch skin. This is it, Tai murmured, a spark of excitement flashing in his eyes. He sensed that the embryonic form of scorch release was on the verge of emergence. However, in a moment of slight relaxation, the sphere suddenly wavered, and the tumultuous flames nearly spiraled out of control. Steady, Tai swiftly increased the output of his chakra, tightly controlling the sphere's shape to stabilize it once more. After a brief moment, the searing force finally calmed, hovering in his palm like a radiant miniature sun. Tai gazed at his handiwork, a smile gradually gracing his lips. He knew this was merely the first step of scorch release. Yet the birth of this embryonic form signified that he had made significant strides in his exploration of bloodline limits. He slowly released his hand, allowing the sphere of scorch release to dissipate into a wisp of light in the air. He lifted his gaze to the sky, his eyes shimmering with unwavering determination. Scorch release is just the beginning, Tai whispered to himself, his tone imbued with anticipation and resolve. He understood that the path ahead was fraught with challenges. Yet he would tread forward step by step, elevating his abilities to new heights. In the 4th month of the 49th year of Konoha, it was the season of cherry blossoms in full bloom. The sky above Konoha was a brilliant azure, and a gentle breeze carried down cascades of pink petals from the cherry trees, blanketing the streets and eaves. Sunlight filtered through the sparse shadows of the trees, casting dappled patterns on the ground, while the air was suffused with a delicate floral fragrance. It was as if the entire world was enveloped in the warmth and romance of spring. The villagers bustled beneath the cherry blossom rain, children chased and frolicked, their laughter ringing like bells, while ninjas ambled through the streets in small groups, their faces adorned with smiles, creating a tranquil and harmonious atmosphere. Everything beneath the cherry trees appeared splendid, as if the vitality of the earth had completely dispelled the shadows of the Ninetails' attack. Yet, amidst this vibrant scene, there lurked an ineffable melancholy. beside the ninja monument. Several ninjas murmured prayers, lingering over the familiar names etched upon the stone, reluctant to depart. The names of the Watergate couple were quietly inscribed in a corner of the monument. Their sacrifice had brought peace to Konoha. Yet it also took away countless hopes and memories. Not far away, in the shade of the trees, others silently offered white chrysanthemums in tribute to these heroes. The brilliance of the cherry blossoms contrasted starkly with the solemnity of the chrysanthemums, one side representing the most beautiful blossoming of life, while the other embodied the endless mourning for the departed. This contrast rendered the splendor of spring particularly piercing. The elders of the village occasionally looked up at the blooming cherry blossoms, their expressions tinged with a hint of nostalgia. They recalled the proud couple, Minato Namikaze's gentle and resolute smile, and Kushina Izumaki's cheerful laughter, which had once been the warmest memories of Konoha. But now, all that remained of them had transformed into petals scattered by the wind, vanishing at the fingertips of the living. Within the Senju ancestral home, Tsunade stood beneath the cherry tree in the courtyard. Gazing at the petals dancing in the wind, she lightly grasped a bottle of sake, yet hesitated to drink. Her gaze was somewhat unfocused, yet imbued with an unprecedented clarity. Minato, Kushina, can you see it? The village is healing. But why didn't you wait for this moment? Tsunade murmured, her voice barely discernible against the wind. Her fingertips trembled slightly as she tightened her grip on the bottle, a tear sliding down the corner of her eye. The cherry blossoms continued to drift in the wind, as if they were conveying an irretrievable regret. In this vibrant spectacle of blossoms, that great couple had departed from the world forever. Yet they had indelibly imprinted their will into the hearts of every Konoha ninja. In the first training ground, the morning light spilled across the ground, adorning the dewdrops on the blades of grass, creating an atmosphere of tranquility and serenity. Tai stood in the center of the expansive field, taking a deep breath as he slowly formed seals with his hands, attempting to fuse the powers of ice release and scorch release in battle. His movements were cautious, each step imbued with deliberation, fearful that any misstep might produce a cacophony that would attract attention. Mud release, ice release, scorch release, Tai murmured as chakra gradually coalesced in his hands. His expression was grave as he endeavored to summon these three distinctly different bloodline limits, striving to maintain a balance of power while ensuring smooth execution, not daring to let his guard down for a moment. As he raised his hand, an icy chill instantly spread, causing a thin layer of ice to form on the ground, reflecting the morning light like a mirror. However, just as the chill stabilized, Tai shifted his hand, and a searing torrent of heat surged into the air. The scorching aura clashed with the frigid air, emitting faint hissing sounds as white steam began to rise. While the power was formidable, it lacked stability. Tai furrowed his brow, contemplating with a hint of frustration. He understood that although he had mastered the individual techniques of mud release, ice release, or scorch release, executing rapid transitions and seamless integrations in actual combat remained a significant challenge. He attempted to combine the defensive properties of ice release with the offensive capabilities of scorch release, but soon realized the inherent contradictions between the two attributes. Ice release leaned towards control and freezing, while scorch release favored destruction and high-temperature explosions. This stark opposition posed a considerable challenge for Tai's maneuvers. Mud release could serve as a mediator, but it required heightened reflexes to execute effectively. Although these three bloodline limits offered limited enhancement to combat prowess, their judicious application could undoubtedly render his fighting style more adaptable. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Tai's eyes ignited with an indomitable spirit. He recognized that mastering these powers was not merely about amplifying destructive capabilities. More importantly, it was about granting himself a broader array of combat choices and responses. Tai recalibrated his breathing and embarked on another attempt. Ice materialized in his left hand, transforming into a sharp ice blade, while his right hand ignited with the searing warmth of scorch release. It was as if the two distinctly different powers had found a brief equilibrium under his control. Flexible combat is the key to survival, Tai whispered, as the ice blade traced the ground, leaving a mark where fire and ice intertwined, the morning light igniting the fighting spirit within him. The forthcoming path of training represented a crucial decision for Tai. Standing in the center of the training ground, he gazed at the ice release and scorch release he had just executed, a multitude of thoughts flashing through his mind. The fusion of bloodline limits was undoubtedly a path full of potential. If he could further integrate the existing mud release, ice release, and scorch release, perhaps he could create an unprecedented, entirely new power. However, this path was also fraught with uncertainties and challenges. Each attempt could entail significant risks, even exacting a heavy toll. Tai pondered for a moment, closing his eyes to feel the flow of chakra within him, the weight of the earth, embodied in the art of mud manipulation. The the chilling precision of ice techniques, and the searing destructiveness of fire release. These attributes stand in stark opposition, akin to water and fire, yet they precariously coexist under his mastery. This realization dawned upon him. The continued fusion of these bloodline limits demands not only exceptional skill, but also a profound understanding of the essence of power. Indeed, fusion represents the path forward, yet the current foundation remains woefully insufficient. Taichi contemplated silently, his gaze gradually shifting towards other possibilities. The sealing power within him has yet to be fully unraveled. This not only constitutes his greatest peril, but also serves as a source of his strength. Should he manage to cultivate additional abilities, such as physical techniques, genjutsu, or even delve into advanced ninjutsu studies, he might augment his arsenal for future battles. However, amidst his musings, an undercurrent of unease crept into Taichi's mind. The source of his internal power, the enigma of the phantom, and the intricate dynamics of Konoha all reminded him that time was not on his side. He must swiftly identify a path that not only enhances his strength but also maintains a delicate balance. Evading external scrutiny. Taking a deep breath, Taichi slowly clenched his fist. He understood that whichever path he chose would be fraught with hardship and trials. Yet, he resolved within himself, whether it be the fusion of bloodline limits or the development of other abilities, he would not neglect any aspect. He would advance with steady determination, step by step, until he could truly seize control of his destiny. Though the road may be arduous, his heart remains unwavering. Taichi murmured softly, lifting his gaze towards the azure sky, a determined gleam igniting in his eyes. That he knew it was time to consult Tsunade once more. Standing in the center of the training ground, Taichi gazed down at his hands, his fingertips still tinged with warmth from the fire release experiment. Drawing in a deep breath, his resolve solidified that Tsunade's experience and insight far surpassed what he could hope to grasp. She was not only the pinnacle of medical ninjutsu, but also a formidable warrior who had partaken in countless battles. Regarding the balance of power fusion and future directions, Taichi felt he could no longer navigate these waters alone. Yet, a twinge of apprehension stirred within him. Tsunade's keen gaze could likely pierce through the changes and secrets he had harbored during this time. Taichi did not fear discovery. Rather, he was reluctant to distract Tsunade, especially as she had just begun to rise from her grief and renew her dedication to Konoha. But surely she would understand my intentions, he thought, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. Adjusting his attire and tightening his forehead protector, he set forth towards the Shinju ancestral home. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dapples upon his shoulders, and a gentle breeze caressed the strands of hair on his forehead, bringing with it a sense of tranquility. Yet, Taichi's heart surged like a restless tide, filled with anticipation and a hint of tension. I hope Tsunade does not worry excessively about my current state, he silently prayed, while preparing himself to lay bare everything. He knew that regardless of how treacherous the path ahead might be, he would need someone to walk alongside him, and Tsunade was undoubtedly the person he trusted most. Approaching the grand door of the Shinju estate, Taichi inhaled deeply and pushed it open. Within the courtyard, flowers and grasses danced under the sun, and in the distance, he could hear Tsunade's gentle voice instructing, mingled with soft responses from her students. Pausing, a faint smile graced his lips as an unprecedented sense of stability surged through him. This time, he was determined to engage Tsunade in a profound dialogue about the future, about power, and about responsibility. Each moment to come would mark a significant stride in his quest for the future. Tsunade glanced up, noticing Taichi had concluded his training earlier than usual and was slowly approaching her. The once tireless youth, immersed in his training, now moved with a slight hesitation, his brow furrowed, and his eyes betraying a depth of contemplation and uncertainty. Setting down the sake bottle, Tsunade quickly understood. Taichi had likely encountered a bottleneck. It seemed he had finally come upon an insurmountable obstacle, Tsunade thought to herself, refraining from directly inquiring, choosing instead to observe Taichi's demeanor and actions closely. After all, as a seasoned ninja who had faced innumerable setbacks and trials, she recognized that sometimes it is unnecessary to rush into providing answers. It is better to allow the other person to gather their thoughts first. Did you return early today because your training went smoothly? Tsunade inquired casually, her tone laced with concern yet maintaining a lightheartedness. Taichi was momentarily taken aback, then lifted his gaze to meet Tsunade's eyes, his expression flickering between struggle and contemplation. After a brief hesitation, he managed to muster a smile and replied, sort of, but I feel there are still areas that need improvement. At that moment, Tsunade did not wish for this young man to chase power incessantly. After all, how long had he been in the ninja world? He was merely a young individual just beginning to adapt to this environment, yet he bore the weight of responsibilities and pressures that were not rightfully his. Although Tsunade knew little of Taichi's past, every fragment of his journey had etched itself deeply into her heart since their first meeting. He was a figure marked by endurance and solitude, yet unwavering resilience. When he first arrived in Konoha, his aloofness made him difficult to approach. Gradually, however, he proved his worth through action, earning the respect of the villagers. Tsunade recalled the first time she had met Taichi. He had been reticent, yet in the face of crisis, he exhibited astonishing calmness and wisdom. Whether in battle, showcasing astute judgment, or demonstrating unwavering focus while tending to the wounded in the hospital, it became clear to her that this youth was exceptional. Yet, the deeper she connected with him, the more she sensed the profound loneliness and fixation on power that resided within him. Why did someone with such extraordinary talent relentlessly pursue strength? Tsunade's brow furrowed slightly. She understood that his fervor stemmed from a sense of duty and a desire to protect. Yet, this very realization made her increasingly concerned that he might lose himself on this path. Perhaps I should find an opportunity to have a candid conversation with him, to help him understand that power is not the only answer. Tsunade mused silently. She raised her head, observing Taichi's determined yet weary form, and silently resolved to take action. With a gentle smile, Tsunade stood and walked toward him, lightly patting his shoulder, her tone soft as she said, "Come with me to a special place, outside the village of Konoha." The memorial stone stood solemnly amidst a dense forest, sunlight streaming through the leaves and casting a faint glow upon its surface. The stone was as dark as ink, covered in names that seemed to narrate the sacrifices and glories of countless ninjas. Tsunade stood before the memorial, her gaze lingering on several familiar names: Senju Tree, Cat Dan, Namikaze Minato, Uzumaki Kushina. A hint of unspeakable sorrow glimmered in her eyes as her fingers gently traced the surface of the stone, as if caressing the souls of the departed. Standing beside her, Taichi remained silent, his gaze following the path of Tsunade's fingers as they traced each name. He could feel the vibrant lives that once animated each name, as well as the sacrifices made for the village of Konoha. "Taichi, do you know? Each name signifies an unfulfilled dream." Tsunade's voice was low and measured, almost as if she were speaking to herself. Yet the emotions contained within were profoundly moving. Taichi raised his gaze to her profile. In that moment, she was no longer the indomitable and powerful Tsunade of the legendary three, but a woman who had lost her dearest loved ones. A person ensnared in grief yet still choosing to be strong. His heart ached, as if something had tightened around it. Rope Tree was my brother. He aspired to be a hero like the Hokage. But he left too soon, never even touching half of his dreams. Tsunade's voice trembled slightly, yet she held back her tears. Her gaze shifted to Cat Dan's name, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips. Dan was the one I wished to protect the most, yet I couldn't keep him safe on the battlefield. He taught me the responsibilities of a ninja, but he also made me realize that such responsibilities can bring endless suffering. Listening to her, Taichi felt a tumult of emotions within him. He understood that these words were not directed at him. Rather, Tsunade was pouring her heart out to the souls that had departed. He dared not interrupt, choosing instead to listen in silence. "And then there's Minato and Kushina." Tsunade's hand lingered over the names inscribed before her, her tone tinged with a profound lament. They were the kindest of ninjas, and also the most resilient of parents. For the sake of the village, they willingly sacrificed everything, even their own lives. Tai lowered his head and murmured, "Their sacrifices have brought tranquility to the village. It is because of these names that Konoha exists today." Tsunade turned to glance at Tai, her gaze intricate and profound. "Indeed, but the price of peace is invariably too steep, Tai. The rules of this world dictate that what we strive to protect often demands the sacrifice of countless lives. Such is the fate of ninjas." Tai's fist clenched slightly, a tumultuous wave of emotion surging within his chest. He raised his head, his gaze resolute as he looked at the memorial stone, his voice low yet imbued with strength. "Tsunade, I will remember these names and their dreams. No matter how arduous the future may be, I will safeguard the peace they secured with their lives." Tsunade paused for a moment, then sighed softly, a faint smile gracing her lips. "I hope that one day you will comprehend the true meaning of protection. It's not just about power, it encompasses responsibility as well. Tai, you are already on the right path." The sunlight grew increasingly radiant, the names upon the memorial stone standing quietly, akin to memories that would never fade. They were etched in the history of Konoha and indelibly inscribed in the hearts of Tsunade and Tai. Tsunade's eyes held a softness, yet were also imbued with determination. She resolved that no matter how arduous the path ahead, she would accompany Tai, ensuring he would not be consumed by the maelstrom of power. "Come," Let us visit another place. Tsunade's voice was neither loud nor soft, yet it resonated with an undeniable firmness that brooked no refusal. Tai lifted his gaze, observing Tsunade's profile. Her expression was tranquil, yet her eyes seemed to harbor a myriad of complex emotions. Tai furrowed his brow slightly, puzzled, yet he refrained from probing further. Silently, he followed Tsunade, stepping forward. The two walked in silence, exiting the shaded path of the memorial stone and traversing the streets of Konoha. Cherry blossoms danced in the air, villagers busied themselves, and occasionally, a few children frolicked at street corners, their laughter filling the vibrant scene, nearly allowing one to forget the harrowing calamity Konoha had recently endured. Tai's gaze occasionally swept across the streets, his mind speculating on the destination Tsunade had in mind. He asked no questions, for he understood that Tsunade must have her reasons. After approximately half an hour, Tsunade finally halted her steps. Tai looked up to find himself in front of a lush forest, sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon the ground, reminiscent of time flowing. Here stood several powerful barriers, emanating a faint blue glow, silently proclaiming their inviolable majesty. Tsunade stood before the barrier, her demeanor solemn, as her hands slowly formed seals, the intricate gestures flowing as seamlessly as water. As she completed the hand seals, the barrier began to ripple gently, akin to ripples upon a water surface, revealing a hidden entrance that led within. A soft glow radiated from the barrier, illuminating the faces of Tsunade and Tai. Tsunade turned to Tai, her tone grave yet imbued with a sense of solemnity. This is the secret laboratory of my great-grandfather, Senju Tobarama, the second Hokage. It is one of the most clandestine existences in Konoha, accessible only to the Hokage of each generation and myself. Upon hearing this, Tai's gaze sharpened. He fixated on the open entrance of the barrier, a multitude of questions swirling in his mind. He knew that Senju Tobarama was not only the second Hokage but also a genius in the development of ninjutsu. From the Flying Thunder God technique to the Shadow Clone technique, this Hokage's creativity had long since secured his place in history, and the laboratory before him clearly concealed secrets yet to be unveiled. "Why have you brought me here?" Tai inquired, his voice tinged with curiosity and anticipation. Tsunade did not answer directly but instead gestured for him to follow. She stepped into the barrier, and Tai hesitated for a moment before following suit. Upon entering the barrier, Tai immediately sensed an atmosphere vastly different from the outside world. The air here felt as if it had been purified by some special force, refreshingly crisp yet laden with an unsettling sense of pressure. The interior of the laboratory was adorned with several ancient family crests of the Land of Fire, both decorative and functional, showcasing the profound craftsmanship of its designer. My great-grandfather conducted numerous influential studies here. Tsunade's voice echoed in the spacious laboratory, her step steady, her gaze imbued with complex emotions. The Flying Thunder God, impure world reincarnation, and even the prototypes of the Shadow Clone technique. All the birth of mini ninjutsu is intricately tied to this place. Tai's gaze roamed the laboratory, noting the neatly arranged scrolls of ninjutsu, ancient sealing tools, and peculiar water tank apparatuses. He sensed that this place was not merely a site for ninjutsu research. It likely held deeper secrets connected to Konoha itself. Tsunade halted, turning her gaze upon Tai, her eyes carrying a profound significance. "Tai, I brought you here because you possess the qualifications and the ability to understand this." She paused, her tone growing more earnest. "But I also hope you remember that no matter what you learn here, your original intentions and responsibilities remain paramount." Tai inhaled deeply, nodding. He felt Tsunade's trust and expectations imbued in her words. This was not merely an opportunity, but a heavy responsibility. He understood that what lay ahead was not only a trial of strength but also a test of spirit and will. "Here lies the culmination of my great-grandfather's life work." Tsunade's voice was low and solemn as she moved slowly through the laboratory, her hand gently brushing over the ancient scrolls and sealing tools. Her eyes were deep, as if she were peering through these artifacts back to that era. "But you must understand, not all of these studies are complete. Many forbidden techniques are extremely dangerous, and some have never been validated in actual combat." Tai carefully surveyed his surroundings, noting that the walls were adorned with intricate diagrams of techniques and rune analyses, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura. Each scroll was meticulously placed on specially designed sealing racks, bearing warning labels handwritten by Senju Tobarama: incomplete, extremely dangerous, and for Hokage's eyes only. All of this underscored the peril and significance of these forbidden techniques. Tsunade stood before a massive bookshelf, retrieving a scroll from its depths, her fingers caressing the cover as if lost in thought. She turned to Tai, her expression grave. These techniques embody my great-grandfather's wisdom and obsession, but they come with catastrophic costs. His research was not only aimed at strengthening Konoha but also at protecting it. However, many of these techniques can have severe backlash on the user, potentially leading to irreparable consequences. She handed the scroll to Tai, her tone solemn and cautionary. The reason I brought you here is not to encourage you to pursue power blindly, but to help you understand that power itself is a double-edged sword. Before wielding it, you must clarify your original intentions and goals, lest you lose yourself in the desire for strength. Tai accepted the scroll, feeling that its weight encompassed not only its physical heft, but also the immense responsibility concealed within. He glanced down at the cover, which read Shadow Clone Technique, Advanced Improved Version, alongside a small note. For those with insufficient chakra control, prohibited. Just these words instilled a sense of intangible pressure within Tai. Here, every object was not merely a tool or technique, but a fragment of wisdom and belief left behind by his great-grandfather for Konoha. They represented a treasure, yet they could equally become a source of destruction. Tsunade's voice softened, yet her tone bore a complexity of emotion. Tai nodded slightly, his fingers gliding across the surface of the scroll. A sense of reverence and contemplation rising within him. He understood that he stood on the precipice of danger. Tsunade's reminder was to keep him grounded in reason and clarity as he pursued power. In this moment, he gained a deeper understanding and respect for Tobarama, for Tsunade, and even for his own future. These tanks. Tsunade paused before a row of transparent glass containers, her gaze complex as she regarded them, her fingers gently tracing the runes upon the surface of the tanks. These are nutrient devices, tools my great-grandfather used for conducting human experiments. Her voice was low, yet it carried a solemnity akin to recounting history. It seems as though each word bears the weight of the past. The liquid within the tank exudes a faint bluish-green hue, its subtle luminescence casting a glow upon Tsunade's face, illuminating her contemplative expression. Each tank is inscribed with intricate sealing techniques, resembling chains that confine unknown powers within the transparent glass. She spoke softly. These devices can sustain the vital signs of the human body and accelerate cellular repair and regeneration. But the cost is that the suffering of the subjects far exceeds the limits of ordinary endurance. Her grandfather had never ceased his self-reproach while researching these techniques. Tai's gaze, guided by her finger, swept across each tank, and he felt as if he could sense the struggles and pains these devices had once witnessed. In a hushed tone, he inquired, "Tsunade, have any of these experiments ultimately succeeded?" Tsunade's finger paused before one of the tanks, her fingertip brushing against the engravings. After a moment of silence, she replied, "Perhaps there have been successes, but the price is too steep. Almost none of the subjects can return to normal. Their bodies may become stronger, yet their minds lie in tatters, even losing the essence of what it means to be human." These tanks not only document my grandfather's research but also encapsulate his deep-seated regrets and struggles. She turned to face Tai, her eyes carrying a hint of admonition. "Tai, while power is undoubtedly important, in the pursuit of it, should one lose their humanity, there will be no turning back. My grandfather was an exceedingly rational and powerful ninja. Yet even he could not evade the regrets left by such experiments. You must remember, some boundaries, once crossed, exact an unbearable toll." Tai nodded solemnly, his gaze fixed on the tanks. He could feel that Tobarama's research was not solely for the future of Konoha, but also an exploration of the limits of human potential. However, this path was fraught with thorns and costs that I understand. Tsunade, that I will heed your words and constantly remind myself not to let the desire for power blind my original intentions. Tai's voice was imbued with determination, as if he were making a promise to both Tsunade and himself. Tsunade's expression softened slightly. She raised her hand to pat Tai's shoulder, her tone gentle yet profound. "It is good that you understand. Remember, at all times, I and Konoha will stand as your support. You are not alone, and you need not bear everything by yourself." In the laboratory, the bluish-green glow continued to flicker, illuminating the figures of Tsunade and Tai. Before these devices, laden with countless secrets and regrets, the two reached a silent consensus, bearing witness to a weighty history together. Tsunade stood in the center of the laboratory, her gaze slowly sweeping the surroundings, a space that held the entirety of Tobarama's blood, sweat, and wisdom, while also concealing his unfulfilled regrets and dreams. She turned to Tai, her expression becoming solemn yet tender. "From now on, you shall cultivate here." Tsunade's voice was low, yet each word carried an undeniable weight. She continued, "Here lies the knowledge and records left by my grandfather, which may inspire you. But remember, Your path should be chosen by you. Whether in pursuit of power or seeking answers within, do not be shackled by others' expectations or the chains of the past. She paused, her gaze complex as she looked at Tai. Power itself is not inherently wrong, but without a goal or original intention, one may become lost in an abyss of endless depth. You are a clever child. I believe you can grasp this. Tai fell silent for a moment, bowing his head, his gaze resolutely fixed on Tsunade. Tsunade, I understand. Thank you for your unwavering trust and guidance. I will continue to strive here, seeking my own path. I will not disappoint your expectations. Tsunade nodded, stepping forward to gently pat his shoulder, a hint of pride in her eyes. I also believe you will forge your own path. Tai, whatever choices you make, I will support you from behind. In the laboratory, the faint glow illuminated the figures of the two, as if recording the tacit understanding of teacher and student in this moment. Tsunade took a deep breath, turning toward the exit, her steps slow yet imbued with resolute strength. Tai gazed at Tsunade's retreating figure, a warm force surging within him that he knew that in the days to come, he would not only cultivate here but also continuously refine his abilities, seeking his own answers. Slowly, he turned, his gaze sweeping across the records and devices within the laboratory, his heart resolute. No matter what lay ahead, he would carve out a future that belonged to him in his own way. Chapter 35. Tai's leisurely moments. Tai stood at the center of Senju Tobarama's secret laboratory, surrounded by ancient, weighty scrolls, intricate devices, and yellowed notes. Each object emanated a profound sense of history, as if recounting the unfulfilled dreams of a legendary ninja. Tai slowly seated himself, his fingers brushing over a dust-laden scroll. His gaze filled with focus and reverence. This is the pinnacle of ninjutsu, the culmination of wisdom, he murmured, his eyes gleaming as if he had glimpsed a radiant light in the darkness. Carefully, he unfurled the scroll, diligently studying each word and phrase, fearful of missing any detail. The text and illustrations were not merely analyses of ninjutsu. They were the distilled essence of Senju Tobarama's lifelong dedication, imbued with unparalleled depth and complexity. As time passed, beads of sweat began to form on Tai's forehead, the stack of notes in his hands growing ever taller. Yet his expression bore no trace of fatigue. Rather, it became increasingly fervent. He absorbed this precious knowledge greedily, like a traveler who had trekked through a desert, finally discovering a crystal-clear oasis. How astonishing to find such meticulous analyses of chakra flow, along with experimental records of bloodline fusion. The second Hokage truly is a genius among geniuses. Tai silently marveled, and the deeper he delved into his studies, the more he could appreciate Senju Tobarama's unique insights into ninjutsu research, and the more he realized how vital this knowledge would be for his future cultivation. However, the deeper he explored, the more he understood the dangers posed by these forbidden techniques. Some scrolls bore clear warnings. Incomplete. Experiment carries high risks. Requires a ninja to possess extraordinarily strong chakra. Otherwise, the consequences are unthinkable. Yet these did not deter Tai. Rather, they ignited an even greater passion within him. This knowledge is not only a source of power, but also a burden of responsibility. He murmured to himself, determination flickering in his eyes. He understood that mastering these abilities required not only wisdom, but also immense caution and formidable willpower. The dim light of the laboratory illuminated his calm and focused visage. As time seemed to come to a standstill, Tai's hands never paused, relentlessly recording, deducing, and contemplating as a fierce flame ignited within him. This was not merely a session of cultivation, it was a challenge to reach his own limits. In the Hokage's office, a heavy atmosphere enveloped the entire room. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood behind his desk, clutching a yellow document, his brow furrowed with a complex array of emotions. Tsunade, he began slowly, his voice deep yet authoritative, laced with unmistakable reproach. You actually took him to the secret laboratory of our teacher. Tsunade stood quietly nearby, her expression calm, though her tightly clenched fist betrayed her inner unease and stubbornness. Sarutobi Hiruzen set the document down with a sigh, concern flickering in his eyes. How long have you known him? Tai's origins are shrouded in mystery. Even the records left by Minato are filled with confusion and doubt. Are you not afraid? His tone grew increasingly stern. What remains in Tobarama-sensei's laboratory are not ordinary ninjutsu, but forbidden techniques, dangerous crystallizations of wisdom within the ninja world. Should anything go awry, the consequences would be dire. That child, while gifted, is enveloped in a fog of enigma. No one can see through it. Tsunade, you are taking a risk, even endangering all of Konoha. Tsunade did not rush to retort. she raised her head. Meeting Sarutobi Haruzen's piercing gaze, her voice steady and deliberate. Sensei, I understand your concerns, but Tai is not an ordinary child. I have witnessed his efforts, seen the contributions he has made to the village, and observed how he bears the heavy burdens of his past. He is not a dangerous pawn, but a flesh and blood ninja with convictions. She paused, her eyes shining with determination. I have doubted and hesitated before, but Tai has repeatedly shown me through his actions that he is worthy of trust. He is not just a genius, he is someone who knows how to shoulder responsibility. Upon hearing the words, Sarutobi Haruzen fell silent for a moment, his expression a tapestry of complexity. His gaze drifted towards the window, peering through the dappled sunlight at the picturesque scenery of Konoha, as if lost in contemplation. After what felt like an eternity, he finally spoke. Perhaps you are correct, but I must still remind you, Tsunade, that trust is an exceedingly precious thing, and precisely because of this, it demands the utmost caution. I hope you do not allow a fleeting judgment to bring an unbearable cost upon Konoha. Tsunade offered no reply, merely nodding slightly, her gaze unwavering and resolute. She believed in Taichi, confident that her initial choice was not misguided. And this trust constituted the most profound commitment a mentor could offer to a student. Taichi spent a full 7 days and nights ensconced in the laboratory, engrossed in the notes left behind by the second Hokage. Senju. He was nearly oblivious to the passage of time, fervently poring over weighty manuscripts, his pen ceaselessly inscribing his insights. The dim light illuminated his somewhat weary visage, yet it could not obscure the focus and desire glimmering in his eyes. He resembled a parched sponge, greedily absorbing the vast ocean of knowledge before him. Throughout these 7 days, Tsunade would arrive punctually each day, bringing Taichi his meals. Each time she pushed open the door, she would find him hunched over, deeply engrossed in study, his brow furrowed and his gaze fixated. It seemed as though the entire world had faded away, leaving only the notes and his relentless pursuit. Taichi, you should eat something, Tsunade gently urged, placing the meal upon the adjacent table. Her tone conveyed concern, tinged with a hint of reproach. Each time she came, the food on the table remained largely untouched, which tugged at her heartstrings. Taichi would look up, offering a faint smile, his voice laced with gratitude and apology. Thank you, Tsunade, I will eat. Yet, his gaze would swiftly return to the notes, as if fearing to waste even a moment. Tsunade sighed in exasperation, moving beside him and patting his shoulder. No matter how fervently you crave knowledge, you must not neglect your own health. Without a robust body, no amount of knowledge can fulfill its potential. Taichi nodded slightly, feeling the warmth of Tsunade's hand. He understood her concern, yet this sense of responsibility prevented him from pausing. On one occasion, Tsunade discovered that Taichi had neglected 2 consecutive meals, and her worry could no longer be concealed. Approaching the table, she pushed the still steaming food towards him, her tone adopting a firmer edge. Don't tell me you're not hungry. This time, I will see to it that you finish your meal. Taichi was taken aback by her sudden severity, yet he recognized the sincerity of her intentions. Reluctantly, he set down his pen and obediently picked up his chopsticks to eat, watching him consume each bite. Tsunade's demeanor finally softened. During these 7 days, Tsunade's care was akin to a warm lamp, illuminating the arduous path of Taichi's training. She understood the heavy burden he bore, yet she hoped that amidst his pursuit of strength, he would also remember to protect himself. Taichi, in turn, grasped the unspoken trust and concern reflected in her eyes. Finally, Taichi closed the last hefty tome, exhaling deeply. The week of reading and reflection had proven fruitful, his mind brimming with the profound studies and countless enigmas left by Senju. Yet, at that moment, he felt no urgency to plunge into training. Instead, he paused, enveloped in deep contemplation. His gaze inadvertently fell upon the neatly arranged empty bowls nearby. Remnants of the meal Tsunade had brought him. He sighed softly, his fingers gliding over the covers of the notes, his heart a swirl of complex emotions. He had always believed he was solitary in his quest for strength within the ninja world. Yet he had not realized that someone had been silently supporting and caring for him all along. Throughout these 7 days, Tsunade's meticulous attention had evoked a warm surge within him. No matter how absorbed he became, losing track of time, she would invariably appear, placing meals beside him and gently, yet firmly urging him to eat. Although sometimes tinged with a hint of reproach, he understood that it was merely another manifestation of her concern. He glanced down at the manuscripts on the table, memories of Tsunade entering the laboratory, carrying meals, flooding his mind. Her eyes, once clouded by sorrow, now radiated determination and warmth. Each time she tenderly patted his shoulder, reminding him to take care of himself, he felt the sincerity of her concern. Strength is important, yet this care is far more precious. Taichi murmured softly, a hint of gentleness in his gaze. He realized that he no longer pursued strength blindly. Instead, he began to cherish those who stood by him, especially Tsunade. Rising to his feet, he stretched. Casting his gaze towards the sunlight streaming outside the laboratory, a warm smile gracing his face. Perhaps the pursuit of strength was not the sole objective. Safeguarding those who provided him warmth was what he truly needed to uphold. Taichi rubbed his sore shoulders, returning the final tome to the shelf. He lifted his head to gaze at the ceiling of the laboratory, letting out a soft sigh, yet a smile involuntarily danced upon his lips. By the way, I wonder how Yukina and Soma are faring now, he mused. Familiar smiles flashing through his mind. Yukina's gentleness and Soma's fervor always bestowed upon him an unparalleled sense of ease. Reflecting on the days spent with them, Taichi felt a long-lost relaxation wash over him. It is indeed time to unwind a little, he thought, lightly patting his cheeks as if to dispel the tension and fatigue of the past week. The air within the laboratory carried a somewhat stifling atmosphere, prompting him to reminisce about Konoha's bustling commercial street, filled with lively crowds, an array of shops, and an assortment of delectable foods. Taichi rubbed his stomach, chuckling to himself. How I long to indulge in a feast on the commercial street. Barbecue, ramen, dumplings, just thinking about it makes my mouth water. He patted the pouch at his waist, fully aware of its emptiness. Nevertheless, he resolved to step outside for a stroll. Even just a glimpse of the familiar scenery would suffice to elevate his spirits. As he exited the laboratory, sunlight cascaded over him, enveloping him in a long-awaited warmth. He squinted slightly, stretching luxuriously, inwardly calculating, Yukina will surely tease me for overstudying, while Soma will likely devise a way to challenge me. Yet, he decided that today, he would simply relish a moment of tranquility. Striding towards Konoha's commercial street, Taichi felt an unprecedented lightness in his heart. The lively sounds of vendors and the laughter of children made him feel as though he had stepped into an entirely different world. One where training and responsibilities could be momentarily cast aside. He understood that this brief respite was essential for better confronting future challenges. Tsunade stood in the courtyard of the Senju ancestral home, gazing at the laboratory's exit in the distance. When Taichi finally pushed open the heavy door and stepped out, she exhaled in relief, her previously taut expression easing. Thank goodness, he hasn't become obsessed like Orochimaru. Tsunade murmured softly, though her heart harbored lingering worries. She recalled Orochimaru's fervent and obsessive dive into research, the genius who once fought alongside them, ultimately consumed by insatiable desire, plunging into an irretrievable abyss. The mere thought filled her with dread, fearing that Taichi might tread a similar path. In recent days, she had delivered meals to Taichi daily, observing him immersed in the vast knowledge left by the second Hokage. Seemingly isolated from the outside world, it was not that she disapproved of his diligence, but that singular devotion, reckless in its intensity, raised her unease. Now, witnessing Taichi emerge from the laboratory with a relaxed expression, Tsunade finally felt her worries dissipate. She noted that Taichi's eyes lacked the frenzied obsession of being consumed by his pursuits. Instead, they reflected a sense of composure and satisfaction, even hinting at a spark of anticipation. Tsunade couldn't help but smile, shaking her head gently as she thought, this child is different from Orochimaru. He still knows when to pause. He was not pursuing power for power's sake, but rather to better protect those he cherished. Such a Taichi filled her with immense comfort. Watching him stretch and gaze towards the sky, a smile graced Tsunade's lips. It seemed he had finally extricated himself from his immersion. Perhaps it was time to grant him a genuine opportunity for relaxation. She quietly resolved that come evening, she would engage Taichi in conversation, helping him understand that while the pursuit of strength was indeed vital, it was equally important to nurture the bonds that sustained him. However, how one manages to uphold their original intentions is an exceptionally rare quality. As night descends, the moonlight gently bathes the streets of Konoha village, enveloping the entire hamlet in a serene atmosphere. The sign of the barbecue establishment, Q, flickers with a warm glow beneath the dim lights, while the sounds of crackling charcoal and the laughter of patrons fill the air. Tsunade, with an air of mystery, drags Tai through the entrance, leaving him no chance to refuse. Surprised, Tai watches as Tsunade, wearing a familiar smile, strides confidently towards a table in the corner, summoning the waiter to place their order. Bring me the finest beef, pork belly, chicken thighs, and your secret roasted vegetables. Make sure to increase the portions. After a brief pause, her eyes narrowing slightly, she adds, and the best sake you have. Bring several bottles. Tai, seated across from her, gazes at the abundance she has ordered, unable to suppress a sigh. Tsunade, this is a bit excessive, don't you think? Can the two of us possibly eat all this? Tsunade waves her hand dismissively, unconcerned. Enough chatter. You must enjoy a hearty meal today. Since leaving the lab, you haven't truly relaxed. Training is important, but do not forget that savoring life is equally essential. A sly smile plays on her lips, clearly determined to ensure Tai takes a well-deserved break. Before long, the waiter arrives with an overflowing table of meat and sake. As the charcoal flames rise, the tantalizing aroma of grilled meat wafts through the air, awakening Tai's appetite, just as he reaches for his chopsticks. Tsunade swiftly snatches a piece of freshly grilled pork belly and drops it into his bowl. Eat up. You've been training so hard. It's time to replenish yourself, observing her somewhat domineering gesture. Tai feels a warmth in his heart. He takes a bite, the succulent juices bursting on his palate, nodding approvingly. This is indeed quite good. While skillfully flipping the meat, Tsunade fills 2 cups with sake. She hands one to Tai with a smile, saying, "Come, let us temporarily forget our worries and drink heartily tonight." After a moment's hesitation, Tai accepts the cup, gently clinking it against Tsunade's. "All right then, I'll heed your advice for tonight." He takes a sip, the sharp taste of the alcohol spreading across his tongue, evoking an indescribable sensation. Thus, the two indulge in grilled meat while engaging in light-hearted conversation. Tsunade occasionally shares amusing anecdotes from her youth, and Tai interjects with agreement, his face adorned with a rare smile. That night, the mingling scents of meat and sake, along with their laughter, dispelled Tai's fatigue, granting him an invaluable sense of warmth and relaxation. Tsunade, unabashedly raising the sake jug, fills her glass to the brim, her expression radiating an uncommon sense of ease and joy. While grilling the meat, she cheerfully urges Tai, "Try this." The freshly grilled pork belly is crispy on the outside and tender within, absolutely delicious. Before her words fully escape her lips, she deftly picks up another piece of meat, placing it directly into Tai's bowl with a natural fluidity that eliminates any sense of distance between mentor and student. Tai, somewhat helplessly, chuckles and murmurs, "Tsunade, you've already given me dozens of pieces. At this rate, I won't be able to handle it. Can't handle it." Tsunade raises an eyebrow, a teasing expression adorning her face. "You train so rigorously every day and can't handle a few pieces of meat? No excuses, eat up." With that, she carefree takes a sip of her sake, her face glowing with contentment. A slight blush graces Tsunade's cheeks, the warmth of the alcohol mingling with her hearty laughter, creating an atmosphere of utter relaxation. She raises her glass, her eyes twinkling with mischief as she points at Tai. "Tai, don't just focus on the meat. Join me for a few drinks. That's how we create an ambience." Tai, feeling somewhat overwhelmed, raises his teacup in an attempt to evade her insistence. "Lady Tsunade, I'm not much of a drinker." "Not a drinker?" Tsunade scoffs, waving her hand dismissively. "What does that matter? Allow me to teach you the bold spirit of Konoha today." Before he can fully comprehend, she suddenly grasps Tai's shoulder, pulling him closely. He is enveloped by the familiar aroma of alcohol mixed with her subtle fragrance. Tsunade beams with delight, effortlessly placing Tai under her arm, expertly filling another cup and bringing it to his lips, half jokingly yet half seriously declaring, "Drink up. Refusing is akin to disrespecting me." "Lady Tsunade, this feels inappropriate," Tai stammers, squirming slightly. Yet he finds himself unable to escape her grasp. Her arm is firmly around him, akin to a rabbit cornered with no escape. The glass hovers near his lips, the enticing aroma wafting temptingly. "Don't refuse. You've saved so many lives and endured the night of the Ninetails. What fear do you have of this little drink?" Tsunade's tone is playful yet insistent, her smile both cunning and charming. Surrounding patrons are drawn to the scene, casting astonished and envious glances. After all, few could claim such intimate treatment from Tsunade. Meanwhile, Tai's face flushes crimson, and he struggles to discern whether it is from the alcohol or the pressure of her hold. Ultimately, with no other option, Tai downs the drink she offers, the fiery flavor assaulting his taste buds and causing him to cough a few times. Tsunade erupts in laughter, patting his back. "Now that's more like it. A man should be a bit more generous." Tai's ears redden further as he sets down the cup and murmurs, "Lady Tsunade, you truly are quite audacious." Tsunade, upon hearing this, doubles over with laughter, her eyes gleaming with mischief and satisfaction. "How about it? Remember this lesson. Don't think you can escape next time." In an instant, the atmosphere in the barbecue queue becomes even livelier due to their banter, Tsunade's hearty laughter ringing like a sweet chime, enchanting the surrounding diners. Tai's bashful expression, in contrast, evokes a familial warmth within the scene. However, this idyllic moment is marred for one pair of shadowy eyes lurking in a corner. Achihade, seated in a secluded spot, watches with a clenched glass, his piercing gaze never wavering. His attention fixates on Tsunade and Tai, a tempest of emotions swirling within him, anger, jealousy, and a vague, indescribable sorrow, observing Tsunade's unreserved affection towards Tai. Every gesture feels like a knife piercing his heart. Her actions of serving food, sharing laughter, and pouring sake, ordinary gestures, appear unbearably glaring today that a surge of rage ignites within him, the glass in his grip creaking under pressure, threatening to shatter at any moment. Tai, merely an unknown figure, why is she so close to him? Does she care for him more than her own kin? Date grits his teeth, feeling as if a colossal weight presses upon his chest. Nearly suffocating him, he inhales deeply, attempting to suppress the fury raging within him. Yet his gaze grows increasingly frigid that it cannot merely be a mentor-student relationship. He coldly muses. What has Tai done to earn her trust to such an extent? Why does she consider him family, perhaps even closer than her own? At that moment, Tsunade raises her glass, seemingly sharing a remark with Tai, and they exchange smiles. This scene causes Dai's glass to shatter with a loud crack. Droplets of sake spilling onto the table, further darkening his already stormy countenance. He does not disturb anyone, but his gaze remains fixed, sharp as a blade, as if attempting to pierce through the barrier of laughter to uncover the unfathomable truth. The aroma of barbecued meat still wafts through the air, surrounding Tsunade and Tai with joy and laughter. Yet in the shadows, Dai's heart is engulfed by a maelstrom of anger and confusion. Sinking deeper into a tumultuous whirlpool of uncontrollable emotions, Tai, I will tear you apart. Achihade seethes with fury, as if magma were churning in his chest. His fists clench involuntarily, nails digging into his palms. Yet he feels no pain. His eyes, like frost, remain locked on Tai and Tsunade, their intimate interaction slicing through his nerves like a blade. A storm of jealousy, resentment, and anger rages within him, his mind screaming, Tai, on what grounds? Why does she hold you in such closeness? What despicable means have you employed to earn Tsunade's unwavering trust? Yet, Dawa is deeply versed in the art of emotional disguise. In this moment, he forcefully suppresses the raging fury within, swiftly donning a mask of genteel composure. He delicately lifts the sake from the table, his demeanor unperturbed, as if he were merely a passing diner, indifferent to the surrounding clamor. A subtle smile graces his lips, embodying the elegance of a refined gentleman. As if nothing in this world could disturb his tranquility, he slightly tilts his head, casting a fleeting glance at Katsu and Taichi, his eyes harboring a profound, inscrutable amusement. Dawa's thoughts are far more intricate than his expression reveals. He calculates coldly. Now is not the time to act. Taichi, let me see what cards you still hold. His fingertips gently trace the rim of his glass, as if contemplating some far-reaching scheme. Drawing a deep breath, Dawa slowly sets down the cup, his gaze regaining its calm. He raises a hand to adjust his slightly disheveled sleeve. Standing up and sauntering towards the restaurant's entrance, appearing merely as an ordinary patron ready to depart. Taichi, indulge yourself fully, but do not forget, I am watching your every move. He chuckles coldly within, stepping steadily out of the restaurant. The night breeze caressing his face, whisking away a hint of the shadow beneath his facade. Dawa's silhouette gradually fades into the night, yet the fire of fury burning in his eyes remains far from extinguished. A complex and somber plan is quietly taking shape in his mind. As midnight strikes, the raucousness of the barbecue joint begins to wane. Katsu has long succumbed to inebriation, her cheeks flushed with the telltale crimson of intoxication. Her head lolling against the table's edge, mumbling incoherently. Taichi sits nearby, a mix of helplessness and fondness gracing his expression. Silently, he channels chakra, swiftly dissipating the alcohol within, restoring his clarity. Observing the utterly intoxicated Katsuyu, Taichi lets out a soft sigh. He carefully scoops her up, feeling the familiar weight and the faint scent of alcohol emanating from her, a gentle light flickering in his eyes. He treads lightly, fearful of rousing her from sleep, and gradually exits the barbecue establishment, heading towards the Senju ancestral home. The moonlight bathes the two, casting a warm silhouette. However, this scene unfolds under the watchful eyes of Achihade Dawa. Concealed in the shadows nearby, Dawa stands beneath a towering cherry blossom tree, shadows dancing across his face, intensifying the complexity of his expression. His gaze is fixed on the figures of Taichi and Katsuyu, the glaring intimacy igniting his inner fury. His fists are clenched so tightly that they whiten, nails embedding painfully into his palms, blood trickling through his fingers unnoticed. Taichi, Dawa silently roars within, the sound echoing from the depths of an abyss. His three-tomo Sharingan involuntarily activates, the crimson pupils appearing particularly sinister under the moonlight. The tomo within his eyes slowly whirl, imbued with overwhelming resentment and murderous intent. Their hue deepening and chilling. He fixates on the receding figures of Taichi holding Katsuyu, as if the glaring scene mocks his impotence. His chest heaves violently, a tumult of jealousy, bitterness, and rage swirling within. In this moment, his murderous intent becomes nearly uncontrollable. Why is it you? Why is she so close to you? Dawa grits his teeth, his voice barely a whisper. His breath grows heavier, his chest rising and falling dramatically, as if a ferocious beast within him is on the verge of awakening. The three tomo of his Sharingan spin at an alarming speed, the blood-red glow becoming increasingly eerie in the night, akin to flames stained with blood. His gaze, sharp as a blade, remains fixed on the distant figures of Taichi and Katsuyu, as anger and resentment surge forth like a tidal wave. Can the three tomo no longer contain my emotions? A peculiar tremor stirs within Daohua's heart, an unprecedented feeling of rending anguish. It is as if a forbidden power from the depths of his soul begins to awaken. Complex patterns faintly emerge within his pupils, resembling a kaleidoscope poised on the brink of formation, yet still lacking the final catalyst. His nails dig deep into his palms, blood dripping to the ground, creating dark crimson splatters. Yet, this pain cannot soothe him. Instead, it serves as a catalyst for the impending eruption of power. Taichi, Katsuyu, Dawa roars within, the extremity of his emotions compelling his Sharingan towards the evolution of the kaleidoscope. He understands clearly that such an evolution necessitates an immensely potent emotional upheaval. Whether it be profound love, pain, resentment, or murderous intent, any of these could serve as a catalyst. At this moment, he is nearly consumed by his bitterness and rage. Daohua's gaze grows increasingly frigid, a deep-seated murderous intent permeating his features. He senses the imminent surge of power accumulating, as if it requires merely the slightest opportunity to fully unleash. Perhaps that opportunity lies right before him. Just wait, he murmurs softly, his voice as chilling as the winter wind, entwined with emotions of restraint and madness. His gaze sharpens, the rotation of the three tomo gradually ceasing. Yet, faintly, one can perceive the hidden patterns within his eyes, as if they are poised to bloom at any moment. Daohua's figure vanishes into the night, yet the lurking threat of death remains undiminished. He knows that his Sharingan is on the cusp of a qualitative leap, and all of this will become a force capable of altering the future. However, Dawa ultimately draws a deep breath, forcibly calming his tumultuous emotions. He carelessly wipes the blood from his hands onto his black cloak, slowly closing his Sharingan. At this moment, his face regains the mask of nonchalance, as if all of his previous emotions were but an illusion. Now is not the time to act, Dawa coldly reassures himself. His gaze growing ever more frigid, he turns and disappears into the darkness, his steps measured, yet the murderous intent remains unyielding. The streets beneath the moonlight return to tranquility, while the concealed threat lingers, akin to the ominous stillness before a storm, sending chills down one's spine. Chapter 36. Achihade Dawa awakens the kaleidoscope. Sharingan. Taichi carefully carries the inebriated Katsuyu back to her room, gently laying her on the bed. Just as he prepares to depart, he suddenly feels a powerful grip on his wrist. Looking down, he finds Katsuyu has tightly grasped his hand, the strength of her hold momentarily startling him. "Don't go, don't leave me," Katsuyu murmurs, her voice suffused with an indescribable sorrow and helplessness. Her brow furrows slightly, a crystalline tear trailing down her cheek, falling onto the pillow and spreading into a damp mark. In that instant, this usually strong and decisive woman appears strikingly vulnerable. Taichi is taken aback, witnessing her expression, his heart seemingly constricted. Her murmurs resonate like cries emanating from the depths of her soul. Laden with immense pain and solitude, he has never seen Katsuyu in such a light. At this moment, she is no longer one of the legendary three Sannin, but rather an ordinary woman, fearful of loneliness after losing her loved ones. "Fear not, I will never leave you," Taichi softly replies, his tone gentle yet resolute. He kneels beside her, placing his other hand over her tightly clasped one, offering warmth and comfort. Hearing his voice, Katsuyu's tense form seems to relax somewhat. Yet, she continues to embrace him, as though fearing that if she lets go, everything before her will dissolve into mere illusion. Her forehead rests against Taichi's shoulder, her faint breaths brushing against his neck. Imbued with the warmth of intoxication, Taichi feels her weight upon him, and he gently wraps his arm around her back, softly assuring her, "Katsuyu, I am right here. And no matter what happens, I will not leave you." His tone was akin to the gentle breeze of night, softly dispersing the oppressive atmosphere within the room. The space was enveloped in silence, interrupted only by Tsunade's low murmurs and faint sobs. Taichi held her close, silently guarding her vulnerable side. The night was like water, with moonlight streaming through the window, casting an indescribable warmth and deep affection upon them. As Taichi comforted Tsunade, an unexpected wave of fatigue washed over him. He leaned against the edge of the bed, his head slightly bowed, his eyes gradually closing. The tranquility of the night enveloped the room, Tsunade's whispers slowly subsiding as she rested her head on Taichi's shoulder. Her breathing becoming steady and gentle. As the moonlight gradually faded, the first light of dawn crept through the curtains, casting a hazy golden glow over the two. Taichi remained half reclined, his brow slightly furrowed, clearly not sleeping soundly, while Tsunade exhibited a rare serenity in her slumber. The morning's birdsong gently roused Tsunade from her sleep. She opened her eyes slightly, her gaze immediately drawn to Taichi beside her. She paused, taking in the sight of the young man who had not left her side throughout the night. His face bore traces of fatigue, yet he remained quietly by her side. Tsunade felt her head still resting on his shoulder, her hand tightly clutching his sleeve. The memories of the previous night surged forth like a tide, and she gazed down at Taichi's face, a complex emotion flickering in her eyes, a mixture of guilt and warmth. This fool, how could he have stayed by my side all night? Tsunade murmured softly, her voice tinged with hoarseness and heartache. She gently released her grip, striving not to disturb Taichi, cautiously shifting her body. But in that moment, Taichi's brow twitched slightly. He slowly opened his eyes, and their gazes met. Tsunade's complex yet tender expression caught his attention. Tsunade, you're awake? Taichi's voice, still laced with sleep, was gentle nonetheless. Tsunade turned her head slightly, a rare smile gracing her lips. Yes, I'm awake. But you must have slept uncomfortably. Please don't be so foolish next time. Taichi chuckled, rubbing his sore shoulders, his tone playful. You wouldn't let go of me last night. How could I dare to leave? Tsunade's cheeks flushed slightly, her gaze momentarily evasive, but she quickly returned to her usual demeanor. All right, I suppose this time it's my fault. However, don't be so hard on yourself next time. Her admonition was laced with genuine concern. It's all right. As long as you're fine, Taichi replied, standing up and stretching, then displaying a relaxed smile. I'll go prepare breakfast. You should rest a bit longer. As Tsunade watched Taichi's departing figure, her gaze softened unconsciously, a wave of indescribable warmth surging within her. This feeling left her somewhat dazed, prompting reflections on her moments spent with Taichi. Initially, when she first encountered him, she regarded him merely as a lost child. There was an ineffable sense of loneliness about him, as if he were at odds with the world. Her care for him stemmed more from a senior's compassion for a junior and from a deep-seated empathy for a child who had lost his parents. In those times, her gaze towards Taichi was filled with pity and responsibility, akin to treating a child in need of guidance. However, as time progressed, Taichi's resilience and efforts gradually unfolded, though he had not undergone formal ninja training. He rapidly grew under her tutelage. His talent, his endurance, and the tender warmth he concealed deep within his heart led Tsunade to reassess her perception of him. Taichi was no longer the child who required her unwavering support. He was evolving into a dependable presence, capable of standing on his own. Especially following the night of the Ninetails, Taichi's sense of responsibility during the village's reconstruction and his relentless efforts to save the injured left an indelible mark in Tsunade's memory. In that moment, she realized that her feelings for Taichi had transcended mere mentorship, blossoming into admiration, and even a hint of pride. He had proven his maturity and worth through his actions, earning her heartfelt recognition. Now, in Taichi's presence, Tsunade had cast aside her seniority. She gradually came to view him as a partner, both a mentor and a friend, someone with whom she could share her innermost thoughts, fostering mutual trust. Whenever she encountered inner turmoil, she would unconsciously think of sharing it with Taichi. Whenever he exhibited potential, she felt a sense of pride and comfort, as though witnessing a reflection of her younger self. As she watched Taichi's figure gradually disappear from view, Tsunade let out a gentle sigh, her gaze filled with a complex emotion. It was a blend of a mentor's expectations for a prodigy, a friend's concern for another, and a hint of an emotion she herself struggled to comprehend. Taichi, you little rascal, how do you manage to do this? She murmured softly, yet a tender smile graced her lips. Perhaps she had never anticipated that the softest corner of her heart would be inadvertently touched by such a young man. In the morning kitchen, the aromas of ingredients and the gentle clinking of pots and pans filled the air. Taichi, clad in an apron, busily moved about with practiced ease, checking the recipe left by Shizen while diligently preparing breakfast step by step. His expression was focused, exuding a blend of seriousness and tenderness. Tsunade likes her dishes with a hint of spiciness, but not overly seasoned. The soup must be fresh and subtly sweet. Taichi mused to himself as he adjusted the broth, occasionally glancing back at the recipe with a smile. Shizune is indeed meticulous, remembering such details. Whoever marries her in the future will undoubtedly be incredibly fortunate. Meanwhile, Tsunade stood quietly at the kitchen door, observing the scene before her. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Taichi's slightly awkward yet warm movements, causing her to pause involuntarily. She had intended to simply pass by, but the sight before her made it impossible to take a step forward. This guy, Tsunade whispered, her gaze tinged with complex emotions. She watched Taichi, so engrossed in his task that every inch of the kitchen seemed warmed by his presence. The apron suited him remarkably well, softening the previously sharp contours of his face within this gentle atmosphere. Tsunade couldn't help but ponder when exactly this young man transitioned from being merely her disciple to an indispensable part of her life, from their initial unfamiliarity to fighting side by side. And now to their current intimacy. Her heart had undergone subtle changes over time. A slight smile graced her lips, only to be quickly replaced by a hint of bittersweetness. Gazing at Taichi, she suddenly wondered, such a good man. Who will he end up with in the future? This thought stirred a sense of inexplicable melancholy within her, as if something had silently slipped past her grasp. Taichi seemed to sense something. Turning to glance towards the door with a smile, "Tsunade, come sit down. Breakfast will be ready soon. I made this according to Shizune's recipe, and I guarantee you'll be satisfied." Tsunade was momentarily taken aback, quickly regaining her usual carefree smile as she stepped into the kitchen, leaning against the doorframe with her arms crossed. "Oh, I didn't see that coming. You have some skills, but Shizune's recipe is quite strict. If you don't do well, I won't hold back." Taichi chuckled, turning back with a candid gaze laced with teasing. "Then I hope Lady Tsunade is prepared for some constructive criticism, but I'm confident you won't find anything to complain about with this meal." Tsunade regarded his serious demeanor, warmth swelling in her heart, yet she feigned indifference, huffing lightly. "Well, I'll be looking forward to it." On this tender morning, Taichi's busy figure and Tsunade's quiet affection intertwined, creating a warm tableau in the air. The relationship between them had evolved beyond mere mentorship, subtly advancing toward a realm that transcended friendship yet had not yet reached romance. At this moment, Taichi, due to the weakening of the seal, was gradually regaining his stature. He stood taller and more robust, resembling a young, thriving pine tree, now towering half a head above Tsunade, compared to his previous boyishness. He now exuded a sense of composure and maturity that compelled Tsunade to glance at him more than once. After breakfast, sunlight flooded the courtyard, and the air was filled with the refreshing coolness of morning and the faint scent of grass. In this pleasant atmosphere, Taichi and Tsunade coincidentally proposed, "How about we go for a walk?" The two individuals exchanged a glance, and subsequently, laughter erupted from both. It seemed as though this proposal had long been an unspoken understanding between them. Tsunade lightly brushed the hem of her attire and was the first to step out of the Senju ancestral home, while Tai quietly followed at her side. He gazed ahead at Tsunade, a soft glow evident in his eyes, while her steps appeared, for reasons unknown, considerably lighter than usual, imbued with a rare sense of leisure and ease. The duo traversed the streets of Konoha, engaged in cheerful banter, the sunlight cascading upon them, creating a serene and heartwarming tableau. Tsunade occasionally burst into hearty laughter, teasing Tai in hushed tones, her face adorned with an uncommon gentle smile. Meanwhile, Tai listened intently, interjecting with quips now and then, their interaction exuding a natural intimacy. Passers-by halted in their tracks, captivated by the sight of this pair walking side by side. The once formidable Tsunade now displayed this rare feminine demeanor, her eyes radiating a soft and tranquil mirth, her expression tinged with an unexpected tenderness. In an instant, the villagers observing began to murmur among themselves, their conversations rife with astonishment and speculation. "Good heavens! Is that Lady Tsunade? How can she appear so blissfully happy? Who is this young man beside her? He seems rather exceptional. I've never witnessed Lady Tsunade display such an expression. Their relationship must be extraordinary." In this seemingly tranquil yet tumultuous era, gossip served as a rare diversion for the villagers. Street vendors exchanged sly glances, whispering conspiratorially with their customers. Some passing ninjas couldn't help but steal a few furtive glances, their eyes laden with profound conjecture. Various possibilities began to swirl in their minds, particularly regarding the overly natural and intimate interaction between Tai and Tsunade, prompting involuntary associations with forbidden affections often seen between mentors and disciples. What on earth is happening with Lady Tsunade? She typically does not so readily display such affable behavior. Tai does not seem to fit the mold of an ordinary mentor-disciple relationship. Could there truly be other feelings between them? Whispers of speculation spread quietly, some furrowing their brows in contemplation, while others revealed a hint of playful amusement. Some older ninjas bore complex expressions, unable to fathom Tsunade breaking convention, yet finding it difficult to overlook the harmonious aura that Taichi exuded in tandem with Tsunade. In no time, the murmurs regarding the relationship between Taichi and Tsunade rippled through the crowd, quietly expanding like waves. If this taboo romance were true, it would indeed be a scandal that could shake the very foundations of Konoha. Some internally lamented, yet could not help but yearn for more clues. Meanwhile, Taichi and Tsunade remained blissfully unaware of the gazes and whispers surrounding them, continuing their jovial stroll. Taichi occasionally bowed his head, earnestly listening to Tsunade's words, while Tsunade's gaze toward him held an added layer of gentleness and indulgence. This scene, regardless of the perspective, emanated an intimacy that felt unusually warm. Consequently, the ninjas became increasingly resolute in their suspicions, and the discussions beneath the surface grew all the more intriguing. Tsunade appeared entirely oblivious to the watchful eyes around her, or perhaps she simply did not care. Her spirits were lighter than ever. Walking alongside Taichi through the streets of Konoha, as if shedding all her burdens, she would occasionally turn to glance at Taichi, her eyes twinkling with meaningful mirth. Noticing the whispers surrounding them, Taichi softly remarked, "Tsunade, everyone is watching. Do you not mind?" To this, Tsunade raised an eyebrow, nonchalantly responding, "Let them watch. What do I care? Their opinions will not alter my mood." Taichi smiled faintly, lowering his head to continue walking, a warmth he had never felt swelling within him. Their silhouettes gradually faded into the distance, leaving the villagers animatedly discussing the scene they had just witnessed. When these rumors reached Achihade Dawa's ears, the fury that had long lain dormant within him ignited like a blazing fire, swiftly consuming his rationality. What might have seemed harmless just to others felt like a sharp blade piercing his chest. The notion that the bond between mentor and disciple had transformed into a forbidden love? Dawa gripped his teacup tightly, his trembling fingers betraying the turmoil within. He stared at the swirling tea, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. How could these foolish villagers think such things? His breath quickened, the three-tomo Sharingan gradually manifesting in his gaze, faintly emanating a crimson glow, signaling that his heart was anything but tranquility. That moment, Daohua's mind conjured images of Taichi and Tsunade strolling through the streets, Tsunade's rare gentle smile, Taichi's composed stride, and the effortlessly harmonious atmosphere between them. All of these visions pierced him deeply. "She had never looked at me with such eyes," Daohua murmured, his tone laced with uncontainable resentment and unwillingness. His grip tightened, nails digging into his palm, blood seeping through his fingers, yet he remained oblivious. In his heart, Tsunade was an existence he had long revered, a lifelong pursuit. And now, she had been so effortlessly claimed by that enigmatic Taichi? This reality ignited a tempest of anger, humiliation, and a sense of losing control. "Taichi," Daohua's voice was scarcely audible, yet the cold malice in his tone was palpable. "Who do you think you are? What gives you the right to stand beside her? What grants you her trust?" His gaze darkened. The tomo in his Sharingan began to spin faster, the crimson light growing increasingly blinding. As if striving to break through some limit, he inhaled deeply, attempting to suppress the raging fire within. Yet the more he tried to calm himself, the more uncontrollable it became. "These foolish rumors may not be entirely meaningless." Daohua lifted his head, a chilling smile forming. "They have reminded me that I must take action. If I allow him to continue existing, her smile will only drift further away from me." The room lay in silence, save for Daohua's heavy breaths. The red light in his eyes grew ever more radiant, akin to a hunter catching sight of its prey. Daohua rose, slowly making his way to the window, his gaze piercing through the lattice toward the distance, the direction where Taichi and Tsunade resided. "Taichi, you cannot fathom the magnitude of the mistake you have made, but fear not, I shall make you understand the cost of your actions." His voice was low yet laced with an undeniable madness and obsession, the crimson light in his Sharingan heralding the impending storm. Achihade Dawa stood solitary in the center of the room, the air around him thickening with the weight of his emotions. His breaths grew heavier, fists clenched tightly, yet this could not alleviate the turmoil and fury within. The tomo in his Sharingan spun rapidly, as if seeking to tear through the fabric of space, releasing all his long-suppressed emotions. His mind was inundated with images of Taichi and Tsunade, their unspoken understanding, the unique smiles they shared, piercing his heart like daggers, rendering him breathless. He felt as if his dignity, obsessions, and emotions had all been ruthlessly trampled upon. Spiraling out of control, anger, jealousy, and resentment surged forth like a tidal wave, engulfing him entirely. "Why? Why him?" Daohua bellowed, his voice trembling with uncontainable rage and madness. His crimson eyes burned fiercely, the tomo within spinning faster and faster, becoming increasingly blurred. as if breaching some limit. Suddenly, a violent pain erupted in his chest, as if an invisible force had detonated deep within his heart. He collapsed to the ground, hands clutching his head. Emitting low, agonized growls, the red light of his Sharingan shimmered like flames, the three tomos spinning violently, gradually transforming into a complex and enigmatic pattern. In that moment, Achihade Dawa's Sharingan finally transcended its final threshold. Evolving into the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, he suddenly lifted his head, and a heart-stopping crimson light erupted from his eyes, the patterns within his pupils resembling mysterious whirlpools, emanating an undeniable sense of oppression. With the awakening of the kaleidoscope Sharingan, the aura surrounding him underwent a cataclysmic transformation. The ferocity and murderous intent, once merely concealed deep within, now magnified countless times, manifesting as a tangible pressure that nearly made the entire room tremble. Dawa rose to his feet, a savage smirk fleeting across his face. He felt the boundless power granted by the kaleidoscope Sharingan, an absolute strength capable of altering everything. His gaze turned towards the window. Deep and frigid. "Tai, everything you cherish shall become my whetstone," Dawa murmured, his voice laced with a chilling intensity. "From this day forth, I, Achihade Dawa, shall reclaim all that rightfully belongs to me with these eyes." His figure vanished into the shadows, as if on the brink of unleashing an inevitable storm. Chapter 37. Border Mission. The leisurely days passed like a gentle spring breeze, quietly caressing the hearts of Tai and Tsunade, allowing them to temporarily forget the turmoil and intricate responsibilities of the ninja world. This period was akin to a rare tranquility amidst the flowing years, yet it felt incredibly precious. Each morning, sunlight flooded the Senju ancestral home, and Tai would rise early to prepare a sumptuous breakfast for Tsunade and Shizune. The subtle sounds and enticing aromas wafting from the kitchen would invariably rouse the slightly languid Tsunade from her slumber. She often leaned against the doorframe, quietly observing Tai's busy figure, an almost imperceptible smile gracing her lips, her heart filled with an unprecedented warmth. During the day, the pair would occasionally stroll leisurely through the village, or engage in skillful sparring at the training grounds. From initially guiding him as a mentor, Tsunade gradually relaxed during their exchanges, occasionally displaying a helpless smile when Tai countered her techniques. These moments of ease brought her a sense of comfort and satisfaction she had never experienced before. While Tai discovered that Tsunade was not always the serious and formidable figure he had perceived, she possessed a lively and endearing side, making him cherish her companionship even more. In the evenings, they would sit in the courtyard, quietly gazing at the star-studded night sky. Tsunade enjoyed sipping a small cup of wine, while Tai, too, held a cup of sake, sharing conversations about the village's trivial matters or listening to Tsunade reminisce about her experiences with Rope Tree and Dan. Whenever Tsunade's eyes glimmered with unshed tears, Tai would silently offer her a cup of warm tea, providing her with companionship and warmth throughout the night. These days represented not only a physical relaxation but also a soothing balm for their souls. Tsunade felt a long-lost sense of belonging, akin to the reassurance she had shared with Rope Tree and Dan. Meanwhile, Tai learned to treasure the present, no longer solely pursuing power. Both understood that this tranquility would not last long. Yet, precisely because of this, the memories of this time appeared exceptionally beautiful. For them, these leisurely days formed a silent bond, a cherished moment tucked away within their hearts. "Tsunade, it seems our team rarely undertakes missions together." Tai suddenly spoke, a hint of inquiry in his tone. He sat in the courtyard of the Senju ancestral home, holding a steaming cup of tea, his gaze directed towards Tsunade, who was tending to the flowers. Tsunade paused at his words, setting down her shears and brushing off the dust from her hands before sitting across from him. Tilting her head slightly, she regarded him with a half-smile. "What, are you finding our days too stable and yearning for some excitement?" Tai sheepishly scratched his head and replied earnestly, "Not really. I just feel that since we are a team, it seems odd that we haven't truly collaborated on any missions. Plus, Tsunade, you are one of the legendary Sannin. Fighting alongside someone as powerful as you would surely teach me a great deal." Tsunade raised an eyebrow, her gaze softening a little, then sighed lightly, smiling. "You always take things so seriously." She paused, her eyes resting on Tai. "In truth, I would like to take you along, but I worry that I might drag you into overly dangerous situations. You're still young, with much room for growth. I don't want you to pay a price for a moment of impulse." Tai shook his head, resolutely stating, "Tsunade, I know you care for me, but I am no longer a child. I want to share the burden with you and hone my skills in real combat. After all, only through experiencing genuine battles can one truly grow." Tsunade gazed quietly into Tai's determined eyes, a complex emotion flickering within her. This child had transformed from the naive vet she had first encountered to the maturity and responsibility he now displayed, filling her with pride. After a moment, she smiled slightly and gently patted Tai's shoulder. "All right, since you've said so, I will heed your words. When the next suitable mission arises, we shall embark together." Upon hearing this, Tai's eyes lit up with joy, though he maintained his composure, nodding. Then it settled. Tsunade smiled gently, her eyes reflecting warmth, and added playfully, "Just don't regret it when the time comes. Don't blame me for making you work like a mule." "I will never regret it," Tai replied resolutely. A rare smile breaking across his face, the gentle breeze swept through the courtyard, and as they exchanged glances, an unspoken understanding blossomed between them in that moment. Tai felt a surge of motivation like never before, while Tsunade experienced a long-awaited sense of peace. Tsunade stood, patting Tai's shoulder with a hint of bravado. "Now that we've decided, be prepared. Once I find a suitable mission, I'll inform you immediately. Don't let me down." Tai nodded vigorously, his eyes sparkling with eagerness. "Don't worry, Tsunade. No matter how difficult the task, I will give it my all." Observing Tai's expression, Tsunade felt a wave of pride, tinged with a hint of concern. She understood that regardless of how composed he appeared, he likely bore burdens far beyond his age and experience. However, Tsunade pivoted the conversation, a teasing smile gracing her lips. "Don't slack off in the meantime. Train diligently. Otherwise, I want to go easy on you." Tai chuckled, shaking his head. "When have I ever slacked off?" Tsunade waved her hand dismissively as she turned towards the house, her voice floating back. "Just prepare well. Wait for my mission assignment." Watching Tsunade's retreating figure, Tai felt a swell of anticipation. He understood that this was not merely a mission. It was a testament to the unspoken bond between him and Tsunade. He wanted her to realize that he was no longer the child in need of protection, but a partner capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with her. In the ensuing days, Tai intensified his training regimen. He repeatedly practiced the combined techniques of earth release, ice release, and fire release, while further refining the taijutsu and chakra control that Tsunade had imparted to him. Every moment was dedicated to preparing for the imminent mission. Meanwhile, Tsunade was sifting through mission scrolls in the Hokage building. She aimed to find a task of moderate difficulty that would serve as an opportunity for Tai's growth. However, just as Tsunade was about to submit a selected escort mission, hurried footsteps echoed outside. Shizen burst through the door, her expression anxious. "Lady Tsunade, we've just received intel indicating signs of hostile ninja activities at the Wind Country's border. The village is seeking personnel for support." Tsunade paused in surprise, her brow furrowing. The issues at the Wind Country border were notoriously complex, and dispatching ninja for support would undoubtedly lead to a tough battle. She glanced at the escort mission in her hands, recalling her recent promise to Tai, and a flicker of inner conflict stirred within her. "Tai," she murmured, as if weighing her options. Shizen, sensing the tension, cautiously asked, "Lady Tsunade, are you planning to bring Tai along?" After a brief silence, Tsunade raised her head, a newfound resolve gleaming in her eyes. "Yes, this mission presents a perfect opportunity. Inform Tai to come to the Hokage building immediately." She paused before adding, "This time, I will lead the team myself." Shizen nodded and swiftly departed. Clenching the scroll tightly, Tsunade silently resolved. This mission would not only test Tai but also serve as a testament to her own growth as a leader.